Emergence from the mountain. Kunlun mountain range. Amidst howling gales and torrential storms, a figure awakens deep within the Kunlun mountains. After 50 years of seclusion within, a barrier, for him, those 5 decades equate to merely 5 years in the outside world. 5 years ago, he single-handedly salvaged the planet that harbored humanity's existence. Time seems to rewind to that fateful moment when a colossal meteor hurtled towards the world from outer space. Nations convened urgently to devise a strategy to confront this dire crisis. All advanced weaponry was deployed, yet none could shatter the enormous meteor. As despair loomed and humanity faced potential extinction, the valiant Xiaofeng stepped forth to intercept the meteor, only to have his primordial spirit shattered by the immense impact. Believing his demise was imminent, a mysterious force from the Kunlun Mountains drew him in. This event unveiled the enigma of the Huaxia nation to the world's superpowers. Thereafter, the Kunlun mountain range became a forbidden territory for Huaxia, with troops stationed to safeguard it, for he resides there. Such a monumental feat remained largely unknown, known only to a select few leaders of nations, deemed too extraordinary to be widely disseminated. Ultimately, official statements from various countries declared that the meteor had been obliterated by Huaxia's missile. High above the Kunlun Mountains, a silhouette soared into the sky, as raindrops and lightning seemed to shy away from his presence, vanishing like a flash of lightning within the Kunlun expanse. Quickly, report to the higher-ups. He has emerged from the mountain, exclaimed the anxious troops stationed at Kunlun. In the capital, in a grand courtyard for venerable elders, Elder Huang, Elder Zhou, Elder Li, and Elder Feng were gathered. Upon receiving urgent news, they convened an emergency meeting. I have just learned that he has emerged from seclusion, Elder Huang declared with an air of authority. As soon as his words were uttered, everyone understood precisely to whom he was referring. His existence transcends the bounds of ordinary definition. Regardless of his actions upon this return, we must lend our unwavering support. Elder Li reflected thoughtfully. What shall we do if he strays into unlawful conduct? Elder Feng inquired with concern. Xiaofeng had reached a level beyond the reach of state intervention. If he truly were to act unlawfully, the authorities would find themselves powerless. Elder Four, I believe you are indulging in unnecessary fears. If he were to act in such a manner, he would not have risked his life to save humanity 5 years ago, Elder Li replied with a smile. Enough of this talk. Regardless of the circumstances, he is the pride of our Huaxia nation and one of our own. Should he require assistance, Huaxia will provide its full support. Elder Huang concluded decisively, resolving not to disturb Xiaofeng for the time being, yet pledging their unwavering assistance should the need arise. In the metropolis known as Magic City, the largest urban center in Huaxia, it bore the dual titles of Heaven on Earth and City of Demons. To settle here, to purchase a home, was a mark of distinction among the masses. Xiaofeng soared from the Kunlun Mountains, landing gracefully above the Magic City, where his own sister resided. Xiaofeng's parents were also practitioners of the Tao, while his younger sister, 8 years his junior, lacked the innate talent for cultivation and was therefore left in the city by their parents. Following the failure and subsequent demise of Xiaofeng's parents in their quest for enlightenment, he completely lost contact with Xiaolin. No one knew he had a younger sister. Xiaofeng arrived at the entrance of the police station, the hour already 9 in the evening, with a sparse number of officers on duty. Sir, whom are you looking for? Inquired the old guard, casting a glance at Xiaofeng. Hello, I seek your assistance. I have been separated from my sister for many years and wish to enlist your help in locating her, Xiaofeng replied, a radiant smile gracing his handsome face. The old policeman silently admired the young man's politeness. Nevertheless, his long hair and flowing robe were rather peculiar. Youth, the administrative department has closed for the day. Please return tomorrow, the old officer patiently advised, noting Xiaofeng's courteous demeanor. Could you please relay my message to your superiors? Just inform them that I hail from Kunlun Mountain. They will assist me once they are aware, Xiaofeng continued, still smiling. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the old policeman seemed enchanted by Xiaofeng's words and unexpectedly agreed. The old officer's authority was limited, and he could only reach the on-duty deputy chief. Upon hearing the request, the deputy chief scolded the old policeman before hanging up the phone. Just as the deputy chief dismissed the matter, a call from a higher authority came in. Hello, Director Wong. Greetings to you. Documents have arrived. If a young man in his 30s, claiming to hail from Kunlun Mountain, presents any requests, they must be met with utmost effort. When Director Wong received this order late at night, he was somewhat perplexed and could only notify all police stations in the bustling metropolis one by one. This was not an isolated incident. Similar occurrences were unfolding nationwide. Upon hearing the news, the deputy chief was momentarily taken aback, for he had just received a call from the security guard regarding this very individual. Director Wong, I have indeed encountered him. He is currently outside the police station, the deputy chief quickly reported. Any requests must be met with unwavering commitment. Should there be any difficulties, they must be reported immediately, without delay. Director Wong commanded gravely upon hearing this. After concluding the call, he promptly escalated the information. The deputy chief, not daring to delay, hurried outside to bring Xia Feng in, personally accompanying him to inquire about Xia Lin's residence. After sifting through thousands of individuals sharing the same name, they ultimately identified 5 candidates that met the criteria. The deputy chief personally drove Xia Feng to seek her out. They eventually located Xia Lin in a single apartment beyond the 6th Ring Road of the metropolis. Upon seeing the police knock at her door through the peephole, Xia Lin hesitated for a moment before opening it, only to be greeted by a man with flowing long hair, clad in a robe, while the police officer regarded her with a warm smile. What brings you here? Xia Lin inquired with curiosity. Liner. Xia Feng gazed at her with tender affection. She had grown up, gained height, and her appearance had undergone significant transformation. Upon closer inspection, Charlene realized it was none other than her brother, Xiam Feng. It had been nearly 8 years since the siblings had last seen each other, and with his long hair and robe, Charlene hadn't immediately recognized him. It was only when Xia Feng called out that she finally made the connection. Brother, Charlene exclaimed, bursting into tears as she embraced Xia Feng, her tears soaking his robe. In back, Xia Feng reassured her, patting her shoulder. With his task completed, the deputy director bid farewell to Xia Feng. Charlene led Xia Feng into her room. As a streamer, she earned her living through daily broadcasts, and in her haste to answer the door, she had forgotten to turn off the stream. The sudden appearance of Xia Feng, with his flowing long hair and robe, in Charlene's stream, coupled with his handsome face and unique aura, gave him an ethereal quality. Charlene's stream. Netizen 18. What? Where did this long-haired immortal come from? Netizen 62. Holy crap. Liner is hiding a handsome man in her golden nest. Netizen 133. Wow. So handsome. Even I, a man, am moved. Netizen 64. Don't even think about it, he's mine. So handsome, so manly. Netizen 5. A man with such long hair is definitely a sissy. My verdict is final. Netizen 29. The person above is brain dead. Netizen 11. The person above is brain dead. Netizen 1. Chapter 2. The astonished young Master Wang. Due to the appearance of Xia Feng, Xia Lin's live streaming room suddenly became extremely popular, with an increasing number of topics emerging. Originally, Xia Lin was an obscure game streamer on the fringes of the entertainment circle, boasting only over 200,000 followers. During her daily live streams, merely a few hundred people would tune in. Nevertheless, this could still bring her substantial income. Everyone was drawn to Xia Lin because of her captivating looks, for her gaming skills were far from commensurate with her beauty. Oh, I forgot to turn off the live stream, Xia Lin suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, the barrage in the live streaming room was filled with comments. Netizen 221. Liner, who is that? Netizen 858. So handsome. So ethereal. Liner, is he your biological brother? Netizen 75. Is he your lover? Netizen 16. Haha. Netizen 25. Liner, step aside. We want to see your brother. Netizen 32. Right, Liner, stop hogging the spotlight. We want to see your brother. We want to see the celestial being. Xia Lin, what on earth is going on with you guys? First of all, let me clarify that he is my biological brother. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't seen each other for several years. I'm ending the live stream today. Xia Lin picked up the microphone, said this, and was about to turn off the live stream. Hua Kai Hua Lua Hua Man Tian sent 10 rockets. With a note attached, Liner, don't turn off the live stream. We want to see your brother. Luo Shui Wu Qing sent 10 rockets, with a note attached. Liner, keep the live stream on. You don't need to say a word. Just point the camera at the celestial being. Netizen Lu Lu Jia sent 20 rockets. Another netizen sent 2 rockets. Xiaolin was astounded. Sometimes, she wouldn't receive so many rockets in a month of live streaming. Yet as soon as her brother appeared on camera, the rockets kept coming non-stop. This is not the main issue. The most crucial thing is that she found herself out of favor. All of her so-called loyal fans told her to get out and wanted to see her brother. Well, her brother is truly ethereal. But can you all not be so fickle? Originally, there were only about 600 people watching Xiaolin's live stream. Due to an excessive number of people sending rockets, the platform kept pushing notifications. Linner's live stream has received 20 rockets. Many curious people came to the live stream out of curiosity. Once they entered, they were immediately captivated by Xia Feng on the screen. Men envied him, and women admired him. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. It went from 1,000 to 2,000, then 8,000, and finally 20,000. Xiaolin was so shocked that her mouth fell slightly open. She swore that this was the highest number of viewers since she started live streaming. Owing to the sudden surge in the number of viewers and the continuous stream of gifts in Xiaolin's live stream, the official directly promoted her to the top of the popular anchor list. Netizen 6541, Linner, step aside. Why are you blocking the camera again? Zoom in the camera so that we can have a better look at your brother. Netizen 2856, right? I second the above. Netizen 303, your brother looks so charming when he smiles, like a flower in spring. Netizen 15024, I've never seen such an otherworldly and handsome man. Those so-called little fresh meats pale in comparison. Netizen 855, he's so disgustingly ugly. Stop looking. He's mine. Let me be killed by his ugliness. Netizen 666, so you're on our side. I almost couldn't put away my 40-meter sword. Netizen 5, haha. Netizen 855, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the same side. Don't draw your swords. The comments on the live streaming room fluttered by like snowflakes. Xiaolin simply didn't have the time to read them all, only noticing a stream of comments shouting to see her elder brother. Brother, I'm doing a live stream. My friends said they like you very much. Could you say hello to everyone? Xiaolin was finally defeated. These people had forgotten that she was the anchor. Okay, what is a live stream? Xiaofeng was taken aback upon hearing this. He had been cultivating in Kunlun Mountain and had been in seclusion for 5 years. The live streaming industry had only officially emerged during these 5 years, and he had absolutely no idea what a live stream was. Moreover, he had rarely been on the internet before. How could he know what a live stream was? Oh, brother, just say hello to the phone. My friends can see and hear you. Xiaolin tugged at Xiaofeng and urged. So you're doing a video, Xiaofeng said curiously as he looked at the phone. Netizen 9821, ha, are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my Huabei debt? Netizen 962, I can't take it anymore. This little brother's voice is so pleasant. I already feel like I'm in love. Netizen 963, get lost. Who's in love with you? Netizen 62531, Linner, doesn't your brother even know what a live stream is? Netizen 3225, this is a confirmed celestial being. The innocence he showed just now clearly indicates that he has no idea about live streaming. If this is an act, you deserve the next Oscar award. Netizen 3366, sending hearts. Netizen 785, giving likes. Happiness 666 sent 20 rockets. Ely sent 10 rockets. The national husband sent 100 rockets. With a note, may I timidly ask what's going on? Why is it so popular? Netizen 685, the so-called national husband? Is the real one here? Netizen 7875, wow, is the national husband really here? A netizen with the nickname National Husband suddenly sent 100 virtual rockets in the live stream room, which instantly became a sensation. At this time, Xiaofeng was pulled by Xiaolin to greet the audience in the live stream room. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaofeng, Xiaolin's elder brother. Glad to meet you all. Xiaofeng was rather laconic. After saying that, he flashed a smile and fell silent. That smile stole the hearts of countless young girls. It was like a gentle spring breeze, and the profound affection could be felt even through the screen. National husband, what's going on? Why is it a man? I came to see a beauty. I'm out of here. What the hell is this? Neither male nor female. Netizen 85624, damn it. Do you really think you're the national husband? Netizen 7788, if you don't want to watch, just get the hell out. Netizen 15, agreed. Netizen, agreed. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mansion of Thompson Riviera in Shanghai, the so-called national young master exited Xiaolin's live stream room. He originally saw a live streamer suddenly being promoted by the official platform and thought it was a pretty girl doing the live stream. He entered the room after seeing the female anchor's profile picture and sent 100 virtual rockets to make his presence felt. Only after sending the rockets did he realize that it was a man with long hair, and what's more, this man was incredibly more handsome than himself. Feeling annoyed, he cursed and left the live stream room. The national young master lay on the balcony of his mansion, gazing at the view of the bond. He was planning to find another local live streamer and invite her out to a bar. Just then, his phone rang. He saw that it was a call from his father, the so-called old king. Dad. The well-known young Master Wang picked up his mobile phone and answered the call. Did you just send 100 rockets in a live streaming room? Old Wang on the other end of the line asked. After hearing this, the young Master Wang was utterly mystified. Since when did such a trifle as sending 100 rockets require supervision? Yes, so what? The young Master Wang admitted. Did you also scold a young fellow? Old Wang's voice grew stern upon hearing the answer. Yes, Dad. What on earth are you trying to say? The young Master Wang was completely bewildered by his father's words. Elderly personally inquired about my phone number and called me. That man is someone we can't afford to offend. Hurry up and find a way to apologize. If the other party doesn't forgive you, our family is truly doomed. Old Wang hung up the phone after saying this. The young Master Wang stood there, stunned, still holding his phone. In the past 2 years, their Yida group had indeed faced a severe capital shortage. To repay the loans, they had sold off many of their industries. If it weren't for the backing from above, they would have long since been unable to sustain such a large-scale group. Now, Old Wang told him that Elderly had personally called him just because he had said someone was effeminate. The young Master Wang shivered at the thought. Chapter 3. The young Master Wang apologizes after putting down the phone. The young Master Wang paced back and forth in his room. At this moment, he had no inclination to invite an online anchor out for a night at the bar. Who on earth was this person who made Elderly personally call his father? The young Master Wang was filled with remorse and had no choice but to meekly submit. If even his father had backed down, what right did he have to be arrogant? The national heartthrob, Mr. Wang, entered Xiaolin's live streaming room again. At this moment, the live streaming room was even more bustling than before. In the camera, Xiaofeng was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Although he wasn't looking at the camera, his ethereal and refined air captivated a group of young admirers. Even male fans couldn't help but sigh with envy. In Xiaolin's live streaming room, the national heartthrob sent 100 rockets. The national heartthrob sent 100 rockets again. The national heartthrob sent 300 rockets. Note, sorry, Linner. I was out of line just now when I spoke ill of your brother. I apologize. I'm also in Shanghai. To show my apology, how about I invite you two to dinner tomorrow? Netizen 25. Is this really the national heartthrob himself? Netizen 15261. Same question. Netizen 26. You're amazing. The national heartthrob. It's definitely me. Is Linner here? Please reply to my private message if you see this. Since there were too many people chatting in the bullet comments, his message was soon buried among the snow, like stream of messages. So he sent a private message to Xiaolin. Xiaolin hadn't been looking at her phone. Suddenly, she received 500 rockets, which made her excitedly glance at the live streaming room. Coincidentally, she saw Mr. Wang's message. Xiaolin opened Mr. Wang's private message. First, he expressed his apology. Then, he hoped to invite her and Xiaofeng to dinner the next day to apologize to Xiaofeng in person. Xiaolin was hesitant. As a live streamer, she naturally knew who the national heartthrob was. Considering his generosity, there was no doubt that it was really him. Brother, a fan said he'll invite you to dinner tomorrow. He spoke ill of you in the live stream before and just came here specially to apologize. He also said he'd make amends in person tomorrow. Should we go? Xiaolin sat beside Xiaofeng and inquired. It's up to you. If you want to go, we'll go. If you don't want to go, no one dares to force you. In this world, apart from you, no one can make me move. Just be happy. Xiaofeng gazed at his younger sister tenderly and replied. His younger sister had lacked parental love since childhood, and now he was the only kin she had in the world. Xiaofeng was determined to let Xiaolin enjoy life to the fullest. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin hugged Xiaofeng's arm and coquettishly murmured, "Thank you, brother." Xiaofeng's words just now reignited the enthusiasm in the livestream. Netizen 964. How domineering, handsome, and awesome. Netizen 5826. You're amazing, bro. Netizen 7456. Why don't I have such a brother? I'm so envious of Linner. Netizen 4987. I'm so incredibly envious. I'm so touched. The so-called national prince was also in the live stream and naturally heard what Xiaofeng said. He was quite curious as to why Xiaofeng could utter such awesome words, although he had no way to verify it. His intuition told him that Xia Feng wasn't bragging. It was all because of the fact that Old Li had called his father personally. Could he be someone's illegitimate son? But that didn't make sense. Xia Lin was his biological sister. If he were an illegitimate son, then Xia Lin would be an illegitimate daughter. With such a status, why would Xia Lin engage in live streaming? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the pleasures of life? No matter how hard the national prince racked his brains, he couldn't figure out the exact situation. Afterwards, Xia Lin continued her live streaming for a while. She greeted her audience and ended the live stream. When she logged into the back end, she found that she had received gifts worth hundreds of thousands. The income from today's live stream alone was equivalent to what she usually earned in a whole year. Xia Lin let out an excited scream. She thought that her brother's return was truly a stroke of good fortune for her. "Brother, guess how much I earned today?" Xia Lin said to Xia Feng excitedly. "How much?" "Judging from your excited look, it should be a considerable amount. From now on, I'll take care of you. You don't have to work to make money anymore." Xia Feng asked with a smile. "Brother, live streaming is my hobby, not related to making money. It'll be even better if you take care of me. Then I can do live streaming without any pressure." Xia Lin replied with a beaming smile. Xia Lin made a makeshift bed on the floor for her brother and planned to rent a bigger apartment in the next few days. Xia Feng had been practicing in Kunlun Mountain and didn't have any money on hand. However, he knew that as long as he needed material things, he could have as much as he wanted. That's why he said he would take care of Xia Lin in the future. Xia Lin picked up her phone and noticed that someone named Prince Wang had sent a friend request. It should be the so-called national husband Prince Wang who had invited her brother to dinner. Xia Lin accepted the request. Soon, Prince Wang sent an emoji and a location, inviting them to meet there the next day. The next day, Xia Feng and Xia Lin went to a hotel called Holiday Dynasty, one of the largest hotels in Shanghai, which was far beyond the spending power of ordinary people. Prince Wang had arrived at the Holiday Dynasty early. Due to Xia Feng's air of mystery, he wanted to treat him with great courtesy. He invited Xia Feng to dinner, mainly to apologize and also to find out who Xia Feng really was. Young Master Wang. While the so-called national young master was sitting in the hotel lobby waiting for Xia Feng, someone suddenly called out behind him. "Young Master Qin, are you also here for a meal?" The national young master turned around and looked at Qin Do, who had called him, and spoke. Qin Do was one of the 4 young masters in Shanghai. His family was well known in Shanghai. His father was the director of a large group, and his second uncle was a political figure in Shanghai. He himself owned an investment company and also founded a car club. In fact, Qin Do's family background was even more prominent than that of the current national young master. "Yeah, why not dine together?" Qin Do inquired. Since they were all young masters from the top-tier social circle and had known each other for a long time, Qin Do began to invite the national young master. "No, I'm having a meal with an important guest today." The national young master declined Qin Do's invitation with a smile. Under normal circumstances, the national young master would surely have accepted Qin Do's invitation. However, things were different today. He still hadn't figured out who Xia Feng was, so he didn't intend to get involved in Qin Do's dinner. "All right, let's make an appointment another time." After saying that, Qin Do was about to leave. Just as he took 2 steps, he saw Xia Feng and Xia Lin enter. Xia Feng, dressed in a long robe with long hair, was extremely eye-catching. Qin Do couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was then that he noticed Xia Lin beside Xia Feng. She was incredibly beautiful, and her innocent eyes stirred his heart. As a young master who had seen more beautiful women than he had eaten meals, Xia Lin's presence did arouse a slight ripple in his heart. Just as Qin Do was about to go over and say hello, the national young master stood up, walked towards Xia Feng and Xia Lin, and said, "Liner, over here." Since Xia Lin's online anchor name was Liner, the national young master called her by that name directly. "So it turns out you're really the national husband. I thought someone was impersonating you." Xia Lin walked over and said with a smile. Xia Feng glanced at the national young master but remained silent. "Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I offended you in Liner's live stream room yesterday. I'd like to invite you to dinner today to make amends specifically." The national young master put himself in a rather humble position. Meanwhile, Qin Do was puzzled. From the conversation between the national young master and Xia Lin, he could conclude that it was also the first time they met. Moreover, the national young master mentioned the live stream room, and his words showed a hint of currying favor with Xia Feng. "Young Master Wang, who are these 2? Qin Do finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and stepped forward to ask. "2 friends, replied the national young master. "Young Master Wang has good taste. You've even invited such a beautiful anchor out. Won't you introduce them?" Qin Do asked with a look that all men could understand. Get out. Xiaofeng detected a hint of disrespect in Qin Dou's words, glared at him, and scolded him to leave. Chapter 4. Great surprise. Qin Dou was enraged upon hearing this. What was his status? In the country, no one had ever dared to so blatantly and directly tell him to get out in public. Who the hell are you telling to get out? Qin Dou lost his temper. Originally, he planned to give the national young master face. But now this person didn't give him any face at all. He no longer cared about the national young master's face. People like them all valued face. They couldn't lose their nerve even if they lost the battle. In this city of Shanghai, he feared no one. To be precise, he was among the top playboys in the whole country. Young Master Qin, calm down, calm down. We're all friends. The national young master quickly pulled Qin Dou aside upon seeing this. Who the hell is his friend? Young Master Wang, if it weren't for your sake today, I'd have cracked his skull open right now. Qin Dou shook off young Master Wang's hand and said angrily. Young Master Wang was rather speechless. He had no idea about Xiaofeng's identity either. But he didn't approve of Xiaofeng's actions just now. Everyone was making a living in this circle and would often run into each other. There was no need to make things so awkward right at the first meeting, was there? Young Master Qin, actually, this is the first time I've met him. I don't know his identity either, but from what my father said, our family can't afford to offend him. Young Master Wang was afraid that Qin Dou would escalate the conflict later, so he revealed what he knew to Qin Dou. Qin Dou was stunned upon hearing this. Did young Master Wang's father personally say that their family couldn't afford to offend him? This put Qin Dou in a difficult position. Although Qin Dou was a bit self-important and high profile in dealing with people, now that young Master Wang said right in front of him that his own family couldn't afford to offend Xiaofeng, didn't it also mean that their Qin family couldn't either? Is this true? Qin Dou asked young Master Wang again for confirmation. Absolutely true. Otherwise, would I have invited him here for a meal? I just said something about his sister in her live stream yesterday, that she looked neither male nor female, and my father scolded me severely. I specially invited them here today to apologize. Young Master Wang was also quite annoyed in his heart. He had no idea what Xiaofeng's identity was. This feeling was truly extremely unpleasant. Young Master Wang, I'm giving you face and not arguing with this kid this time. Next time, it won't be so easy. Qin Dou rolled his eyes, found an excuse for himself, and then turned around and left directly. He knew the so-called national prince. This young man would never lower himself to smile obsequiously at someone who showed him cold shoulders. For him to act like this, there must be something he was afraid of. Although Qin Dou was angry, he was not stupid. He wouldn't act rashly before he thoroughly figured out this person's identity. How could these young masters who thrived in the top-tier social circles have simple minds? Mr. Xia, I'm terribly sorry. Just now, a friend of mine had too much to drink and spoke rudely. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. After Qin Dou left, the national prince walked up to Xiaofeng and said with a tinge of apology, Forget it. Since you've been polite today, I'll forgive him this once. Go back and warn your friend that misfortune often comes from careless talk. After saying that, Xiaofeng led Xiaolin towards the interior of the hotel. The national prince forced a faint smile. He had no choice but to do so, from the way Xiaofeng spoke. He was extremely arrogant and didn't take Qin Dou seriously at all. For the first time in his life, the national prince felt like he was playing the role of a subordinate. Being a subordinate was truly arduous, having to adapt his words according to different people. The national prince had reserved a luxurious private room at the Holiday Dynasty Hotel. After the three of them entered the room, he recommended the signature dishes of the hotel to the other two. Throughout the process, Xiaofeng remained silent, while Xiaolin started a conversation with the national prince. She even inquired which dishes were more palatable, and the national prince explained one by one, acting just like a waiter. Shortly after they finished ordering the dishes, the national prince's phone rang in his pocket. Mr. Xia, excuse me. I need to take this call. After excusing himself, the national prince stepped out of the room to answer the phone. Dad, what's the matter? After the so-called national prince answered his father's call, he inquired, Are you with young Master Xia? The voice of old Wang came from the other end of the line. Yes, didn't you ask me to apologize yesterday? The national prince nodded and said, Send me the location. Old Li has come here in person and will meet young Master Xia later. Old Wang's tone carried a touch of solemnity. After hearing this, the national prince held the phone in his hand, stunned. Old Li has come here in person? Hello? I'm asking you a question. Have you gone mute? Seeing that the national prince didn't say a word, old Wang asked several times in succession. Dad. I'm here. I've invited young Master Xia to dinner at the Holiday Dynasty Hotel. If you're coming, I'll wait for you downstairs. The national prince's voice trembled slightly. He was scared now. He didn't even have the courage to enter the private room and planned to wait downstairs for old Wang and the others. Just who on earth was Xiaofeng? Last night, Old Li had personally called his father, and today he had rushed here from the capital. Could it all be for Xiaofeng? In the Huaxia country, apart from those two, who else could make Old Li take action? The national prince didn't know how he hung up the phone. His head was buzzing as he dragged his heavy steps downstairs. Fortunately, he hadn't offended young Master Xia. Originally, in the national prince's mind, the address of Mr. Xia had directly changed to young Master Xia. The Holiday Dynasty Hotel was one of the most luxurious hotels in Shanghai. Many celebrities often came here for gatherings, and some internet influencers also came here to take pictures. Under normal circumstances, the national prince would surely go up to say hello and get to know them. At this moment, Mr. Wang, a well-known figure among the public, lost all interest in the bustling crowd. Even when several stunningly beautiful internet celebrities were swaying their hips and showing off their slender waists not far from him while taking pictures, he didn't even bother to glance at them. Young Master Qin, over here. One of the internet celebrities who had just been flaunting her waist called out to Qin Do, who was coming down from the second floor. Seeing Qin Do descend, the group stopped taking pictures and deliberately put on an air of pleasant surprise, just like a long-parted lover after a 3-day separation. Unafraid of any misbehavior from him. I've already booked the private room. Come up with me, Qin Do said after gathering the people. Standing at the staircase without coming further down, he waved to the group. Young Master Qin, come here for a moment. Mr. Wang and Qin Do had a fairly good relationship as they were in the same social circle, so it was necessary for him to give Qin Do a heads up. Qin Do was a bit curious when he saw Mr. Wang sitting alone in the lobby. Why wasn't Mr. Wang in the private room with that guy? Why was he sitting here looking so dejected? What's the matter? Qin Do asked, looking at Mr. Wang after walking down. Young Master Wang. When the internet celebrities realized this man was Mr. Wang, they all greeted him. Ignoring these internet celebrities, Mr. Wang looked at Qin Do and said, "You've caused trouble." "I've caused trouble? What kind of trouble?" "I cause trouble every day." Young Master Wang. Stop beating around the bush and just say what you have to say. Qin Do was a bit annoyed. Why was Mr. Wang acting like a fool today? Speaking so incoherently? Seeing this, Mr. Wang waved to the internet celebrities, gesturing for them to leave. After several internet celebrities walked away, the so-called Prince of the Nation said seriously, "Just now you offended young Master Xia and didn't apologize. I'm now solemnly telling you that your entire family can't afford to provoke him." What did he mean? Hearing this, Qin Do's face showed an odd expression, and more importantly, he felt annoyed inside. Elderly had rushed over from the capital specifically to meet young Master Xia. He should be arriving soon, right? The Prince of the Nation's words were truly astonishing. Qin Do was instantly stunned on the spot, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 5. A shocking revelation. Elderly had come in person, specifically from the capital to meet him. The Prince of the Nation's words exploded like a bomb in Qin Do's heart. Master Wang, you can't just make such jokes casually, Qin Do stammered, his teeth chattering. Do you think I'd make such a joke to amuse you? The Prince of the Nation sneered. After getting confirmation again, Qin Do's face instantly fell, looking utterly terrified. This is trouble, big trouble. What on earth should I do now? Qin Do didn't say a word. He plopped down beside the Prince of the Nation, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. His fingers holding the cigarette were trembling. The two sat silently on the sofa in the lobby, neither willing to speak. Master Qin, which private room is it? Let's go up first. One of the internet celebrities walked over and shouted. Call it off today. I'm not in the mood for a meal. Qin Do waved his hand irritably. Seeing Qin Do's odd expression, the internet celebrity didn't dare to ask further. She just murmured an assent and walked away. Qin Do's heart was filled with bitterness. What had gotten into him today? There were so many restaurants in Shanghai. Why did he have to come to the Holiday Dynasty? Qin Do deeply felt a mood of utter despair that no one could comprehend. A large group of bodyguards entered through the hotel entrance, interrupting the train of thought of the two. These individuals were clearly personal guards assigned to protect important figures. Upon seeing this, Qin Do's heart sank. All hope he had previously harbored was now completely dashed. After the bodyguards entered, instead of dispersing the crowd, they each took up their positions and fixated their attention intently on every corner. Then, Mr. Li was by a group of people, including the party secretary and the mayor of Shanghai that Qin Do recognized, and his uncle, the vice mayor, was also among them. Old Wang trailed behind everyone. As soon as he entered the hotel, he began to search for the so-called National Little Wang. Dad, I'm here. National Little Wang stood up and waved at Old Wang. Mr. Li, my son is over there. Old Wang trotted up to Mr. Li and said respectfully, "All right, Mr." Li nodded. "Which private room?" After seeing National Little Wang approaching, Old Wang turned to him and inquired, "Good day, Mr. Li." "Good day, uncles. Young Master Xia is in private room Tian 6. National Little Wang greeted the group with extreme deference. "Little Wang, would you be so kind as to make another trip and tell him that I'm here and would like to have a word with him?" As soon as Mr. Li uttered these words, the whole room was in an uproar. Who on earth could this person be that Mr. Li himself had come and yet still needed to be announced? Sure. National Little Wang nodded mechanically in response. National Little Wang stared at the staircase in front of him, which seemed as daunting as Mount Tai, with each step feeling like a heavy burden. From afar, Qindo's heart had turned cold. He could only watch from the side, not daring to approach. Lacking prior consent from elderly, he dared not approach. Even with his uncle present, his sole preoccupation now was how to secure forgiveness from Xia Feng. The scion of the nation trudged with heavy steps to the entrance of VIP Room 6, where he gently rapped on the door. Emerging from the room, the young man's mood had undergone a complete transformation. Only upon hearing Xia Lin's invitation to enter did he cautiously push the door open and step inside. "Young Master Xia, my apologies for the intrusion. A dignitary has arrived and wishes to meet you," the young man said to Xia Feng with deference. Xia Feng was unsurprised, as he had anticipated visitors upon his emergence into the world. "Liner, please excuse us. I have an old acquaintance to meet," Xia Feng said to Xia Lin. He preferred to shield Xia Lin from certain matters for the time being. "Very well," Xia Lin replied, exiting the room with the young man. Having received confirmation from Xia Feng, elderly entered the room alone. "Xia Feng, it has been some years. You remain unchanged, while we have aged," elderly greeted, as if addressing a long-standing confidant. "Heh. Elderly, what brings you here in person?" Xia Feng inquired with a smile. "Now that our great benefactor has emerged, how could we old fellows not come to pay our respects?" Elderly replied, taking a seat opposite Xia Feng. "Elderly, this is merely our duty, and the title of great benefactor is undeserved," Xia Feng said with a casual wave of his hand. In Elderly's presence, Xia Feng remained composed and exuded an air of equanimity. "Elder Huang asked me this time to inquire if there's anything you need our assistance with. You're a great hero of China, and we'll do our utmost to help you." Elderly stated his purpose, and moreover, he wanted to probe into Xia Feng's thoughts. A person like this has transcended the mundane world and can't be measured by common sense. Xia Feng quickly grasped the intention of the higher-ups. With a smile, he said, "Elderly, I, Xia Feng, am a Chinese in life and a Chinese ghost in death. This time I've emerged from seclusion just to take care of my younger sister, Xia Lin. I have no demands at all." "Good. I'm very glad you have such a mindset. It's a rare occasion for me to be in high spirits. How about having a couple of drinks with me?" Elderly looked extremely pleased after getting an affirmative answer from Xia Feng. "Sure, it's my honor to accompany Elderly," Xia Feng replied. The two chatted merrily and drank to their heart's content in the private room, while those outside were extremely anxious, especially Qin Do. After seeing the young master of the nation descend the stairs with Xia Lin, Qin Do strode forward, wearing an obsequious smile on his face. He whispered, "Liner, you're truly beautiful. You're even more gorgeous than you look in the live stream." Actually, Qin Do had never watched Xia Lin's live streams. Before this, he'd heard from the young master of the nation that if he wanted to gain Xia Feng's forgiveness, he had to curry favor with Xia Feng's younger sister first. The young master of the nation wasn't stupid. Knowing Qin Do's intention, he pulled Qin Do over and introduced him to Xia Lin. "Liner, you met before. This is my good buddy, Qin Do." Qin Do cast a grateful glance at the young master of the nation. "Master Qin, I've heard of you. You're quite well known in Shanghai. Do you also watch my live streams?" Xia Lin looked at Qin Do, who was beaming, and asked. At this moment, she had already guessed that her elder brother was somewhat extraordinary. However, after learning the name of Qin Do, she still felt a bit guilty. "Naturally, Liner is so beautiful. Of course, I took a look." Qin Do patted his chest to confirm. Then, "Thank you, young Master Qin, for your support." Seeing that Qin Do was so easy going, Xia Lin let down her guard. "I was a bit impolite when talking to your elder brother earlier. Here, I'd like to apologize to you." Sensing that the timing was right, Qin Do apologized to Xia Lin first. "It's okay. My elder brother won't care." Xia Lin consoled him. That's good. Another day when I'm free, I'll invite you guys to dinner as an apology." After getting Xia Lin's response, Qin Do felt a bit relieved. As long as Xia Feng didn't pursue the matter, everything would be fine. Now, inviting Xiaofeng to dinner was out of sincere intent. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly at this point, it could only mean he was a fool. For people like them, they would never miss an opportunity to make friends. Chapter 6. Two young masters madly send gifts while the three were chatting. Vice Mayor Qin Guomin walked over. Xiedo, why are you here? Qin Guomin inquired. Uncle Second. Uncle Qin. Qin Do and Xia Lin greeted him. Linner, let me introduce you. This is my Uncle Second. You can just call him Uncle Qin. Qin Do pointed at Qin Guomin and said. Qin Guomin looked at Qin Do in surprise. He knew that Qin Do wouldn't make random jokes even though he liked to have fun. Now that he attached such importance to introducing himself to a young woman, there must be a reason. How could a person who had reached the position of vice mayor in the city of Modu be an ordinary one? Hello, Uncle Qin. Xia Lin called out to Qin Guomin. Hello, are you in a relationship with my nephew, Qin Do? Qin Guomin inquired of Xia Lin. This young girl had a lovely face and an amiable look, yet he wondered about her family background. No, Uncle Qin. Please don't misunderstand. Xia Lin blushed slightly as she explained. Qin Do was greatly startled upon hearing this. He winked at Qin Guomin. Qin Guomin didn't quite understand the meaning and said, Xiaodo, come here. Uncle has something to ask you. Qin Guomin specifically called Qin Do aside, intending to inquire about the situation. Xiaodo, what did you mean by winking at me just now? Was it because of that girl? Qin Guomin asked. Uncle, I'm not aware of her identity, but the person Mr. Li went to meet just now is her elder brother, Qin Do whispered, moving closer to Qin Guomin. Hiss. Qin Guomin gasped. Although he was a man who had weathered many storms, he couldn't help but be somewhat stirred at this moment. He knew that Mr. Li had come to Shanghai to meet someone, but he didn't know the specific person. Judging from Mr. Li's behavior, this person was extremely important. Someone he could only look up to. And now Qin Do said that the person Mr. Li met was this girl's elder brother. It was truly astonishing. No wonder Qin Do had been winking at him. So that was the case. I understand. Try to build a good relationship with her, Qin Guomin said, patting Qin Do on the shoulder before turning away. Qin Guomin rarely spoke to Qin Do in such a serious tone. Qin Do knew that his uncle attached great importance to the connection with Xia Lin. Qin Do let out a sigh of relief in his heart, composed himself, and then returned to Xia Lin's side. From this moment on, he was determined to be Xia Lin's knight in shining armor, her lackey, her devoted admirer. Anything would do. While the so-called National Prince Charming hadn't yet reacted, he was going to seize the title of the top devoted admirer. Linner, young Master Wang, what are you two chatting about? You seem so happy, Qin Do inquired as he approached and saw the two in pleasant conversation. Young Master Wang was telling me about the live streaming room, Xia Lin replied with a smile. Haha. Is Lina going to do a live stream tonight? I'll send you some virtual gifts today, Qin Do declared straightforwardly. Please don't. Just do it as a formality. If you send too many, half of it will be taken by the platform. It's a big loss. Xia Lin waved her hand and declined. If it were before they met in person, she wouldn't have minded how much he spent. But now that they knew each other, Xia Lin thought it was a waste of money. All right, I'll follow Lin's advice and just do it as a formality. Qin Do's affection for Xia Lin grew even deeper. If it were another female live streamer, when Qin Do said he would send gifts, she would probably wish that he emptied his family fortune to support her ranking. Sure enough, relatives of prominent figures had a different outlook. Inside the private room, Xiaofeng was feasting and chatting with Old Man Li. Those waiting outside were starving. Yet no one dared to suggest going for a meal. After Old Man Li emerged from the room, everyone gathered around him in turn. Let's go back to the capital, Old Man Li said and then left in his car. After Old Man Li's departure, the National Prince Charming and Xia Lin went up and ordered another dish, then started to dine. Qin Do didn't dare to join them, although he had just established a good relationship with Xia Lin. It didn't mean he could dine at the same table as Xiaofeng. The road ahead was long and arduous. Some things had to be done slowly. Being impatient was of no use. At least he had achieved significant progress for now. In the evening, Xia Lin resumed her live streaming. In Xia Lin's live streaming room, Netizen 86954, Linner, I've finally waited for you. Netizen 856, Linner, where's your brother? Netizen 21587, hurry up and bring out my dream lover. Netizen 25, right? Get out of the way. Netizen 698, I feel so uncomfortable if I don't see the celestial being for a single day. Netizen 9876, where's my husband? Where's my husband? Netizen 65, the one above is a fool. Netizen 987, the one above is a fool. Netizen 6984, 1. Are you guys trying to rebel? My brother is reading a book. Xiaolin said with a scolding smile as she saw that everyone in the live streaming room was eager to see Xiaofeng. Currently, the number of fans in the live streaming room had exceeded 100,000 viewers, and Xiaolin had completely become popular in the Shark live streaming platform. Originally, she was just a small-scale game streamer, relying on her looks rather than her gaming skills for a living. Now, all the 100,000 fans in this live streaming room had come for Xiaofeng. Linner's Guardian joined the live streaming room. Linner's Guardian gifted 1,000 rockets. Linner's Guardian gifted 1,000 rockets. Linner's Guardian gifted 1,000 rockets. As soon as Linner's Guardian entered the live streaming room, they started bombarding the room with gifts in wave after wave without any sign of stopping. This person was trying to outshine President Wang. President Wang didn't even gift that many yesterday. Who on earth was this big shot? Judging from the name, they came for Linner. Netizen 658. Wow. I can only see Daddy in Linner's live streaming room. Netizen 98621. Get lost. Don't randomly claim kinship. He's my daddy. Netizen 967. You bunch of shameless people. He's my grandpa. Netizens. The National Heartthrob gifted Linner 1,000 rockets. The National Heartthrob gifted Linner 1,000 rockets. The National Heartthrob gifted Linner 1,000 rockets. Here he comes. The National Heartthrob arrives on a rocket. Netizen 3669. Haha. I knew it. How could President Wang be stingy? Netizen 8. President Wang, take him down. As President Wang made his grand entrance, the screen of Linner's live streaming room was bombarded with rockets. At the Shark Company headquarters, manager. Someone has suddenly recharged a huge amount of Shark coins in the live streaming room and is simultaneously showering gifts on a single anchor. The technical staff of the Shark platform rushed into the department manager's office, exclaiming in shock. How much was recharged? The department manager of the Shark platform inquired. Each of them recharged 1 billion. The technician reported truthfully. 1 billion. The department manager was momentarily stunned. Which tycoon is this generous? Who are they? Out of curiosity, the department manager asked. One is President Wang, and the other is young Master Qin from Shanghai. They are both gifting lavishly to an anchor named Linner. Linner? I've never heard of such an anchor. All the major anchors on our platform have signed contracts with us. Could she be a big name anchor who just jumped from another platform? Is Linner a top-tier anchor who switched from another platform? The department manager queried. Even if she is a well-known anchor, it's still hard to fathom why these two top-notch young masters are being so extravagant. Perplexed, the manager could only assume that the two young masters were acting out of the ordinary. Chapter 7. Striving to be a sycophant Li Shuang. The manager of the signing department at Shark Platform was well acquainted with all the signed anchors of the company. Indeed, he had never heard of an anchor named Linner. Manager, Linner didn't jump from other platforms. She has been on Shark Platform for nearly 2 years. She's just a small-scale game anchor, the technician explained. Could a minor anchor attract hundreds of millions of top-ups from two young masters? Li Shuang's voice rose several decibels. It was simply inconceivable. Indeed, all the shark fins from the two young masters were sent to Linner. Clearly, they came for her. The technician continued. All right, I got it. You can leave now. Li Shuang waved his hand at the technician. Linner suddenly became popular last night. Li Shuang hadn't had the time to pay attention. When he entered Linner's live streaming room, he was utterly shocked. There were already 100,000 people online. Linner wasn't signed yet. If he could sign her to Shark Platform at a low price, he'd surely make a great contribution. At this thought, Li Shuang was overjoyed. He began sending private messages to Linner in his capacity as an administrator. After sending the private message, Li Shuang crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and waited for Linner's reply with great confidence. Generally speaking, for an anchor to gain fame and make a fortune, they must sign with a platform to receive the platform's traffic support, and only then can they truly make their mark. One could also choose to join a guild if they didn't want to sign with a platform. The guild would also spend money to buy traffic and support the anchor. After all, the era of going it alone has passed. It's extremely difficult for an individual to develop independently. Admittedly, we can't paint everyone with the same brush. And there are a few exceptional cases who have managed to succeed on their own. Don't be dazzled by those live streamers who seem so glamorous in public, constantly presenting one thing after another. Behind them lies a well-organized team, photographers taking pictures, copywriters crafting scripts, and editors doing the video cutting. Their sole intention is to extract more money from your pockets. In the magnificent Tangshan 8th Mansion, one of the most luxurious residential areas in the metropolis, The so-called national young master Wang held a mobile phone in one hand and was munching on imported foreign fruits with the other. He grumbled and cursed. "You're such a sycophant, Chindo. You're such a pathetic lickspittle." He spat out the fruit peel and swallowed hard, then continued, "Damn it. You snatched my position." During Linner's live stream that evening, he suddenly noticed a user named Linner's Guardian constantly sending virtual rockets. Even a fool could tell it was Chindo. National Young Master Wang opened WeChat and found the group chat of the 4 young masters of the metropolis. He typed out a message and sent it. "Chindo, you sycophant. Have you no shame at all? You sneaked in and stole my position. You're such a despicable lickspittle." Jiang Xian replied, "What? Did young Master Wang drink too much tonight?" Jiang Xian was also one of the 4 young masters of the metropolis and the son of Jiang Quanxue, a tycoon in the rare earth industry in China. Yue laughed and said, "Haha, let me watch the drama. It seems quite a big deal." Chindo retorted with a laugh, "Haha, it angers you, doesn't it? What can you do, little buddy? Now you can only be the second-ranked sycophant." Jiang Xian. Yue. Jiang Xian then asked, "What's going on? Is it really true?" Yue said, "Young Master Qin, don't pull our legs. Who on earth could make you act like a sycophant?" Chindo replied, "Your level is too low. You won't understand." Jiang Xian. Yue, young Master Wang, tell us. What's the gossip this time? The national young Master Wang. Gossip my ass. I'm going to be a sick puppy. I'm not wasting time chatting with you guys. After the national young Master Wang said that, he entered Xia Lin's live stream room again and started his crazy stunt of sending rocket gifts. It's still uncertain who will be the #1 sick puppy. If you put in some effort, you might grab the top spot. Jiang Xian, where did he go? Did he really leave? Young Master Qin, tell us what's going on. Yue, yeah, this has really piqued our interest. Why did you two just disappear? No matter what messages Jiang Xian and Yue sent in the group, the national young Master Wang and Qin Do had no time to pay them any heed. The two were competing in typing speed in Xia Lin's live stream room. Qin Do was in the middle of enthusiastically sending gifts when his phone rang. Jiang Xian, what the hell are you calling for? I'm in the middle of a rocket, sending competition with the national young Master Wang. Qin Do answered the phone and started swearing. Young Master Qin, what's going on? Sending rocket gifts? Are you competing for a live streamer? There's no need for that, right? Jiang Xian was completely stunned by Qin Do's scolding. You're one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. Can't you have a bit of dignity? If this gets out, won't it be a laughingstock among the young masters in the Beijing circle? What kind of live streamer could make the national young Master Wang and Qin Do so infatuated at the same time? Jiang Xian was filled with curiosity. You don't understand a thing. I'm telling you, you're not on our level. Hang up if you have nothing important. Don't disturb me while I'm doing something serious. Qin Do continued to grumble and swear. Wait a minute. Which platform and which live stream room is it? I'll go in and have a look. Jiang Xian called out to Qin Do, who was about to hang up the phone. Sharp platform, Linner's live stream room. After saying this, Qin Do directly hung up the phone. Jiang Xian held the phone with a look of utter disbelief. Soon, he entered the sharp platform to see who on earth this Linner was, who had managed to captivate 2 young masters so completely. As soon as Jiang Xian entered Linner's live stream room, what met his eyes was a man sitting in meditation, eyes tightly shut. His flowing long hair, combined with his unique aura, did give an otherworldly impression, and the first sight was rather appealing. But holy moly, this was a man. Were the national Prince Charming and Qin Do actually jealous over a man? In the chat bar of Linner's live stream room, Jiang Xian posted, "Damn it. You 2 losers are jealous over a man." There were over 100,000 viewers in Linner's live stream room. Jiang Xian's message was just a drop in the ocean and vanished without a trace. The national Prince Charming and Qin Do were busy sending virtual rockets and surely didn't notice. Virtual rockets kept flying across the live stream room. Since Xia Lin started the live stream, it hadn't stopped. Seeing how engrossed the two were in sending the rockets, Jiang Xian casually took a screenshot and sent it to the group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai. Jiang Xian, young master you, take a look. These 2 young masters are jealous over a man and even want to be his sycophants. It's really disgusting. Yue, holy shit, what the hell? It's really a man? Why does he seem so effeminate? Why does a good-looking man imitate women by growing long hair? After seeing the screenshot, Yue also felt a wave of nausea. What kind of spell had this man cast on the national Prince Charming and Qin Do? They even wanted to compete to be the first and second sycophants. It was simply beyond comprehension and embarrassing to be associated with them. Jiang Xian, no? I've already backed out. I'm afraid I'll be disgusted later. You wait. Haha, this is really a juicy piece of gossip. Two young masters are jealous over a man. If this gets out on the internet, their reputations will be ruined. After Xia Lin's live streaming session ended, the so-called National Little King and Qin Do finally concluded their lapdog war. Their fingers were numb from swiping. When they opened the threatening messages, they found they were all from Yu Wei and Jiang Xian. National Little King, shut up. Watch your mouth, or you'll invite trouble. Qin Do, although I can't stand young Master Wang competing with me for a position, I support him on this. Watch your mouth. Didn't he suffer because of this today? He was so sharp-tongued during the day that he almost got himself killed. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Fortunately, I'm smart. So close. Chapter 8. Looking at a house, Jiang Xian and Yu Wei were completely bewildered, although they were not in the same place. Their shocked expressions while holding their phones were surprisingly similar. Jiang Xian, from the Beijing circle? Jiang Xian sent a message in the group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai. Yu Wei, please inform us so that we can avoid potential troubles in time. Both of them were very puzzled. Even if they were from the Beijing circle, it shouldn't have scared the National Little King and Qin Do like this, right? National Little King, forget it. I'm not going to chat with you two anymore. I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. I've made an appointment with Lena to have morning tea tomorrow. Qin Do, damn it. When did you secretly make the appointment? National Little King, just during the meal today. Qin Do, where? National Little King, I'm not telling you. Qin Do, an expression of utter disbelief. Then the National Little King threw his phone aside and went straight to take a bath in the bathtub. Qin Do, where did he go? What's going on? Qin Do, speak up. Where are you? Jiang Xian. Early the next morning. Young Master Wang of the nation dressed himself neatly, drove the Rolls Royce from the garage and headed straight for Xia Lin's residence. When he arrived downstairs, he called Xia Lin. Before long, Xia Feng and Xia Lin walked out of the elevator. Young Master Wang immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Xia Feng, acting exactly like a chauffeur. Young Master Wang, do you know where there are 2 bedroom and 1 living room apartments for sale? It's inconvenient living in this apartment now. My elder brother meditates all day and doesn't sleep, Xia Lin asked young Master Wang in the car. Since young Master Wang and Qin Do had tipped her with so many virtual rockets yesterday, she planned to withdraw the money and buy an apartment. Originally, Xia Lin intended to rent a place, but now she resolutely decided to buy one first. After all, she was now well off and could go to visit some properties and get informed. The housing prices in the city of Shanghai were so high that they made ordinary people gasp for breath. Now Xia Lin felt that she was going to be wealthy, yet she still needed to be thrifty. She didn't want to buy an overly luxurious house. She planned to tell young Master Wang and Qin Do today to stop tipping her, as it was a sheer waste of money. Liner, are you going to buy a house? Young Master Wang asked, holding the steering wheel. Yes. Otherwise, there'll be no place for my elder brother to sleep. Xia Lin replied with a smile. Don't worry about me. I'm fine with anything, Xia Feng said, patting Xia Lin's head. How could you be okay with anything? Young Master Xia, leave this matter to me. I guarantee I'll arrange everything properly for you, young Master Wang promised them. Then we'll trouble you. What's your name again? After hearing this, Xia Feng inquired about the name of the so-called National Little King. This young fellow was not bad at all. The National Little King was absolutely overjoyed upon hearing this. The big shot was asking about his name. How could he not be excited? Young Master Xia, my name is National Little King. You can just call me Little King. The National Little King quickly told Xia Feng his name. All right, Little King. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xia Feng expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble at all. Serving young Master Xia is my great honor. The National Little King was grinning from ear to ear. He stole a glance at Xia Feng in the rear view mirror, his heart filled with excitement. After the National Little King took the two of them to have morning tea, he headed straight for Hungtai Real Estate. Hungtai Real Estate had just developed a villa community. How could such a trivial matter as buying a house be left for young Master Xia to pay for himself? The National Little King, with a good sense of being a junior, planned to call his father to ask for some money to buy a villa for Xia Feng. As soon as they arrived at Hungtai Real Estate, Xia Lin asked with some confusion, Young Master Wang, why did you bring us here? I can't afford a house here. Sharp Platform only had tens of millions, while the villas here cost at least hundreds of millions. She simply didn't have the financial means. It's okay. This real estate was developed by one of my uncles. We can get an internal price discount to buy a villa. Since we're already here, it doesn't hurt to just take a look even if we don't buy. The National Little King waved his hand and said, all right then. Xia Lin replied. Young Master Xia. Liner, please wait here for a moment. I'll call my uncle to inquire. The National Little King said with a smile. Okay. Xiaolin nodded. The National Little King stepped aside and started dialing his father's phone number. Dad, quickly transfer 2 billion to me. As soon as the phone call with Old Wang connected, young Wang got straight to the point. No way. You're well aware of the company's situation. Where on earth can I get 200 million for you? Old Wang flatly refused without a moment's hesitation. Over the past few years, Yida Group had sold off quite a few of its industries in an attempt to extricate the company from difficulties, having expanded too aggressively in the previous years. The group was now in the process of retrieving funds. 200 million was indeed a trifle for the Wang family. Yet suddenly coming up with 200 million in liquid capital still imposed some pressure on Old Wang. Young Wang was not at all surprised upon hearing this. He had long anticipated such an outcome. Dad, I'm serious. I'm not joking with you. Young Wang continued speaking into the phone. I'm not joking either. There's no money for you, Old Wang said and was about to hang up. Dad, I need the money to present a mansion to young Master Xia. Young Wang said in a leisurely manner, as if he knew exactly how Old Wang on the other end of the line would eat his own words after hearing this. How much did you say you needed just now? Old Wang inquired without a moment's hesitation. 200 million, young Wang replied. 500 million will be transferred immediately. Old Wang said, and then hung up the phone. A smile played on young Wang's lips, and he wore a smug look. It feels so exhilarating to rely on one's powerful family and act arrogantly. I can even show off without a care in front of my own father, young Wang thought, suppressing his laughter as a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Ding! Young Wang had only taken a couple of steps when he received a message indicating that 500 million had been credited to his account. Young Master Xiaolin, let's go in. Young Wang walked over and said. All right, then let's take a look. Xiaolin nodded. The three of them then headed towards the sales department. Upon entering the sales department just now, a salesperson rushed up and respectfully addressed the so-called National Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. Are you here to look at properties? National Young Master Wang wasn't wearing a mask. As a well-known internet celebrity, many people recognized him, especially those in the sales industry in the Magic City who wouldn't know Young Master Wang. No, I'm accompanying my friends to take a look. Do you have any suitable housing units? National Young Master Wang inquired, looking at the salesperson before him. The young and charming saleswoman glanced at Xia Feng and Xiaolin. She found Xia Feng clad in a long robe with flowing long hair, a bit peculiar. However, those who could be in the company of young Master Wang couldn't be ordinary folks. Hence, the enthusiastic saleswoman began introducing various housing units to Xiaolin. Young Master Wang. Perhaps we should forget it. The two of us don't need such a large house, and the properties here are quite expensive, Xiaolin said. Turning to National Young Master Wang. Liner, just pick whatever you like. There's an insider price, which is even cheaper than buying a 2-bedroom apartment. National Young Master Wang wouldn't let Xiaolin actually back out. Otherwise, his plan would go awry. All right then. Hearing what National Young Master Wang said, Xiaolin started to question the saleswoman. After Xiaolin selected a housing unit, the saleswoman led Xiaolin and Xia Feng to view the property. Ouch. My stomach hurts a bit. You go ahead and have a look first. I need to use the restroom and will join you shortly. National Young Master Wang covered his stomach, looking rather uncomfortable. Xia Feng merely cast a glance at National Young Master Wang without saying a word. What a clumsy act. Chapter 9. The shocked Lao Wang. National Young Master Wang feigned a stomachache so as to pay the housing fee in advance, lest Xiaolin decline later. He directly sought out the sales department manager and stated his purpose. The manager of the sales department readily agreed, for he knew that these wealthy young masters were fond of such indulgences. The villa that Xiaolin took a fancy to was of medium, lower grade. Perhaps due to her own circumstances, she dared not set her sights on those too expensive. The transaction price of that villa was 160 million yuan, and the so-called National Little King paid the full amount right away. Naturally, he wouldn't hand over the remaining 340 million to his father. This sum of money was intended as a means to forge a closer relationship with Xia Feng. After Xiaolin returned from the villa visit, she was quite satisfied. After all, who wouldn't be fond of a grand villa? However, limited by her financial situation, she felt a bit embarrassed to continue looking. Miss Xia, please come here to sign the contract. The sales department manager greeted her with a beaming smile upon seeing Xiaolin return. Sign the contract? I never said I would buy it. Xiaolin looked utterly perplexed. Miss Xia, here's the thing. Young Master Wang has already paid for it on your behalf. Once the contract is signed, the house will be yours. The manager explained. This won't do. I can't accept such a precious gift. Where is young Master Wang? Xiaolin inquired as she didn't see the national little king. Young Master Wang is feeling a bit under the weather and hasn't come yet. He specifically instructed that Miss Xia shouldn't feel pressured. He's giving this villa to you and your brother so that he won't need to send gifts in the future. The sales department manager relayed young Master Wang's words truthfully. Meanwhile, the manager was secretly astounded. These days, for a live streamer to catch the eye of the national little king was like an opportunity for a meteoric rise. Spending money on a villa just for the sake of having fun with a live streamer. Of course, this was just the manager's speculation. He had no idea about young Master Wang's real intention for gifting the villa. Just accept it. I'll return the favor later, Xiaofeng said with a smile. While looking at the villa, Xiaofeng could tell that Xiaolin quite liked it. Moreover, he knew that although the so-called national little prince nominally gave the villa to Xiaolin, in fact, it was for him, to relieve Xiaolin's psychological burden. Xiaofeng said that he would return the favor. Although Xiaofeng was short of money at present, when he desired wealth, the tycoons of any country in the world would go to great lengths to offer money to him. However, Xiaofeng had little interest in money. His main purpose of descending the mountain this time was to accompany Xiaolin and gradually enable her to live a better life, but he couldn't be hasty. Otherwise, Xiaolin might not be able to accept it all at once, and the process had to be gradual. Seeing her brother say so, Xiaolin hesitated for a while and then nodded in agreement. Firstly, Xiaofeng had said that he would return the favor. She could also sense that her brother was somewhat extraordinary. She couldn't exactly say how, but since her brother had made the promise, he would surely fulfill it. Secondly, it was because of what the national little prince had said. After accepting the villa, he would stop sending gifts. It meant that if she didn't accept it, he would keep sending gifts. By then, the money spent on gifts by the national little prince might amount to twice the price of the villa. How much of a loss that would be, letting the platform take half of it for nothing. Miss Xia, please follow me. After seeing Xiaolin's agreement, the sales manager led her to sign the contract. The national little prince watched from afar as Xiaolin agreed and let out a sigh of relief. Now, I should be the #1 sycophant, right? Thinking of this, the national little prince quickly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message in the group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai. National little prince, Qin Do, you can only be the #2 sycophant. I've already claimed the first place. Haha. A smug expression. Qin Do. Holy crap. Didn't you guys go for morning tea? What happened there? The nation's young master. Call me big brother, and I'll tell you. Qin Do. Big brother. The nation's young master. Little brother. Qin Do. Come on, spill it. The nation's young master. I bought a villa in Hengtai real estate and gave it to Liner. And today, the big shot asked for my name. Haraha. The nation's young master held his phone, looking extremely smug, with a beaming smile on his face. He felt extremely honored to be the #1 toady. Just then, Xiaofeng walked over and patted him on the shoulder. The nation's young master turned his head and was startled when he saw it was Xiaofeng. Young Master Xia. He quickly put away his phone and said respectfully, Don't be so uptight. I'm also a young man. You're making me feel like an elder, Xiaofeng said. The nation's young master smiled after hearing this and said, Young Master Xia is right. Just call me by my name in the future. It sounds awkward when you keep saying Young Master Xia, Xiaofeng suggested. Then I'll call you Big Brother Xia. It'll seem more intimate. The nation's young master thought on his feet. Calling him Big Brother Xia would surely strengthen their bond. Actually, the nation's young master was a few years older than Xiaofeng, but that didn't stop him from addressing Xiaofeng as Big Brother Xia. The capable ones should be respected. As you wish. Here, this will come in handy if there are sick people or elderly in your family. Xiaofeng tossed a small box to the nation's young master. The nation's young master quickly caught it and asked curiously, Big Brother Xia, what is this? A miraculous medicine. Xiaofeng said, and then turned away. In fact, what Xiaofeng threw to the nation's young master was a pill. He specifically said it was a miraculous medicine for fear that the nation's young master wouldn't understand. Miraculous medicine? The national young master, holding the box in his hand, was full of doubts. Is there really such a thing as a miraculous medicine in this world? Without dwelling on other thoughts. Regardless of whether it was a miraculous medicine or not, the fact that Xiaofeng had given him something meant that Xiaofeng had recognized him. The national young master quickly took out his phone, eager to show off. Qin Do, damn it. You actually resorted to such a slime move and got ahead of me. I'm convinced. Qin Do, where are you? Qin Do, where the hell have you gone? Now that you're the big brother, shouldn't you take care of your little brother? Qin Do, shit. You showed off in front of me and then disappeared. Qin Do, damn it. How unkind. You just left without a word. Be a decent person. Yue, what kind of tricks are you two young masters playing this time? When the national young master opened his phone, he saw that Qin Do had sent a dozen messages. The national young master, haha. Little brother, big brother is too busy to talk to you now. Just now, the big shot let me call him big brother Xia. Bye, big brother has important matters to attend to. Qin Do, don't go. Big brother, take me with you. Take me with you. Qin Do, damn it, here you go again. After Xia Lin signed the contract, the villa belonged to her. Young Master Wang, you've spent quite a lot of money. After walking out of the sales department, Xia Lin said to the national young master, Liner, it's too formal to say such things. We're all family. The national young master waved his hand. The national young master sent Xia Feng and Xia Lin back to the apartment and made an appointment to help Xia Lin move the next day. After bidding farewell to Xia Feng, the national young master couldn't wait to dial the phone number of the old master. Dad, I've managed to get the thing done. Brother Xia is really amiable. He even presented me with a box, claiming it contains miraculous medicine. The so-called national little king couldn't resist showing off in front of his father. What kind of miraculous medicine? Old Wang on the other end of the phone inquired. I've no idea either, so I'm asking you. The national little king wore a puzzled look on his face. We still have no clear idea about young Master Xia's identity, yet we definitely can't afford to provoke him. Establishing a good relationship with him is of absolute benefit with no drawbacks. I'll try to find out from Old Li through my connections what this so-called miraculous medicine really is. After saying this, Old Wang hung up the phone. It was not until evening that Old Li called him. Old Wang relayed exactly what the national little king had told him to Old Li. Oh, Old Wang. All I can say is congratulations. The miraculous medicine he mentioned can save anyone's life. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say it can bring the dead back to life. Old Li sighed, with a tinge of envy in his tone. On this side of the phone, Old Wang was so shocked that his hands trembled. From Old Li's words, he could tell that this miraculous medicine was truly extraordinary, capable of resurrecting the dead. Didn't his father-in-law badly need such a miraculous medicine at this moment? Old Wang lit a cigarette to calm himself down. Although he wasn't used to smoking, he needed this kind of feeling at that moment. He didn't know who Xiao Feng was, but he was certain that the man was extremely remarkable. Fortunately, his son was smart enough to curry favor with him early on. Chapter 10. I'm here to get the medicine. After hanging up the phone with Old Li, Old Wang, who usually detested smoking, found the act of smoking extremely comforting at the moment. He lit a cigarette to soothe his nerves. After extinguishing the cigarette, he promptly dialed the number of his son. Xiaowan. Father, how's it going? Xiaowan inquired anxiously upon answering the call. I'm coming to get the medicine now and will return to the capital tomorrow. Old Wang stated before hanging up the phone. What's going on? Father just said he's coming to get the medicine without saying anything about its efficacy. But Xiaowan could sense from his father's tone that this medicine was of utmost importance. Thinking of this, Xiaowan cast a glance at the box placed on the tea table. Suddenly, he felt that the tea table was unworthy of such a remarkable medicine. How could such an extraordinary divine medicine be placed there? Xiaowan walked over and tightly grasped the box in his hand, as if afraid it might be damaged. True to his word, Old Wang arrived in about an hour. Since he was in Shanghai, he rushed over in a hurry. Father, what kind of miraculous medicine is this? Xiaowan asked, looking at his father who was in a rush. Where's the medicine? Old Wang didn't answer his son's question, but directly asked about the whereabouts of the medicine. Here, Xiaowan said as he handed the medicine to Old Wang. I'll arrange a flight to return to the capital now. This medicine is for your grandfather, Old Wang said seriously after taking the box. Can grandfather use it? Xiaowan became excited as well. Xiaowan's grandfather, Old Lin, was a retired dignitary. Due to his advanced age and being plagued by illnesses, his health had been deteriorating year by year. After learning from Old Li that the medicine was so miraculous, Lao Wang decided to give it to his father-in-law. Naturally, Lao Wang trusted that Old Li wouldn't deceive him. Yes, Lao Wang nodded. A medicine that can bring the dying back to life can surely cure diseases easily. That's wonderful, exclaimed the excited Xiao Wang, also known as the National Little King. Then he continued, Dad, I can't go to Kyoto with you to see Grandpa. I promised Brother Xia to help him move tomorrow. Brother Xia? Only then did Lao Wang catch the address from Xiao Wang's words, asking with a hint of pleasant surprise. Dad, I impressed him today, so from now on, I'll call him Brother Xia, Xiao Wang boasted proudly in front of his father. Not bad, not bad. You finally did something right, Lao Wang praised without reservation. Establishing a connection with Xia Feng was undoubtedly great news for Lao Wang. Xiao Wang grinned shyly, feeling extremely elated. Finally getting his father's approval made Xiao Wang very excited. At least, his father fully supported what he was doing now. It didn't require much mental effort. All he needed was to be a good flatterer. He thought he was good at this. Being a flatterer. As long as one could do it smoothly and without a trace, that would be enough. Seoul, the largest city in a central province of China, was also known as the City of Cherry Blossoms. The Sharp platform was located here. Li Shuang stared blankly at his administrator account. He had sent several messages to the anchor Liner, but she didn't reply to a single one. What does this mean? Looking down on the Shark platform? If you look down on the Shark platform, why have you been live streaming here for 2 years? Li Shuang was hit hard for the first time. She's just a small-time anchor. Just because she's caught the fancy of 2 young masters, does she really think she's a top influencer? Although Liner's live streams have been extremely popular these past few days, with 100,000 fans watching online, what does that prove? True top-tier influencers have millions of viewers online. Li Shuang accessed Liner's live stream reward earnings in the background. His eyes widened in disbelief. 68, 63 million? Li Shuang felt a pang of envy and jealousy. He figured that around 68 million of this must have come from the 2 young masters. The 2 young masters each recharged 100 million last time. It seems they're almost done spending it. Li Shuang has seen countless high-earning anchors. But this was the first time he'd witnessed such a huge amount of rewards in a single day. Li Shuang had to admit that he was green with envy. Humph. Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Aren't you ignoring the messages I sent? When you apply for a reward withdrawal in a few days, I'll reject your application. Li Shuang wore a sinister smile. A little anchor thinking she's all that? Does she really think she's got the 2 young masters wrapped around her finger? On the Shark platform, applications for reward withdrawals can be submitted from the 4th to the 8th of each month, and the earnings usually arrive within 15 working days. That's exactly what Li Shuang had his eye on, and he planned to exert some control from the background. Li Shuang just wanted to spite Liner and teach her who's in charge. Of course, he wouldn't dare to use his position to harass her. After all, this Liner is a female anchor who's caught the eye of 2 young masters simultaneously. Once the young masters have had their fill of her, he might consider taking her on. Although there were certain risks in what he did, after all, this Liner was a woman coveted by 2 young masters. One slip, up on his part, could spell trouble. Fortune favors the bold. As long as he handled this matter well, a promotion and a raise were all but guaranteed. Moreover, he didn't really intend to freeze Xiaolin's funds permanently. He just planned to freeze them for a few days to give her a scare and wouldn't go too far and land himself in hot water. Li Shuang, having secured his current position, was no fool and knew where to draw the line. He was taking a gamble, wagering that the 2 young masters were just having some fun and wouldn't get serious. The next day, the so-called national prince got up extremely early. He dressed up meticulously and was ready to go to Liner's place to help her move. In the group chat of the 4 young masters of Magic City, National Prince, Second Brother, are you up? Big Brother is offering you a chance to curry favor with Liner. The National Prince found it incredibly natural to address the Second Brother in this way, and Qin Do had no retort. Just thinking about it made him laugh. Qin Do, what kind of chance? Since missing the opportunity the previous day, Qin Do had pinned the group chat messages and set a reminder, fearing to miss another chance. As soon as the National Prince sent the message, Qin Do replied immediately. National Prince, oh, you got up so early? Qin Do, well, Big Brother, just cut to the chase. National Prince, Liner is moving today, and she lacks people for the physical work. I'll send you the address privately later. I'm setting off now. Don't be late. Qin Do, Big Brother, you're so generous. After reading the message, Qin Do did a quick somersault in his bed. He haphazardly splashed some water on his face, quickly got dressed, and rushed straight to the garage. Today, the national heartthrob, Mr. Wang, arrived in a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle to assist with the move. Hardly had he set foot on the scene when Qin Do followed suit. Qin Do was driving a nanny car, which boasted a capacious interior and could accommodate a large amount of belongings. Upon seeing this, Mr. Wang jested, Second Brother, your sense of awareness is quite commendable. Mr. Wang, stop making fun of me, Qin Do retorted, shaking his head. What did you just call me? I didn't catch it clearly. Mr. Wang deliberately feigned deafness, cupping his ear and leaning closer to Qin Do. Big Brother. Qin Do gritted his teeth as he replied, be obedient, and you'll live a life of luxury with me. Haha. Mr. Wang burst into a self-satisfied laugh. Qin Do, standing beside him, was utterly speechless. He thought to himself, lagging behind at the start means trailing for the rest. One wrong step can lead to eternal regret. Originally, the coveted position of the top sycophant was within his reach, yet this sly Mr. Wang had swooped in and snatched it away. Mr. Wang took out his phone with a smug look and dialed Linner's number. Linner, I'm downstairs. Which building are you in, and what's the room number? I'll come up to help with the stuff. When speaking to Linner, Mr. Wang transformed into a different person. His gentle tone made Qin Do's skin crawl. Qin Do cast a disdainful glance at Mr. Wang and murmured under his breath, disgusting. After receiving Linner's reply, Mr. Wang hung up the phone with a beaming smile. He patted Qin Do on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Be sharp later." Both of them chose to do the manual labor themselves instead of hiring workers. After all, money was not an issue for them. What they truly desired was to gain Xiaofeng's approval. Hiring others to handle the move would have defeated the purpose. Chapter 11. The diligent two young masters. When the two young masters arrived at Xiaolin's home, Xiaolin had already packed up her things. Her clothes and such were all packed in cardboard boxes. "Master Xia, Linner, let me give you a hand," Qin Do greeted actively after entering the door. "Master Qin, you've come too. Thank you so much," Xiaolin expressed her gratitude. "No trouble at all. I'm just idle anyway," Qin Do quickly waved his hand. These two young masters who were not accustomed to labor were out of breath while moving the things. Their hands were red from the ropes, but they persevered until all the things were moved. By the time they sat in the car, they didn't even have the energy to move, especially Qin Do. As the so-called national young master, Wang dumped all the heavy items on him. After resting for a while, the two cars headed straight for Hengtai real estate. When they reached the villa, the two of them carried things up and down again. After that, they even helped Xiaolin clean the villa. They were truly conscientious and meticulous. "Master Wang, Master Qin, you've worked so hard. Let me treat you to lunch," Xiaolin said gratefully. "No need, no need. It's just some physical work. Consider it a workout." The so-called national young master Wang waved his hand nonchalantly. In fact, he was thinking, "I'm so exhausted. I have no mood for a meal. I'd better go home and take a shower and sleep right away." The national young master Wang claimed that he had never been this tired in his life. Doing physical work was more tiring than some mixed doubles activities. "Let's have a meal together," Xiaofeng said. "Master Xia, well, let me treat you to lunch today. I offended you last time. Please give me a chance to make it up." Qin Do seized the opportunity. As soon as Xiaofeng opened his mouth, Qin Do quickly took over the conversation. "Fine," Xiaofeng replied. "Great. I'll book a private room right now." Upon hearing this, Qin Do was overjoyed. This trip today was not in vain. Although he was as exhausted as a dog, the result far exceeded his expectations. Qin Do quickly took out his phone and booked a private room. In the following time, Qin Do couldn't have been more diligent. He cleaned Xiaolin's house spotlessly. He didn't even miss a single corner of the toilet. Before the villa was put up for sale, the real estate company had already hired someone to clean it. However, now that they were going to move in, they would clean it thoroughly again. With the joint efforts of the national little prince and Qin Do, the villa was cleaned immaculately. The two sat down, took a sip of water, rested for a while, and then prepared to go out for lunch. The four of them got into Qin Do's chauffeur-driven car to go for a meal. Qin Do was driving, and the national little prince was sitting in the front passenger seat. This was the first time Qin Do was acting as Xiaofeng's driver. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and didn't dare to be the least bit careless. He didn't even dare to step heavily on the accelerator. Having been used to driving a Ferrari with one hand, he now found that driving was actually so full of nuances. Under Qin Do's driving, the car steadily headed towards the Shanghai Holiday Dynasty Hotel. Last time he had made Xiaofeng angry here, and now he was inviting Xiaofeng here for a meal. It was really embarrassing. However, Qin Do didn't think there was anything inappropriate. For someone like Xiaofeng to agree to his invitation for a meal was already a great favor. After the car stopped steadily, the national little prince and Qin Do got out of the car one after another and helped hold the door open. Although it was an electric door, it didn't stop the two from currying favor. "Brother, why are you here?" A female voice sounded behind Qin Do. Qin Do turned around, looked at his cousin Qinwen, and said, "I'm inviting young Master Xia for a meal. Are you also here for a meal?" Qinwen is the cousin of Qin Do. Her father is Qin Guomin, the vice mayor of Modu. Qinwen's eyes were full of curiosity. She knew her cousin's character best. At this moment, he was opening the car door for someone like a bodyguard. Judging from the situation, it seemed that he had driven the car himself and also taken on the role of a chauffeur. Not only that, even the so-called Prince Guomin was the same. If it was said that Qin Do had lost his wits, surely Prince Guomin couldn't have been influenced as well? Looking across the whole of China, among his peers, there was no one who could make Qin Do go to such lengths. Qinwen looked at Xiaofeng and Xiaolin getting out of the car, her mind filled with questions, especially that man, who was oddly dressed. as if he had just rushed over from a theater. Well, I've made an appointment with several of my girlfriends, and Xiaya is also coming. Brother, do you want to join in the fun? Qinwen said with a smile. Xiaya, as mentioned by Qinwen, was someone Qin Do used to pursue. Later, due to his sister's relation, he gave up. No, I'm very busy today. That's it. After Qinwen finished speaking, Qin Do led Xia Feng into the hotel without looking back. Qinwen was completely dumbfounded. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it was her cousin, Xiaowen. While Qinwen was in a daze, someone called out from behind. Xiaya, are you the only one? Where are the others? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. They're stuck in traffic. Why are you standing at the door and not going in? Xiaya asked. I just saw my brother. He was working as a driver. Qinwen said, looking rather disgruntled. No way. Could young Master Qin be someone's driver? Who on earth is this legendary big shot? Xiaya said, looking utterly disbelieving. You might not even believe it when I tell you. He looks even younger than me. This is precisely the source of Qinwen's vexation. Even if the so-called prince of the Beijing circle had come, things shouldn't have been like this. Looking at the astonished expression on Xiaoya's face, Qinwen continued, No, I must tell Dad about this. Qinwen picked up the phone in her hand and dialed Qin Guomin's number. Qin Guomin had just finished work. Seeing his daughter's call on his private phone, he softly said, Wonder, what made you think of calling Dad? Dad, I found out today that my brother is working as a driver for someone. Don't you think it's strange? Qinwen said with a gloomy face. What on earth is going on with Xiaodou? Isn't this a disgrace to the Qin family? Qin Guomin suddenly looked displeased after hearing this. Qin Do was the most promising young man among the Qin family's descendants, and the Qin family would rely on him for inheritance in the future. Before, it was okay that he indulged in eating, drinking, having fun, street, racing everywhere, and dating internet celebrities. After all, that was just a young man's private life. But now, being so bored as to work as a driver for someone else, how could it not make Qin Guomin angry? Not only that, even little King Guomin was joining him in this nonsense. Qinwen murmured, Is little King Guomin there too? Who is your brother driving for? Did you see clearly? Qin Guomin asked instinctively, and a young man popped into his mind. I saw clearly. It's a young man with long hair, wearing a long robe. I seem to hear my brother call him Young Master Xia. Dad, do you know this young Master Xia? Qinwen described Xia Feng's appearance and asked Qin Guomin. After hearing Qinwen's description, Qin Guomin was shocked. Wasn't this the very young man he was thinking of? Wonder, by no means disturb your elder brother. Don't inquire, and even less make investigations. Do nothing at all. Dad will wholeheartedly support your brother. Qin Guomin's tone of speaking had changed, being extremely serious. Dad, who on earth is he? Qinwen was greatly shocked. The person who could make her father say such words had exceeded her perception. Wonder, what did Dad just say? Don't make inquiries. Don't ask. Just keep this matter in your heart and don't disturb your elder brother. Qin Guomin admonished after hearing that. Okay, got it. Qinwen's mood remained unsettled until she hung up the phone. Oh my, it's so terrifying. Chapter 12. Disappeared into thin air? Several people returned to the villa after having a meal at the Holiday Dynasty Hotel. Since they had moved house today, Xia Lin decided to have a wonderful live streaming session. In Xia Lin's live streaming room. Hi, dear friends, I'm here. I moved house today. Xia Lin greeted everyone as soon as she entered the live streaming room. Netizen 6523, damn. Linner, you're actually living in a villa. Your identity as an invisible wealthy person has been exposed. Netizen 65874, Linner said, I am a member of the wealthy class myself. I don't need to curry favor with any other wealthy families. Netizen 698, Linner, where is your brother? Netizen 98745, right. We earnestly beseech the Immortal Master to grace Linner's live streaming room and offer guidance to Linner during the live stream. Netizens, seconded. Xia Lin was no stranger to such requests. Every time she started a live stream, viewers would clamor to see Xia Feng. Let me secretly take a photo of my brother for you, Xia Lin said, and made a gesture to hush everyone. Then Xia Lin went upstairs and nonchalantly passed by Xia Feng's room. She quietly held her phone high on a pole and took a surreptitious photo of Xia Feng through the window. At that moment, Xia Feng was in a meditative state. His long hair cascaded down his back, and his long robe concealed his feet completely. Netizen, holy cow, he's really an immortal. Can you see clearly? It seems like he's hovering in the air. Netizen 8746, I didn't notice until you mentioned it. It's really the case. Netizen 874, oh my god. Is it real or fake? Is this just a special effect? Netizen98749. What special effect? Can't you see it's a live stream? Netizen874. I want to be his disciple. Netizen987. I said before that Linner's brother is the legendary Immortal cultivator. Now it's confirmed. Netizen658. Amazing. Netizen8746. Even more amazing. At this time, Xia Feng was sitting in quiet meditation with his eyes closed. He sensed it when Xia Lin passed by. Xia Lin was secretly taking pictures of Xia Feng with her phone, but she had no idea what Xia Feng was doing. She just quietly held the pole with the phone up to take surreptitious photos. At this moment, Xia Lin's live broadcast had caused an enormous shock. Yet Xia Lin herself was completely unaware. Yu Sei Luli sent 10 rockets. Qing Sei to Lan Ping sent 20 rockets. Lu Fuyong sent 5 rockets. Due to Xia Feng's display of sitting cross-legged in the air, Xia Lin received a large number of rocket gifts. Netizen87441. Great Immortal. Please accept my humble admiration. Netizen123. My husband is so incredibly handsome. Netizen77. I love you, sweet kisses. Netizen98774. I'm buying a plane ticket to Shanghai right now. I wonder if I'll have the chance to learn the true skills from the great master. Netizen748. I'll go with you. Netizen562. You bunch of fools. We should believe in science. This is obviously special effects. Can a person really fly? Netizen6987. Your whole family are fools. Netizen98741. If you don't want to watch, just leave. Don't cause trouble here. Netizen321. Have the guts to give your address. See if I won't beat you up. Netizen562. You still don't believe you're a bunch of fools. If this isn't an effect, I'll eat shit while standing on my head as proof. Just as Xia Feng finished his meditation, he waved his hands, and a black hole appeared in front of him. Suddenly, he vanished into thin air in the room. Netizen987. Netizen65211. Netizen98741. What's going on? Disappeared into thin air? Netizen8741. Oh my god, I was so scared that I dropped my phone. Netizen8. Who just said they'd eat shit while standing on their head? Get out here. Netizen9811. Is there really an immortal in this world? I'm utterly astounded. Netizen633. Seeing is believing, but what's on the phone can be deceiving. Netizen6512. This is a live broadcast. Isn't it true that seeing is believing? Xia Feng's actions have completely astounded everyone. The entire live broadcast room has split into 2 factions that are now hurling insults at each other. One side believes that Xia Feng is a cultivator of immortality, while the other insists it's all special effects. Xia Lin held the pole for a while, and her hands were almost numb. Then, she quietly put the pole down and crept downstairs. Oh, I'm so exhausted. What did you guys see? Xia Lin asked in the live broadcast room after she went downstairs. Netizen587. Lina, I'm going to meet you in Shanghai tomorrow. I've already bought my plane ticket. I want to apprentice myself to your brother. Netizen9632. Lina, I'm already on the highway. I'll reach Shanghai this afternoon. Can you give me your location? I want to pay homage to your brother. Netizen, 1 Netizen, 11111 Netizen 2255. Linner, what kind of special effects are you guys using? Netizen 3214. Linner, you've really overdone the hype. Netizen 963. Linner, do you know if your brother is a cultivator of immortality? Xia Lin stared blankly at the barrage in the live broadcast. Her brother, a cultivator of immortality? It couldn't be true. All these gods and immortals are just from mythological tales and shouldn't be taken seriously. It's not that Xia Lin didn't believe, she just had never witnessed such things. Although her brother's attire was rather peculiar, it could just be a hobby. Looking at those messages from people saying they were coming to Shanghai to find her brother, she was utterly speechless. Xia Lin ended the live broadcast after a while as she needed to sort out her clothes. During the live broadcast, many people recorded the footage. In particular, the part where Xia Feng vanished into thin air was posted online and shared on WeChat Moments. I wonder why all these works and posts on the WeChat Moments were deleted by the system shortly after they were posted. When trying to repost them, no matter how I tried, it always showed posting failed. In Kyoto, at the National Sanatorium, Lao Wang rushed here in a hurry with the miraculous medicine. After going through layers of inspections, Lao Wang finally brought his wife Lin Xian into the interior of the sanatorium. Inside a luxurious ward, Old Lin was lying on the hospital bed, reading a book. Old Chief, Lao Wan and Lin Xian are here to see you. The guard whispered as he gently pushed open the door and entered. Let them in, Old Lin instructed without even raising his head. Dad, are you feeling better? Lao Wang asked with concern as soon as he walked into the ward. I'm old. Every extra day is a bonus. It doesn't really matter whether I'm better or not. Old Lin put down the book, took off his reading glasses, and said to the two of them, Dad, you'll be fine. You haven't even held your great-grandchild yet. Lin Xian walked to the bedside and held Old Lin's hand. That boy Xiao Wang just doesn't let people worry. He's in his 30s and still not married. In our era, his kids would have been in junior high school. Old Lin glanced at them, somewhat reproachfully. It's my fault. Dad, don't be angry. Lin Xian quickly admitted her mistake, fearing that her father's anger might cause discomfort to his body. Dad, I've brought you a miraculous medicine. It will definitely cure your illness, Lao Wang said and took out a box from his bosom. Lao Wang, Dad knows you mean well. I've tried all the medicines that should be tried. I don't want to go through that suffering anymore. Old Lin waved his hand and refused. Father, please trust me this time. This medicine was personally recommended by Elderly. It will definitely cure your illness. Hearing this, Lao Wang grew anxious. Fearing that his father wouldn't believe him, he brought up Elderly. Oh, did Elderly really say so? Elder Lin became interested upon hearing this. Absolutely true. Lao Wang nodded. Seeing Lao Wang so certain, Elder Lin didn't have any doubts. He said to Lao Wang, then let me give it a try. After hearing this, Lao Wang carefully opened the box and took out the miraculous medicine. Lin Xian promptly brought a glass of water over for Elder Lin to take the medicine. Chapter 13. Frozen gift. After Elder Lin took the miraculous medicine given by Xia Feng, he suddenly felt a searing heat throughout his body, as if his entire blood was being invigorated. Elder Lin's face suddenly flushed, and even his earlobes turned red. Seeing this, Lao Wang and Lin Xian were extremely worried and shouted outside, Doctor, hurry and call a doctor. Elder Lin's sudden reaction stunned Lao Wang. Then, Elder Lin's breathing became smoother, and he visibly started to look younger. His gray hair gradually turned black, and the wrinkles on his face became fainter. After a few minutes, Elder Lin opened his eyes, and his tiger-like eyes stared at Lao Wang with great dignity. Under Lao Wang's astonished gaze, Elder Lin jumped out of bed by himself and said, This is truly a miraculous medicine. I feel like I've become more than a decade younger. At this moment, Lao Wang and Lin Xian were utterly stunned. Elder Lin indeed looked more than a decade younger, perhaps even more. Lin Xian pointed at Elder Lin's hair and said, Dad, look at your hair. What's wrong with my hair? Elder Lin thought he had gone bald. He instinctively touched his head and found that his hair was still there. Lin Xian swiftly fetched the compact mirror she always carried from her bag and handed it to Elder Lin. Haha. Who would have thought there'd come a day when my hair turns black again? Elder Lin stared intently at his reflection in the mirror, marveling incessantly. A throng of doctors hastened over promptly, fearing that something might be amiss with Elder Lin. When they beheld Elder Lin standing beside the hospital bed, they were utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is going on? Elder Lin's hair has turned black. He looks younger, and he can even get out of bed on his own. The attending physician of Elder Lin staggered over and in a daze inquired, Elder Lin, what's happened to you? Xiao Lu, I feel completely restored. Take a look. Elder Lin said, then twirled around before Dr. Lu like a child, indicating that he was truly in good health. Lao Wang offered a casual explanation, stating that he had fortuitously obtained a miraculous pill, and this was the result after the old man took it. Eventually, Dr. Lu conducted a comprehensive examination on Elder Lin, and all the indicators were within the healthy range. This utterly astounded Dr. Lu. In fact, he was well aware that Elder Lin was at the end of his rope, and it had little to do with medical skills. Now, seeing Elder Lin rejuvenated, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone had beaten him to death if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Dr. Lu was brimming with curiosity and still wished to inquire further, but Lao Wang kept his lips sealed and was reluctant to offer more explanations. After all, this pill was related to Xia Feng, and there was no way he would tell Dr. Lu about it. Lao Wang seized a momentary gap to make a call to Xiao Wang, the scion of a well-known family. Dad, how's Grandpa? Xiao Wang, the scion of a well-known family, guessed the purpose of his father's call and asked directly, Son, your maternal grandfather is fine. He even looks a dozen years younger. I'm calling you to tell you that young Master Xia will be your most important benefactor from now on. Remember this well. Hearing this, the so-called national young master gasped with rapid breaths and his pupils constricted slightly. He replied earnestly, Dad, I understand. Good. If you have any needs, just tell me. As for matters related to young Master Xia, I'll spare no effort to fulfill your requests. Seeing that his son had grown up and become mature, knowing what was more important and what less, Lao Wang's mood also brightened. The father and son had a rare longer chat before hanging up the phone. Far away in the Magic City, the national young master tightly clutched his phone, as if he had made up his mind about something. It was the time to apply for redeeming gifts on the Shark platform. Xia Lin had finally awaited this day, with a heart full of excitement. She opened the Shark platform's backend. Tens of millions. She was about to become a wealthy young woman. It was impossible not to be excited. Xia Lin entered the backend and clicked to redeem the gift earnings, but the system popped up a message indicating redemption failure. Xia Lin thought she had made an operational error, so she clicked twice more, yet it still showed failure. She had been on the Shark platform for nearly 2 years, and it was impossible for there to be an operational issue. So, was it really impossible to redeem? Xia Lin grew anxious. Such a large sum of money. It was the first time that she was not allowed to redeem so much money. Xia Lin quickly contacted the customer service. It took a long time to get a reply, stating that Xia Lin's gifts had abnormalities and were frozen. Abnormalities and frozen? Xia Lin was utterly confused. These gifts were mostly sent by the national young master and Qin Do. How could there be any abnormalities? No matter how Xia Lin explained. The response from the customer service was, they would report it to their superiors. Even Xia Lin, a green rookie, is well aware that such official remarks are but a deception. The so-called abnormal gifts are actually frozen by Li Xuan. His aim is to mete out a punishment to Xia Lin, possibly driven by a streak of envy towards the wealthy. Suddenly, a fledgling anchor raking in tens of millions in a single day is simply too much for him to swallow. Prince Wang and Prince Qin. The gifts you sent me can't be redeemed. Crying emoji. Xia Lin sent a WeChat message to Wang Sihong to voice her grievances. What's going on? The national Prince Wang replied. I've no idea. I inquired with the Shark platform's customer service. They claimed the gifts were abnormal and needed to be reported to their superiors. Frustrated emoji, Xia Lin responded. Wait a moment. Don't be hasty. I'll make some inquiries. The national Prince Wang sent a comforting message to Xia Lin. At this moment, the national Prince Wang was seething with anger. Those are the hard-earned money I spent on gifts. How dare you, Shark platform, attempt to embezzle it. You've already pocketed half of the cut, and now you covet the rest? You bastards. First, the national Prince Wang took a screenshot of the chat history between himself and Xia Lin and sent it to Qin Do. Qin Do promptly replied, wait. The national Prince Wang then directly dialed his father's number. In his eyes, this matter had escalated to a level of utmost importance and must be reported to his father. Mr. Wang. In fact, he was quite capable of handling it himself, but he chose not to. The national Prince Wang had witnessed Xia Feng's deep affection for Xia Lin. Now that Xia Lin was wronged, how could he let this matter be settled casually? Father, I have a matter of great significance to report. The national Prince Wang's tone was rather brusque, clearly indicating his anger. Speak. Mr. Wang detected the change in his son's tone and immediately grew tense. Qin Do and I sent gifts to Xia Lin on the Shark platform, but all of them were withheld by the platform. You should go and explain the situation to Uncle Ma. If Big Brother Xia gets to know about this, things might turn even worse. The so-called national young master directly stated his intention. All right, I got it. After saying that, Lao Wang hung up the phone. Then he immediately found Penguin Ma's number and dialed it. It took a while for the call to be answered. Lao Wang, what's the matter? Penguin Ma asked curiously. They were not in the same business. Although they had some private connections, they were not very close. Penguin Ma was a bit intrigued when he suddenly received Lao Wang's call. You might be in serious trouble, Lao Wang said gravely. In serious trouble? Penguin Ma looked utterly bewildered. Even if you were in trouble, it shouldn't be Lao Wang who informed him. Mr. Wang, you're joking, Penguin Ma said. Slightly annoyed as he even changed the way he addressed Lao Wang. He was in good spirits, and his group had been having good returns recently. Was this Lao Wang cursing him for no reason? Chapter 14. Bewildered naturally, Penguin Ma felt rather discomfited upon hearing what Lao Wang said. Would you feel comfortable if someone suddenly came up to you and said you were in big trouble? No normal person would. Especially a successful entrepreneur like Penguin Ma. Mr. Wang, you're being a bit out of line with those words, Penguin Ma said seriously. Lao Wang paid no heed to Penguin Ma's annoyance. He thought to himself that Penguin Ma would soon be begging for mercy. Let him act high and mighty now. Once he realized who he had offended, he would understand the gravity of the situation. The Shark platform under your banner has embezzled others' tip money. I don't care whether you often do such things. However, this time the one whose money was embezzled is a girl named Xia Lin. She is just a small streamer, nothing special. But her brother is the one whom elderly personally traveled from the capital to Shanghai to meet. If this matter gets known by the higher-ups, Elderly will personally call you to hold you accountable. Think it over carefully. After saying that, Lao Wang hung up the phone. Lao Wang thought he had said all that needed to be said and conveyed all that needed to be conveyed. He now wanted to act cool and directly hung up on Ma from Tencent. Anyway, he had warned Ma about the situation. If Ma wanted to court disaster, there was nothing he could do. Ma from Tencent looked utterly speechless. Lao Wang was so impolite. Didn't he even give him a chance to speak? As for what Lao Wang said about elderly personally holding him accountable, Ma was skeptical. Could such a trivial matter really trouble elderly? This was blatant boasting. Lao Wang's habit of bragging indeed remained unchanged. Even after such a rough few years, he still didn't know how to rein it in. At this time, Ma's phone rang again. It was an unknown number, and the caller ID showed it was from Shanghai. Those who could call his private phone must either know his number or be able to obtain it. Ma didn't hesitate and directly answered the call. Hello, who's this? Ma asked. Hello, Mr. Ma. I'm Qin Gumin from Shanghai. Qin Gumin greeted first and then introduced himself. Hearing this, Ma sat up straight. He knew Qin Gumin very well. Qin was the vice mayor of Shanghai. What did that position imply? He was directly in contact with the capital. Moreover, Qin Gumin is from the Qin family. So Ma of Tencent had to take it seriously. Hello, Vice Mayor Qin. What instructions do you have? Ma of Tencent said respectfully. Mr. Ma, I dare not claim to give instructions. Sharp Platform is a live, streaming platform under your group. Today, they deducted the rewards of the anchor. And this girl is the younger sister of an important person. If you don't handle it well, the higher-ups will directly talk to you. That's all I have to say. You figure it out, Mr. Ma. Then I won't bother you for now. After Qin Guomin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ma of Tencent stared blankly at the phone in his hand. It turned out that what old Wang said was true. Suddenly, a chill ran from the soles of Ma of Tencent's feet to the top of his head. Ma of Tencent didn't have time to think further and immediately dialed old Wang's number. Mr. Ma, have you figured it out? Old Wang asked with a smile on his face. Old Wang, it's rather aloof of you to say so. We're close friends. Give your little brother a hint, will you? Ma of Tencent was a bit flustered. Previously, when old Wang called him and said that elderly might personally intervene, Ma of Tencent didn't quite believe it. Now that Qin Guomin had also called, he had no choice but to believe it. Who was Qin Guomin? He was a genuine high-ranking official. He wouldn't call him for no good reason like old Wang. Besides, why would these big shots amuse themselves by teasing him? Old Ma, I'm having some difficulties with capital turnover recently. Could you offer some support? Old Wang said shamelessly. How much? Ma of Tencent asked. 500 million. Old Wang didn't blush at all and asked for 500 million right away. This 500 million yuan was the funds he was going to give his son, young Master Wang, to curry favor with Xia Feng. Now, let's shift this 500 million onto Penguin Ma first. Penguin Ma pondered for quite a while without saying a word. Then, Mr. Wang continued, in the future, you'll find that spending this 500 million is extremely worthwhile. All right, I'll transfer the money to you later. Penguin Ma finally made up his mind. The main reason was that he had no idea who he had offended. What was crucial was that it had already involved those in high positions, which made Penguin Ma a bit worried. Everyone was merely making a living in this circle, and anyone would be willing to spend money to avert disasters. 500 million was insignificant to Penguin Ma, and he also believed that Mr. Wang was not the kind of person who would deceive him out of this sum. Mr. Ma is truly generous. The Shark platform had frozen the gift rewards of a streamer named Linner. This was the key to solving the problem. If this matter was handled properly, it wouldn't implicate those behind. Remember, you must take it seriously. After saying this, Mr. Wang gave a word of advice. After all, one should relieve others' worries when accepting their money. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. I'll invite you for a drink some other day. After chatting with Mr. Wang for a couple of minutes, Penguin Ma hung up the phone. Then he told his assistant to transfer 500 million to Mr. Wang. Holding his phone, Penguin Ma was furious. Are the people at the Shark platform out of their minds? Why are they causing trouble for me? Immediately afterwards, he dialed the phone number of Chen Dajie, the president of the Shark platform. Hello, Mr. Ma. Good to hear from you. Chen Dajie greeted politely. Chen Dajie, are you tired of this job? If so, just say it. Shut down the Shark platform and stop causing me so much trouble. Having just transferred 500 million out, Penguin Ma was in a foul mood. Mr. Ma, what on earth has upset you? Chen Dajie was completely bewildered. Why was he getting scolded by the big boss out of the blue? I haven't done anything special recently. The Shark platform has been quite stable and has actively responded to Huaxia's policies without any issues. Why is Mr. Ma so furious? Chundajia pondered several possibilities in his mind successively, yet he couldn't find any signs of causing trouble. No trouble? Well, let me tell you. Did you freeze the tip money of a streamer named Lena? And these tips were given by the young Master Wang and young Master Qin from the Magic City. How daring you are to freeze her money. All the tips must be returned without any deduction. If Lena fails to forgive you for this, you can just quit your job. After saying that, Mr. Ma from Tencent hung up the phone without giving Chundajia a chance to explain. Chundajia held the phone, stunned for a long time. Then he called his assistant over and inquired, "Go and check if the tip money of a streamer named Liner on the platform has been withheld. Also, find out the reason." The assistant nodded upon hearing this and withdrew. After a short while, he came in and reported, "Mr. Chun, the money of Liner was withheld by Manager Li because the tips were considered abnormal. Go and bring him to me," Chundajia said angrily. So it was Li Shuang, that bastard, who had caused trouble for him and made him scolded by the big boss for no reason. Upon receiving the notice from the assistant, Li Shuang quickly put down his work and rushed to Chundajia's office. "Mr. Chun," Li Shuang greeted politely upon entering the office. "Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to withhold the streamer's tip money privately?" Chundajia, having been scolded by Mr. Ma from Tencent without a valid reason and still seething with anger, pointed at Li Shuang's nose and roared. Penguin Ma berated himself. He was at a loss. Now, the instigator of this matter had arrived, and Chundajia could no longer contain his anger. As soon as Li Shuang walked in, Chundajia pointed at his nose and scolded him. Li Shuang was rather bewildered. He thought he hadn't embezzled the streamer's tips. Could it be about that streamer named Liner? He had indeed temporarily frozen her money, yet it wasn't embezzlement. He just made an excuse to freeze it. Li Shuang was utterly confused. Had the boss learned that he had frozen a streamer's gifts? And he seemed extremely enraged. Li Shuang pondered for a moment and began to organize his words in his mind to start his sophistry. Chapter 15. Li Shuang gets fired. Startled by Chundajia's scolding, Li Shuang said timidly, "Mr. Chen, I merely intended to sign this streamer. As a manager, I sent her numerous messages, but she didn't reply to any of them. So, I just gave her a little punishment." Li Shuang felt wronged because he thought he was acting in the company's best interests. Naturally, he wouldn't disclose his own selfish motives. Li Shuang assumed that Liner must have told the two young masters, and they had informed Mr. Chun. Otherwise, why would Mr. Chen bother with such a trivial matter? Li Shuang was unaware of the gravity of the situation. He thought he would just get scolded and then unlock Liner's gift earnings, and that would be it. "Stop making excuses for yourself. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Resign on your own," Chundajia said, not bothering to explain further to Li Shuang. "Mr. Chun, I admit I was wrong, but it doesn't warrant my dismissal, does it?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuang felt a pang of panic in his heart. Was the company really going to fire him just for such a trivial matter? He had finally managed to secure the position of department manager on the Shark platform with good treatment. Anyone in his shoes would be reluctant to leave. It's pointless to say more. Things have gone beyond your imagination. General Manager Ma called me personally. Do you think you're in a position to bargain with me? Considering your years of service in the company, I'll spare your dignity. Go and write your resignation report right away. Chundajia waved his hand at Li Shuang, signaling him to leave. Li Shuang was stunned upon hearing this. General Manager Ma called personally? At this thought, Li Shuang felt utterly hopeless and walked out dejectedly. Such a despicable person doesn't deserve any pity. Chundajia personally resolved the issue of Liner's frozen earnings to express the Shark platform's apology. All the gift earnings would be fully refunded to Liner this time, and the platform wouldn't take a single cent. From then on, Liner's live streaming earnings on the Shark platform would be divided at a ratio of 1:9, with the company taking only 10 and Liner taking 90. To pacify this matter, Chundajia really spared no expense, fearing that he might handle it poorly. When Xiaolin received the news, she could hardly believe it. All the gift earnings were fully refunded, which meant she had gained tens of millions out of thin air. "Young Master Wang, the matter has been settled. The Shark platform has fully refunded the gift earnings to me, and I've gained tens of millions more. Thank you for your help. I'll invite you to dinner tomorrow to show my gratitude." Xiaolin knew this matter was related to the National Little King and sent a WeChat message to express her thanks. "Liner, since it's settled." Young Master Qin also lent a hand. "Do you want to invite him too? The so-called National Prince is indeed a loyal elder brother. Even at this moment, he still remembers his second brother." "Fine. You send me his WeChat. I'll talk to him myself," Xiaolin replied. Subsequently, the National Prince sent Qin Do's WeChat to her. Xiaolin clicked to add him. Qin Do was having a massage in a high-end club at that time. The sequelae of the strenuous moving work had kicked in, and his whole body ached. Suddenly, his phone beeped. Qin Do half opened his eyes and checked his WeChat. He was startled to find that it was Lina trying to add him. Instantly, he sat up, looking extremely delighted. The woman who was giving him a massage was taken aback by his sudden reaction. Qin Do quickly accepted the friend request and typed a message, saying, Lina. This is Qin Do. Thank you for your help, young Master Qin. Young Master Wang told me about it. How about having dinner with me tomorrow? Are you available? Lina replied promptly. Sure, I'm always available. Qin Do sent a message back. There was no way he would decline Xia Lin's invitation. Even if he had prior arrangements, he would still make time for her. After chatting casually for a while, Xia Lin put down her phone and walked towards Xia Feng. Brother, doesn't our home seem to need some decorations? It feels like something is missing. I'll take care of it. I happen to have some stuff. Xia Feng said and made an excuse to leave. In fact, he didn't go far. After wandering around for a bit, he came back with a lot of things. Xia Lin saw Xia Feng return with a large pile of items soon after he left, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she helped him arrange the things around the house. In the evening, Xia Lin still started her live broadcast. Dear friends, hello. The live broadcast is starting now. Xia Lin greeted everyone in the live broadcast room. Netizen 3261. Lina, a day apart seems like 3 autumns. Netizen 887. Lina, where is your elder brother? Netizen 6987. Lina, I've already arrived in the Magic City. I wonder if I can have an accidental encounter with you. Netizen 9872. Sister Lina is so beautiful. I haven't live broadcast games with you for a long time. I'm going to play several games with you today. Xia Lin said to the camera. Netizen 6844. No, please don't. Netizen 877. We don't want to watch you play games. If you play games, we'll unfollow you. Netizen 974. Right? We'll unfollow if you play games. Netizen 631. We want to see your elder brother. Who wants to watch you play games? Xia Lin. My elder brother is in the room. Am I supposed to secretly take pictures of him? Xia Lin was quite annoyed. She thought her live broadcast room would turn into her brother's one in the future. Netizen 332. You can do anything, but don't live broadcast playing games. It's unbearable to watch. Netizen 698. Show us around your house. We haven't had a good look at it since you moved. Netizen 6698. Second that. Other netizens agreed. Netizen 68744. I support the above. Alright then. Finally, Xia Lin agreed to everyone's request and started to move the camera to show everyone her villa. Netizen 6994. Lina, your house is so big. Netizen 662. What a stupid thing to say. Lina is an invisible little wealthy woman. Netizen 366. Please take me under your wing. Netizen 6987. Those upstairs should take a good look at yourselves. Netizen 97441. Haha. You're so outstanding. Sun Baozhai tipped Lina with 20 rockets and left a message. Lina, slow down the camera so that I can take a look at that Chinese painting and calligraphy. Suddenly receiving a reminder of the tipped rockets, Xia Lin glanced at the live streaming room and noticed what Sun Baozhai had written. Xia Lin asked, pointing at the Chinese painting and calligraphy hanging on the wall. Is it this one? Sun Baozhai. Yes, yes. Focus on it so that I can take a closer look. Netizen 987. Could there be something special about this Chinese painting and calligraphy? Netizen 3311. Just by looking at this guy's name, you can tell he's an expert. Netizen 32217. What kind of expert? Nowadays, there are experts everywhere on the internet. I'm also an expert at flirting with girls. Sun Baozhai. Lina, are you selling this Chinese painting and calligraphy? Xia Lin asked curiously. This netizen, this Chinese painting and calligraphy was brought back by my elder brother today. Do you still collect such things? Sun Baozhai. Lina, as long as your elder brother is willing to part with it, I'm willing to buy it for 5 million yuan. Netizen 9744. How much? 5 million yuan? Holy cow. Is it for real? Netizen 221. No way. A Chinese painting and calligraphy casually hung at home is worth 5 million yuan? Netizen 6698. Is this a joke on Lina? Netizen 320. Ditto. Not only did the netizens not believe it, but even Xia Lin herself couldn't believe it. She asked doubtfully, this netizen, what kind of Chinese painting and calligraphy is this that can be worth 5 million yuan? Moreover, even if it's really a valuable Chinese painting and calligraphy, you can't tell whether it's genuine or fake through the camera. Sun Baozhai, I'm aware. I've seen so many engraved copies of this calligraphy and painting that this one should be genuine. Look at the back of the painting. There's a seal on it. You can see it clearly if you shine a light on it. Xia Lin, still doubtful, turned on the flashlight of her phone. Following Sun Baozhai's instructions, She found the back of the painting and shone the light on it. Sure enough, there was a seal. How amazing! There really is a seal, Xiaolin exclaimed. Netizen, whose calligraphy and painting is this? Netizen 3368. Is it really worth 5 million? Netizen 3321. Oh my god. Chapter 16. Is it really a treasure? What kind of calligraphy and painting is worth 5 million? The netizens were filled with. Could it be an antique? Netizen 987. Sun Baozhai. Is this calligraphy and painting an antique? Netizen 6982. It should be an antique. Otherwise, why would it be so valuable? Netizen 3210. You guys don't know anything. The value of an antique would far exceed this amount. Netizen 33078. Mr. Internet Saint, if you're so great, then tell us. Sun Baozhai. Everyone, stop arguing. This is not an antique. It's a masterpiece by a renowned European artist. This artist has stopped creating. Netizen 9665. Stop creating? Does that mean the artist is still alive? Is it really that valuable even when the artist is still alive? Netizen 66155. Oh my god. If I had such talent, I'd create 10 or 8 pieces a day and sell them. Netizen 887. Idiot. Don't you understand that rarity enhances value? Everyone, stop arguing. What's there to argue about? Sun Baozhai, do you really think this calligraphy and painting is worth 5 million? Xiaolin asked in the live stream. Xiaolin was also quite curious. Why did her brother hang a calligraphy and painting worth 5 million at the kitchen door? Did her brother not know its value? Sun Baozhai, Liner, it's absolutely true. If your elder brother is willing to part with it, I can pay the deposit right away. Xiaolin, forget it. It belongs to my elder brother. I can't make the decision. Xiaolin shook her head and declined. Sun Baozhai, what a pity. With a regretful look, Netizen 321, Liner, quickly check if there are any other treasures. Netizen 9874, right. This painting hanging at the kitchen door must be the least valuable one. Netizen 36568, oh my. What kind of family is this? Hanging a painting worth 5 million at the kitchen door. If it were in my home, I'd even vacate my bed for it. Netizen 11325, come on. Vacating the bed is nothing. I could even refrain from eating just looking at it. Netizen 6597, you're so amazing. Following the suggestions of the netizens, Xiaolin started to move the camera, intending to go to the study. There were many things placed in the study today. Not to mention the netizens were curious. Xiaolin was also intrigued. Sun Baozhai, Liner, slow down the camera. This is the purple dragon pot sanding stone. And that writing brush is made from the feathers of an ancient peacock. These two are really treasures. Netizen 577. Netizen 3568. Netizen 201. Please give us some knowledge about them. Netizen 3201. Holy cow. I just checked on Baidu. That purple dragon pot sanding stone is a legendary ink stone. An invaluable treasure. Netizen 220. Really? With a shocked look, Netizen 3201. Absolutely. If you don't believe it, check on Baidu right now. Netizen 3987. I just want to know how much this can be sold for. Netizen 36878. Ditto. Compared with the purple dragon pot, the sandstone inkstone is an extremely precious treasure. What most people are more interested in is finding out its actual value, as such a revelation would be truly impactful. The owner of Zunbei, who is far away in another province, is utterly stunned. This is a legendary inkstone. How could it be in an ordinary family? He has only read about it in ancient books and has never seen a genuine one. With his seasoned and discerning eyes, he can tell at a glance that it's not a fake. As netizens keep bombarding him with questions, the owner of Zunbei composed himself and sent Liner 100 rockets on the live streaming platform. Owner of Zunbei, Liner, this inkstone is priceless. If one must put a price on it, it can easily exchange for a villa in Shanghai. Could you take some all-round photos of it and send them to me? Netizen 6623, owner of Zunbei. Why don't you say you want to buy it this time? Owner of Zunbei, you're joking. I'm not qualified to own it. Netizen 6623. All right. I'll send you a private message later. Seeing that the owner of Zunbei sent more rockets and was so sincere, Xiaolin agreed. The owner of Zunbei then sent another 200 rockets. Owner of Zunbei, thank you very much. With the revelation of the 2 precious items today, the live streaming room has been in an uproar. Xiaolin lost all enthusiasm for continuing the live stream and ended it early. Then she took several photos of the purple dragon pot and the sandstone inkstone and sent them to the owner of Zunbei. Xiaolin rushed upstairs impatiently, eager to ask Xiaofeng if he knew the things he brought back were treasures. Xiaolin, brother, Do you know the things you brought back today are very valuable? Xiaolin couldn't help asking as soon as she entered Xiaofeng's room. Xiaofeng, are they really valuable? I have no idea. Xiaofeng shook his head. He had little concept of money. These items were given to him by someone a long time ago. He didn't take them seriously and casually put them aside. When he emerged from seclusion this time, he put all the items into the spatial ring and brought them out. After hearing this, Xiaolin showed an expression of as expected. Her brother really had no idea. Brother, what about the other items? Xiaolin continued to ask. They should be of no less value, Xiaofeng mused and replied. We've struck it rich, Xiaolin exclaimed like a little money grubber, her eyes glinting with avarice. They're all yours. Do as you please with them, Xiaofeng said with a smile. These items were of no consequence to him, like discarded trash. Really? That's wonderful. Xiaolin jumped up in excitement upon hearing this. Of course it's true. Dispose of them at your will, Xiaofeng nodded. Brother, you're the best, Xiaolin cooed, hugging Xiaofeng's arm affectionately. In the group of the 4 young masters of Magic City. Qingdou, young master Wang, I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow. Don't drive by yourself. The national young master Wang, second brother. Why do I always have to correct your way of addressing me? Qingdou, eldest brother, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. The national young master Wang, since you're so sincere, you can come to pick me up tomorrow. Don't be late. Qingdou, don't worry. I'll come early. Yue, gentlemen. Do you have any good activities? Take me along, will you? Jiang Xian, count me in. It's been ages since the 4 of us got together. The national young master Wang. Get lost. It's none of your business tomorrow. Qingdou, haha. It truly won't work tomorrow. Not even my father could make it. Let alone you. Yue, Jiang Xian. The 2 of them felt that they had recently fallen behind and could no longer keep up with the pace of Qingdou and the national little prince. They had no idea what those 2 had been up to lately. It was all so mysterious. Especially when it came to that streamer named Liner. They acted as if they had gone insane. This really hurt the feelings of the 2 young masters. In the past, the other 2 would have unhesitatingly invited them along. Yue, gentlemen, I'm truly intrigued. What kind of bewitching potion did Liner give you? Let me have a taste too. Jiang Xian, one Qingdou, there'll be opportunities later. By then, you'll only be able to be the 3rd and 4th sycophants. You can fight for the position of the 3rd sycophant among yourselves. Yue, come on. Are you kidding? Do you think I'd be a sycophant? Jiang Xian, if I were to be a sycophant like you guys, I'm not human. I'll run around Shanghai 3 times with my pants down. National little prince, young man, don't be so stubborn. Life will teach you a lesson. Qingdou, I'll be waiting for you to run around Shanghai 3 times with your pants down. Chapter 17. Being scolded again after old Lin's illness was cured. It instantly caused a great stir in the Beijing social circle. After all, many big shots knew about old Lin's condition. Now that old Lin had gone home happily. It was truly astonishing. Many people went to Dr. Liu to inquire, but Dr. Liu himself was also in the dark. He only revealed that old Lin seemed to have become more than a decade younger, and he knew nothing else. Some observant people found old Wang. But old Wang dared not disclose the truth. He just said that he had accidentally obtained a divine pill. And it was this pill that cured his father, in law. True to its name, this medicine is truly miraculous. What kind of wonder? Drug can rejuvenate an elderly man on the verge of death, making him as lively as a young lad and even making him look a decade younger? This is truly astonishing. Lately, Mr. Wang has become a well-known figure in the upper circles. Some bigwigs with whom he has little contact have been calling him to pay their respects and inquiring if he needs any financial assistance. They are all, either explicitly or implicitly, eager to know the origin of this miraculous medicine. Although they are wealthy, money cannot buy immunity from the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death. The other day, a real estate tycoon from the Beijing social circle passed away from cancer, despite his billions. What good is wealth if it can't save one's life? Who can guarantee that they won't fall ill? If one could obtain Mr. Wang's miraculous medicine, it would be like an extra safeguard for life. Mr. Wang has been inundated with calls these days and has grown weary of answering them. Since they are all from people in the circle, it's not appropriate to ignore them. So he has to patiently explain. Just then, his phone rang again, and he had even developed a fear of the ringing. 2 years ago, when he was in a difficult situation, his private phone was as silent as a dead device. The only calls he received were from 10088. Now, however, the calls are so frequent that his phone might as well go into a crash state. Looking at the call from Mr. Ma of Tencent, Mr. Wang picked up the phone and inquired, Mr. Ma, what can I do for you? Mr. Wang, there's no need for such formality. We're old friends. How could I dare to give you orders? Mr. Ma of 10 Cent chuckled on the other end of the line. Come on, just get to the point, interrupted Mr. Wong. Well, there is indeed something. I've taken care of the matter regarding the anchor liner that you mentioned last time, said Mr. Ma with a hint of flattery. Isn't this what you should have done? Retorted Mr. Wong. Is that all? Shouldn't you handle such an important matter? Pony Ma. It's only proper. Pony Ma felt a bit awkward after hearing that. It's okay. Hang up if there's nothing else, said Lao Wang. Wait. I heard your father-in-law was discharged from the hospital. How is Mr. Lin? Pony Ma finally asked the purpose of his call. Here it comes. Here it comes. As expected. Pony Ma was the same, using a pretext to inquire about the miraculous medicine. You also want to know where the miraculous medicine comes from, right? Lao Wang asked. Kiki. Please give me a hint, Lao Wang. Pony Ma was undeterred after being exposed by Lao Wang and grinned without any pretense. I can't tell you. You're such a smart guy. Think it over on your own. Well, I'm quite busy, Lao Wang said, and was about to hang up the phone. Lao Wang, don't hang up yet. I've got some spare money recently and I'm willing to offer it to you. Pony Ma said anxiously as he saw Lao Wang about to end the call. How much? Lao Wang became interested. This guy was much more sincere than the others. 2 billion, Pony Ma said through gritted teeth. Transfer it then, Lao Wang replied. What about the miraculous medicine? Pony Ma was a bit excited as Lao Wang agreed. What miraculous medicine? I have no idea. It was given to me by my son, Shang Wang. Transfer the money quickly. Lao Wang said and directly hung up the phone this time, leaving no chance for Pony Ma to speak. Pony Ma stared at the disconnected phone and fell into deep thought. Since Lao Wang was willing to accept the money, he would surely disclose some information. He had to find a breakthrough from Lao Wang's words. The miraculous medicine was given to Lao Wang by Xiao Wang, so the breakthrough must lie with Xiao Wang. Penguin Ma quickly logged into the Shark platform's backend and found the anchor liner. Incidentally, he checked Liner's reward records. Most of the gifts were from someone called National Husband and Liner's Guardian. Penguin Ma naturally knew who this National Husband was. Recalling that Liner's live, streaming gifts had been frozen and that both Lao Wang and Qin Guomin had personally called to inquire. The question arose, why was Liner so highly regarded? Considering the events that had occurred before and after, Penguin Ma could conclude that all these things were related to Liner. Then, the origin of the miraculous medicine seemed to surface. Penguin Ma felt a tinge of excitement. Lao Wang was still loyal, although he didn't directly tell Penguin Ma. He did provide some clues. Penguin Ma didn't hesitate this time and directly transferred 2 billion yuan to Lao Wang. Ding. Subsequently, Lao Wang sent a WeChat message. I knew you were smart. Seeing this, the corners of Penguin Ma's mouth lifted, and he smiled inadvertently. He began to register an account on the Shark platform and recharged 100 million yuan into it, intending to reward Liner during her live stream. Perhaps this was how National Young Master Wang won her favor. In Seoul, at the headquarters of the Shark platform, General Manager Chun. It seems someone has stolen General Manager Ma's identity information. Someone burst into Chun Dajia's office abruptly and said, What do you mean? Hearing the words General Manager Ma, Chun Dajia felt a twinge of panic as he had been scolded just the day before. Just now, the back-end technology detected that someone used Mr. Ma's identity information to register an account and topped up 100 million renminbi. I suspect Mr. Ma's identity has been stolen, the man said in a hurry. Really? Yes, truly. All right, you may leave first. I'll ask Mr. Ma myself. Chin Dajia waved at the person, signaling him to leave. Actually, Chin Dajia also suspected that Mr. Ma's identity information had been stolen. Who was Mr. Ma? Would he have the inclination to watch live streams? Would he top up 100 million renminbi for tips? Usually, it was he who cajoled others into topping up, while he himself was stingy and never made any top-ups. With great confidence, Chin Dajia dialed Mr. Ma of 10 Cent's phone number. What's up? Mr. Ma of 10 Cent asked after answering the call. Mr. Ma, your identity information has been stolen. Someone registered an account on the platform and topped up 100 million renminbi. I'd like to remind you to check your bank information to avoid greater losses. Chun Dajia conveyed the news he'd just learned to Mr. Ma of 10 Cent. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma of 10 Cent was infuriated. Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with me registering an account? Can't I watch live streams? I registered and topped up by myself. Do you have a problem with that? There was a hint of suspicion in Mr. Ma's tone. Mr. Ma registered it himself and topped up 100 million renminbi? Chun Dajia could hardly believe his ears. Could the stingy man finally loosen his purse strings? He held the phone away and glanced at it. It was indeed Mr. Ma. He hadn't dialed the wrong number. Mr. Ma, you topped up by yourself? Chen Dajia's voice grew louder after hearing that. Aren't you stating the obvious? And how did you handle the matter of Liner last time? Penguin Ma recalled that he had only told Chen Dajia to handle Liner's matter properly and hadn't asked how he had dealt with it. I've returned all the money from the previous rewards to Liner without keeping a single cent, Chen Dajia reported. Hearing this, Penguin Ma felt a bit more at ease. At least, Chen had done something right this time. Then Chen Dajia continued, I've also upgraded Liner's level. From now on, she'll get 90 of the gift rewards. And the company will take 10. The initially relieved Penguin Ma suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, Are you trying to make money off me? Who gave you the right to take 10? All of Liner's gift rewards should go to her from now on. Holding the phone, Chen Dajia was at a loss. What did I do wrong again? Why am I still getting scolded? Chapter 18. Even little Ma Fan Chen Dajia got scolded by Penguin Ma for no apparent reason. Feeling rather awkward, he said a couple of words and hung up the phone. How's it going, Mr. Chen? Asked the technician who had gone out earlier as he walked back in. It's okay now. You can go out. It's Mr. Ma himself, replied Chen Dajia, extremely frustrated. The technician hadn't made any mistakes and was just doing his job. Chen couldn't possibly vent his anger on him, could he? At noon, Xia Lin invited the national little king and Qin Do to lunch and then returned. In the afternoon, she started her live streaming again. Hey, guys. Your cute little one is online. Xia Lin greeted everyone in the live streaming room after she started the broadcast. Netizen 984. Liner. Are you going treasure hunting today? Netizen 3320. After watching Liner's live stream yesterday, I also started a treasure hunting mode at home. Finally, I found a picture of chicks pecking at rice drawn by my dad when he was a kid. I wonder how much it's worth. Netizen 369. Haha. I'll offer 1 dime. I can't give more. Netizen 3302. 1 dime is already a lot. How many do you want? I'll draw as many for you. Netizen 9874. There have always been talented people in the bullet comments. Netizen 3201. Well done, buddy. Pony sent rockets 1000. Pony sent rockets 1000. Pony sent rockets. Xia Lin had just opened the live stream room for less than 2 minutes when a person named Pony sent a flurry of rockets. Netizen 987. Oh, Liner. You've captured another big shot's heart. Netizen 632. The principal has a new competitor. Thank you, Pony, for the rockets. I'm truly grateful. Xia Lin watched the continuous stream of rockets on the live stream and happily expressed her gratitude. At this time, out of curiosity, Chen Dajia also entered the live stream room, wanting to see who this Liner was that could catch Mr. Ma's fancy. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the flurry of rockets sent by Pony Ma. Pony sent rockets 1000, with a note. Liner, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. These humble rockets are but a small gesture. Netizen 3668. This Pony speaks like an old man. Netizen 69987. I think so too. Netizen 9987. Don't just think. He must be an old man. Look at his profile picture, just a picture of a penguin. No one but an old man would do such a thing. Netizen 33210. Does an old man also watch live streams? Netizen 698. The world is full of wonders. It's great that the uncle is wealthy. Pony, Liner. You are truly exquisite. Pony, you're like a little cherub. Pony, you're the same age as my daughter. If you two got acquainted, you'd surely become the best of confidants. Netizen 3668. See, I told you he's an uncle. Netizen 9856. Well, spotted, sir. Chen Dajia. Chen Dajia watched as Pony in the live stream kept fawning over Liner, showering her with compliments. It completely shattered his perception of the man. Was this really the same Mr. Ma who was always gentle, calm, and meticulous in his work? This was nothing but a shameless flatterer. Had he not called Mr. Ma today, he would have suspected his identity had been stolen. And Pony, who was far away in Yuqing, had no idea that Chen Dajia had also joined the live stream. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so blatant in his flattery. Thank you for your kind words. Uncle Pony, there's no need to send more gifts. It's enough. Liner is truly grateful. I'd love to make friends with your daughter someday, Xia Lin advised Pony, who was still sending rockets in the live stream. Hosting live streams was Xia Lin's hobby. Although she liked money, she felt somewhat embarrassed to accept the continuous stream of rocket gifts. Sun Baozha, Liner, thanks for the photos you sent yesterday. Are you going treasure hunting today? I'm ready to appraise them for you. Sun Baozhai sent 100 rockets. Sun Baozhai, you said you wanted to buy that calligraphy and painting yesterday. I asked my brother. If you still want it, I'll sell it to you, Xia Lin said to the live stream audience. Sun Baozha, wonderful. Thank you, Liner. Sun Baozha sent 500 more rockets. Pony, what kind of calligraphy and painting? How much is it? Netizen 6658. Brother Pony, it's a calligraphy and painting worthy of collection. Zunbei has bid 5 million. Netizen 698. Right? Does Brother Pony have any interest? Pony, I'll offer 10 million. Linner, sell it to me. Seeing this, Pony Ma suddenly jumped up from the sofa. If he bought the calligraphy and painting, he would have a chance to meet Linner. By then, wouldn't they get familiar with each other? This was a free given excuse. How could Pony Ma not be excited? Zunbei, this Mr. Pony, first come, first served. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do so? Pony, what first come, first served? I've only heard that the highest bidder wins. Netizen 6699, big shot. Please accept my admiration. Netizen 36987, Uncle Pony, does your family still need a son-in-law? Netizen 3665, Uncle Pony, does your family need a pet? You can chain me up as a pet. I'm easy to keep. Netizen 330, what a weirdo. Netizen 99874, money can change a person's nature, haha. Uncle Pony, I'm really sorry. Zunbei told me yesterday. It's not about the price. Your offer of 10 million makes me feel undeserving. Xiaolin rejected Pony Ma's bid. When Xiaolin said this, she won unanimous praise. No wonder her family is so wealthy. It's not about money at all. It's a matter of one's moral character. Turning down 10 million that was within reach and choosing 5 million instead. This is probably something that an ordinary person can't do. Not to mention the netizens. Even Pony Ma began to look at Linner with new respect. No wonder she could produce the miraculous medicine. She simply didn't lack money. It was a pity that that stupid Qin Dajia froze her earnings. He really had a screw loose. Sun Baozhai, thank you, Linner. I'm truly grateful. Linner, you're the most upright anchor I've ever met. Sun Baozhai sends 500 rockets. Originally, Sun Baozhai thought he was going to miss out on that calligraphy and painting this time. Unexpectedly, there's a turn for the better. One can only say that Linner has such excellent moral character. There's really nothing more to say about such a person. Xiaoma, Linner, do you have any other calligraphy and paintings at home? I've already made an offer. You've got to let me buy something, right? Well, there are. But I don't know their prices. I'll find one. Sun Baozhai, please help me appraise it. Xiaolin has never met someone with such a request before. Sun Baozhai, go ahead. I guarantee I won't misjudge. After Xiaolin said that, she took the camera and walked into the kitchen. There was still a calligraphy hanging behind the kitchen door. Sun Baozhai, please help me take a look at this calligraphy. After Xiaolin said that, she pointed the camera at the calligraphy on the wall. Sun Baozhai, amazing, amazing. This is the calligraphy style of Lushiru. It's an authentic work. It's an antique. At the last auction, a similar calligraphy of Lushiru was sold for 20 million. Netizen, what the hell? Netizen 36687, Linner, does your family still need a nanny? Netizen 96874, brother who just said he wanted to be a pet, your chance has come again. Netizen 6987, Linner, what on earth does your family do? Xiaolin looked extremely surprised. Is this calligraphy hanging in the corner of the kitchen really worth 20 million? You're not kidding me, are you? Sun Baozhai, is it true? Xiaolin swallowed hard and asked in great shock. Sun Baozhai, Linner, it's definitely true. Xiaoma, Linner, I'll offer 30 million. I'll add you on WeChat. Xiaoma, I'm so in love with this calligraphy. Pony, this calligraphy piece is exactly what I've been longing for. You mustn't reduce the price of the 30 million. Otherwise, it won't do justice to my enthusiasm. Netizen. Qin Chapter 19. The real Mr. Ma Qin sat in his office. His eyes wide, open as he watched Mr. Ma acting like a sycophant in the live stream. He simply couldn't believe it. Mr. Ma had changed. Truly changed. He'd become prone to scolding people and had even learned to be a sycophant. Mr. Qin, you have a meeting to attend later. Qin Dajia's secretary walked in and whispered, cancel it. I'm not available today. Qin Dajia waved his hand and refused. He was watching the live stream and had no inclination to go to the meeting. The secretary glanced at Qin Dajia in surprise and quietly backed out. Xiaolin was amused by Pony's words. There were really all kinds of netizens. This Pony clearly seemed like a nouveau riche, not caring about money. She was willing to sell the calligraphy for 20 million. Yet he was eager to offer 30 million and even insisted that she not reduce the price. Xiaolin had never seen such a peculiar request before. Dear netizen named Pony, are you really willing to pay 30 million to buy it? Xiaolin shouted in the live stream. Pony, absolutely true, truer than pearls. Pony, Linner, I've sent you a private message. Add me on WeChat so that I can make the payment to you. Only then did Xiaolin click on the private message and start chatting with Pony. She sent her WeChat ID over. Pony quickly added Xiaolin. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Pony urged Xiaolin to send him her bank card details. Xiaolin had just sent over her bank card when she immediately received a transfer of 30 million yuan. Xiaolin was stunned for a moment and sent a WeChat message. Uncle Xiaoma, why did you directly transfer 30 million? You haven't even seen the characters yet. There's no one who privately buys something and pays the full amount directly, especially a huge sum of 30 million. After seeing the message, Pony Ma replied, Liner. Uncle Xiaoma trusts you. I'll fly to Shanghai tomorrow to get it from you. Xiaolin said, how about I send it to you by express? Pony Ma said, that won't do. I can't be at ease sending such a precious thing by express. I'll go and get it myself. Xiaolin thought it made sense. After all, it was something worth 30 million. Xiaolin said, okay, Uncle Xiaoma. See you tomorrow. After putting down her phone, Xiaolin continued the live broadcast for a while and then ended it. Originally, everyone proposed to see Xiaofeng, but finally Xiaolin rejected the idea. In a high-class villa in Shanghai. Brother, please tell me, Qinwen said, tugging at Qin Dou's arm and shaking it constantly. After meeting Xiaofeng outside the Holiday Dynasty Hotel last time, she had been full of curiosity about Xiaofeng, especially after Qin Guomin's warning to her. She became even more interested. My dear aunt, I'm not your brother. You're my aunt, okay? I really can't tell you, Qin Dou said with a pained expression. He had been pestered by Qinwen the whole day today, and she even asked him to take her to see Xiaofeng. Do I have that ability? If I did, would I still need to keep my mouth shut? What can't you tell me? I think you just don't want to. Will you die if you tell me? Qinwen persisted. Resigned to the impasse with Qin Dou, she resolved to persist in her pursuit, shadowing him daily until he relented. Qin Dou, utterly speechless, retreated to the sofa, burying his face in a pillow, seeking respite from Qinwen's irksome presence. A chime heralded the arrival of a message on Qin Dou's phone, which he retrieved from his pocket. It was a missive from the Liner fan club group chat. A certain national young master had thoughtfully created the WeChat group, including both Liner and Qin Dou, to facilitate future conversations. Liner, esteemed sirs, might I trouble you to reserve a private room at the Holiday Dynasty tomorrow? I intend to host a dinner. Upon reading the message, Qin Dou straightened up instantly. Replying with alacrity, Liner, consider it done. How many guests? Liner, I'm uncertain, but a medium-sized room should suffice. Are either of you available to join? National Young Master, at your service. Qin Dou, I have ample time. Liner, excellent. See you tomorrow. National Young Master, I shall collect you tomorrow. Qin Dou. In the midst of composing his own offer to escort her, was preempted by National Young Master's message. That damned young master, insufferably opportunistic, Qin Dou muttered, tossing his phone aside. Brother, what's amiss? Qinwen inquired, piqued by his outburst. Nothing, Qin Dou hastily dismissed, waving his hand. Qinwen, unconvinced, cast a knowing glance at Qin Dou, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The following morning, National Young Master proceeded to collect Xiaolin, who brought along the calligraphy and paintings acquired by Xiaoma, requesting that National Young Master first retrieve an online acquaintance from the airport. National Young Master harbored a tinge of envy, wondering what manner of acquaintance warranted Xiaolin's personal attention at the airport. Upon beholding the veritable Pony Ma, both National Prince Wang and Xiaolin were astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. Pony Ma? As in, 10-cent pony? Surely there's been some mistake? Uncle Ma, could it truly be you? National Prince Wang inquired, utterly flabbergasted. Ah, little Wang, fancy seeing you here, Pony Ma responded with a cheerful grin. He then turned to Xiaolin, greeting her warmly. Liner, what a pleasant surprise to find you here to receive me. In that case, I shall accompany you both. President Ma, I never anticipated it would be you, Xiaolin stammered, still reeling from the shock. Pony Ma, a veritable titan of industry, had personally journeyed to Shanghai for the sake of a mere calligraphy piece? None of that President Ma formality, please. It sounds far too distant. Just call me Uncle Ma. Like little Wang does, Pony Ma chuckled amiably. National Prince Wang, standing nearby, wore a pensive expression as he observed Pony Ma's demeanor. This is precisely how I used to be, he mused inwardly. Greetings, Uncle Ma, Xiaolin offered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Ah, excellent. Liner, you are even more radiant in person than on camera. The man who eventually wins your hand in marriage will be truly blessed, Pony Ma remarked, showering Xiaolin with praise. Uncle Ma, you flatter me, Xiaolin replied, her cheeks flushing with a touch of embarrassment. Xiaolin rarely wore makeup, and she refrained from using beauty filters during her broadcasts. Her natural beauty was undeniable, which endeared her to her fans. After all, Who wouldn't appreciate genuine beauty? In recent times, an excessive number of female streamers have resorted to makeup and beauty filters to deceive their audience. While they might appear as graceful ladies on screen, their true age could be well into their 30s. The infamous Xiao Biluo incident had further disillusioned many netizens, having believed that the goddess he tipped daily, who addressed him intimately with endearments, was worthy of his financial support, nearly his entire meager salary of 5,000. Just to hear her acknowledge him among the many. The revelation of her true, less flattering appearance drove many to despair. The disillusionment of one's dream goddess transforming into an ordinary woman was a harsh blow. The sorcery of makeup and beauty filters prevalent in live streams made discernment exceedingly difficult. After several individuals entered the vehicle, they proceeded towards the hotel. Qin Do had arrived at the Holiday Dynasty Hotel ahead of them, awaiting Xia Lin's arrival. Suddenly, a tap on his shoulder from behind caused him to turn and face Qin Wen. "What are you doing here?" Qin Do asked, exasperated. Brother, I sensed something was amiss with you yesterday. Are you meeting with someone?" Qin Wen inquired, a triumphant expression on her face. "Don't cause trouble. Go back. It's not him. He's not coming," Qin Do scolded. "No, I won't. If you don't tell me, I'm sticking with you," Qin Wen replied, resolute. As Qin Do attempted to send Qin Wen away, the vehicle belonging to the national celebrity arrived. Qin Do hastily opened the car door, and the first to emerge was Penguin Ma. "Uncle Ma, what brings you here?" Qin Do asked, surprised. "Little Qin, am I not allowed to visit?" Penguin Ma retorted playfully. It was then that Qin Do realized that Linner's invitation to dinner was for Ma himself. Subsequently, Linner alighted from the vehicle, and greetings were exchanged. Qin Wen, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. She recognized Linner from a previous encounter with the man, identifying her as his sister. Who exactly was this man? Why would a figure of such prominence as Mr. Ma make a special trip to dine with her sister? Chapter 20. Young Master Zhang intends to show off. Qin Wen approached and greeted Penguin Ma. "Hello, Uncle Ma." Penguin Ma glanced at Qin Wen, and just as he was about to inquire as to her identity, Qin Do pulled Qin Wen forward to introduce her. "Uncle Ma, this is my second uncle's daughter." Qin Wen. "So you are the daughter of Vice Mayor Qin. You've grown so much. It's a pleasure to meet you." Penguin Ma responded with a smile. "Linner, you are truly beautiful. No wonder my brother speaks of you daily." Qin Wen greeted Xia Lin with great familiarity. Even if you didn't introduce us, couldn't I have made her acquaintance myself?" Xia Lin retorted playfully, then addressed Qin Wen. "Sister Qin, you are also very beautiful. Shall we dine together?" Xia Lin invited with a smile. "Certainly," Qin Wen agreed immediately. With Qin Wen present, Xia Lin seemed to have found someone to converse with, and the two began chattering away incessantly, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Qin Do watched from the side, feeling a pang of jealousy, realizing that his efforts over so many days were no match for Qin Wen's brief interaction. After the group arrived in the private room, they realized that Penguin Ma had purchased a piece of Xia Lin's calligraphy. Qin Do and the nation's young Wang were both wise to the situation, understanding that buying the calligraphy was merely a pretext, and that the true intention was to meet Linner. They saw through the ruse, but didn't expose it, as their goals were aligned, to cultivate a good relationship with Linner. Perhaps the naive Xia Lin was unaware of this, but fortunately, none of them harbored ill intentions. "Please, continue eating. I'm going to the restroom," Xia Lin said apologetically during the meal. Each private room had its own independent restroom, but as everyone was dining, it was generally considered impolite to use the restroom within the room. Charlene comprehended the rationale behind this, and thus she arose to visit the external restroom. Emerging from the lavatory, Charlene encountered an acquaintance, or more precisely, an adversary. The woman who spoke was Wang Li, Charlene's senior from the same institution. In their academic days, Wang Li's paramour had become infatuated upon beholding Charlene, devising pretexts for Wang Li to invite Charlene to dine. In due course, Wang Li's boyfriend transferred his affections, directly informing Wang Li of his intent to terminate their relationship and pursue Charlene. Charlene, of course, paid no heed to such a scoundrel, and moreover, she had no inclination for romance. Wang Li, however, displaced the animosity of being jilted onto Charlene. This matter had stirred quite a commotion on campus, with accusations of Charlene seducing Wang Li's boyfriend, until Wang Li's graduation allowed the incident to fade from public memory. Charlene cast a glance at Wang Li but remained silent. "Charlene, I didn't expect to find you still in Shanghai. Are you employed here as a waitress?" Wang Li inquired with a mocking countenance. "I came to dine. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Charlene had no desire for prolonged discourse with Wang Li. Don't be hasty. We're all alumni. Shouldn't we gather after all these years? Wang Li called out, halting Charlene's departure. I have nothing to convene with you about. Charlene retorted. Oh, the once docile girl has a temper now? Or has she perhaps become the kept woman of a wealthy benefactor? Wang Li's visage was one of sardonic derision. Wang Li, I implore you to mind your words. We are not acquainted, and do not presume me to be your equal. Having uttered these words, Charlene turned on her heel, not affording Wang Li an opportunity to retort. Wang Li, watching Charlene depart, was consumed with vexation. What do you mean? I am not you. What is wrong with me? If I were capable of securing a wealthy benefactor, that would be a testament to my own capabilities. While possessing a certain allure, Wang Li paled in comparison to Xiaolin. In this day and age, everyone is concerned about appearances, and Wang Li came across as somewhat flamboyant. Wang Li watched Xiaolin enter the private room before averting her gaze, inwardly cursing Xiaolin. Oh, esteemed beauty Wang, does a trip to the restroom require such an extended absence? Everyone is awaiting your return to continue drinking a greasy young man exclaimed as Wang Li entered her private room. Observing the greasy young man, Wang Li conceived a plan and said in a coquettish voice, Young Master Shang, I encountered a classmate outside who took advantage of me, hence my tardiness. Who dares to mistreat my beautiful Wang? Young Master Zheng exclaimed, ready to defend Wang Li. Wang Li was his latest pursuit, and having known her for less than 2 days, he was eager to showcase his capabilities. Oh, young Master Zheng, it's a trivial matter. Let's not spoil everyone's mood, let's drink, Wang Li said, feigning modesty. Your trivial matters, beautiful Wang, are significant matters to me. Zheng Bing, tell me what happened. Zheng Bing said, eager to ingratiate himself. Yes, Wang Li, tell young Master Zheng. In this metropolis, who doesn't show young Master Zheng some respect? Since we're all dining together, we're all friends, how can we allow our beautiful friend to suffer? The occupants of the private room chimed in, inflating Zheng Bing's ego and reinforcing his desire to avenge Wang Li. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Wang Li said with a wronged look on her face, one of my schoolmates. Her name is Xiaolin. She used to speak ill of me at school. Just now, I bumped into her in the restroom. She even called me a bitch. I was so angry that I reasoned with her for a couple of words. Then she threatened to teach me a lesson. Damn it, how arrogant she is. In my opinion, she is the real bitch. She must be jealous of your beauty. Mr. Zheng, why are you still drinking? Go and stand up for this lovely lady Wang. After hearing this, everyone in the private room was filled with righteous indignation and determined to stand up for Wang Li. Sensing an opportunity, Zheng Bing thought that if he could avenge Wang Li today, he might be able to enjoy her company tonight. Wang Li. Since your schoolmate is so arrogant, she must have some powerful backers, right? Zheng Bing asked Wang Li in a roundabout way. Zheng Bing was no fool. While he was eager to court girls, he didn't want to seek trouble. If the other party was a tough one, it would be suicidal for him. But if she had no backers, it would be a perfect chance for him to show off. As long as it didn't involve the 4 young masters of Shanghai, Zheng Bing feared no one in the city. Moreover, Zheng Bing's family did business with Yue Wei's family, and he had even dined with Yue Wei, so they were acquainted. Wang Li, of course, understood what Zheng Bing meant. She smiled and said, she seems to be an orphan. I don't know the exact situation of her family, but I'm sure she has no backers. After getting confirmation from Wang Li, Zheng Bing smiled and said, guys, let's go. Let's go. We'll come back and continue drinking later. Let's teach that bitch a lesson. I'd like to see who she's dining with. Amidst the chattering, the group left the private room and headed outside. Zheng Bing took the lead, while Wang Li led the way beside him. They swaggered towards Xiao Lin's private room. Young Master Zhang, this is the private room. Wang Li pointed at the door and said as they arrived outside the room. Humph, Zheng Bing let out an affected grunt. Then he forcefully pushed open the door of the private room and shouted, Who the hell is Xiao Lin? Stand the fuck up. Chapter 21. The panicked young master Zheng Bing pushed the door open vigorously and swaggered in, looking as if the world revolved around him. At this moment, 5 pairs of eyes in the private room all turned towards him. In particular, the national little prince and Qin Do were furious. Originally, everyone was having a pleasant meal when suddenly a fool blundered in and shouted, Who the fuck is Xiaolin? Stand the fuck up. Have you not taken your medicine when going out? Did a donkey kick your head? After Zheng Bing clearly saw the people sitting inside, his pupils instantly constricted, and a sudden urge to pee welled up. President Ma? The national little prince? Young Master Qin? And Qin 1? The fiery girl from the Qin family? Zheng Bing could hardly believe his eyes. This was like a hornet's nest. Zheng Bing almost burst into tears. At this time, Wang Li, who followed closely behind, walked in from outside. Without even having a chance to clearly see the people, she pointed at Xiaolin and shouted, "Xiaolin, young Master Zheng is calling you. Come here right away." Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Wang Li received a heavy slap from Zheng Bing. "Damn it, who the hell do you think you are?" Zheng Bing unceremoniously slapped Wang Li several times. At this moment, all his so-called gentlemanly demeanor and the principle of not hitting women were completely cast aside. Wang Li was stunned by the suddenly enraged Zheng Bing. Looking up, she saw Pony Ma and the well-known young Master Wang. She didn't recognize Qin Do and Qin Wen as she wasn't in their circle. However, Pony Ma, such a famous entrepreneur, was known to all, and the young Master Wang was an internet celebrity, so Wang Li naturally recognized them. Wang Li was terrified. No wonder Zheng Bing had turned around and slapped her. "Stop acting like that, Zheng Bing. Are you tired of living?" Qin Do said in a low, stern voice. "Mr. Ma, young Master Wang, young Master Qin, and Sister Qin, I'm sorry. It was all instigated by this bitch. I was wrong." When Qin Do fixed his sharp gaze on him, Zheng Bing was so scared that he quickly shifted the blame onto Wang Li. At this moment, Wang Li couldn't even hear what was being said. She had forgotten the pain on her cheeks. Looking at the scene in front of her, her eyes were filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She never dreamed that Xiaolin had such a background. Everyone dining with her was extremely prominent. She was just a pitiful wretch that no one would even spare a glance at. One who creates his own misfortune cannot expect to escape its consequences. If Wang Li hadn't been jealous of Xiaolin's beauty, all these chain reactions wouldn't have occurred. Perhaps she could have become good friends and confidants with Xiaolin. Then she would have been among those dining here today. How she regretted it now. Is just saying sorry enough? Do you think someone like you can address Liner by her given name? Kneel down and apologize to Liner. The so-called National Prince Charming is no easy target. Despite his appearance of trailing after Liner like a lackey every day, he can be so fierce that even he himself gets scared. He has no fear of offending others. Once he makes up his mind about something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. If he takes a dislike to someone, he won't hesitate to lash out. Zheng Bing does have some influence in the Magic City, yet he is nothing compared to the National Prince Charming and Qin Do. Had it been someone else, the two might have shown a bit of courtesy. However, now that Xiaolin has been insulted, it's even more intolerable than being insulted themselves. "Wang Li, you can leave. I don't want to see you again in the future." Xiaolin, always kind-hearted, didn't want to be too harsh, considering they were schoolmates. Hearing this, Wang Li nodded repeatedly, bowed to Xiaolin, and then rushed out of the room. "Prince Wang, Prince Qin, let it go. Don't let these people spoil our meal." Then Xiaolin looked at Qin Do and the National Prince Charming and said, after all, Xiaolin was a girl, being kind-hearted. She didn't want any more trouble. "Zheng Bing, I'll spare you this time. But if you make the same mistake again, you'll pay dearly." Seeing that Xiaolin didn't want to pursue the matter, the National Prince Charming stared at Zheng Bing and issued a warning. "Thank you, Liner. Thank you, Prince Qin. Prince Wang. Mr. Ma, enjoy your meal. Sorry to have disturbed you." Zheng Bing heaved a sigh of relief immediately after hearing this. He bowed and scraped as he backed out of the private room and gently closed the door behind him as he left. Standing outside the private room, Zheng Bing was drenched in sweat and looked utterly shaken. Those who came in with him were in no better state. "That bitch Wang Li. I won't forgive her." Zheng Bing snarled viciously after coming out. The people around him dared not say a word. They exchanged nervous glances, deeply regretting their actions. Throughout the entire process, Mr. Mauve Penguin remained silent. To him, this was nothing more than child's play and didn't require the intervention of a mogul like him. "Uncle Ma, I'm truly sorry. My matter has disrupted everyone's meal." Xiaolin apologized repeatedly after Zheng Bing left. "Liner, saying such things makes you seem like an outsider. Since you call me Uncle Ma, from now on, we're all family. If you need any help, just let Uncle Ma know." Mr. Mauve Penguin waved his hand reassuringly. Mr. Mauve Penguin knew how to handle the situation well. With just a couple of words, he had closed the distance between himself and Xiaolin. "Come, Uncle Ma. Let me offer you a toast." The well-known young master started to find topics to enliven the atmosphere. Soon, everyone forgot about the unpleasant incident just now and continued to eat and drink. After the meal, the relationships among them became even closer. In particular, Qin Wen and Xiaolin had an animated conversation. When leaving, Xiaolin even invited Qin Wen to visit her home when she was free. Qin Wen happily agreed. The well-known young master and Qin Do beside them were full of envy, wondering if it was still too late to go to Thailand. "Mr. Mauve Penguin came and left in a hurry. He had achieved his goal of meeting Liner in Shanghai. The subsequent matters needed to be dealt with gradually. After the meal, he returned to Yuqing. After all, there was a significant age gap between them, and they didn't have much in common. Mr. Mauve Penguin was pondering how to arrange for his daughter to come to Shanghai to get acquainted with Liner. After sending Xiao Lin back to the villa, the well-known young master came to find Qin and Qin. They both didn't expect that Qin had established a good relationship with Xiao Lin so quickly. Some things were really beyond envy. Brother, how did I perform today? Qin asked Qin, looking rather proud. Hiki, it's great. Once you've forged a good relationship with Liner in the future, don't forget your big brother. Qin chuckled. And me. The national little king promptly added. Then can I see Xiao Feng often from now on? Qin inquired with an air of complacency. If you get on well with Liner and visit her home, you'll naturally get to see young Master Xia. However, young Master Xia isn't Liner. Don't act rashly, Qin consoled with a hint of concern. After all, Xiao Feng was the main figure. TSK. You don't trust me again. I don't have as many devious thoughts as you two. I'm simply curious about Xiao Feng. Qin exposed the thoughts in their minds. You're befriending Liner just to curry favor with Xiao Feng. Oh man, none of them are good. They'll even sacrifice their dignity to achieve their own goals. The national little king and Qin forced out an awkward smile after being exposed to their faces. It was indeed embarrassing. But so what? They neither stole nor robbed, nor resorted to underhanded tricks. Why couldn't they just try to curry favor? Chapter 22. The overseas call after Mr. Mauve Tencent returned to Yuqing. He didn't go to the company but went straight to his villa in Yuqing Bay. He needed to go back and have a good discussion with his daughter about introducing her to Xiao Lin. Mr. Ma, you're back so early today. The family nanny greeted Mr. Mauve Tencent. Where's Xiaoqin? Mr. Mauve Tencent asked, looking at the nanny. Miss is in the upstairs study. Mr. Mauve Tencent nodded and went upstairs directly, still holding the calligraphy he'd bought for 30 million. Xiaoqin, Mr. Mauve Tencent called out as he entered the study. Dad, why are you back so early today? Ma Yuqin was somewhat delighted to see her father return. The father-daughter duo shared a profound bond. Penguin Ma also safeguarded his family meticulously, so the outside world had no inkling about who his daughter was. Although there were often rumors outside about who his daughter might be, Penguin Ma couldn't be bothered to refute them, as long as his daughter remained unaffected. Just back from the Magic City. I've met a young girl there, and would like you to meet her, Penguin Ma declared. Ma Yuqin was taken aback upon hearing this and retorted in a huff, Dad, you're not a young man anymore. Is this how you can face Mom? Ma Yuqin thought her father had taken a mistress, which was why she was so irate. Xiaoqin, you've misconstrued my intent. How could I possibly do anything to betray your mother? This girl has an extraordinary background. I mean for you to befriend her sincerely. Do you grasp my meaning? Seeing his daughter's misunderstanding, Penguin Ma hastened to clarify. Ma Yuqin felt somewhat appeased after listening. Her heart was instantly clouded with curiosity. Someone whom her father described as extraordinary must truly be so. Ma Yuqin rarely saw her father speaking to her with such gravity. She nodded and inquired, Dad, what should I do? Don't deliberately approach or curry favor with her. Just make friends with her wholeheartedly in a natural way. This girl is kind, hearted, and truly worthy of your friendship. Penguin Ma held a rather high opinion of Xiao Lin. First, he offered 10 million yuan to buy her paintings and calligraphy. But she declined his offer of 10 million and instead sold them to the person who bid 5 million first. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Coupled with what had happened during the meal today, he had always been a good judge of character. Xiao Lin was an excellent girl. This further strengthened his resolve to have his daughter befriend Xiao Lin. Very well. How old is she? Ma Yuqin inquired. She's younger than you. She's in Shanghai. You can go there tomorrow. I'll have a word with the so-called national little king and mention it to her. Seeing that his daughter agreed, Ma, the magnate of Tencent, nodded in satisfaction. So soon? This time, it was Ma Yuqin who was taken aback. There's no need to be in such a hurry just to make a friend. Trust your father. You won't go wrong. Ma, the magnate of Tencent, pondered for a moment. Just then, Ma's phone rang. Ma frowned as he saw the incoming call, which showed the area code from Europe. Hello. Ma still answered the call. Hello, Mr. Ma. I'm Peter from the UK. The foreigner on the other end of the line spoke fluent Chinese. Ma naturally knew who Peter from the UK was. He was a member of the European royal family, and his family's wealth exceeded his own. Yet, they had never been in touch. What could Peter possibly want by calling him in person? Hello, Mr. Peter. May I ask what you need from me? If it's about cooperation, please contact our company's public relations department. Ma asked politely and then informed Peter that there was no need to discuss business matters. No, 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 Mr. Ma. I'm just calling you. Peter quickly explained. May I know what business you have with me, Mr. Peter? Ma continued to inquire. Mr. Ma, did you just purchase a calligraphy work? That work was created by Lu Shiru from your country. Peter from the UK stated his purpose. After hearing this, Mr. Ma of Tencent felt a bit displeased. How did this foreigner know that he had just bought a painting? Were their sources of information so well informed? Or were they monitoring him out of business competition? I'm extremely curious about how you came to know this, Mr. Ma of Tencent asked angrily. Oh, my goodness. Mr. Ma, you're so out of touch. Currently, pictures of this calligraphy work are everywhere on the internet. It's said that a person named Xiaoma bought it at a high price in the live stream room. Peter from the UK exclaimed in shock. Mr. Ma of Tencent blushed instantly. He really had no idea. He had spent most of the day on the plane and hadn't had the time to pay attention. Subsequently, he used Ma Yuqin's phone to conduct a search. Indeed, as Peter from the UK had said, there were many screenshots of this calligraphy work on the internet. Presumably, they were taken by the netizens in the live stream room. Due to his simple-minded act of only raising the price without bargaining, this incident had gone viral on the internet. Some pranksters even added captions. In the society, Brother Ma is second to none in not bargaining. Once I thought I was a nouveau riche, but after seeing Brother Ma in the society, I was deeply disheartened. I envy neither Mandarin ducks nor immortals, but only the one whose house has a circle drawn on it with the character demolish written inside. Once I was extremely envious of those with a circle drawn on their houses, but now it's different. I only envy Brother Ma for buying calligraphy and paintings. Mr. Ma of Tencent was rather speechless at this sight. Mr. Peter, I did buy a calligraphy work yesterday. But what does this have to do with you? Mr. Ma of Tencent admitted. Mr. Ma, to be frank, this calligraphy work was given away by our family. And we'd like to buy it back from you and return it to its rightful owner, pleaded Peter from England. The calligraphy work by Lu Shiru was lost to foreign countries during the looting of China by the 8-power allied forces and later came into the hands of the Peter family. Their family presented this work to Xia Feng. Xia Feng had some connections with the Peter family when he went abroad in his early years. Mr. Ma of Tencent hesitated. Is there something hidden about this calligraphy work? Why? He asked curiously. Because a master from your China once said that he was quite fond of this calligraphy work. All we can do is to let it return to its rightful owner. Peter from England replied honestly, without concealing anything. The price is negotiable. If you're willing to part with it, Mr. Ma, I'll offer 100 million to buy this calligraphy work from you. Seeing that Mr. Ma was silent, Peter from England thought he had doubts about the price and directly stated the offer. It meant that Mr. Ma could earn 70 million effortlessly without having owned the calligraphy work for long. However, do you think I, Mr. Ma, am the kind of person who cares about this 70 million? What I need is to figure out the reason, he thought. Mr. Peter, you're putting me in a difficult position. This calligraphy work is not worth such a high price at all, Mr. Ma said. Yes. Its market value is at most 20 million. I bought it out of sentiment. I sincerely hope you can part with it, Mr. Ma. Our Peter family will always remember your kindness. This calligraphy work was a gift from the Peter family to Xia Feng, and the sentiment attached to it was immeasurable. That's why Peter from England personally called Mr. Ma. It seemed that Peter from England was likely to be disappointed this time. The more Peter emphasized its importance, the more Mr. Ma valued this calligraphy work. This calligraphy was bought by him from Liner, and the person behind Liner is her brother, Xia Feng. Could Xia Feng be the high-level expert mentioned by British Peter? Didn't he rack his brains to get in touch with Liner just for her brother Xia Feng? Chapter 23. Old Ma's resolution. Mr. Ma of Tencent burst into laughter. He was extremely delighted, having accidentally stumbled upon such a great bargain. As for the so-called relinquishing with reluctance mentioned by British Peter, it was out of the question. He lacked nothing. Whatever the Peter family could offer, he already had. Regarding the so-called friendship mentioned by British Peter, Mr. Ma almost burst out laughing. Did he, the esteemed Mr. Ma of China, need their so-called friendship? Mr. Peter, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This calligraphy is also extremely precious to me. No matter what conditions you propose, I won't even consider them. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Mr. Ma of Tencent casually found an excuse to end the call. Before British Peter on the other end of the line could say a word, Mr. Ma had already hung up. You guys still want this calligraphy? In your dreams. Mr. Ma murmured to himself with self-mockery after hanging up the phone. Ma Yuqin was completely bewildered watching from the side. So, the legendary brother Ma on the internet was actually her father. She also grasped the gist of the matter. Was this calligraphy really that significant? Xiaoqin, You'll go to Shanghai tonight. Mr. Ma was now even more determined to send his daughter to Shanghai earlier. Okay. Ma Yuqi nodded without hesitation this time. All right, book your flight ticket. I'll have a chat with Miss Wang now and ask her to introduce you to Xiaolin. After saying that, Mr. Ma started to call Miss Wang the well-known figure. In Europe, in the United Kingdom, Peter looked extremely disgruntled as he held the phone in his hand. That Penguin Ma was so impolite, not even giving him a chance to speak before directly hanging up the phone. What about the so-called gentlemanliness? Mr. Ma from China was, after all, a well-respected figure internationally. How could he be so lacking in respect for others now? Since Penguin Ma was reluctant to part with something, Peter from the UK could do nothing. He couldn't possibly threaten Penguin Ma, could he? Who was Penguin Ma? How could they ever threaten him? Moreover, that Eastern country was full of mysteries everywhere. That Eastern deity was also from the Chinese nation. The Peter family didn't dare to act recklessly. No, I must tell grandfather the news about the Eastern deity. Peter from the UK grabbed his phone and rushed out. He arrived at an ancient castle. Only after passing through layer upon layer of checkpoints did he reach the interior of the castle. Young Master Third, you've come? The old butler in the castle greeted Peter when he saw him. Hello, Grandpa Billy. I need to see grandfather. Peter was quite polite to this old butler. Although he was just a servant of the Peter family, his status was very high. In the Peter family, apart from the old master, he had the highest position. He had accompanied the old master for decades. Although they were in a master-servant relationship, they were more like brothers. Young Master Third, the clan leader has gone asleep. Come another day. I'll inform the clan leader that you've been here. The butler named Billy declined Peter's request to visit. Grandpa Billy, I have something extremely important to report to grandfather. It can't be delayed, Peter said anxiously. No, nothing is more important than the clan chief's sleep. Butler Billy shook his head and refused mercilessly. Is it still not okay, even regarding matters about the Eastern Immortal? Asked Peter of England. The old butler was stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed excitedly, Say that again? Just now, you said it was about an Eastern Immortal? Yes, it's about him. Peter of England confirmed. All right, wait a moment. I'll go in right away to inform the clan chief. The old butler was a bit excited after hearing this and hastened inside. Soon, the old butler came out and said to Peter of England, The clan chief asks you to go in. Peter of England arrived at the innermost part of the castle. The interior decoration was not sumptuous, yet it exuded a long, standing historical charm, and the walls revealed an air of antiquity. Clan chief, the third young master has come. The butler said in a solemn voice outside a room at the very end. Come in. A deep voice came from inside the room. A voice that carried an irresistible air of authority. I pay my respects to you, grandfather. Peter of England said as he entered and performed a special courtesy to the old man on the couch. Shao Sanner, you say you have news about the Eastern Immortal? The old man's eyes were as sharp as torches, and those eyes seemed to pierce through Peter of England. This old man was Dura Peter, the clan chief of the Peter family. Yes, today I saw the calligraphy that grandfather gave to the Eastern Immortal a few years ago. Peter of England disclosed everything he knew, not even daring to conceal the content of his conversation with Penguin Ma. Dura Peter listened attentively to Peter of England's description without saying a word. He knew that the calligraphy was in the hands of the Eastern Immortal, and no one could take it from him if the Eastern Immortal didn't offer it up himself. What astonished him the most was that the so-called Eastern deity had actually sold this calligraphy work. Was it because of a shortage of money? It couldn't be. Are you sure you've explained it clearly? Why on earth did the Eastern deity sell this calligraphy? The old man furrowed his brows and inquired. Grandpa, it wasn't the Eastern deity who sold it. It was a girl, a Chinese anchor. After some investigation, I found that she's probably the sister of the Eastern deity. Peter from England replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Dura Peter smiled, wearing a nostalgic expression. His family were cultivators, Western cultivators. A few years ago, due to a failed breakthrough in his cultivation, he was on the verge of death. It was Xiao Feng who appeared and saved his life. Moreover, Xiao Feng helped him achieve a breakthrough. The old man immediately knelt on the ground, intending to worship Xiao Feng as his master. Xiao Feng then said, You're not qualified to be my disciple. I just did it as a casual act. No matter what Xiao Feng said. The old man was deeply grateful and sincerely invited Xiao Feng to his home. When Xiao Feng was in the castle, he accidentally saw the calligraphy by Lu Shiru, an ancient Chinese relic. Not wanting it to remain abroad, Xiao Feng asked the Peter family for the calligraphy. In their eyes, perhaps Xiao Feng liked the calligraphy. Or maybe he didn't want to owe them a favor and deliberately chose the calligraphy to take away. From then on, Xiao Feng was like an Eastern deity in Dura Peter's heart. With just a wave of his hand, he could save one's life and help one achieve a breakthrough. However, after that, Xia Feng vanished without a trace, which the old man deeply regretted. Now, when Peter from England suddenly mentioned that there was news of the Eastern deity, Peter was extremely excited. Get in touch with the people in China. I'll go to China myself. When Peter uttered these words, no one found it out of place. Instead, they regarded it as a matter of course. The Eastern deities are too enigmatic. Chapter 24. Reaching China. Peter is not only the patriarch of the family, but also a member of the British royal family. Therefore, he needs to make prior communication before going to China. Patriarch, I'll handle it right away. After hearing this, Butler Billy withdrew. Sanner, you did an excellent job in this matter. Come with me to China. Peter looked at Britain Peter with satisfaction and said, Yes, San obeys. Britain Peter was overjoyed. It was an honor for him to go to China with his grandfather. Among the younger generation of the family, there were numerous talented individuals. Being recognized by Peter was also a great privilege for him. Britain Peter is extremely fond of Chinese culture. In his leisure time, he likes to browse Chinese websites and watch live broadcasts. Unexpectedly, he obtained such important information this time, which enabled him to stand out among the younger generation. Butler Billy worked with great efficiency. He immediately contacted China through the embassy. Peter was coming to China for a private visit, and the Chinese side naturally extended a warm welcome. The next day, Peter boarded his private plane bound for China. At Hongqiao International Airport in Shanghai, Qin Guomin was appointed as the representative to receive Peter. He arrived at the airport early in the morning. Vice Mayor Qin, Duke Dura should be arriving soon. The secretary beside Qin Guomin looked at his watch and came to him, saying, Yes, I've been instructed to entertain Duke Dura well. Have all the arrangements for the hotel been made? Qin Guomin nodded and asked. All arrangements have been made properly. The secretary replied. As Peter's private plane landed, Qin Guomin and others surrounded it. As soon as the cabin door opened, Peter stepped out, closing his eyes and taking a breath of the air of China. He felt a profound sense of pleasure and well-being. Truly, China was a great power. And even the very air seemed to carry the grandeur of a great nation. Duke Dura, welcome to China. I'm Qin Guomin, the one responsible for your reception this time. Qin Guomin stepped forward as soon as Peter disembarked from the plane. Good day, Vice Mayor Qin. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Peter replied. Before his arrival, Peter had already learned that the government official who would receive him was Vice Mayor Qin Guomin standing right before him. Duke Dura, I've arranged a hotel for you. You can go there to rest for a while. Qin Guomin extended his right hand and shook hands with Peter. Vice Mayor Qin, there's no hurry. I'd like to inquire about someone, Peter said. Peter didn't come here for a real tour. He only wanted to meet the Immortal from China, his benefactor and the revered mentor in his heart. Go ahead, Duke Dura, Qin Guomin smiled and said. I'm looking for a live streamer on your Shark platform in China. Her name is Liner. Can you help me find her? Peter asked. Qin Guomin was taken aback upon hearing this. Does Duke Dura also know Lina? It might be because of Xia Feng, he thought. This question from Peter made Qin Guomin even more curious about Xia Feng's identity. He had already been intrigued by Xia Feng's identity before. Could it be that Xia Feng's fame had spread overseas? Duke Dura, I know Liner. May I ask what business you have with her? Qin Guomin inquired. Oh, you know her? Then, Vice Mayor Qin, would you be so kind as to introduce me to her? Many thanks. Peter was taken aback for a moment and then pleaded. It's just that Lin Air has a rather special identity. I'm afraid Mayor Qin might find it a bit difficult. If it were someone else, Mayor Qin would readily agree without hesitation. But Lin Air has Xia Feng backing her. In case I displease Xia Feng, I'd be inviting unnecessary trouble, wouldn't I? Mayor Qin, you can rest assured. I know the person behind Lin Air, Peter explained. Noticing Mayor Qin's hesitation. All right, then I'll introduce you, Mayor Qin said. Since things had come to this point, he no longer declined. Thank you for your help. Peter said, his face full of gratitude. Duke Dula, please wait a moment. I'll make a phone call now, Mayor Qin said. He didn't know where Lin Air lived, but Qin Do did. Please, Peter replied. Mayor Qin then dialed Qin Do's number. As soon as the call was connected, Mayor Qin asked, Where are you now? Uncle, what's the matter? I'm at home, Qin Do answered. Send me Lin Air's address. I'm taking a guest there, Mayor Qin said. Uncle, what are you going there for? Wouldn't it be too abrupt? Should I go there first to say hello? Qin Do thought it would be rather sudden to just go there. It definitely wouldn't be appropriate to bother Xia Feng out of the blue. Fine. Send me the address and go there first. Mayor Qin agreed, finding Qin Do's suggestion reasonable after hearing it. After making the arrangements, Mayor Qin started leading Dula Peter to Xiaolin's villa. Since Mayor Qin was coming from the airport, Qin Do arrived there a step earlier than him. Miss Xiaolin looked at Qin Do and inquired, "Young Master Qin, what brings you here today? Where's Sister One?" Qin Do gave a couple of hearty chuckles and replied, "Xiaowen is occupied today and couldn't come. I'll arrange for her to keep you company another day." He then continued, "Linner, I've come today because my uncle has brought a guest. The guest wishes to meet you. I'm not quite certain about the details, so I've come in advance to seek your opinion." "Sure." Uncle Qin must have his reasons for bringing a guest, Xiaolin responded without hesitation. After all, Qin Gumin, the vice mayor of Shanghai, was a mature and prudent individual who knew well how to handle matters. "Very well. They'll likely arrive soon," Qin Do said, nodding his head. After they had chatted for a while, a motorcade pulled up outside the villa. An extended, wheelbase Maybach came to a halt at the entrance. Qin Gumin and Dura Peter got out of the car one after another. Qin Gumin pointed at the villa and announced, "Duke Dura, this is the place." Dura Peter lifted his head to glance at the villa. His heart began to race, and a tinge of fear crept over him. He was afraid that his arrival might intrude upon the Chinese immortal. Yet, excitement also welled up within him. After all these years, he wondered if the Chinese immortal would still recognize him. Although he hadn't succeeded in becoming his disciple back then, in Dura Peter's eyes, Xiaofeng had always been his master. He owed his current cultivation level entirely to Xiaofeng. Uncle Qin, Qin Do, and Xiaolin stepped out to greet them. The arrival of Dura Peter left them somewhat puzzled. Was the guest Uncle Qin mentioned a foreigner? "Well, Linner, let me introduce you. This is Duke Dura from the Kingdom of Great Britain." Qin Guomin introduced Duke Dura to Linner. "Good day, Miss Linner. It's an honor to make your acquaintance." Duke Peter Dura greeted first, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing deeply. Xiaolin was startled by such a grand salute from Duke Peter Dura and quickly stepped back, saying, "Please, there's no need for such formality." Even Qin Guomin standing beside her stared in astonishment. He knew that these so-called dukes were extremely haughty and wouldn't offer such a grand salute unless in the presence of the queen. This also fully demonstrated Xiaofeng's exalted status, which was truly beyond imagination. Chapter 25. Did he kneel? Duke Dura paid no heed to others' gazes. He thought that offering a grand salute to Xiaolin was of little consequence. The position Xiaofeng held in his heart was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. "Uncle, who is this foreigner?" Qin Do walked up to Qin Guomin and whispered, "He's a duke from the Kingdom of Great Britain and the patriarch of the Peter family." Qin Guomin replied, looking at Qin Do. "Whoa," Qin Do gasped. No wonder his uncle accompanied this foreigner personally. It turned out this foreigner had an illustrious background. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up, and Prince Guomin and Ma Yuqin got out. Seeing the people on the scene, Prince Guomin was stunned for a moment. Then he led Ma Yuqin towards Xiaolin and said, "Linner, this is Ma Yuqin. She's Uncle Ma's daughter. Since she's in Shanghai, I brought her here to meet you." "Hello, dear Linner. Just as my father described, you're truly enchanting," Ma Yuqin greeted first. "Hello, Sister Yuqin. You're also very beautiful. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance." Xiaolin nodded with a smile. Xiaolin wasn't flattering in this regard. Ma Yuqin was truly beautiful. The kind of beauty who could add charm like a gentle woman beside a scholar, exuding a faint air of bookishness. Ma Chia himself was a very handsome man. How could his daughter be bad? "Second brother, what's your second uncle doing bringing a foreigner here?" The so-called National Little King walked up to Qin Do and asked. Qin Do gave the National Little King a disdainful look. "When did I ever have such a name? Can you stop calling me second brother? It's really bloody unpleasant." Qin Do protested. "All right, second brother. Qin Do, hurry up and tell me." Seeing Qin Do's reluctant expression, the National Little King urged. "A duke from the United Kingdom, the patriarch of the Peter family. You should be familiar with them. Your family has industries there." Qin Do described. "Damn it, this guy is amazing. Why has he come here?" The National Little King looked extremely surprised. Qin Do might not know how powerful the Peter family was, but the National Little King was well aware. His family had industries in the United Kingdom, and the Peter family was one of the top-notch families there. Moreover, theirs was an old, established noble family with substantial strength. It was said that they were a special kind of existence. As for in what way they were special, the National Little King didn't understand either. In short, they were awesome. "Miss Linner, could you go inside and inform your brother? Just say that an old acquaintance from the United Kingdom has come to visit." Dula Peter asked Xiaolin sincerely. "Sure, wait a moment." Xiaolin nodded in response. "No need. I'm out here." As Xiaolin's words faded, Xia Feng emerged from the villa. He had sensed Du La Peter even before the latter reached the villa. Yet he didn't step out immediately. Adorned in a long robe and with his long, flowing hair, Xia Feng, hands clasped behind his back, appeared like an immortal emerging from the mist. The unique aura emanating from him was utterly enchanting. Even the young prince of the nation, who had met him several times, was under such a spell, not to mention the others. Ma Yuqin, seeing Xia Feng for the first time, was deeply captivated by his appearance. In this world, there could be such a refined and elegant gentleman that it seemed as if they had returned to a realm of immortals rather than the contemporary society. She was utterly astounded. Thud. While everyone was still immersed in Xia Feng's unique aura, Du La Peter suddenly dropped to his knees. He exclaimed, Du La Peter pays his respects to his master. Du La Peter's voice trembled, a mix of excitement and a tinge of fear. The moment he saw Xia Feng, he felt an indescribable sensation. He clearly sensed that Xia Feng had changed, yet he couldn't pinpoint where. It was as if Xia Feng was a lofty star in the sky, visible but unattainable. The people of Qin were dumbfounded. The young prince of the nation was stunned. Everyone was in a state of shock. He knelt down and addressed Xia Feng as his master? What on earth was going on? A sound of swallowing came from someone's throat, which jolted everyone back to reality. Holy cow, he really knelt down. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances before turning their eyes in unison to Xia Feng, their faces filled with astonishment. Xia Feng remained silent, and Du La Peter, still on his knees, dared not utter a word or even raise his head. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed rather frigid, capable of sending shivers down one's spine even on a sweltering day. Before Xia Feng opened his mouth, no one dared to utter a word. Even the urge to pass gas was forcefully suppressed. Follow me in. Xia Feng left these 4 words and turned around to enter the villa. Upon hearing this, Du La Peter was overjoyed. He respectfully kowtowed, then nimbly got up and cautiously trailed behind Xia Feng. No one among the crowd dared to step forward, watching enviously as Du La Peter was led inside. Little bat, what brings you to China? Xia Feng inquired, looking at Du La Peter after returning to the villa. Du La Peter was of the Blood Clan, the so-called vampires in legends. However, they were an evolved blood clan that didn't need to feed on human blood to survive and could walk under the sun just like normal people. Generally, those who fed on human blood were still low-level vampires, not even worthy of being called part of the Blood Clan. Hearing Xia Feng call him Little Bat, Du La Peter felt a deep sense of familiarity. He remained kneeling on the ground, bowing forward, and said excitedly, I missed Master. I wanted to come and see Master. As I've told you before, you're not yet qualified to be my disciple. But seeing your such sincere devotion, I'll temporarily take you as a registered disciple. Xia Feng saw that this little bat had traveled a long distance to see him after several years. Noticing his good character and his gratitude towards China, Xia Feng reluctantly accepted him as a registered disciple, though he was still unqualified to be a full-fledged one. Disciple pays respects to master. Du La Peter was overjoyed. This journey had not been in vain, and he had finally gained Xia Feng's recognition. Dora Peter was well aware of the rules in China. He quickly got up, poured a cup of tea on the table, and respectfully presented it to Xia Feng. Then, he knelt down seriously and said, Please, master, have some tea. Xia Feng took the tea and took a small sip. It's been several years, yet your cultivation hasn't advanced at all, he said. I've brought shame to you, master. Dora Peter replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Since you're here, stay for a while. I'll guide you in your cultivation, Xia Feng offered. Thank you, master. Dora Peter exclaimed excitedly. Call the people outside in. Xia Feng waved his hand at Dora Peter. Hearing this, Dora Peter rushed out immediately to summon everyone. He didn't look like a duke at all. He resembled a busy waiter. Everyone walked into the villa with heavy steps. Without Xia Feng's permission, none of them dared to sit. Liner, guests have arrived. Show them to their seats. There are fine tea leaves on the table in my room. Fetch them and brew some for the guests, Xia Feng said, looking at Xiaolin. Sure. Everyone, take a seat. Make yourselves at home. Xiaolin called out before dashing upstairs. Sorry to trouble you, young Master Xia, said Qin Guamin, who, despite being the deputy mayor of the Magic City, felt a sense of unease in Xia Feng's presence. You're my guests. No need to be so polite. Xia Feng waved his hand at Qin Guamin. Then he looked at Xiao Wang and ordered, Xiao Wang, go help with boiling water. Also, get some fruits from the kitchen for everyone. Being named, Xiao Wang felt extremely honored. He nodded and excitedly rushed to the kitchen. Qin Do watched Xiao Wang bustling about in the kitchen with envy in his eyes. He doesn't even have the qualification to offer help. The boss truly lives up to his status. Indeed, his treatment is extraordinary. the way he was addressed as the second in command. I'm truly convinced. Chapter 26. The excited Qin Do, the So, called National Little Wang, was washing fruits with both hands, humming a tune in his heart and winking at Qin Do from time to time. He looked extremely smug. Qin Do, standing aside, was so annoyed that his teeth itched. He did want to go over and help, but since Xia Feng hadn't given the word, he found it hard to move his feet. Although everyone had taken their seats, they only barely touched the chairs, especially Qin Guomin. He wasn't this reserved even when he went to Beijing to report his work to his superiors. It seemed that Xia Feng was on a different plane from them, and an inexplicable sense of pressure could be felt. Although Ma Yuqi was meeting Xia Feng for the first time and had never heard of his deeds before, under the influence of everyone around her, she also became nervous. And Dura Peter stood behind Xia Feng without sitting down, remaining motionless like a bodyguard throughout. Since Dura Peter didn't sit, England Peter was even more afraid to take a seat. Old Peter, sit down. It's quite strange for you to stand behind me. And you, the young Peter beside you. Sit down with him. I'm not a man, eating tiger. Everyone is so reserved. You should all learn from Little Wang, Xia Feng said. Looking at the somewhat reserved crowd, once again being named by Xia Feng, National Little Wang gave a start. He straightened his back and washed the fruits even more vigorously. The fresh apples were almost rubbed raw. Dura Peter didn't dare to defy Xia Feng's words and led England Peter to find a corner to sit down. What's your name? We've met several times, haven't we? Xia Feng pointed at Qin Do and asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Do perked up and quickly stood up, saying, Young Master Xia. You can just call me Xiao Qin. All right, Xiao Qin. From now on, just call me Big Brother Xia, like Xiao Wang does. Don't keep calling me Young Master Xia. We're all young people, so just be at ease. Xia Feng nodded and instructed. Sure. I'll remember that. Qin Do was overjoyed upon hearing this. I finally made it. I'm finally treated like a human in front of Xia Feng, thought Qin Do, casting furtive glances at Xiao Wang, the so-called national Xiao Wang, who was busy washing fruits. Hearing this, Qin Guomin was also quite gratified. This lad Qin Do has done well. I'll praise him when we get back. Just then, Xia Lin came downstairs with the tea leaves and walked into the living room to prepare for making tea. Qin Do, eager to please, rushed over and said, Linner, let me handle the tea making. I know how to do it. Then I'll trouble you. Hearing this, Xia Lin handed a packet of tea leaves to Qin Do. In fact, it was just wrapped in a layer of yellow paper, clearly homemade tea leaves. Qin Do carefully unwrapped the tea. Since it was Xia Feng's tea, it must be extraordinary. After unwrapping the yellow paper, wrapped tea, Qin Do found that inside were golden leaves. Usually, tea leaves are either sun-dried or stir-fried, but these leaves looked dry, yet each leaf was intact and didn't seem to have been stir-fried. Even before brewing the tea, Qin Do could smell a strong, refreshing tea aroma that was so alluring it made one feel almost intoxicated. Qin Do had drunk quite a few top-grade teas, and there were plenty that cost hundreds of thousands per caddy. But this was the first time he had seen such perfect tea leaves. Qin Do skillfully began to steep the tea. As soon as the tea leaves were placed in the water, a delicate fragrance began to pervade the villa. The fragrance instantly refreshed those who smelled it. An excellent tea, Qin Do exclaimed in his heart. After Qin Do finished brewing the tea, the so-called National Little Wang on the other side had washed the fruits and arranged them neatly on the fruit plates. Qin Do, quite familiar with the process, fetched some teacups and started to pour the tea. The first cup was for Xia Feng. No need to pour for me. I'm sick of this kind of tea. You guys drink it. Xia Feng pushed the teacup handed over by Qin Do to Xia Lin. Sick of it? Is it that unpalatable? I'll send some top-grade tea for Xia Feng to taste another day. Subsequently, Qin Do poured a cup for everyone. And finally, it was his and National Little Wang's turn. The tea that Qin Do had just brewed was quickly finished. The water was still boiling, and he would have to brew another pot soon. Sip. Qin Guomin couldn't help crying out after taking a sip of the tea. Huh? Everyone looked at Qin Guomin with puzzled looks. Come on, it's just a cup of tea. Is there any need to make such a big fuss? Even Qin Do, as Qin Guomin's nephew, murmured secretly, thinking that he was so ill-mannered. Qin Guomin blushed under everyone's gazes and gave an embarrassed smile. It wasn't that he did it on purpose, he really couldn't hold it back. It's so refreshing. National Little Wang almost shouted out after taking a sip. This tea is incredibly delicious. National Little Wang felt like crying. After drinking the tea, a warm current spread throughout his body. It seemed as if all the hairs on his body stood on end, and he felt invigorated and in high spirits. That feeling was like when you're having an intimate moment with your partner and reach the climax. A shiver runs through you, and it's incredibly exhilarating. This experience was even 10 times more stimulating than that. How could the so-called national prince endure it? Just as Qin Gumin had been before. Now the national prince was in the same state. Everyone looked at the teacups in their hands and more or less understood. Qin Do was extremely curious. He picked up the teacup and gulped down the tea. Then he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, fearing that he might make the same embarrassing sounds as his second uncle and the national prince. Uft, uft. Alas, Qin Do couldn't hold it back and exhaled. Unfortunately, his mouth was covered by his hand, so the air in his mouth could only gush out from the side of his hand, creating sounds like farts. Uft, uft, uft. Everyone was stunned. What a strange move. What kind of person was this? Qin Do wished he could find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Qin Do saw the disdainful looks from the crowd, and his face suddenly turned beet red, on the verge of tears. He swore that he really didn't do it on purpose. He just couldn't help it. After Qin Do's incident, those who hadn't drunk the tea were in a real dilemma. If they drank it, would they end up as embarrassing as Qin Do? If they didn't drink it, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Xiaofeng? It was so difficult. For the first time, they felt that drinking a cup of tea could be such a painful thing. Then the national prince looked at Ma Yuqin, who was holding the teacup in her hand, looking lost, and said, "Yuqin, if you don't want to drink it, give it to me." The national prince didn't care about being embarrassed. Anyway, he had already made a fool of himself. This tea was simply incredibly refreshing. It doesn't matter. You can drink. It's just like this when you first drink it. This tea can refresh the mind, enhance beauty, and restore the body's functions. It's normal to burp out some gas because you're not used to it on your first try. After saying this, Xiaofeng stood up and walked upstairs. He thought everyone would feel embarrassed to drink tea if he stayed. As Xiaofeng went upstairs, those who hadn't drunk the tea immediately gulped it down. And then various strange sounds could be heard. Oh. Chapter 27. The two young masters competing for the tea leaves. It was extremely refreshing. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's minds. They had never drunk such delicious tea before. After drinking this tea, all the cells in the body seemed to sense a call and became fully active. It tasted like sweet dew, filling the air with a rich and fragrant aroma. After drinking, the teeth and cheeks gradually felt sweet. Then, a stream of gas rose from the stomach. This might be what Xiaofeng meant by the discomfort on the first try. The tea was forging the body's functions. Even after a long time, the taste was unforgettable. Truly, there were no better adjectives to describe it. Any good adjectives were merely embellishments in the face of this tea. Everyone looked at the empty teacup in Qin Do's hand. Qin Do quickly poured the last few drops of tea into the cup, then drank it all in one gulp and even licked the cup with his tongue. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva, extremely envious. The water was boiled. Hurry up and make the tea. The young master of the nation was quick, witted, and ran over to grab the boiling kettle. Qin Do took the kettle and continued to make the tea. They didn't stop until their bellies were full of tea and they could take no more. Damn it. This tea is so delicious. The young master noticed there was still a small packet of tea leaves left on the table. He directly reached out, picked it up, and stuffed it into his bosom. Everyone else, holy shit. He beat us to it. What are you doing? Give it back to me. Qin Do was extremely anxious upon seeing this. This tea was his. What did it mean for the young master to stuff it into his bosom? Qin Do somewhat regretted that he had always been in control of the tea. Why hadn't he thought of keeping the remaining tea leaves for himself just now? How he regretted it now. Yours? Have you no shame? The young master regarded Qin Do with a look as if guarding against a thief. When did this tea become yours? You're just a tea-making artist. Have you any decency at all? This tea was given to me by Liner. If it's not mine, is it yours? Hand it over right now. After saying that, Qin Do made a move to snatch the tea leaves from the young master's pocket. The young master shook off Qin Do's hand, took a few steps back, and said, "Second brother, are you seeking death?" Feeling embarrassed under the contemptuous looks of the others, Qin Do forced a smile and said, "Let's go outside and talk." Then he started to pull the young master towards the outside of the villa. "Liner, these two lads are always like this. Don't take it to heart," Qin Gumin said, looking at the two who were tugging at each other as they went out. "It's okay. This is quite lively. Everyone, don't be polite. Treat this as your own home. Sister Yuqin, stay at my place tonight and have a chat with me," Xiao Lin said with a smile. "Sure. It'll be so lively staying at your place." "I'm more than willing, hee. Ma Yuqin nodded excitedly. After Qin Do pulled the national little king out, he said hastily, "Elder brother, isn't this a bit excessive?" The national little king pursed his lips and said, "Hey, second brother, are you really going to compete with your elder brother for just a little tea? I'll send you a box of top Nach de Hong Pao some other day. Top, Nach de Hong Pao. Do I need you to give it to me? Is this just ordinary tea? It's simply a divine item. I'll give you 10 boxes of top, Nach de Hong Pao. You give me that tea. Qin Do shook his head and said, Get out. No tea for you. Do whatever you want. The national little king scolded Qin Do after hearing that. Elder brother, didn't you promise to take care of your little brother? Didn't you say that as long as you have meat to eat, I'll have soup? Just spare a tiny bit for me. That's enough. Seeing that the national little king was determined not to give in, Qin Do changed his approach. Sure enough, after Qin Do said this, the national little king was a bit tempted. Maybe he had indeed gone too far. After all, this guy called him elder brother every day. It seemed unreasonable not to share some with him. All right, I'll give you a little. Don't be greedy. Just take whatever I give you. Only then did the national little king take out the tea from his bosom. Okay. Elder brother has the final say. Qin Do's face lit up upon hearing this. After the national little king took out the tea, he gently unwrapped the paper. Then he pinched a tiny bit of tea with 3 fingers and placed it in Qin Do's palm. Then he said, Is that enough? Elder brother, be honest with yourself. Can this make a pot of tea? Qin Do was on the verge of tears. Then I'll give you a bit more. It'll surely be enough for a pot. The national little king took out some more tea for Qin Do. Well, this should be enough for you to brew a pot of tea. The so-called national prince was quite satisfied with his outcome. Qin Do looked at the tea leaves in his hand. It was indeed enough for a pot, so he nodded and said contentedly, Thank you, elder brother, for your generosity. Haha, you're the second among us. How could an elder brother not take care of you? The national prince laughed heartily and patted Qin Do on the shoulder to console him, completely unaware of his own stingy attitude just now. Qin Do didn't take it to heart. He thought to himself, I almost knelt down and begged you. You even gave me the amount for a pot of tea in 2 installments. Can you have a bit more self-respect? The national prince didn't notice Qin Do's sarcastic look at all and said rather complacently, Let me take a photo and show it to Yue and Jiang Xin. Let them have a taste of the novelty. After saying that, the national prince took out the tea leaves, placed them on the stone bench in front of the villa, specifically opened the package of the tea leaves, arranged them in a nice shape, and took a photo. In the group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai, the national prince, a photo of the tea leaves. The national prince, check out the tea leaves I got today. They're incredibly delicious. Jiang Xin, what a lousy thing. Where did you pick these up, young Master Wang? The national prince, I don't blame you for not recognizing good stuff. After all, ignorance is the original sin. Jiang Xin, Yue, young Master Wang, although the packaging of this tea is a bit shabby, each tea leaf shines golden. This tea should be quite good. Qin Do, a photo of the tea leaves. Qin Do held a small amount of tea leaves in one hand, took a photo, and sent it to the group. In comparison with the one from the national prince, it really looked rather shabby. Jiang Xin, Yue, young Master Qin, did you pick up the tea leaves that young Master Wang dropped on the ground? Qin Do, it's good enough to have something to pick up. After all, they only gave me such a little. Pick up? Qin Do would love to. If he could, he'd pick up all night. However, the national little prince guarded the tea leaves like a mother cow guards its calf. He couldn't even get a single bit. Jiang Xin, really? Young Master Wang isn't such a stingy person, is he? Yue, it seems that this tea is quite good. Otherwise, these 2 young masters wouldn't come to show off. National little prince, young master, you're much more discerning than that Jiang Xin fellow. I've decided to give you a piece to smell. Yue, this is really an insult. After the national little prince took photos and showed off, he immediately put away the tea leaves. It was windy, lest they be blown away. There was also a covetous person standing beside him, so he had to prevent that guy from getting his hands on them. Qin Do watched helplessly as the national little prince wrapped the tea leaves up again and gently put them into his bosom like a precious treasure. Sigh. Next time, he must be more alert. Chapter 28. Qin comes to scrounge a meal as soon as the national little prince and Qin Do entered the villa. They were called over by Xiaolin. Young Master Wang, young Master Qin, my elder brother said he'll cook at home for lunch. Could you go out and buy some groceries? Xiaolin said to the 2 young masters. Sure, I'll go right away. Are there any special requirements? The national little prince asked. Just buy some ordinary home-cooked ingredients. My elder brother said he'll cook by himself at noon, Xiaolin instructed. That's so embarrassing. Won't it be too much trouble? Qin Do murmured softly, stealing glances at the upstairs. Don't say such things again, young Master Qin. Be careful, my elder brother hears you and scolds you, Xiaolin said to Qin Do. Qin Do shrank his neck and cast a worried glance at the 2nd floor, fearing that Xiaofeng might have overheard his words just now. All right, Let's go and buy groceries right now, replied the so-called national prince as he took up Xiaolin's words. The two of them went out and drove the national prince's Rolls-Royce Phantom to a large supermarket to buy groceries. Where shall we go to buy them? Qingdou asked while sitting in the front passenger seat. Having grown up and lived in Shanghai for 20 or 30 years, it was his first time to buy groceries. If you're asking me, where else should we go? Of course, we'll go to a large supermarket. Otherwise, should we go to a vegetable market? The national prince retorted. Boss, it's my first time buying groceries in my life. I'm just afraid that I might not do it well and displease Brother Xia. Qingdou gave a simple, minded smile. This was personally requested by Xia Feng, so we can't be careless. Just pick the expensive ones. That'll definitely be right. The national prince didn't really care. After all, in his view, expensive things were good. In this era, there was nothing that money couldn't solve. If it really couldn't be solved, then it had reached a level like Xia Feng's, where money became useless. He once said that when making friends, he never cared whether the other person was rich or not because no one was as wealthy as himself. The two arrived at the largest supermarket near the villa. After parking the car, they directly walked into the supermarket. They had no idea what groceries to buy, so they just followed the national prince's advice and chose the expensive ones. Brother Prince Wang? Oh my goodness, it's really you. What on earth is going on? You've come out to buy groceries? Qinwen was as if she had discovered a new continent and looked extremely shocked. There were also two girls beside Qinwen, and one of them was Xiaya, whom Qingdou used to pursue. They had also come to buy groceries as they liked cooking by themselves. Prince Wang, Prince Qin. Two girls beside Qinwen greeted the national little king and Qingdou. Hey, why can't we come out to buy groceries? The national little king smiled and said, it's Xia Feng's order. Buying groceries is a small matter, and being able to offer help is of greater significance. Would you like to join us? We also plan to cook by ourselves at noon. Qinwen invited. No. The national little king and Qingdou replied in unison. They were out on a mission and would never accept their invitation. What's wrong? Do you dislike our cooking? Qinwen looked unhappy after being so readily rejected. Sister, stop being willful. There's really something up. Can you help us pick some home-cooked dishes? Qinwen's eyes lit up. They didn't know what kind of groceries were appropriate to buy, but Qinwen and her friends did. The national little king nodded approvingly after hearing that. Good idea. Second brother, you came out without even knowing what to buy? Qinwen exclaimed in surprise. Well, actually, we're on a mission. You can just help us choose. Qingdou said. Qinwen gave them a suspicious look after hearing that. Something's amiss. She was not sure whether the national little king had bought groceries before. But Qingdou had never been to the food market. Today, he came to buy groceries in person, pushing a cart. There must be something fishy about it. Are you two hiding something from me? Qinwen asked suspiciously. Nothing of the sort. Qingdou waved his hand. Then what are you buying groceries for? To cook. Who will cook? You two don't even know how to buy groceries. Don't tell me you'll cook by yourselves. Stop pretending and admit it honestly. I don't believe a word you're saying. You two never even touch the kitchen utensils. Do you expect me to believe you're here to buy groceries and cook? Well, tell me the truth, or you're not leaving today. Qinwen, known as the feisty girl in Shanghai, pressed so hard that the two men stepped back repeatedly. Sigh. All right, I'll tell you. It was Linner's elder brother who told us to come and buy groceries. Stop joking around and help us pick them out quickly. Under the coercion of his sister, Qingdou finally revealed the reason. Qinwen showed an expression of understanding. Then, she rolled her eyes and said, Then I'll go with you. What are you going there for? No way. Qingdou shook his head and refused. Let Qinwen come along. Lino knows her. And her father is there too, the so-called national young master interjected. My father is there? Qinwen asked. Yes, and there's also a foreigner. Stop talking nonsense and pick the groceries quickly. Once you're done, I'll take you there, Qingdou ordered, looking at Qinwen. All right, Xiaoya, you buy your groceries by yourselves. I won't go with you today, Qinwen said, then turned to look at Xiaoya. Okay, then we'll go buy groceries first, Xiaoya nodded in response. With Qinwen's participation, the three of them quickly gathered the ingredients for home-cooked meals to ensure that there would be no shortage of seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. At Xiaolin's home, they bought a full set. Qinwen sat in the back seat excitedly, sticking her head forward and saying, Brother, will I get to see Xiaofeng this time? What a silly question. How could you not see him when we're going to his place? Qingdou gave Qinwen a disdainful look and replied. Before long, the three of them returned to Xiaolin's villa, carrying numerous bags from the car. Come in. What are you afraid of? Qingdou, with items in both hands, urged Qinwen. You go in first. I'll follow behind you. Although Qin usually seemed as feisty as a little pepper, fearless at all times, she felt a twinge of unease now that they had actually reached the villa's entrance. Coward, Qin scoffed at her, and then led the way into the villa. Oh, Sister Wen, you're here too. Last time. I even asked young Master Qin to invite you over to play. Xiaolin spotted Qin as soon as she stepped into the door. Hiki, Linner, I hope you won't mind my unannounced visit. Qin, holding things in her hands, grinned. What are you saying, Sister Wen? You can stay at my place all the time. Xiaolin walked towards Qin and took the items from her. Dad, after putting down the things. Qin ran over to Qin Guamin and called out. Then her eyes darted around, eager to find Xiaofeng. Why did you come, girl? Qin Guamin looked at his daughter lovingly and inquired. I bumped into my brother at the supermarket, so I tagged along for a meal. Hiki. Qin leaned against the sofa behind Qin Guamin and replied. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by tagging along for a meal? Help wash the vegetables later. Qin Guamin quickly interrupted Qin's rambling. Got it. Qin stuck out her tongue, looking extremely adorable. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Xiaofeng descended the stairs. When Qin saw Xiaofeng in his long robe and flowing long hair again, she found it hard to contain herself. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. Chapter 29. Wash the vegetables and seal a big deal. When Xiaofeng came downstairs, the entire hall fell silent. Even the talkative Qin dared not make a sound. What are you all looking at me for? Just carry on with your conversations, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Brother, the groceries are bought. Hurry up and cook, Xiaolin said as she skipped over with a beaming smile. All right, who will help me wash the vegetables? Xiaofeng asked the crowd. I'll do it. I wash them well. I'm professional at washing vegetables. As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, the repeater, Prince Wang, and Qin rushed forward eagerly. In particular, Qin claim of being a professional vegetable washer made everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere suddenly became less awkward. This is the right kind of atmosphere. It's so nice for everyone to get along harmoniously, Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile. Then you can all go together. Qin and Prince Wang started to bustle about in the vegetable washing room with the groceries they bought. Peter quietly gave a slap on the back of the head to England Peter and angrily said, You're acting like a big shot. You're so oblivious. England Peter looked utterly wronged after being slapped. It wasn't that he was being inconsiderate. He was just scared. Peter paid no heed to England Peter's grievance and walked into the kitchen with a smile. Excuse me, young man. Could you make some space for me? Peter said as he approached Prince Wang. Duke Peter, don't address me like that. Just call me Wang, Prince Wang said as he stepped aside a couple of steps. In this villa, apart from Xiaofeng, Duke Dura was the most influential person. Prince Wang felt he didn't deserve such a formal address. That won't do. I'll call you Prince Wang then. Dula Peter is extremely shrewd. Those who can be in this villa have all gained the recognition of the master. One can't just casually address someone as Xiao Wang, Little Wang. Well, come to think of it, my family actually has properties in your Great Britain. The so-called national Xiao Wang smiled. Oh, that's quite good. What kind of family business does your family have? Dula Peter asked in a low voice. My father is Lao Wang. Yida Plaza belongs to our family. It's a pity that the properties in Great Britain couldn't be sold even at a 30 discount. National Xiao Wang shook his head, showing helplessness. In recent years, the capital of Yida Group has shrunk. It has been selling off its overseas properties to cash out and pay off domestic loans. After 2 years of asset sales, Yida Group has repaid more than 300 billion in loans. Now it can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the group has managed to stabilize. Currently, Yida Group has sold 70 of its overseas assets, mostly at a loss. Especially the assets in Great Britain. No one is willing to buy them even at a 30 discount. Some people even offer only half the price. It's really going too far. So Yida Group belongs to your family. Aren't you selling it? Dula Peter nodded after hearing this. Yida Group is somewhat well known in their Great Britain. And Dula Peter has naturally heard of it. Yes, we've been trying to sell it for 2 years, but no one has taken over. National Xiao Wang pondered for a moment and continued. There are indeed people who want to buy. But the prices they offer are so outrageous that we've been stalling the sale. How much do you plan to sell it for? Dula Peter asked. 3 billion euros. National Xiao Wang replied. Well, the price is quite reasonable. It's actually worth far more than that. How about I buy your properties for 4 billion euros? Dora Peter looked at the national little king and said that he would stay in China for some time and practice beside Xiaofeng. Since he was in Xiafeng's presence, it was inevitable that he would interact with the national little king every day. Now was the time for everyone to strengthen their relationship. Buying the industries of Yida Group was also a favor to them. Moreover, he didn't lose out by offering for billion euros. After some thought, Dora Peter felt that it was a feasible thing to do. Duke Peter, are you serious? The national little king was overjoyed upon hearing this. Of course, we are all masters people. Helping you is like helping myself. Dora Peter gave the national little king a knowing look. The national little king understood. Although Dora Peter bought the industries at a high price out of respect for Xiaofeng, the favor was real. The national little king now deeply felt the charm of relying on Xiaofeng. He could finalize a project worth tens of billions of RMB just by washing vegetables. Few people would believe it if it were told. What's more, it was proposed by others, and he didn't even need to persuade. This feeling. It was really incredibly wonderful. In Xiaofeng's place, there was truly nothing impossible. Duke Dora, thank you so much. The national little king was a bit excited. Qin Do, who was sitting opposite them, had listened to their conversation throughout. He really envied the national little king for his good fortune. Being able to make a business deal worth tens of billions just by washing vegetables. No need to thank. We are all one family. Dora Peter smiled. Old Peter, come here and kill these fish. Xiaofeng waved to Dora Peter. All right, master. Dora Peter put down what he was doing and rushed over after hearing this. Boss, congratulations. Just as Dora Peter left, Qin Do immediately offered his congratulations. You know the reason. Just work hard. The so-called national prince looked determined and began to wash the vegetables diligently with both hands. After the vegetables were washed, Xiaolin, Qinwen, and Ma Yuqin came over to help with cutting the vegetables and peeling the garlic. Xiaofeng was in charge of cooking, which made him quite relaxed. Soon, Xiaofeng had prepared a table full of dishes, which were fragrant, delicious, and visually appealing, seemingly of a higher class than those in hotels. Well, it's so delicious. This is the best fish I've ever had. Big brother Xia, you're really good at cooking. Qinwen said as she put a piece of fish into her mouth, with an expression of great satisfaction on her face. If it tastes good, eat more. I also like a lively atmosphere. Come and have fun here every day when you're free, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Yeah, I'll just stay at your place and never leave. Qinwen nodded obediently. Qin Gumin couldn't stand it any longer and gave his precious daughter a stern look. Qinwen pretended not to notice and continued stuffing food into her mouth. We're all here at Brother Xia's place. Dad, just eat your meal quietly, someone said. After the meal, everyone's relationship had become much closer. Only then did they realize that, aside from Xiaofeng's mysterious identity, he was actually just like an ordinary person and very easy to get along with. He had no airs at all. Such an outstanding person even cooked for everyone himself. There was really nothing bad to say about him. He was handsome, had an excellent demeanor, and was a great cook. Coupled with his mysterious and noble status, he was simply the Prince Charming in people's dreams. No, even the term Prince Charming couldn't fully describe him. After dinner, Xiaolin, Ma Yuqin, and Qinwen were in charge of clearing the dishes. When Qinwen rolled up her sleeves and was about to wash the dishes, Peter from England came over obsequiously and said, Miss Qin, let me do this job. It's all right. Go and take a rest, Qinwen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Peter from England was on the verge of tears. Elder sister, there's a big problem. There's a huge problem. I've lost count of how many times my grandpa has glared at me. If I don't take on this washing job, I'm in big trouble. Miss Qin, please let me wash the dishes. I'm begging you. Peter from England pleaded with a sob in his voice. Chapter 30. The excited Lao Wang Qinwen looked at Peter from England in front of her curiously. Was there really someone vying to do the washing? Then I'll let you do it, Qinwen said as she put down the bowl in her hand. Thank you, Peter from England said hurriedly. Qinwen nodded and walked away. She was rather speechless at Peter's excited look. Was this foreigner perhaps out of his mind? Linner, aren't you doing a live stream today? Qinwen walked to the living room and asked Xiaolin. I'll do it tonight. I do live streams according to my mood. I've almost been bombarded by netizens. Hiki, I do live streams purely based on my mood. Gifts and such are no longer important. Happiness matters most. Then I'll accompany you for the live stream tonight. Let me also make an appearance, Qinwen said. Pulling Xiaolin. Sure. Sister Wen, you're so beautiful. My fans will be overjoyed if they see you. Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qinwen was extremely beautiful. Having a different charm from Ma Yuqin, Qinwen was more energetic, talkative, and valiant. Ma Yuqin truly lives up to her name, emanating an air of scholarly elegance and being extremely gentle and quiet. Qin Do and the national prince put down their chopsticks and stepped out of the villa. The national prince couldn't wait to share this news with his father, Mr. Wang. Having endured the suspense for so long, he was really itching to tell. Are you going to tell Uncle about this good news? Chindo inquired as he followed beside. Haha, definitely. I'm looking forward to hearing my dad's shocked tone. The National Prince replied with a smug smile, then took out his phone and dialed Mr. Wang's number. You rascal, what's up? Came Mr. Wang's deep voice from the other end of the phone. Dad, I've got some great news for you, the National Prince exclaimed. What great news? I clinched a major deal while doing the dishes today, the National Prince said, barely able to contain his excitement, his voice tinged with elation. Doing the dishes? You can do the dishes? Mr. Wang didn't pay attention to the main point of what his son was saying. Instead, he was astounded by the fact that his son was doing the dishes. As a father, he knew his son all too well. His son had always led a life of luxury and never done any household chores. You're actually doing the dishes and cooking now? Mr. Wang almost bit his tongue as he asked this. The National Prince was instantly speechless. Am I talking to you about the dishes? Is that the point? The point is I landed a major deal while doing the dishes. Dad, are you even listening to me? The National Prince felt as if he was punching at cotton, with no way to exert his strength. I'm listening. Didn't you say you were doing the dishes? Mr. Wang was bewildered. The National Prince. Dad, is that what I'm talking about? I'm saying that I concluded a major business deal while washing vegetables, a major business deal. The so-called National Prince deliberately emphasized his tone and repeated the words a major business deal. Old Wang finally heard clearly and laughed. How big is this business deal? Old Wang didn't take it seriously at all. How big a deal can you possibly strike? At most, it's a small fortune. Don't we have an estate in Great Britain? I've sold it today, said the National Prince. Huh. Old Wang was stunned upon hearing this. The estate in Great Britain was extremely hard to sell. It had been up for sale for 2 years without any takers. And now his son claimed to have sold it? Really? Old Wang was skeptical. Absolutely true, the National Prince affirmed. The estate in Great Britain should sell for at least 3 billion euros. Don't do anything reckless, Old Wang reminded him. I sold it for 4 billion euros. The National Prince regained his former smugness. 4 billion euros? Old Wang's tone rose a bit. Are you kidding me? If you could sell it for 4 billion euros, why did it remain unsold for 2 years? Now the whole of Great Britain knows that the asking price for our estate is 3 billion euros. And you're telling me you sold it for 4 billion. You can't even deceive a fool like this. If you keep spouting nonsense, do you believe I'll beat you? Old Wang was furious. I really sold it for 4 billion euros to the Peter family. It was the Duke of Peter himself who told me. The National Prince was almost in tears. In this day and age, why doesn't anyone believe the truth? Who do you think you are? The Duke of Peter would talk to you personally? Lao Wang thought that the so-called National Little Wang was talking more and more outrageously. Even if he himself went to the United Kingdom, it would be quite difficult to meet the Duke Peter. You? Duke Peter came to China in a private capacity. The media didn't expose it, and Lao Wang hadn't received the news yet. So he had absolutely no idea that Duke Peter had already arrived in China and was washing vegetables with National Little Wang. Dad, sell it or not as you please. Duke Peter is at Brother Xia's place right now. Do you want to confirm it with him in person? National Little Wang got annoyed as Lao Wang didn't trust him at all. Hearing this, Lao Wang was stunned for a moment. At Xia Feng's place? If so, this news might be true. It was natural rather than strange that anything could happen at Xia Feng's place. Are you at young Master Xia's place now? Lao Wang asked tentatively. Yes, Duke Peter is a nice guy. He put his arm around my shoulder. National Little Wang replied. Lao Wang, so, what you just said is true. Lao Wang was excited. When have I ever told a lie? Dad, just wait for the call from the United Kingdom. National Little Wang finally felt relieved upon hearing Lao Wang's excited tone. It was really satisfying. His previously gloomy mood vanished into thin air. Lao Wang was still in a state of shock. If the UK business could be sold for 4 billion euros, he could use this large sum of money to invest in the domestic market, and Yida Group could rise again. No one was willing to buy it when it was on a fire sale for 3 billion euros. Now, due to Xia Feng's influence, the head of the Peter family was willing to buy it for 4 billion euros. It was truly remarkable. Son, you've done an excellent job. I'm truly gratified. Stay closely by young Master Xia's side. Nothing is more significant than following young Master Xia. Lao Wang was extremely fortunate that his foresight had led him to let his son, the so-called National Xiao Wang, attach himself to Xia Feng early on. This move was the wisest one he had made in recent years. All right, Dad, I understand. This is just a minor occasion. I'm going in to chat with everyone. After the phone call, National Xiao Wang felt refreshed and energetic. Very well, then I won't hold you up. Lao Wang nodded. After hanging up the phone, National Xiaowang smiled at Qin Do and said, "This feeling is truly exhilarating." Qin Do looked at him with a tinge of envy. "You've managed to show off several times, while I've never had the chance." Fortunately, he had gained Xia Feng's recognition today. From now on, he could openly address Xia Feng as elder brother Xia, since he had recognized Xia Feng as his elder brother today. Why worry about lacking opportunities to show off in the future? Thinking of this, Qin Do straightened his back and shouted in his heart, "I'm about to show off soon." Chapter 31. We're not going home either. After hanging up the phone, Lao Wang's emotions remained turbulent for a long time. National Xiaowang had brought him extremely good news. The group had indeed faced hardships in the past 2 years. If they sold the assets in Great Britain, Yida Group could fully regain its former ambition. Lao Wang noticed something. Since his son had established a connection with Xia Feng, everything had gone smoothly. His father, in law's illness, had been cured. They had obtained money from Lao Ma, and now the assets in Great Britain were being sold for 1 billion euros more than the asking price. He couldn't be happier. "General Manager Wang, there will be an interview later." Wang's secretary walked in and said, "All right, arrange it later." Wang regained his former high-spirited manner. "Very well." The secretary was startled upon hearing this and felt that General Manager Wang had changed. However, she couldn't quite put her finger on where the change lay. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Qin, I've got a task for you too." Xia Feng looked at National Xiaowang and Qin Do as they walked in and shouted. Hearing this, the two quickly stepped towards Xia Feng and said in unison, "Big brother Xia, tell us. You two go out and buy more bedding such as quilts for me. Old Peter and his group will stay in the villa tonight." Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin said they'll also stay at home to accompany Liner. "There aren't any extra bedding at home." Xia Feng looked at them and gave the order. "Sure, we'll go right away." National Xiaowang nodded in response. It's good to have something to do. They loved doing errands like this. Having tasks assigned to them meant they were useful and had a sense of presence. In the past, they used to idle away their time aimlessly every day, but now they found it really wonderful to have someone assign them tasks every day. The two walked out happily right after they came in. "Old Peter, come up with me." Xia Feng looked at Dura Peter and said, "Yes, master." Dura Peter responded and followed Xia Feng respectfully up the stairs. After reaching the second floor, Xia Feng led Dura Peter into his room and then waved his hand to set up a sound-proof barrier. "Show me how you circulate your internal energy. Why has your cultivation reached a standstill?" Xia Feng motioned for Dura Peter to circulate his internal energy. After hearing this, Dura Peter didn't dare to delay and began to meditate and channel his inner energy. As Dura Peter channeled his energy, Xia Feng frowned slightly. The aura within Dura Peter seemed rather peculiar. Currently, the highest rank among the vampires was the prince. Dura Peter had managed to reach the rank of duke. All thanks to Xia Feng. Otherwise, he would have remained a marquis for his entire life. Dukes were also divided into grades. There were 3 grades of dukes: the junior, the intermediate, and the senior. As for princes, there were only 2 grades, the lesser prince and the greater prince. Xia Feng remembered that after he had helped Dura Peter break through to the rank of duke last time, his strength was at the current stage. The transition from a junior duke to an intermediate duke was a long, drawn-out process. Perhaps some people would never reach the intermediate level in their lifetime. However, it shouldn't mean that there was no increase in strength at all. As Duke Dura channeled his energy, Xia Feng discovered that there was a trace of his own cultivation within them. The reason might lie here. Since his cultivation was extremely overbearing within Dura Peter's body and couldn't be absorbed and transformed into Dura Peter's own energy, this was what had kept Dura Peter from making further progress. "Close your eyes. I'll give you a hand." After saying this, Xia Feng placed one hand on Dura Peter's head and began to channel his energy to help Dura Peter refine the energy within his body. "All right. Continue to channel your energy and absorb the energy I'm giving you," Xia Feng instructed after withdrawing his hand. Dura Peter didn't dare to be negligent and began to focus on channeling his energy. He clearly felt his energy starting to increase. As the growth of his energy accelerated, Dura Peter took a deep breath. Although he hadn't broken through from the junior duke level to the intermediate duke level, Dura Peter felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. "Thank you, master." After Dura Peter completed his cultivation, he knelt on the ground with a grateful look on his face and kowtowed 3 times to Xia Feng. "Stay by my side and cultivate for some time. You can go back after you break through to the intermediate duke level." Xia Feng readily accepted Dura Peter's kowtows. "Your disciple shall obey." Dura Peter stood up and bowed respectfully in response. In the afternoon, Prince Wang and Qin Do bought back all the bedding. Since they bought a large quantity, they directly hired a small truck to transport it. Of course, they were also on the truck. On the way, The two of them had already discussed that they would also shamelessly stay to live here. It didn't matter if there was no room. They could even sleep on the floor in the toilet. As for the reason for staying, it was very simple. With more people at home, they could offer some assistance and do some odd jobs. Prince Wang, young Master Qin, why did you two buy so much? Xiaolin looked at the small truck parked at the door and asked, Kiki, we were afraid there wouldn't be enough. So it's better to buy more for backup. Young Master Qin and I are planning to stay here tonight. It'll be convenient for us to run errands then. Prince Wang replied with a smile. You're not going back tonight? Xiaolin asked. No, we're not. Prince Wang said. All right then. Anyway, there are enough rooms. You and young Master Qin can share one room. Xiaolin nodded. Xiaofeng had said that he liked a lively atmosphere. It would be good for Prince Wang and Qin Do to stay, as there might be some things that needed their help. The villa that Xiaolin bought had 7 rooms, which was more than enough for them to stay. Great. Prince Wang was so delighted that he started helping to carry the things. In the evening, Xiaolin started her live broadcast. Xiaolin's live streaming room. Good evening, everyone. Have you all had your dinners? After Xiaolin entered the live streaming room, she began to greet the netizens. Netizen 6542. Linner, you're getting lazier these days. You used to stream all day long, but now even 2 hours of evening streaming seems like a long time. Netizen 655. We'll have to call you Boss Lin from now on. Netizen 6987. Boss Lin. Netizen 68. Boss Lin. Rows of Boss Lin instantly appeared on the bullet comments. What? I've just been busy lately. I've got treats for you today, Xiaolin said with a pout. Netizen 368. Treats? Linner, are you going to change your outfit? Netizen 6987. Are you going to secretly take pictures of your brother again today? If so, that would be the best treat. Netizen 102. Yes. That would be the best treat. Netizen 6398. I wonder what the great Immortal is up to at the moment. Is he busy with his cultivation? Netizen 3698. I second what the above said. What are you thinking about? I'm going to introduce a beautiful elder sister to you today, Xiaolin said, holding the microphone. Netizen 68. No need for the young lady. We want the great Immortal. Netizen 3320. No need for the young lady. We want the great Immortal. Netizen 201. No need for the young lady. We want the great Immortal. Soon, another row of messages shouting to see Xiaofeng appeared on the bullet comments. Netizen 6321. Let's see what this young lady is like first. Netizen 6987. Linner, is she as beautiful as you? She's definitely more beautiful than me. Now, let me present to you my dear friend, Sister Wen, Xiaolin said, and then lowered the camera to Qinwen. Qinwen smiled and said to the camera, Good evening, dear netizens. Chapter 32. Exposing a big scoop. Qinwen suddenly appeared in Xiaolin's live stream, truly astonishing the viewers in the live stream. Netizen 3654. Wow. Xiaolin was right. This young lady is truly beautiful. Netizen 21. I'm smitten. No wonder she's Xiaolin's sister. Netizen 698. I have a bold idea. Netizen 6697. Haha. Fellow netizen, please share. Netizen 69988. You perverts, make way and let me in. Qinwen's appearance also helped Xiaolin receive a batch of gifts. Even so, many netizens still claimed they wanted to see Xiaofeng. Most of those who made such a request were young fangirls. They came to Xiaolin's live stream just to see Xiaofeng. Let me introduce another internet celebrity to you, Qinwen said with a mysterious smile. Netizen 662. Who is it? Is it a gathering of streamers today? Netizen 3669. Is it a young lady? Netizen 362. Our tastes are quite discerning. If it's not a young lady, forget it. Without looking at the comments, Qinwen waved at the so-called National Prince sitting beside her. The National Prince walked over curiously. Take a look at who this is? Qinwen pointed the camera at the National Prince. Netizen, holy cow. Netizen 6974. It's President Wang. Netizen 887. Is it for real? Netizen 3201. Are you blind? This is President Wang. Netizen 665. No wonder Xiaolin is a rich person. She's friends with President Wang. We were deceived before. Netizen 3362. Give back my rocket, you rich. Crying emoji. Netizen 632. President Wang, you're so handsome. Netizen 3210. It seems that this Linner is no ordinary person. I reckon she's been kept by someone. Netizen 6987. Exactly. She's been kept. Well, I'm off. The so-called national little king was called over and inexplicably received a wave of adulation. He is an internet celebrity. Known as the national husband, almost known to everyone. Hi. Hello, everyone. The national little king greeted everyone quite amiably. Netizen 365, darling. Are you talking to me? Netizen 654, hey, did you not have a thorough operation in Thailand? Dear upstairs? Netizen 3214, how utterly disgusting. You just call anyone husband. Your husband's grassland in Hulunber must be full of galloping horses. Netizen 32198, how sour these words sound. With the National Little King's participation, the popularity began to soar. The term national husband is a trend. Although many people claim to look down on the National Little King, saying that he relies on his father, Lao Wang, and actually has no real talent, those who say such things are just envious. The National Little King is a proper returnee, erudite and talented, and most importantly, he has a correct outlook on life. He is not a wealthy second generation who relies on power. Everyone was suddenly quite excited to see the National Little King's appearance, little knowing that he was doing menial work at Xiaolin's home. Meanwhile, in a live, streaming room on the Shark platform, a female anchor named White Rabbit, with a face full of heavy makeup, directly scolded in the live stream. Everyone can see, right? What did I say before? This Lena suddenly became popular through hype. Now even the National Little King has gone to support her. I bet she's been kept by someone. I usually detest those who act one way to your face and another behind your back. Amir 18, tier game streamer suddenly transformed into the top female streamer of Shark Live. Don't you find it strange? Netizen 221, right? What White Rabbit said is true. Who is President Wang? Would he personally support her? She must have been kept as a mistress. Netizen 320, don't these young scions love playing around with internet celebrities? There's nothing surprising about it. Netizen 10, I think you're just jealous. If President Wang wanted to keep you, you'd gladly oblige. Netizen 698, haha, makes sense. Netizen 987, I just came from there. It indeed seems that she's been kept as a mistress. White Rabbit is right. I support you. Netizen 320, calm down, calm down. Once President Wang gets bored with her and the hype dies down, she'll lose her popularity. White Rabbit claimed that she would expose the truth in an hour in her live stream. Her popularity soared, and people flocked to her live stream, eagerly awaiting the revelation. The new top female streamer of Shark Live and President Wang were a juicy piece of gossip. Those who love to indulge in such rumors rushed to her live stream one after another. Originally, only a few thousand people were watching White Rabbit's live stream. After her announcement, the number of viewers reached 50,000. Lu Anweiming sent 10 rockets. And I Lidawiyas sent 20 rockets. Lao Zishur Ni Dai sent 10 rockets. Netizen 3321, White Rabbit, quickly exposed the truth. Netizen 26697, please expose the truth. Netizen 3547, please expose the truth. The chat room of White Rabbit's live stream was filled with messages pleading for the exposure, and the gifts kept pouring in. Her live streaming room suddenly became extremely popular, closely following the popularity of Linner's live streaming room and firmly ranking second on the Shark platform. Since you all are so enthusiastic, I'll reveal a piece of news. Linner has been kept by someone. This is the latest information I've got. Don't be deceived by Linner's innocent appearance. God knows how she pleases Principal Wang behind the scenes. If you want to know the follow-up and specific details, see you in the live streaming room at 8 p.m. tomorrow. After saying this, White Rabbit ended the live broadcast, leaving the bewildered netizens. This kind of behavior is simply outrageous. White Rabbit did this to arouse everyone's curiosity. After one night of fermentation, this piece of gossip will surely cause a huge sensation tomorrow. All she needs to do is wait until 8 p.m. tomorrow, and then she'll gain millions of fans. Those involved in the online world should know how to create a stir for themselves. In fact, she doesn't know any real news at all. She just felt annoyed after seeing the National Little Wang in Linner's live streaming room and casually complained a few words. Can be translated as unexpectedly. Netizens are so enthusiastic. Why does the National Little Wang take a fancy to you? What am I inferior to you? I've got a 36F figure. Do you? Rabbit. Will doing this get you into trouble? Lu Jian asked worriedly. Lu Jian is White Rabbit's boyfriend. He has always been silently supporting White Rabbit from behind. While White Rabbit chats flirtatiously with those big shots online every day, he has to pretend not to notice. Moreover, he knows what she does when she often stays out all night. After all, why would those top spending big shots give you free gifts and help you climb the rankings? What can he do even if he knows? There are some things that should be left unsaid even when seen through because he loves White Rabbit so deeply. If one cannot even endure a bit of anger for the one they love, how can they claim to love her? To love her, one must be prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice, live for her, die for her, and be willing to go to great lengths. What do you know? Big White Rabbit cast a somewhat annoyed glance at Lu Jian. If it weren't for the fact that they were classmates and had been together for a long time, Big White Rabbit really wouldn't have taken a fancy to such a man. Big White Rabbit hadn't thought about separating from Lu Jian at present. After all, having such a toady around, who could be at her beck and call at any time, was so convenient. It was like the story of Shou Yu beating Huang Gai. One willing to beat and the other willing to be beaten. What else could one say? Alas, I'm just worried that you'll get into trouble. Lu Jian sighed after hearing that. If you're afraid of death, pack up your things and get out right now. Don't linger in front of me. Big White Rabbit snapped in a fit of anger. What a good-for-nothing. You're supposed to be a man. I won't leave, and I'm not afraid. I'm willing to shield you from anything, Lu Jian said without any sense of principle. Chapter 33. Permanent ban with Big White Rabbit's hype and exposure. The matter began to simmer on the entertainment news that very night. After all, many people were eager to get the scoop on the affair between the national Prince Charming and Xiaolin. Xiaolin ended her live stream early today. Due to the presence of many people at home, her broadcast was short, and she had no idea that the internet was now abuzz with news about her and the national Prince Charming. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the event, the national Prince Charming, was busily making the bed. Yuqin, your room is ready, the national Prince Charming called out to Ma Yuqin after finishing tidying up. Thank you, young Master Wang. Ma Yuqin replied with a smile. Don't be so polite. It's what I should do, the national Prince Charming said with a smug smile. Qin Do and Peter from Britain were both making other beds. These three people seemed like servants in the family, always vying to do everything. After a busy day, the national little king and Qin Do returned to their room early. It was the first time for these two good friends to share a bed, so they inevitably felt a bit uncomfortable. Each of them grabbed a quilt and slept separately. Do you snore at night? The national little king asked Qin Do while lying in bed. This is also what I want to ask you. If you snore and keep me awake at night, then neither of us will sleep, Qin Do replied. I'm relieved to hear you say that, the national little king chuckled. Although they bickered, they still lay on the same bed. Ah, so fragrant, Qin Do sniffed the quilt, looking utterly content. Coward, the national little king said, then turned over, not wanting to see Qin Do's nauseating face. Ding. Their phones rang simultaneously. The four young masters of Shanghai had sent a group message. Zhang Xian, young Master Wang, not bad. You've won Liner over? National little king. Qin Do, Zhang Xian, what are you going crazy about? Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Xian, haha. Is young Master Qin jealous? I'm not spouting nonsense. You're no match for young Master Wang. Qin Do, you're asking for trouble. National little king, although what you said makes some sense. He is indeed no match for me, but stop smearing Liner. I have a clean relationship with her. Don't get me into trouble. National little king, quickly take it back. Zhang Xian, I'm not talking nonsense. Wait a sec. Zhang Xian, a screenshot. Zhang Xian, take a look for yourself. The national little king and Qin Do stared at their phones with their eyes wide open. Liner. A new first-tier anchor on the Shark platform is rumored to have been kept by King Principal. There lies an unknown story behind it. At 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, please tune into my live stream. I'm White Rabbit, and I'll expose the most exclusive details for you. Subsequently, entertainment news on various well-known platforms published this piece of information. Especially on the Shark platform, this news became the hottest topic. Damn it, what an idiot. King Principal, the so-called national little king, cursed. Who the hell is this White Rabbit? Is he courting death? Qin Do also scolded. Damn it, this guy wants to die on his own, but he even wants to drag me down with him. The more the national little king talked, the angrier he got. Aren't you an internet celebrity? Post a Weibo to clarify this, Qin Do suggested. Clarifying at this moment will only fuel the fire. Won't it just put us in a more passive situation? The national little king gave Qin Do a disdainful look as if he were an idiot. So, what should we do? Qin Do was also at a loss. This matter must be suppressed immediately to prevent Liner from being slandered. I don't really care about myself. The national little king said calmly after a short pause. Ask Uncle Ma for help. He has connections with these media, Qin Do said. Right. Send a message in the group to tell Zhang Xian not to talk nonsense. I'll go to Yuqin, the national little king said. Then got up and walked towards Ma Yuqin's room. In the four young masters of Shanghai group, Qin Do, Zhang Xian, let this matter end here. Stop posting random stuff. Zhang Xian. Qin Do, I'm not joking with you. Otherwise, you can't bear the consequences. Zhang Xian, damn it. You're making it sound so serious. What can you do to me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also became irritated. He hadn't done anything wrong. The news wasn't spread by him. He just happened to see it and asked in the group out of curiosity. Qin Do said, believe it or not. After National Prince arrived at Ma Yuqin's room, he handed his phone to her and said, take a look. Call your father and ask him to handle this right away. Ma Yuqin nodded gravely after seeing the message. Soon, Penguin Ma got wind of this news. First, he called Chen Dajie and gave him a good scolding. Chen Dajie felt extremely aggrieved but could only get up and rush back to the company to deal with this matter immediately. Penguin Ma berated all the responsible persons of relevant websites thoroughly. They really always love to cause trouble for themselves. With Penguin Ma's outburst, the hot words that had been trending on the internet vanished all of a sudden. The Shark platform took even harsher measures and permanently banned the account of White Rabbit. Damn it, why has my account been banned? White Rabbit was proudly browsing his account, elated to see the number of fans rising steadily. Suddenly, he received a prompt saying that his account had been permanently banned. What's going on? Lu Jian asked anxiously upon hearing this. Look, my account has been permanently banned. On what grounds? White Rabbit threw his phone at Lu Jian. Lu Jian picked up the phone and saw that it was indeed a permanent ban. Then he quickly took out his own phone and browsed the previous news, only to find that all of them had a 404 error. Rabbit, something's wrong. All the news about Lena that was posted before has disappeared, Lu Jian exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding descended upon them, and they had an inkling that something bad was about to happen. After hearing this, Big White Rabbit snatched Lu Jian's phone and started looking through it. The more he looked, the darker his face became. It must be that little national celebrity who did this. Damn it. Does he think he can do something and then not allow others to talk about it? I'm going to talk about it anyway. Big White Rabbit was extremely angry. He's in such a hurry to do public relations. Isn't this a sign of panic? Is he using his power to bully honest people? It's so unfair. Big White Rabbit was fuming. A2, let it go. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Moreover, we have no proof. This could be slander, and it might lead to big trouble, Lu Jian advised with some concern. This whole thing was completely baseless. Big White Rabbit had wanted to gain popularity and deliberately fabricated such a lie. Now that the truth was about to come out, how could he not be worried about Big White Rabbit? After all, people like that little national celebrity were not someone they could afford to offend. You're such a coward. When your girlfriend is being bullied, all you know is to back down. Big White Rabbit scolded Lu Jian viciously. Lu Jian stammered. I'll continue to post using your account. I'm going to expose their underhanded operations. I want all the netizens to know about the ugly things they've done. Big White Rabbit said, filled with both anger and hatred. He had thought that this move of his would make him a top-tier internet celebrity. Who would have thought that before even the next day arrived, all the news had disappeared, and even his account had been permanently banned? That was 2 years of his hard work. There were so many people who supported him. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. Chapter 34. The captured White Rabbit. Hearing the White Rabbit say that it would continue to post using his account, Lu Jian continued to persuade it with some concern. Rabbit, can you just listen to my advice? If you keep going like this, you're definitely going to get into big trouble. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll cause trouble for you by using your account? The White Rabbit glared at Lu Jian and questioned. No, Rabbit, I'm concerned about you. We can't afford to offend the national little king, Lu Jian quickly denied. Then just shut up and get out of my way. Ignoring Lu Jian's advice, the White Rabbit took his account and wrote thousands of words in a flamboyant manner before posting them. It also personally filmed a video, directly naming the national little king for having an affair with Xia Lin and using underhanded means to have its account blocked. Moreover, he used his connections to delete all relevant news. Such actions are simply disgusting. Are you afraid to take responsibility for what you've done? As soon as this news was posted, it was quickly blocked. The White Rabbit couldn't even post it. As long as the news was related to the national little king and Liner, it would be directly blocked during the background review. Damn it. Seeing this situation, the White Rabbit directly swore. What's wrong? Lu Jian quickly asked with concern. Damn it. All the news I just posted about the national little king and Liner has been blocked, the White Rabbit said angrily. Stop, Rabbit, Lu Jian said with a troubled look on his face. Useless man. After saying this, the White Rabbit started to pick up the phone, opened WeChat, and contacted his guardian big brother. She was in need of comfort, both mentally and physically, yet Lu Jian failed to offer her the fulfillment she desired. I'm going out. Stay at home quietly by yourself, Big White Rabbit declared as she grabbed her bag and slammed the door on her way out. Lu Jian watched her leave with a visage full of helplessness, hoping she would endure less torment. Well, has everything been settled? Qin Do inquired of National Little King. All sorted. I'll settle the score with that big white rabbit tomorrow. What she did was maliciously fabricating and spreading some fictional facts, which was enough to defame others' reputations and had a huge impact. It already constitutes the crime of slander. National Little King showed no sympathy for Big White Rabbit. After all, everyone was an adult and should be accountable for their own mistakes. For the crime of slander in serious cases, the penalty was up to 3 years in prison or criminal detention. Obviously, Big White Rabbit's case was serious, and with National Little King's efforts, she was in for a hard time. I'll take care of the connections in this aspect. After all, my family is within the system, Chindo suggested. Fine. Then I'll leave it to you. National Little King didn't decline. Chindo was indeed more convenient than him in handling this matter. Anyway, as long as it was about Guan Liner, it didn't really matter whether he or Chindo took care of it. The next day, in a certain hotel, after a night of indulgence, Big White Rabbit was sleeping soundly in the arms of the top donor. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The top donor shouted towards the door. Open up, police, came a low-pitched voice from outside. The top donor instantly sprang up, fearing that his wife had traced him here through some means. He quickly put on his clothes. The White Rabbit was awakened by the sudden movement of the top donor. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, Brother Liu, why did you get up so early? Quickly get dressed. The police are here, urged the top donor. Startled upon hearing this, the White Rabbit felt a twinge of guilt, and without hesitation, she quickly put on her clothes. After the top donor dressed himself, he rushed to open the room door and inquired, Comrade police officers, what's going on? Is Hu Fei inside? One of the police officers asked. Who is Hu Fei? The top donor was utterly bewildered. Could they be referring to the White Rabbit? Although he had spent time with her a few times, he truly had no idea what her real name was. At this moment, the White Rabbit stepped out and said, I'm Hu Fei. What crime have I committed? The police officer glanced at Hu Fei, confirming her identity, and declared, You know exactly what you've done in your heart. Take them all away. Hey, why are you taking me away too? The top donor grew anxious. If he were taken to the police station, it would spell big trouble. His shrewish wife at home would surely find out. We'll talk at the station, the police officer replied impatiently, not bothering to listen to the top donor's explanations. With a wave of his hand, he ordered them all to be taken away. News of the White Rabbit's arrest soon reached Chindo. After receiving the call, Chindo made it clear that they should handle the matter in accordance with the proper procedures. They would request major media outlets to provide solid evidence, neither wronging an innocent person nor letting a culprit go, and everything would proceed as normal. Is it settled? Asked the National Little King. Sure. It's just a piece of cake, Chindo replied with a smile. Stop boasting and go wash the dishes right away. The so-called National Prince scolded. Recently, Lao Wang had been in high spirits. Last night, he received a call from the Peter family. They were willing to pay 4 billion euros to buy Yida Group's industries in the United Kingdom. If the process went smoothly, the funds would arrive in the account in the next couple of days. Lao Su, don't you have a plot of land in Yancheng to sell? Sell it to me. Lao Wang dialed the phone of Su Jiaying, the CEO of Hung Tai Group. Yes. Do you have the funds to acquire it, Lao Wang? Su Jiaying inquired curiously. He indeed had a plot of land for sale, with an asking price of 20 billion renminbi. Exactly. Sell it to me, Lao Wang affirmed. Lao Wang, stop joking. Do you really have the money to buy my land? Su Jiaying was somewhat skeptical. He was well aware of the situation of Yida Group. It was struggling. So how could it have surplus funds to acquire his land? Why would I joke with you? It's a firm offer of 18 billion, Lao Wang said smugly. Lao Wang. Even if you're wealthy, you can't make such an offer, Su Jiaying chuckled. 16 billion. Lao Wang continued. 14 billion. Lao Wang, if you keep joking like this, I'll hang up. Su Jiaying's tone was tinged with annoyance. Do you think you're buying cabbages? Reducing the price by 2 billion with each word? Su Jiaying was now certain that Lao Wang was just pulling his leg. Lao Su, will you sell it for 14 billion or not? Don't worry. There will surely come a time when you need my help. If you sell it to me, consider it that I owe you a favor. And this favor can't be measured by money. When Lao Wang uttered these words, he exuded extreme confidence. His son had established a good relationship with Xia Feng, and they were all individuals operating at the pinnacle of society. Sooner or later, one would cross paths with Xia Feng. Lao Wang. I think you've truly gone mad with the desire for money, Su Jiaying inquired. Believe it or not, you can give Lao Ma a call. It's up to you whether you want to use this favor. Well, the opportunity is presented to you. If you don't want to buy, forget it. After saying that, Lao Wang hung up the phone. The more he behaved in this way, the more puzzled Su Jiaying would surely be in his heart. he would surely call Lao Ma to confirm. By then, Su Jiaying would definitely come to him again. It was truly exhilarating to pull strings by relying on powerful connections. Lao Wang sat in his office with his legs crossed, looking as if he had everything in the bag, feeling extremely pleased. Chapter 35. The compromising Lao Su Jiaying was furious when he saw Lao Wang hang up the phone directly. You've done a great job. I didn't hang up. Yet you hung up first. You're crazy. Su Jiaying ignored what Lao Wang had said and tossed his phone aside. Subsequently, he always felt that there was something amiss with Lao Wang. Lao Wang was no ordinary person. Naturally, he wouldn't amuse himself by teasing others for no reason. If Lao Wang wasn't just joking around, then was what he had just said true? The more Su Jiaying thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So he picked up his phone and dialed the number of Penguin Ma. Hello, Mr. Ma. How have you been lately? Su Jiaying was the first to speak after the call was connected. Not bad. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Penguin Ma asked curiously. It was like this. Today, Lao Wang called me and wanted to buy a piece of my land. The price he offered was rather low. And he also said that I should sell it to him as a favor. He owed me a debt of gratitude. Finally, he specifically asked me to consult you. His favor can't be measured by money. I just want to ask you what on earth is going on. Su Jiaying voiced the doubts in her heart. This matter was truly rather absurd. The crucial point was that the absurd one was Lao Wang, which was worthy of scrutiny. Then, what's your opinion, General Manager Su? Mauve Penguin asked. I'm just full of doubts and can't make up my mind, so I'm asking you. Su Jiaying replied honestly. General Manager Su. If Lao Wang really said so, then you should do as he says. His favor indeed can't be measured by money. Mauve Penguin affirmed. What on earth is going on? General Manager Ma, could you tell me the specific situation? Su Jiaying was extremely eager to know what was really going on behind this. Why did both Lao Wang and General Manager Ma know about it, while she was kept in the dark? Could it be that she didn't deserve to be part of your circle? It couldn't be. Her family was wealthy and prosperous. Although she couldn't compare with General Manager Ma. She was much better off than Lao Wang, right? General Manager Su, why do you have to get to the bottom of everything? You'll know in the future. Mauve Penguin couldn't disclose it. If Su Jiaying still couldn't understand, even after he had said so much, there was nothing he could do. I see. Thank you. General Manager Ma, I'll invite you for a drink some other day. I just got 2 bottles of aged wine. Su Jiaying wasn't stupid. Since Mauve Penguin was reluctant to say, there must be reasons for his silence. It had reached a point where Mauve Penguin couldn't say anything, which was truly rather frightening. Fine. Anyway, we're all in Yuching. I'll contact you when I'm free. Mauve Tencent replied. Okay, then Mr. Ma. You can get back to your work first. Su Jiaying greeted and hung up the phone. He sat alone in the office, lighting a cigarette. And his mind echoed with what Mauve Tencent and Mr. Wang had said. When did the times change so rapidly? He felt that he was failing to keep pace with others. Although they were in the same circle, if anyone lagged behind, they would be ousted. He had painstakingly built Hungtai Group into what it was today through years of hard work, and he didn't want to be really kicked out. Selling the land in Yancheng to Mr. Wang for 14 billion was truly a loss. He had spent 12 billion to acquire it back then, and only made a profit of 2 billion after all these years, which was a considerable loss. However, what Su Jiaying was more curious about was why Mr. Wang had boasted so boldly and even won Mauve Tencent's approval. In fact, Mauve Tencent had been duped by Mr. Wang twice before. Now seeing Su Jiaying on the verge of following in his footsteps, he was willing to facilitate it. By then, when everyone found out, he wouldn't be the only one being deceived. He always wanted to drag a few more people into the same pit. After much thought, Su Jiaying finally decided to call Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, Su Jiaying's tone was much more amiable this time, even addressing him as Mr. Wang. Mr. Su, it seems a bit formal to address me like this, Mr. Wang chuckled. Mr. Wang, we've been old friends for years. Let's just be straightforward. What did you mean by what you said to me today? Su Jiaying stopped beating around the bush and directly asked Mr. Wang. Mr. Su, let me put it this way. There are certain things that I'm not in a position to disclose at present, yet I guarantee you won't regret it. In the future, you'll even be grateful to me. Although Mr. Wang is leveraging his connections, he should know what to say and what not to. Moreover, he mustn't make any commitments to Su Jiaying. His words were so ambiguous that they made Su Jiaying both intrigued and uncertain. All right. I'll sell you that piece of land for 14 billion. Mr. Wang, don't pull the wool over my eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiaying finally agreed to sell the land in Yangcheng to Mr. Wang for 14 billion. He wasn't short of money, and a few billion wasn't a big deal to him. If it were only Mr. Wang saying so, Su Jiaying wouldn't have paid any heed. But since even Mr. Ma from Tencent had weighed in. This matter was indeed worth considering. He decided to do Mr. Wang a favor and sell it to him at a lower price. Mr. Su, you're still quite straightforward in your dealings. I'll remember this favor, Mr. Wang said cheerfully after hearing this. After exchanging a few idle words, they hung up the phone. Inside Xia Lin's villa, Xia Lin planned to live stream Xia Feng cooking lunch today. Hello, everyone. I'm going to live stream my elder brother cooking lunch for you all today. It's a treat for you guys, Xia Lin said with a beaming smile in front of the camera. She was still unaware of the white rabbit incident from last night. Netizen 3365, wow, so the Immortal can cook? Netizen 6688, haha, great. Will the Immortal use magic when cooking? Netizen 69887, as long as I can see the Immortal, I don't care what he does. Netizen 3669, Linner, hurry up. Don't waste any time. Suddenly, after learning from Xiaolin that Xiaoming would be live streaming at noon that day, netizens showered the live stream with gifts. Xiaoming had just entered the frame when Xiaolin shifted the camera. In the live stream, he could be seen grasping the pan handle with one hand and wielding a spatula with the other, frying the dishes with great dexterity. Netizen 369, wow. The great master is so down to earth. His cooking posture is quite similar to ours. Netizen 6987, nonsense. Didn't you notice that when the great master tossed the vegetables so high, not a single drop of oil splashed out? It must be some supernatural power at work. Netizen 698, how handsome he is. Netizen 2210, I'm smitten with his back view. Netizen 66987, wait, is that President Wang over there washing the vegetables? Netizen 6987? Netizen 96977, it's really President Wang. Oh, my goodness. Netizen 998, and there are 3 other people, 2 of whom are foreigners. Netizen, how has President Wang ended up as a vegetable washer? Suddenly, a corner of the camera captured President Wang and the others. They were in the middle of picking and washing vegetables and were caught on camera by Xiaolin. Netizen, who was it that slandered Lina yesterday? Claiming she was kept by someone? Step forward. I'll give you a good thrashing for slandering her. Netizen 68874, exactly. President Wang has stooped to washing vegetables. It's more likely that Lina is keeping him. Netizen, nonsense. Just then, President Wang approached with a basin of washed greens in his hands and said, Brother Xia, I've finished washing. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Netizen, what on earth is going on? Why does the tone of President Wang sound like that of a servant? Chapter 36. This wine is just so. Xiaolin's live streaming room was in an uproar. The appearance of the so-called National Prince Wang was like a depth charge, instantly detonating the bullet comments in the live streaming room. Netizen 987. How has President Wang ended up doing the work of a vegetable washer? Has the world changed? Netizen 3301. You know nothing. In front of the Immortal, everyone is insignificant. Netizen 30021. Exactly. This hits the nail on the head. Netizen 3604. It seems that the charm of the Immortal knows no bounds. It appeals to all ages and genders, and President Wang is no exception. Netizen 9887. I just adore long-haired young men. After Xia Feng finished stir-frying a dish, he picked up the wok and tossed it backward. The dish and the wok seemed to have eyes, flying straight into the bowl behind without a single bit falling outside. This sudden move once again stunned the netizens. One couldn't achieve such a skill without a decade or so of practice. Xia Feng didn't look like a chef at all, which undoubtedly proved that he was the Immortal. Hua Kai Hua Luo Hua Man Tian sent 50 rockets and added a message. The Immortal's move is really amazing. Ren Shengda Isu Jin Huan sent 10 rockets and added a message. I'm giving a shout out for President Wang. AINI 666 sent 10 rockets. And I Lida Williams sent 10 rockets. In Xiaolin's live streaming room, the comments of 666 kept pouring in, and a large number of gifts were being sent. After Xia Feng finished stir-frying the last few dishes, everyone sat around the table to have a meal. Xia Lin placed her phone in the living room, which happened to capture the dinner table. Brother Xia, would you like to have a drink? I've got 2 bottles of excellent wine in my car. Qin Do proposed. Well, good. Xia Feng nodded. Hearing this, Qin Do got up and ran out. Soon he brought back 2 bottles of Matai wine of great vintage. Sun Baozha exclaimed, Oh my, this is the limited edition CH Tank Matai. The market price has soared to hundreds of thousands of yuan per bottle. Netizen 9444 said, Sun Baozha, I see you again. Are you here for another treasure hunt? Netizen 984 commented, Sun Baozha is right. This wine is indeed extremely expensive. Who on earth are these affluent friends Liner has? Netizen 36887 remarked. I've long said that Liner comes from a wealthy family. She doesn't need to marry into one. Chindo said, Brother Xia, come and have a taste of this wine. He then opened the bottle, and a pungent aroma of liquor wafted through the villa. After smelling the wine, Peter from Britain swallowed hard and thought to himself that the wine smelled so fragrant and strong that it must be delicious. Chindo circled the table and poured a glass of wine for each person. Almost half of a bottle of Matai was gone. Among them, the three girls, Xia Lin, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin, didn't drink. Chindo said after pouring the wine, Brother Xia, let me offer you a toast. Xia Feng proposed. Let's drink the first glass together. I'm very glad that you all came to my home as guests. After a few polite exchanges, everyone picked up their glasses and downed the wine in one gulp. Peter from Britain praised after drinking a glass. What excellent wine. Chindo felt quite proud upon hearing this. Actually, this wine was a gift to his grandfather and had been sitting in the car without being taken out. Today was just the right occasion to let Xia Feng have a taste. Chindo looked at Xia Feng and inquired with eagerness, Brother Xia, how do you find this wine? He was eager to receive Xia Feng's praise. Xia Feng smiled and said, just so. Chindo was surprised. Just so? Chindo was disheartened. Was this wine only mediocre? Hearing Xia Feng say it was just so, Chindo didn't dare to refute, merely forcing an awkward smile. How could he not be embarrassed? He had hoped for a compliment from Xia Feng, yet all he got was a lukewarm mediocre. It was beyond embarrassing. Netizen 987. Who's that fool? He tried to curry favor with the master with this wine and ended up getting slapped in the face, didn't he? Netizen 36987. Indeed. It's so hilarious. Netizen 3662. Don't talk nonsense. This is young Master Chain. Netizen 30098. Which young Master Chain? Netizen 7455. Chindo. One of the four young masters in Shanghai, on par with the national Prince Charming. Netizen 987. Oh, he's Chindo. I'm begging for mercy, a pleading emoji. Reminded by the netizens, everyone suddenly realized that those in Xia Lin's house were all big shots. They wondered if those two foreigners also had special identities. Surely, those who could dine at Xia Lin's place were no ordinary folks. They still remembered that Xia Lin once said during a game live stream that her family was impoverished and she was all alone. Making a living through live streaming. What a cheat. She deceived them so badly. Was this what she called being alone and poverty-stricken? It seemed even a pet in Xia Lin's house would lead a blissful life. Netizen 9852. Liner, does your family still need a pet? I'll bring my own tableware. Just tie me up at your place. I'm not picky about food and can guard your house. I can also have a chat with you when I'm free. Just tell me what the requirements are to be your family's pet. I'll do my best as long as you don't neuter me. Netizen 6651. Haha. Are you the clever one? Netizen 2001. Do you want to laugh me to death and inherit my Huabei debt? Seeing Chindo looked somewhat incredulous. Xia Feng smiled and said, don't you believe me? Chindo grinned and replied, I do. It's just that I've never had a taste of good wine. Chindo truly believed it. Xia Feng's identity was too mysterious. He presumably had sampled all sorts of fine wines. What they regarded as good might be worthless in Xia Feng's eyes. This was no longer strange at all. Wait here. I'll go upstairs and fetch a bottle of good wine for you. After saying that, Xia Feng got up and headed upstairs. Actually, the wine was in Xia Feng's spatial ring. However, with everyone around, it was not appropriate to take it out. He just made an excuse to go upstairs. After a short while, Xia Feng came downstairs. In his hand was a white jar, without any decorative patterns. The mouth of the jar was sealed with a thick layer of oiled paper. It hardly looked like a jar of wine. Come on. Have a taste of this wine of mine. After saying that, Xia Feng directly unsealed the jar. Buzz. At the moment when Xia Feng removed the seal, it seemed as if one could hear the sound of a gas rushing out. In an instant, the entire villa was filled with the fragrance of the wine. And the aroma of the Matai that had been there before was instantly overpowered. This fragrance of the wine was different from that of the previously opened Matai. The smell of it made people feel invigorated. It was as if one's taste buds could hardly be controlled, and saliva involuntarily trickled down from the corners of the mouth. Especially the young master of a well-known family. Carelessly, a drop of his saliva fell onto his crotch. Gulp. Everyone couldn't help swallowing. Their eyes were fixed firmly on the wine jar in Xia Feng's hand. It wasn't that they were all drunkards. There was just an uncontrollable desire that made them focus their gazes on the wine jar. Xia Lin, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin were no exception. Their eyes were fixed intently on the wine jar. How fragrant it is. Qin Do swallowed a mouthful of saliva and remarked, "Mm." The so-called national little king nodded woodenly. Seeing this, Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Everyone, have a taste first. This wine can intoxicate one or not, depending on the drinker's mood. Moreover, this wine has the effect of strengthening the body and improving health." After Xiaofeng finished speaking, he handed the wine jar to Qin Do and asked him to pour the wine. Chapter 37. This is what real wine should be. Qin Do took the wine jar Xiaofeng handed over with trembling hands. Holding such an unparalleled good wine in his hands, Qin Do was somewhat excited. As soon as he took the wine jar, a strong fragrance of wine assailed his nostrils, and Qin Do perked up after smelling it. Qin Do thought secretly in his heart, "What an excellent wine. No wonder Brother Xia said that my limited edition Sky Rushing Monkey Matai was just mediocre. After smelling this wine, I know it's far superior to Matai. But why have I never heard of this kind of wine?" With trembling hands and an excited heart, Qin Do slowly began to pour the wine. When he walked to Qin Wen's side, he asked, "Do you want some?" Of course. Qin Wen directly picked up a cup and handed it over, saying, "Just now." Xiaofeng had said that this wine could intoxicate one or not, depending on their mood. If they didn't want to get drunk, they wouldn't. Qin Do walked around the table. After finishing pouring the wine, he returned to his seat and poured himself a full glass. He wasn't going to let himself suffer. Seeing this, the national little king cursed silently in his heart. How despicable. Shameless. Netizen 6521. Sun Baozhai, where are you? Are you still there? Do you know what kind of wine that is? Netizen 2201. Exactly. I was just about to ask. Judging from their expressions, it seems that the wine taken out by the great Immortal is even more outstanding than that limited edition Changshan Hao Mao Tai. Netizen 3221. No need to ask. Have you noticed a small detail? Netizen 2001. Fellow Taoist, quickly tell us what the detail is. Don't leave us hanging. Netizen 85412. Ditto. What detail? Netizen 3221. When young Master Qin was pouring the wine just now, his hands were trembling. This fully indicates that this wine must be excellent. Otherwise, with young Master Qin's status, what kind of wine hasn't he seen or tasted? Why would his hands tremble? Also, just now, Liner and those other girls didn't drink the Mao Tai, but now they are drinking this. This is sufficient proof that this is a top-grade wine. Netizen 88415. Excellent insight, fellow Taoist. Netizen 662. Amazing. Sun Baozha, I don't recognize this wine. I've never seen it before. Just as that netizen said, it must be a good wine. The netizens were speechless. Even Sun Baozha can make a wrong judgment. It's unreliable. You should have a taste. Xiaofeng said with a smile, looking at everyone. Qin Do couldn't wait any longer. He picked up the wine glass and downed it. After the wine went down his throat, Qin Do felt as if he were floating, with a feeling of dancing lightly. Just like in a movie. His whole body became light, his soul seemed to be dancing, and all the pores on his body were open. This feeling was simply wonderful. Qin Do was still immersed in the aftertaste of the wine, with his eyes closed and a look of enjoyment on his face. After Qin Wen and the others drank the wine, their eyes were hazy, showing a self-indulgent look. The most pitiful one was Peter from Britain. After downing a glass of wine, he burst into tears, crying sorrowfully with tears streaming down uncontrollably. Peter Dura, who hadn't had a chance to drink yet, thought his grandson's behavior was embarrassing. He directly slapped the back of Peter from Britain's head and roared, "What on earth are you doing? Crying like this is so disgraceful. Stop making a fool of yourself here." After getting slapped, Peter from Britain regained a bit of his senses, yet his tears still flowed beyond his control. He wasn't really crying. He was deeply touched. Somehow, a jolt like an electric current went through his heart, leaving him deeply grateful and in tears. "I didn't mean to. I just couldn't hold it back," he said. Peter Dura gave him a disdainful look and then picked up his own glass and took a sip. Even though Peter Dura had mentally prepared himself, he was still stunned by the taste of the wine. "It's delicious," he murmured. Netizen 3220 commented, "Look, everyone. Their expressions after drinking the wine are like they're in a state of post-event satisfaction. Is it really that good?" Netizen 5210 chimed in, "Indeed. If it weren't for young Master Qin and President Wang being here, I'd almost think it was a script." Netizen 8841 said, "I really want to have a taste." Netizen 22001 replied, "Go ahead, bring your own tableware." Netizen 8841. "Last time it was tea, and this time it's wine." The things Xiaofeng presented were truly extraordinary. Ma Yuqin was somewhat astounded. Given her family background, she had tasted all kinds of fine teas and wines. However, compared with what Xiaofeng offered, the tea and wine she had drunk before were nothing but trash, not worth mentioning at all. The more so, The more intrigued Ma Yuqin became by Xiaofeng. No wonder her father had sent her here. It seemed there must be a great secret hidden within. Qinwen was also deeply touched. She hadn't had the chance to taste the excellent tea last time and was unaware of its quality. Having the fine wine for the first time, she felt a pang of emotion welling up, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Even someone like her who didn't usually drink alcohol was eager to have a few more sips. Everyone enjoyed the meal heartily, especially that wonderful wine. It sat in the glasses, making one yearn for it yet reluctant to drink. Netizen 3365. Linner, you're finally here. What was the taste of that wine just now? I saw some of you crying. Is it really that good? Netizen 62201. Ditto. I'm so curious. Is there really such delicious wine? Netizen 851. Linner, tell us quickly. When Xiaolin walked over to turn off the live stream with her phone, she noticed the snow, like barrage of comments asking about the wine they had just drunk. That wine was truly delicious, beyond description. I'm ending the live stream now. See you tomorrow, Xiaolin explained, and then turned off the live stream. After the meal, the national little king, Qin Do, Dora Peter, and English Peter were in charge of clearing the dishes. While no one was paying attention, Qin Do casually kicked the empty wine bottle under the table. He planned to pour his mitai into it later to soak up the remaining flavor. Although the wine jar was empty, it still retained a strong aroma of wine. One had to admit that Qin Do had a rather sharp mind to come up with such an idea. He was truly a genius. After the chores were done, Qin Do quickly rushed to the dining table and picked up the wine jar. The national little king had been keeping an eye on Qin Do's movements, and as expected, he went for the wine jar, just as he was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. The so-called national little king glanced around and didn't see the wine jar. It turned out that the fellow had kicked it under the table. You're getting more and more sleazy. The national little king walked over and whispered, What's wrong? Are you objecting to me taking an empty jar? Qin Do curled his lips indifferently, wearing an air of self-satisfaction. Pour me some to taste later, the national little king said, his eyes glistening with envy. Absolutely not. I'm planning to pour the wine into the jar and let it sit for a few days. Then I'll take it back for my grandpa to taste. Qin Do shook his head and replied, I'm truly in awe. The national little king gave Qin Do a thumbs up, his face full of disdain. Qin Do smiled, clutching the wine jar like a precious treasure and striding towards the outside of the villa. He intended to pour the wine into it and lock it in the car, lest the national little king keep coveting it. This guy is so unreliable, he thought. Chapter 38. Why are you here? Master, a business partner in China has invited me to dinner tomorrow. I'd like to take everyone along, Dura Peter said timidly as he followed Xiaofeng. Over the past 2 days, more and more people had learned about Dura Peter's arrival in China. Just today, he received a call inviting him to dinner. It was from a business partner. Dura Peter neither declined nor agreed immediately. He just said he'd ask the elders. Sure, let's go and have some fun. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement without any objections. Great, I'll reply to him then. Dura Peter responded and then walked aside to make a phone call. Mr. Jiang, my elder has given his consent. Send someone to pick us up tomorrow. I'll send you the address, Dura Peter said into the phone. Very well, Duke Peter. How many people are there on your side? I'll come to pick you up in person tomorrow, came the voice from the other end of the phone. There are 8 of us. Come early tomorrow. If you displease my elders, you can forget about doing business. After saying this, Dura Peter hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in a high-end office building in the same city of Shanghai, Jiang Quanxue held the phone, his face beaming with excitement. His family was engaged in the trade of rare substances and had a long-standing and profound cooperation with the Dura Peter family. One could say that Dura Peter propped up more than half of their family business. Setting aside the cooperation, considering Dura Peter's status, he was not someone Jiang Quanxue could meet at will. He just made a phone call on a whim, yet unexpectedly, he succeeded. Dura Peter had made it very clear on the phone that he had elders in China. If Dura Peter addressed them as elders, how much respect must they command? Jiang Quanxue decided to take his son along this time to broaden his horizons and get acquainted with the Peter family members. Then he called his son, Jiang Xin. Don't go anywhere tomorrow. Come with me to pick up an extremely important personage, Jiang Quanxue commanded directly. Jiang Quanxue had only one son, and he was counting on him to inherit the family business in the future. Now that there was an opportunity to meet Dura Peter, he naturally wanted to bring his beloved son along. All right, I got it. Jiang Xin detected the commanding tone in his father's voice and nodded earnestly. Okay, that's it for now. After saying this, Jiang Quanxue hung up the phone. Secretary Wang, come in. After putting down the phone, Jiang Quanxue called out to the door. Then a woman in her 30s pushed the door open and walked in. She was dressed in a white, collar suit, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. Secretary Wang whispered to General Manager Jiang, "Sir, do you have any arrangements?" General Manager Jiang Quanshui instructed, "Cancel all schedules for today and tomorrow, including the company meetings." "I have other arrangements." Secretary Wang nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." After making arrangements for the company affairs, Jiang Quanshui went out personally to arrange the venue for tomorrow's dinner. In the group of the 4 young masters in the Magic City, Jiang Xian said excitedly, "My dad is taking me to meet an extremely significant personage tomorrow. I'm so thrilled." Yue asked, "What kind of personage? Is your dad planning to hand over the business to you?" Jiang Xian replied, "I'm not sure. Judging from my dad's tone, it's very important. I can't help but feel excited. I'm wondering how I should make my appearance to catch the personage's attention." Yue congratulated, "Congratulations, young master Jiang. Don't forget your little brother when you make it big." Jiang Xian promised, "Definitely." The so-called National Young Master Wang sneered. "What's the big deal?" Yue explained. "Young Master Jiang is going to meet an extremely important personage tomorrow and showing off to us." The National Young Master Wang scoffed, pathetic. Since the National Young Master Wang met Xiaofeng, also called important personages meant nothing to him. Jiang Xian retorted angrily, "Hey, young Master Wang, your words really get on my nerves. What do you mean by pathetic?" The National Young Master Wang said disdainfully, "Our perspectives are different. I'm too lazy to argue with you." After saying that, he put down his phone, thinking Jiang Xian was such a fool, a frog in the well. Jiang Xian swore, "Damn it." Yue mediated, "There's no need to quarrel. We're all brothers." Qin Do also chimed in pretentiously, "Different perspectives lead to different views." Upon seeing this message, Jiang Xian was on the verge of spitting blood in anger. It was tolerable for the so-called national little prince to say such things. But then Qin Do came to support him. Jiang Xian was so enraged that he almost quit the group, for the sake of showing off the next day. He endured it, thinking that he would humiliate them after meeting the important figure. What a fool Jiang Xian is, saying that he's going to meet some big shot tomorrow. Damn it, it almost made me burst out laughing, Qin Do said, holding his phone and chuckling. Huh. He was highly amused. After getting acquainted with Brother Xia, "I don't think there are any truly remarkable big shots," Qin Do added. The national little prince also smiled faintly. Yes, indeed, he concurred. Qin Do wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Early the next morning, Jiang Xian woke up bright and early. Around 7 o'clock, he set off with his father. The father-son duo had breakfast outside and patiently waited until 9 before heading towards Xia Lin's villa. They didn't want to go too early and disturb others' rest. At this speed, they would arrive around 10 o'clock, which was just perfect, neither too early nor too late. "Dad, who on earth is this important figure we're going to meet today?" Jiang Xian asked, sitting in his family's Rolls Royce, his heart filled with excitement. Jiang Quanshui had even arranged an entire motorcade to pick up Peter. "It doesn't hurt to tell you. It's Duke Peter from Great Britain," Jiang Quanshui replied. "Ah, is it the Peter family that our family does business with?" Jiang Xian exclaimed in surprise. This was truly a prominent figure. No wonder his father had gone to such great lengths. "Yes, Duke Peter said that one of his elders will also come. Just think about how significant an elder of the Duke's family is," Jiang Quanshui said with a solemn expression. Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. "Be more lively later so that Duke Peter will remember you. Sooner or later, the family business will be handed over to you." Jiang Quanshui looked at his son and exhorted. "This lad is already 30 and still unmarried. All day long, he only knows how to hang out with Prince of the Nation and the others, indulging in pleasure and being idle. It's really a headache to look at him. I mean, it's okay to have fun, but you should also do something meaningful. Prince of the Nation has his own investment firm and even established a live streaming platform which he sold for billions. At least he's made money. Qin Do is the same. He has his own investment company, and it's said that several of the companies he invested in have gone public. Moreover, he owns the only Ferrari club in the country. They all have their own businesses. But what about his own son? All he does is chase girls and drive sports cars all day long. So this time, Jiang Quanshui wanted to bring Jiang Xian out to see the world. Got it. Jiang Xian had nothing to say in the face of his father's preaching. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Quanshui and his son arrived at the villa on time. Jiang Quanshui quickly got out of the car and trotted to the villa's entrance. At this time, the people inside the villa heard the noise. Prince of the Nation was the first to come out and have a look. Eh? Prince of the Nation? Jiang Xian could hardly believe his eyes. What was this guy doing here? "Uncle Jiang, why are you here?" Prince of the Nation walked out and asked with a smile, "Prince of the Nation, what are you doing here?" Jiang Quanxue was also extremely puzzled. Had he gone to the wrong place? Chapter 39, as expected. A good 4-0 Prince of the Nation laughed. He heard the noise at the door and came out to see what was going on. It turned out to be Jiang Xin and his father. Then it was obvious who the important person Jiang Xin mentioned yesterday was. The so-called National Young Master nearly burst into laughter. "I've been staying here for the past 2 days. Uncle Jiang, what's going on?" The National Young Master asked knowingly. Maybe there's a mistake. I'll make a call to check," Jiang Quanxue replied somewhat awkwardly. He was sure he had followed the navigation correctly. "Is Uncle Jiang here to pick up Duke Peter?" The National Young Master queried suspiciously as he saw Jiang Quanxue taking out his phone. Inside the villa, apart from himself and a few others, Xiaofeng and Dura Peter were the most prominent. As far as he knew, Jiang Quanxue definitely didn't know Xiaofeng, so it must be Dura Peter. "Yes, right. How did you know?" Jiang Quanxue was taken aback. "Little Peter, go and call your grandfather down. Tell him the person here to pick him up has arrived." The National Young Master shouted towards the villa. "What? Little Peter? When did the Wang family become so influential?" This address of Little Peter really startled Jiang Quanxue. He stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Behind him, Jiang Xin looked utterly bewildered. He wanted to step forward and ask the National Young Master what was going on, but his pride held him back. Just then, Dura Peter emerged from the villa. Seeing this, Jiang Quanxue quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Duke Peter, please come this way." Dura Peter replied expressionlessly, "There's no hurry." Jiang Quanxue nodded. He knew that Duke Peter had an elder in the villa. At this moment, Qin Do, Qin Wen, and Xiao Lin came out as well. What on earth is going on? Jiang Xin almost let out a scream. He recognized everyone here except Xiao Lin. How did they all know Duke Peter? Now, Jiang Xin recalled what he had said in the Weixin group last night and felt a bit embarrassed. Damn it, he thought he could act cool. But it turned out they didn't care at all. "Uncle Jiang," Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin shouted simultaneously. Jiang Quanxue nodded woodenly. After about 2 minutes, Xiaofeng and British Peter walked out of the villa. British Peter was carrying full garbage bags in his hands. Under Jiang Quanxue's surprised gaze, British Peter walked towards the trash can. "Master, please." Dura Peter, whose face was originally tense, suddenly beamed with a kind and amiable smile. Looking obsequious, he rushed over to open the car door for Xiaofeng. Jiang Quanxue and his son were shocked again. "Master? So young?" Dura Peter's obsequious look was so much like his own just now. It was so bottom-less. It made people feel that he was just a subordinate. Oh my goodness, it was a complete shattering of the 3 views. "Liner, come here." Xiaofeng waved to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin got into the same car as Xiaofeng. "General Manager Jiang, what are you still standing here for?" Dura Peter was a bit annoyed. Why was this guy so stupid? "Oh, all right. Duke Peter, this way, please." Seeing that Xiaofeng had taken the first car, Jiang Quanxue intended to let Dura Peter take the next one. "I'll sit in the front passenger seat. You go take care of these kids." After saying that, Dura Peter opened the front passenger side door of the first car and got in. Jiang Quanxue didn't know whether to put down the hand that was still in the air. Then, he simply followed the gesture and said to the so-called National Little Kings and others, "Come on, you take these cars." "Uncle Jiang, there's no need to be so polite. We'll do it ourselves." After the so-called National Little Prince finished speaking, he started to get on the bus one after another. It wasn't until everyone had boarded that Jiang Quanxue came to his senses and quickly got on the bus and drove towards the destination. "Aren't you on good terms with the National Little Prince and his gang? What on earth is going on?" Jiang Quanxue asked Jiang Xin while looking at him in the car. Jiang Xin himself was also utterly confused. He had no idea either. All he knew was that the two of them had recently been vying to be the so-called number 1 and number 2 for a female streamer named Liner. Liner? Wait a minute. Didn't the young master of the Duke Peter just call a young girl Liner? Thinking of this, Jiang Xin suddenly understood. So that's how it was. These so-called weren't just vying for a girl's favor, they were truly being servile. No wonder these 2 guys always said he was good for nothing and acted so secretively in the group all day long. "Dad, let me tell you. They've been in touch with that Liner in the car ahead. Here's the reason." After Jiang Xin finished speaking, he quickly took out his phone and sent a message to the 4 young masters of Shanghai. "Jiang Xin, you 2 young masters are being rather unkind, aren't you? Yu Wei, what's going on? Yu Wei, aren't you going to meet some important people with your dad?" National Little Prince, Screenshot of the WeChat conversation with Jiang Xin from yesterday. Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin. Young Master Wang, be magnanimous. What on earth is going on? Please enlighten me. Having to bow down when under someone else's roof, Jiang Xin apologized without any bottom line. Yu Wei, damn it. What's going on? Can anyone answer me? 3 people. Jiang Xin. Young Master Yu, stop making a fuss. I'll tell you later. Yu Wei. Qin Do, wanna be the number 3? Jiang Xin. Yu Wei. 0, 0 Jiang Xin, is it okay? Yu Wei. A vomiting blood emoji. The National Prince, it depends on your performance. Jiang Xin. 2 young masters, stop being mysterious and give me a hand. Qin Do, run around Shanghai 3 times with your pants off? Jiang Xin. The National Prince, stop sending stuff. Today you'll witness what a real big shot is. Jiang Xin. 2 elder brothers, I was wrong. Please spare me. Qin Do, what Prince Wang said is right. Put on a good show. Anyway, let me tell you, the brother of Liner is someone no one can afford to offend. Seeing this, Jiang Xin held his phone with a look of regret on his face. Damn it, he felt he had missed a lot of opportunities. What's going on? Jiang Quanxue asked when he saw his son keeping silent. Qin Do said that the master of Duke Peter is someone no one can afford to offend. Jiang Xin hung his head, looking even worse than someone crying. Although Jiang Quanxue had sort of guessed something, he still gasped when he heard what Jiang Xin said. Dora Peter is a Duke of the United Kingdom and a world-renowned figure. Such a big shot came to China and called a young man master. Acting like a servant. What kind of existence could that be? Has our country become so powerful? Why has he never heard of such a person before? Jiang Xuanxue's heart started to race. So the real big shot is that young man. Even Jiang Quanxue, who had weathered many storms, felt a bit nervous now. Why do the National Prince and Qin Do know them, but you don't? Jiang Quanxue asked curiously at this thought. Previously, they mentioned it in the group. I didn't pay attention, so I didn't inquire further, let alone participate. Jiang Xin himself wore an expression of profound regret. If only he had asked more and joined them in being a sycophant. Jiang Quanxue felt a throbbing pain in his head upon hearing this. As expected, he was good for nothing. Chapter 40. Amir T. Server Jiang Quanxue looked at his own son and then compared him with the National Prince and Qin Do. He let out a soft sigh. The gap was simply too vast. When others went to the bars, you tagged along. When others chased girls and drove sports cars, you also went with them. Now, when others are currying favor with the powerful, you're still in the bar chasing girls. Comparing people can make one die of envy. Comparing goods makes one want to throw them away. There's no need to say more. Just accept one's fate. Jiang Quanxue, looking utterly exhausted, reclined in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Xin knew it was his own fault this time, so he hung his head, too afraid to utter a word. As the motorcade arrived at a rural estate on the outskirts, before the cars had even come to a complete stop, Jiang Quanxue got out of the car first. He scurried over to the lead car and opened the door for Xiafeng. Dula Peter had just stepped out of the car when he saw Jiang Quanxue taking over what he was about to do. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Are you out of your mind? The car just stopped and you're already here? Young Master Xia, this way, please. Jiang Quanxue bowed slightly and invited Xiafeng to enter the estate. In the car, Jiang Quanxue specifically asked Jiang Xin to inquire with the National Prince, and only then did he learn Xiafeng's name. Otherwise, not knowing his name at this moment would have led to a great deal of awkwardness. Longting Villa is one of the largest villas in Shanghai. It offers everything one could desire for dining and entertainment. Moreover, it only admits members of the villa. Without a membership card, one cannot enter. Membership cards are only issued after the villa's rating and inspection. Jiang Quanxue came in person yesterday to reserve a large private room. If he hadn't come in advance, there wouldn't have been any private rooms available. Young Master Wang and Young Master Qin. Jiang Xin brazenly stepped forward to open the car door for Young Master Wang, the national idol. Well, I'm not quite used to you acting like this, Young Master Jiang, Young Master Wang said with a smile, looking at Jiang Xin. Hiki, what are you talking about? I'll have to rely on you and Young Master Qin for more care in the future. Jiang Xin didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Since he had already lost face, he might as well go all the way and just stop caring about his dignity. Now you know you're a frog in the well, right? You were showing off every day, Qin Do said to Jiang Xin after getting out of the car. The two of them didn't really want to blame Jiang Xin. They just wanted this incident to teach him a lesson. After all, they usually hung out together and were friends. Be more alert later. Don't go bothering Big Brother Xia. You're not qualified yet. It's not just about you. Neither Young Master Wang nor I am qualified. So focus on Liner and try to make her happy. Chindo finally couldn't bear it and passed on his experience to Jiang Xin. That's how young Master Wang taught him back then, and the result was self-evident. When you're accepted by Liner, you'll be promoted to the third-ranked toady. I wonder if you're satisfied with this position? Young Master Wang asked Jiang Xin with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied, Jiang Xin nodded repeatedly. The slap in the face came so quickly. Just a few days ago, he was saying that he looked down on young Master Wang and Chindo for vying to be toadies. But now he was actually eager for the position of the third-ranked toady. Alas, the pretense put on cannot be retracted. As long as you're satisfied. I wish you an early promotion to the third-ranked sycophant. Remember what you said back then. Run around Shanghai naked. The so-called national prince didn't forget the harsh words Jiang Xin had said in the group and timely gave a reminder. Don't forget such an important promise. The chat records are still there. Hiki. Jiang Xin just smiled and said nothing. Everyone followed Jiang Quanxue into the innermost private room. As soon as they entered, Dula Peter eagerly rushed to the main seat, pulled out the chair, and said to Xia Feng with a smile, Master, please take a seat. Jiang Quanxue looked disdainful. This foreigner had beaten him to it. Now he understood that Xia Feng was the real big shot, and Dula Peter was just a subordinate in front of him. Instead of currying favor with Dula Peter, a foreigner, it was better to establish a good relationship with Xia Feng directly. After all, they were all Chinese and easier to get along with. After everyone sat down, Jiang Quanxue introduced himself. Young Master Xia, hello. I'm Jiang Quanxue. I'm very glad to invite everyone to dinner today and appreciate your coming. After saying that, Jiang Quanxue bowed to everyone, showing great sincerity. Except for Dula Peter. Everyone at the dinner table was young and could be regarded as his juniors. The main reason was that Xia Feng had given him too many shocks. President Jiang. Everyone can order whatever they like, Xia Feng said. Young Master Xia, you can just call me Xiao Jiang. You're right. Everyone can order at will. Jiang Quanxue quickly responded with a smile. Xiao Jiang, the nation's darling prince. Chindo. Everyone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin felt rather embarrassed. Dad, you're overdoing the fawning. You'll be found out, he thought. However, Jiang Quanxue, the person in question, remained oblivious, wearing a beaming smile. Mr. Jiang, isn't it inappropriate to address him like this? Xia Feng frowned. Appropriate, quite appropriate. It's only right, Jiang Quanxue continued his fawning. Jiang Quanxue wasn't a fool. A person who had a subordinate like Dura Peter and was surrounded by the nation's darling prince and others had reached a realm beyond his imagination. It was wise to pay respects early for future convenience. Jiang Xin felt like crying but had no tears. If his father was called Little Jiang by Xia Feng, then he'd be Tiny Jiang. Wouldn't that make him a generation lower than the nation's darling prince and Chindo for no good reason? The third-ranked sycophant had already lost ground, and now he was a generation below. Mr. Jiang, please have the dishes served quickly. Dura Peter couldn't stand it any longer. You're so good at fawning. How can we live up to that? All right. You can have some tea first. I'll go arrange the dishes right away, Jiang Quanxue said. Then he walked up to Jiang Xin and told him to take care of serving tea and water and attend to Xia Feng well. Jiang Xin understood and immediately took over the job from the tea server, starting to serve the tea himself. Under Jiang Xuanxue's personal arrangement, the dishes in the private room were soon served. Truly, there was a magnificent array of delicacies, including those that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the water. There was nothing beyond their culinary capabilities, only beyond one's imagination. Throughout the dinner, Jiang Xin didn't sit down to eat. Instead, he busily scurried around to serve everyone. The 5 waitresses in the private room were utterly dumbfounded. Bringing one's own waiter? What an astonishing move. They had seen people bring their own drinks, but this was the first time they'd witnessed someone bringing their own waiter. Come and sit down to have dinner with us, Xia Feng said, looking at Jiang Xin who was constantly on the move. Hearing this, Jiang Xin glanced at Jiang Quanxue, seeking his father's approval. Master Xiao has told you to sit down and have dinner. Quickly sit down. Don't just stand there getting in the way, Jiang Quanxue scolded his son with a glare. Why are you so obtuse? When Master Xiao tells you to sit, just sit. Why are you still looking at me? Jiang Xin never could have dreamt that last night he was yearning to meet big shots and show off. Yet today, he found himself merely a tea server. General Manager Jiang. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a portly middle-aged man walked in. Chapter 41. Is this all? General Manager Jiang, it's really you. Just now my secretary told me he saw you. I thought he had mistaken someone else for you. The man walked in. Holding a wine glass in his hand, acting quite familiar. "Secretary Wang, why have you come?" Jiang Quanshui was rather displeased. He was treating Xiaofeng to a meal. What was this man doing barging in? This Secretary Wang was Wang Tingguang, the secretary of Guangming District in Magic City. In other regions, he would be the top leader of a prefecture-level city. However, Jiang Quanshui didn't give him much face. Jiang Quanshui was a well-known figure on the rich list and a successful entrepreneur who knew numerous big shots. He really didn't need to show deference to this man. Normally, Jiang Quanshui would still be polite to some extent. After all, out of consideration for the overall situation. When someone came, one couldn't just pretend not to see them. Jiang Quanshui questioned Wang Tingguang in an inquisitive tone, which made Wang Tingguang's complexion turn somewhat unsightly. "I came in with a glass of wine, intending to offer you a toast. Is this how you treat me?" Wang Tingguang sneered sarcastically. After speaking, Wang Tingguang glanced around and noticed that Guamin Xiaowang and Qin Do were also present. Guamin Xiaowang was okay, but Qin Do was rather difficult to deal with. After all, Qin Do's uncle was his superior. As for the others, Wang Tingguang didn't recognize any of them. "Secretary Wang, please leave. Don't disturb my distinguished guest's meal," Jiang Quanshui said. Feeling somewhat irritated as Wang Tingguang seemed so unreasonable, Wang Tingguang glanced at the young man sitting at the main seat and sneered. It seems that General Manager Zhang's situation has been deteriorating. This statement implied that it was quite disgraceful for a successful entrepreneur to dine with a group of young people. He even completely ignored the old man, Dula Peter. "Even if you're a foreigner with an inflated ego, this is still China. Anyway, I'm a secretary," he thought. After speaking, Wang Tingguang shook his head and was about to leave. He had remembered this grudge, although he couldn't do anything to Jiang Quanshui now. He believed that Jiang Quanshui would eventually fall into his hands one day. Xiaofeng frowned after hearing this. Originally, he had no intention of pursuing the matter, but Wang Tingguang's sneering look really annoyed him. However, this wasn't the most crucial part. The most important thing was that Xiaofeng noticed that Wang Tingguang's facial features carried an evil aura, indicating that he was by no means a good official. This person had a cloudy look in his eyes, protruding eye sockets, shrunken pupils, and a frivolous layer of flesh on his face. Such people were usually extremely greedy. Since he had encountered such a person, he decided to eliminate this scourge for the common people. "Wait," Xiaofeng called out to stop Wang Tingguang. "Huh? Are you talking to me?" Wang Tingguang turned around after hearing this and stared at Xiaofeng, demanding an answer. "Apart from you, is there any other outsider here?" Xiaofeng spoke in a calm and unhurried manner, as if nothing had happened. General Manager Jiang, persuade this young man not to speak recklessly. Wang Tingguang was no fool. Those who had reached his position were all shrewd. Seeing Xiaofeng sitting in the main seat, he was certain that Xiaofeng had an extraordinary identity. He didn't dare to say anything harsh to Xiaofeng directly. Instead, he steered the conversation towards Jiang Quanshui, hoping that Jiang Quanshui would step in to handle the situation. Before figuring out the opponent's strength, self-preservation came first. This was his principle in dealing with people. Jiang Quanshui was about to speak when Xiaofeng raised his hand, gesturing for him to stop. Actually, Jiang Quanshui was more eager to see how Xiaofeng would handle this, as it would demonstrate Xiaofeng's capabilities. Second, hand information was less impactful than witnessing something with one's own eyes. "I'm quite amicable, but there's one type of person I detest the most, and that's you." Xiaofeng pointed at Wang Tingguang and declared. Before Wang Tingguang could retort, Xiaofeng continued on his own. "I loathe people like you who abuse their positions to amass wealth, oppress the common people, and commit numerous evils. It's fate that you've met me today. I'm giving you a chance to turn yourself in." Hearing this, Wang Tingguang was startled but pretended to be calm and said, "Regardless of who you are, you have no right to slander a dedicated and upright official. Liner, hand me your phone." Xiaofeng, seeing that Wang Tingguang was being stubborn and refusing to listen to him, looked at Xiaolin and shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin quickly handed over the phone and unlocked it. Xiaofeng didn't have a phone of his own as he thought it wasn't of much use. Xiaofeng directly entered a number, and then a slow beep, beep, beep sound came from the phone, indicating that the call had gone through. No one dared to say a word, and the entire private room was extremely quiet. What intrigued everyone more was whom Xiaofeng was calling. "Hello, who is this?" A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "This is Xiaofeng. I'm looking for Old Li," Xiaofeng said straightforwardly. Xiaofeng was calling Old Li, and the call was answered by Old Li's secretary. "Please wait a moment." As Old Li's secretary, he naturally knew who Xiaofeng was. "Xiaofeng, what brings you to call this old man?" Old Li's hearty laughter came through the phone. The voice wasn't loud, yet it could pierce through everyone's hearts. Both the so-called national little king and Qin Do knew who this old Li was, while the others didn't dare to speculate that this old Li was the very important person they had in mind. Who is he? Xiao Feng covered the phone and looked at Jiang Quanshui. Wang Tingguang, the party secretary of Guangming District Immortal City, Jiang Quanshui replied hastily. Wang Tingguang was a bit disheartened. So after all this time, you don't even know who I am? Old Li, Wang Tingguang, the party secretary of Guangming District Immortal City, is unfit to serve the people. Such a black sheep should be removed. Xiao Feng said without any beating around the bush. Old Li laughed after hearing this and said, since you've said so, it must be true. I'll handle it properly. All right. Xiao Feng responded. Is this your phone number? How do you have a phone too? Old Li began to make small talk. No, that's a thing. I'll visit you when I'm free. After saying that, Xiao Feng was about to hang up the phone. Okay, then we'll wait for you. Old Li responded. And the two hung up. Was it over just like that? Not only was Wang Tingguang dumbfounded, but even Jiang Quanshui was a bit stunned. Moreover, who on earth was that Old Li in Xiao Feng's words? Was there such a remarkable Old Li in Huaxia country? Judging from the tone in which Xiao Feng spoke on the phone, it seemed as if he was asking Old Li to do something. Suddenly, an idea popped into Jiang Quanshui's mind. The Old Li up above. Hiss. Jiang Quanshui almost bit his own tongue. If it was really that Old Li up there, could Xiao Feng speak to him in such a tone? That would imply something about Xiao Feng. Just thinking about it, Jiang Quanshui dared not imagine further. It had exceeded the scope of his cognition. Not to mention Jiang Quanshui, even Xiao Wang, the ordinary citizen, and Qin Do, the two who knew the situation, were startled. They knew that Xiao Feng was acquainted with Old Li, but they never expected Xiao Feng to hold such a high position, even higher than Old Li's. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and no one in the private room dared to speak. Only Wang Tingguang was rather confused. Didn't they agree to get rid of him? Is this all? Chapter 42. Such a swift pace suddenly, Wang Tingguang found Xiao Feng rather ludicrous. Was it just childish behavior? A mere joke? Could he really be removed just because Xiao Feng said he was unworthy of serving the people over a phone call? It was simply a farce. With his current rank, even if someone above wanted to take action against him, they had to have solid evidence. Is the show over? Wang Tingguang was full of disbelief, a sneer creeping across his face. Get out of here. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's high time you called your family to bid farewell. Xiao Feng waved his hand at Wang Tingguang in disgust. What a disgrace. Wang Tingguang was extremely annoyed. He mumbled something, opened the door, and walked out. Before leaving, he yanked the door forcefully. Bang! The sound of the door slamming reverberated within the private room. Come on, everyone. Let's continue our meal. Don't let such a person spoil our appetites, Xiao Feng said first. In fact, what had just happened didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm for the meal. Instead, it made them respect Xiao Feng even more. People who could directly talk to Old Li on the phone were truly as scarce as hen's teeth. After Wang Tingguang returned to his private room, he sat down with a furious expression on his face. Secretary Wang, why did you come back so soon? An accompanying official asked with a forced smile. It's nothing. Let's eat. Wang Tingguang replied unhappily, motioning for everyone to start eating. After such an embarrassing incident, he didn't want to bring it up again. About an hour later, Wang Tingguang had almost finished his meal and was about to get up and leave. Just then, the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside. Several serious-looking men entered. One of them glanced at Wang Tingguang and asked in a frigid tone, Are you Wang Tingguang? Wang Tingguang was shocked. He nodded and asked, Yes, I am. Who are you? Take him away. The man waved his hand, and two men quickly stepped forward and handcuffed Wang Tingguang. Who are you? What are you doing? Wang Tingguang was extremely anxious. Even law enforcement agencies wouldn't take him away so abruptly, would they? Hey, what are you going to do to Secretary Wang? If you don't let go, we'll call the police. A colleague who had dinner with Wang Tingguang shouted, as if deaf to the world. Several individuals dragged Wang Tingguang out of the private room. Call the police. Call the police. Someone inside the private room hastily fished out a phone, intent on summoning the authorities. I'd advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you, another said, then flashed a credential before the would-be caller's eyes. At the sight, the man's complexion paled, and he slumped into a chair, mute with fear. Xiao Feng and his companions had finished their meal. As they reached the door, about to enter the car, they chanced upon the scene of Wang Tingguang being hauled out. Boy, was it you who pulled these strings? Wang Tingguang roared upon spotting Xiao Feng. You're on the brink of ruin and still oblivious. Xiao Feng shook his head and got into the car. Jiang Quanshui, who had opened the car door for Xiao Feng, surreptitiously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. So, that Master Li was indeed the renowned Master Li. Otherwise, with Wang Tingwang's status, he wouldn't have been taken down so swiftly. This realization only fortified Jiang Chuanshui's conviction. His hands trembled as he closed the car door. Who on earth is he? This question kept echoing in Jiang Chuanshui's mind. No matter who Xiaofeng was or what his status, he was clearly a person of great influence, someone Jiang Quanshui dared not provoke. Watching the car ahead start moving, Jiang Quanshui scurried back to his own vehicle. Then, the motorcade set off in the direction of the villa. You've utterly disappointed me. Before we came out, I told you to be sharp. How could you act like a blockhead? In the car, Jiang Quanshui fixed Jiang Xin with a reproachful glare. Throughout the meal, you merely served tea and poured water as told. When Xiaofeng invited you to sit down and have a meal, you even looked at me for advice. Just how stupid can you be to behave like this? Jiang Quanshui was utterly speechless. How could he have given birth to such a useless wretch? Jiang Xin was scolded and had no words to refute. Well, it was because he was scared in his heart. Moreover, since you've already fawned on Xiaofeng thoroughly, how could I do the same? Jiang Xin could only think this in his mind and didn't dare to actually voice it out. He had witnessed Jiang Chuanshui's obsequious behavior towards Xiaofeng, and the nauseating sight was beyond his tolerance. You're already a grown-up. Yet you still let Xiaofeng call you little Jiang. Isn't that disgusting? If it weren't for the fact that you're my father, I would have vomited long ago. Jiang Quanshui had no idea about Jiang Xin's inner thoughts and proudly said, You should learn from me. Observe how I interact with everyone and how I curry favor with Xiaofeng. You're so oblivious. Got it, Dad. Jiang Xin replied helplessly and could only nod. He didn't want to hear Jiang Chuanshui's endless chatter anymore. You've already made Xiaofeng call you little Jiang. What should I say when I go? Should I ask Xiaofeng to call me little Jiang? Or should we address each other as peers? If I ever catch you being idle again, I'll beat you to a pulp. Previously, I opposed your hanging out with the national prince and Qingdao. Now, I support it. You can even sleep with them all day long. After today's dinner, he could clearly see that the national prince and Qingdao had a good relationship with Xiaofeng. Now, following the national prince would at least allow him to get a share of the benefits and gain some familiarity. Yes, Jiang Xin nodded in response. The motorcade smoothly transported Xiaofeng and the others to the villa. At this time, Jiang Quanshui told the driver to stop the car in advance. Quickly got out of the car and ran towards the front vehicle. When he was halfway there, he saw that Dula Peter had already got out of the car and opened the door. Damn it, I was careless. That foreigner got the jump on me. When Dura Peter saw Jiang Quanshui running over, he glared at him, indicating for him to get lost. Jiang Quanshui pretended as if nothing had happened and walked over with a cheeky smile. Young Master Xia, I'd like to thank you again for gracing us with your presence today. We'll head back first. I'll invite everyone for a meal when I have time. Sure. Xiaofeng nodded at Jiang Quanshui and then walked into the villa. Jiang Quanshui beamed with a wide-eyed smile. How wonderful it was. After returning home, Xiaolin started her live streaming again. In Xiaolin's live streaming room, netizen 65441, Linner, if you don't start the live stream soon, my virtual rockets will grow mold and I won't be able to send them. Netizen 6620, Linner, can you be more punctual in the future? You used to start at 7 p.m., but now even when you start at 1 p.m., it's almost 3 p.m. Netizen 254, fans of Linner, send rockets one after another. She'll call you old friends 6666. Netizen 9874, idiot. Netizen 63211, idiot. Netizen 5211, me too. Netizen 8851, when has Linner ever asked for gifts? When has she ever had a competition with others or sold goods? If you don't like it, just leave. No one is forcing you to watch. Netizen 33210, there are so many jealous people. That's just the way it is. Given Linner's qualities, even if you spent all your family fortune on virtual gifts, she wouldn't even spare you a glance. Netizen 8741, what a weirdo. Just as Linner went live, the fans in the live streaming room unanimously started scolding a troll. Linner, oblivious to it, greeted everyone with a smile, saying, I'm sorry for being late today. Hiki. Chapter 43, The Troublesome Mister. Mauve Tencent Xiaolin expressed her apologies in the live streaming room and gave everyone a smile. Netizen 6622, Linner, didn't your brother cook today? Netizen 8541, I really want to see your brother spin the big walk in the air. Netizen 99851, haha. Seriously, that skill must be passed down through generations. Netizen 852, I'm just curious when you'll do a live stream of your brother. Oh, it's not possible today. My brother has gone upstairs to rest, Xiaolin said, casting a glance at Xiaofeng, who had already ascended the stairs. Netizen 123, where is President Wang? Netizen 9662, right. We haven't seen President Wang today. Come on. Today, I'm going to show you all my excellent gaming skills, Xiaolin said. She felt a bit itchy to play games as she hadn't played for a long time. After all, as a gaming streamer, how could she not play games? Netizen 8541. Netizen 9985. Netizen 899. Here comes the sneaky Timo again. Netizen 521. Linner, I'm scared of your Timo. You can't even plant 10 mushrooms throughout the whole game. It's an absurd way of playing. Netizen 8566. Haha, you're really bad. If I were your teammate, I'd even want to help the opponents take you down. Netizen 962. A sneaky scoundrel. Xiaolin, the so-called national young master, and Qin Do were smoking outside. They glanced at each other and guessed what was on each other's minds. Second brother. Do you think Jiang Xian will get beaten by his father today? The national young master exhaled a puff of smoke and asked Qin Do, if it were you, would you beat your son? Qin Do laughed. Definitely beat him to a pulp, the national young master replied with a smile. Send a message to ask if he's dead, Qin Do said, and took out his phone. In the group of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, Qin Do, Jiang Xian, did you get beaten? Jiang Xian sighed. Don't even mention it. I've been scolded all the way. 2 big brothers, you gotta support your little brother. You wei, young master Jiang, what happened? Did you cause trouble for your dad today? Jiang Xian, I'm determined to be the 3rd ranked sycophant. You wei, what's going on? Are you infected by young master Wang and young master Qin? Jiang Xian, your level is too low. You won't understand. Jiang Xian imitated the tone of the national young master and said this. Now he deeply appreciated the keenness of this statement. It was so true. Wasn't he just like Yue back then? Now seeing Yue like this, he suddenly found his past self so ridiculous. He was just too young. Yue, what the hell do you mean by your level is too low? You're hopeless. Jiang Xian, where's my big brother, young master Wang? Jiang Xian ignored Yue. He didn't understand at all, and Jiang Xian was too lazy to say more. It was a waste of breath. That guy Jiang Xian is calling you in the group. Qin Do looked at the national young master and said, what does he want? The national young master asked, what else can you do? Just let you show him off and take him on a wild ride. Qin Do spat. The national prince charming said, stop calling me big brother so casually. You're not qualified to call me that for now. If it were on a normal day, Jiang Xian would have flown into a rage and started a quarrel with the national prince charming. However, upon hearing these words at this moment, Jiang Xian actually thought the national prince charming was right. He really wasn't qualified to call him big brother for the time being. Jiang Xian said, young master Wang, do me a favor and give this little brother a leg up. The national prince charming replied, all right. We'll help you when we have time. Jiang Xian said, thank you, 2 young masters. I'll strive to be the 3rd ranked sycophant. Well, Yue, the news that Wang Tingguang was suddenly taken away by the higher ups caused quite a stir in the officialdom of Shanghai. It wasn't terrifying that Wang Tingguang was taken away. What was truly alarming was the direct order from the higher ups. Those with discerning eyes heard that it was an order directly issued by a certain bigwig above. Without considering evidence, they arrested the person first and then gathered evidence later. This was a violation of the principles. At this moment, everyone understood one thing. Wang Tingguang had offended someone, and this person must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught the attention of the higher ups. Regarding this matter, several leaders in Shanghai quickly held a meeting and made important instructions. They would do their best to cooperate with the higher UPS investigation of any corrupt officials and spare no tigers. Qin Guomin knew exactly what was going on today. As soon as he got the news, he called Qin Do to inquire about the situation. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he thought it was only natural. Now that his daughter and nephew had established good relations with Xiaofeng, Qin Guomin was very relieved. He had never felt so carefree before. The mood of the people in Qin, presumably a fictional or misstated term, might be a mistake and should be something else, improved. Meanwhile, in Yuqing far away, Ma of QQ encountered a headache. The country of a suddenly announced a ban on the use of Weixin within its territory, claiming that the software could easily be used by QQ company for positioning. This was just an excuse. Its real purpose was to prevent the Huaxia country from growing powerful. Mr. Ma, should we send someone to the country of A to have a negotiation? Our business operations are normal, and their baseless ban violates international law, Zhang Xiao. The person in charge of Weixin proposed to Ma. Would I be troubled if negotiations were useful? Ma retorted. Zhang Xiao. Indeed, there was no use. He just felt annoyed and wanted to vent a bit. Go and attend to your work first. I'll handle this matter, Ma said, massaging his temples. All right, Mr. Ma. You focus on this, Zhang Xiao said and walked out. Ma slumped in his boss chair, looking extremely vexed. Despite his glamorous appearance, he was actually burdened with numerous daily troubles. It was truly a rare occasion for him to have a moment of leisure. Suddenly, Ma thought of someone, namely Dura Peter in Xiaofeng's villa. Dura Peter was a duke from the Great Britain and could be regarded as the mentor of the country of A. The country of A might not give Ma face, but it had to respect Dura Peter. With this in mind, Ma decided to head to Shanghai. Anyway, he had an excuse to visit Xiaofeng, which was to see his daughter. This matter required his personal presence, otherwise, it would lack sincerity. However, Ma felt a bit flustered at the thought of visiting Xiaofeng for the first time. A man who had weathered all sorts of storms was actually nervous about meeting a young man. Secretary Liu, help me book the fastest flight ticket to Magic City. Mr. Ma of Tencent stopped dwelling on other thoughts. He was determined to go to Magic City, even if Dula Peter refused to help him. It would be good to become familiar with Xiaofeng by going there. Mr. Ma, there's an important news interview this afternoon. You told me a few days ago that you'd push aside all other matters to attend this interview. As a competent secretary, Secretary Liu deemed it necessary to remind Mr. Ma of his important schedule for the afternoon. Being reminded by Secretary Liu, he suddenly recalled this matter. This interview was conducted by a well-known international media, which was quite significant to the Tencent group. Let Mr. Zhang go. I'm not available. Book the ticket right now. After weighing the pros and cons, Mr. Ma made a decision. In his mind, nothing was more important than his trip to Magic City. Very well, Mr. Ma. Although Secretary Liu was puzzled, she didn't dare to inquire further and simply nodded in response. Mr. Ma arranged some trivial matters in the company, informed Mr. Zhang, and then headed straight for the airport. Chapter 44. Perhaps I can be of assistance. After arriving in Magic City, Mr. Ma first called his precious daughter. Yuqin, Dad has arrived in Magic City. Where are you? Dad wants to come and see you. Mr. Ma phrased his words rather subtly, mainly using the pretext of visiting his daughter. Dad, you've come to Magic City. I'm at Lena's place. Let me ask Lena first and then call you back. After saying that, Ma Yuqin hung up the phone in a hurry. Since she was currently staying at Xia Lin's house, she definitely had to inform Xia Lin before her father came. Lena, my dad has arrived in Magic City. Can he come over to visit? After hanging up the phone, Ma Yuqin found Xia Lin and asked, Uncle Ma is here. Hurry up and call your father over. Xia Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this. As an entrepreneur, Ma Penguin Ma was someone Xia Lin greatly admired. In fact, she could even be regarded as an employee under him, although she hadn't signed a contract with the Shark platform. She had been live streaming on it for 2 years. Okay, then I'll call my father. After saying that, Ma Yuqin walked aside and dialed Penguin Ma's phone number. Dad, come over. I'll send you the location. Ma Yuqin said to her father on the phone. All right, send it. Penguin Ma was a bit excited after hearing this. After hanging up the phone, Penguin Ma was in a state of excitement. He wondered if it would be impolite to visit Xiaofeng empty-handed. What kind of gift should he bring to maintain his dignity? Penguin Ma was perplexed by the matter of whether to bring a gift or not. Finally, after asking Ma Yuqin, he decided to go without a gift, as bringing one might actually make the situation more awkward. Penguin Ma's limousine stopped outside the villa. Just as he got out of the car, he looked up at the villa, and a sense of nervousness welled up in his heart. Just as he was about to enter the villa, he met Dula Peter, who was coming out to take out the trash. Duke Peter, Penguin Ma greeted first. Huh? Are you Mr. Ma? Dula Peter glanced at Penguin Ma. He always felt that the man in front of him seemed familiar. With a pair of golden, framed glasses and a gentle appearance. After all, Penguin Ma was one of the most prominent entrepreneurs in China and also well known around the world. It was quite normal for Dula Peter to recognize him. Yes, it's me, Penguin Ma nodded. What are you here for? Don't tell me you're here to see me. If you're here because of business issues, contact someone else. I don't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. Dula Peter's first reaction was that Penguin Ma had come to see him. As it turned out, Dula Peter wasn't wrong. Penguin Ma was indeed here to find him. No, my daughter is inside. I'm here to see my daughter, Penguin Ma said with an embarrassed smile, looking rather discomfited after being exposed. Oh, who is your daughter? Dula Peter was taken aback. Ma Yuqin, a close friend of Liner, Penguin Ma replied. Oh, you should have said so earlier. We're all in the same circle. Wait for me. I'll throw out the trash and then we can go in together. Dula Peter broke into a broad smile, looking like an old acquaintance. Since Ma Yuqin was Linner's close friend and Linner was the master's favorite younger sister, the connection was obvious. So, Dula Peter immediately regarded Penguin Ma as one of his own. Penguin Ma was a bit flustered by Dula Peter's sudden change. How worldly. Foreigners are truly foreigners, Penguin Ma thought. After throwing out the trash, Dula Peter trotted back over and said warmly, Mr. Ma, come on in. As soon as Penguin Ma stepped into the villa, Ma Yuqin rushed over and shouted, Dad. Hello, Uncle Ma. Welcome to our home. Xiaolin also walked over and greeted him. Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma. The national little king, Qin Do, and Qin Wen all came over one by one to say hello. Dula Peter watched from the side, secretly astonished. Is this old Ma so popular? Fortunately, I was polite just now. Mr. Ma, we meet again. I'm British Peter. British Peter stepped forward to greet him. Last time, it was British Peter who called Penguin Ma. Hello everyone. Linner and Yuqin, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Penguin Ma inquired. After speaking, he glanced around furtively, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Xia Feng. No, Sister Yuqin is very kind. Xiaolin quickly waved her hand. Penguin Ma nodded in contentment upon hearing this. It seemed that his daughter got along quite well with Linner. Penguin Ma could sense the sincere enthusiasm of everyone, which filled him with a touch of pride. The only pity was that he hadn't seen Xia Feng in person yet. Could he not be at home? Just then, Dura Peter approached and said, Mr. Ma, we can discuss potential cooperation between our two families. As circumstances change. Penguin Ma was highly respected by Xiaolin. He should first cement this relationship. Regarding cooperation, they could collaborate if they were compatible. If not, it didn't matter. After all, it's better to keep benefits within the family. Alas, I'll talk about cooperation with Duke Peter later. My company has encountered some troubles abroad recently. Penguin Ma took advantage of the situation and replied along with Dura Peter's words. Dura Peter had no idea that the Chinese had so many subtleties. He still asked with great interest, I may not be able to help with the troubles in your China, but if it's about problems abroad, perhaps I can offer some assistance. A faint smile crept across Penguin Ma's face upon hearing this. Just as he expected, today we received a notice from Country A. They've suspended our main business, Weixin, claiming that our group's Weixin poses a threat to their national information security as it can accurately locate users. Penguin Ma pretended to look worried, which seemed quite convincing. Country A? Dura Peter confirmed. Yes, that's right. Penguin Horse nodded. Let me make a call and give it a try. Perhaps I can lend you a hand. Dura Peter promptly took on this task. That would be truly grateful. Penguin Horse expressed his gratitude. We're on the same side. You know how it is. After saying that, Dura Peter gave Penguin Horse a knowing look and then started making the call. Dura Peter directly dialed the private phone number of Modi from Country A. This Modi was the person in power in Country A. During the election back then, Dura Peter had rendered quite a bit of assistance. Moreover, Country A used to be their colony. Even after Great Britain left Country A, Country A still harbored great fear towards them. Your Grace, Duke Peter. Came Modi's voice from the other end of the phone. Old Modi, have you done something that's been causing a headache lately? Dura Peter's voice was somewhat subdued. Neither happy nor sad, which left Modi rather perplexed. Modi on the other end of the line was startled. He thought to himself that he hadn't done anything to upset Dura Peter. Besides, where would he dare to do so? That would be asking for trouble. In the eyes of others, Dura Peter might just be a Duke of Great Britain and a financial magnate, but he clearly knew Dura Peter's true background. When Modi was very young, Dura Peter had already appeared in Country A. At that time, he was just a marquis. Although he was merely a marquis, Modi still vividly remembered the horror of that day. Just thinking about it made even him, the person in power of Country A, shiver with fear. Chapter 45. It settled. Suddenly being questioned by Dura Peter in such a way, Modi felt a pang of panic in his heart. What if he inadvertently offended Dura Peter? Wouldn't he have to live in constant fear every day? He didn't believe that his motorcycle fleet could withstand Dura Peter's wrath. There were indeed some merits in the Country of A. The motorcycles there were quite durable. Ordinary motorcycles could be used like large buses. And it was no problem to carry dozens of people. Duke Peter, please clarify. I really have no idea, MOD asked in a low voice. Well, let me give you a hint. Mr. Ma from China is my good friend, an extremely close one. Do you understand? Dura Peter suddenly assumed a solemn demeanor, and his voice was so forceful that even MOD, thousands of kilometers away, broke out in a cold sweat. Now MOD knew what was going on. It turned out to be about Mr. Ma of the Penguin Company in China. However, this really puzzled MOD. When did Peter become so eager to assist the Chinese? D didn't dare to ask anything or say anything. He could only brace himself and admit. There were indeed some minor misunderstandings. Duke Peter, rest assured, these small misunderstandings can be resolved right away. Peter murmured, and then hung up the phone. As soon as the call ended, Peter immediately resumed his smiling face and ran to Mr. Ma of the Penguin Company to claim credit. Mr. Ma, I've settled the matter for you. Really? Mr. Ma asked rather stupidly. How could Peter be the type to joke about such things? Mr. Ma quickly realized he had said something wrong and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Duke Peter, for your help. It's just a trivial matter. It can't be called help. Peter waved his hand. They hadn't talked for long when Mr. Ma's phone rang. It was a call from General Manager Shang of the group. Mr. Ma, the people from country has suddenly said they made a mistake and have restored it. Did you handle it? Zhang Xiao asked excitedly. Ma of Tencent remained as steady as Mount Tai. He gave a light cough and said pretentiously, it's just a small issue. Just focus on handling the company's affairs with peace of mind. I'll be occupied outside these 2 days. I'll temporarily entrust you with the matters of the group. Okay, Mr. Ma. Then you go ahead with your business first. Even after Zhang Xiao hung up the phone, Ma of Tencent was still immersed in joy. This was the prestige brought by Xia Feng. He hadn't even met Xia Feng in person yet, but he had already benefited from him. What kind of person could achieve such a feat? Ma of Tencent's heart couldn't calm down for a long time when he thought of this. Peter was at least a powerful figure internationally, yet in front of Xia Feng, he was like a nanny, serving tea and water. Especially his grandson, England Peter. Just now, he was seen squatting in the toilet scrubbing the toilet. It was truly an eye-opener. Is it settled? Peter asked. Yes, it's settled. Once again. I'd like to express my gratitude to you. Come to Yuqing for a visit when you have time. I'll surely give you a warm reception, Ma of Tencent said gratefully. It's nothing, nothing. Peter waved his hand. It was approaching evening when Xia Feng finally came downstairs. Brother, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Xia Lin shouted to her brother. What would you like to eat? Linner. Xia Feng smiled. Hiki. I want to eat the dishes you cook, brother. Xia Lin beamed. Then she remembered there were guests at home and introduced to Xia Feng. Brother, this is Yuqing's father. He came to see Yuqing. Hello, young Master Xia. I'm Ma of Tencent. You can just call me Xiao Ma. Penguin Ma hastened towards Xia Feng and took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm Ma Yuqing's. Seeing Penguin Ma like this, she suddenly recalled Jiang Quanshui. She supposed that Jiang Xin must have felt the same way as she did at that moment, a bit bashful. That won't do. You're Yuqing's father. I should address you as Uncle Ma, Xia Feng said, shaking his head. Xia Feng rather took a fancy to Ma Yuqing, a gentle and quiet girl who got along well with Xia Lin. Naturally, he loved her for Xia Lin's sake. I really don't deserve such an address. Penguin Ma quickly declined, yet there was a faint tinge of elation in his heart. Just let it be. We can't muddle the generations, Xia Feng decided. All right. Penguin Ma quickly responded. Xiao Wang, Xiao Qin, get ready to wash the vegetables. I'll cook again tonight. Xia Feng then looked at National Xiao Wang and Qin Do and called out. Sure thing. The two replied and dashed towards the refrigerator to prepare tonight's ingredients. Linner, Uncle Ma is here. Go to my room and fetch some tea leaves to make tea for everyone. I'll start cooking first, Xia Feng shouted to Xia Lin. Xia Lin responded and ran upstairs. Upon hearing Xia Feng mention the tea leaves, National Xiao Wang and the others pricked up their ears. Is there still that top, grade tea left? Just thinking about having a taste of the tea soon, they quickened their pace of washing the vegetables. Linner, let me make the tea, Qin Wen offered after seeing Xia Lin come down with the tea leaves. Okay, Xia Lin handed the tea leaves to Qin Wen. Qin Do kept stealing glances at Qin Wen. Seeing that Qin Wen had taken on the task of making tea, he was overjoyed. This time, he was determined to keep the tea leaves under his control. He was extremely annoyed last time when National Xiao Wang got the upper hand. Qin Wen is also an expert in the art of tea. As a young lady, her movements while brewing tea appear far more graceful than Qin Do's. In no time, she had brewed a pot of tea. Qin Wen fetched several teacups and first poured a cup for Mr. Ma, the Penguin Ma. Uncle Ma, please have some tea, she said as she offered the filled teacup to him. Dad, drink it slowly, Ma Yuqing reminded him from the side. Huh? Mr. Ma cast a puzzled glance at his daughter. Afraid I'll get burned? My daughter has grown up and knows how to care about me, he said with a smile. Well, Dad, that's not what I meant. I mean, this tea is so delicious that one might feel a bit unaccustomed on the first sip, Ma Yuqing quickly explained, fearing that her father might make a fool of himself later. You underestimate me. I've traveled far and wide and tasted all kinds of tea, mister, Ma said with a dismissive smile. Alas, Ma Yuqin sighed. Since she couldn't persuade him, she decided to let it be. Moreover, those who had never tasted this tea couldn't understand, and no matter what she said, it would be of no avail. Qin Wen had been listening to the conversation between Ma Yuqin and Mr. Ma. Could this tea be as special as the wine last time? This tea was brought out by Xia Feng, so it must have something extraordinary about it. Just when she was brewing it, she had smelled an intoxicatingly fragrant aroma. At this moment, Mr. Ma picked up the teacup and blew on it gently. A rich, fragrant scent wafted out. Having tasted countless kinds of tea, Mr. Ma was experiencing this particular tea aroma for the first time. This is truly a fine tea, he affirmed silently in his heart. Chapter 46. The embarrassed penguin horse. The unexpected shout from the penguin horse startled even himself. He was like a sleeping baby who got scared by his own fart. The penguin horse looked embarrassed and tightly covered his mouth. What kind of tea is this? Why does it cause such a reaction? He wondered. It's like drinking a Coke from 1982. A stream of gas surges up from my abdomen. I can't help it. I really couldn't hold it in, he added. Dad, I told you that when you drink this tea for the first time, you should sip it slowly. But you didn't listen to me, Ma Yuqin chided. You should take small sips of this tea, and then slowly let it spread in your mouth. Then such a situation won't occur. You gulped down a whole cup at once, acting like a country bumpkin and making a fool of yourself here. Being scolded by his daughter. The penguin horse just smiled and didn't dare to reply. Qin Wen looked utterly stunned. Can this tea still be drunk? What if I make those embarrassing sounds later? It would be so mortifying, she thought. Oh, but the tea smells so fragrant. I really can't resist it. Yuqin, is it okay if I drink it slowly? Qin Wen asked in a hushed tone. Yes. Watch me drink it, Ma Yuqin said. Then she slightly opened her lips, took a delicate sip, and exhaled. She looked extremely refreshed. Hearing a soft gurgle, Qin Wen swallowed nervously. Sister one, just drink it like I do. It's all right. You'll get used to it. This tea tastes wonderful and is also beneficial to your health. It can enhance your beauty and maintain your elegance, Ma Yuqin said. After Ma Yuqin finished drinking, she looked at Qin Wen and said, Well, it's good. Qin Wen carefully sipped a mouthful, imitating Ma Yuqin's gesture. Indeed, after the tea went down her throat, a stream of energy welled up, giving her an urge to burp. However, since Qin Wen drank only a little, she didn't make any strange noises. It's so delicious. Qin Wen's first instinct was to keep drinking. Penguin Ma looked at the unperturbed Qin Wen and then at his daughter beside him, looking utterly speechless. You're just giving warnings. Moreover, you only know how to warn but not to demonstrate. Who would have known there was such a situation? Couldn't you have drunk it first like you did just now to show me? It was precisely because Ma Yuqin was his beloved daughter that Penguin Ma was extremely annoyed. Daughters grow up and leave home. This little cotton, padded jacket doesn't keep me warm anymore. Well, it's really delicious. After slowly finishing a cup of tea, Qin Wen exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after speaking, she refilled her cup. Then Qin Wen noticed something amiss. Wasn't she supposed to be in charge of making and pouring the tea? How come she started drinking it first? Here, Uncle Ma will fill your cup up. Thank you. Penguin Ma tapped on the table twice to express his gratitude. After Guomin Xiaowang and Qin Do finished washing the vegetables, they rushed over quickly. Sis, pour me a cup right away. Qin Do pushed Guomin Xiaowang aside and sat next to Qin Wen, shouting, Brother, you should drink this tea slowly. After Qin Wen filled Qin Do's cup, she reminded him. She didn't know that Qin Do had drunk this tea before. Don't worry, I'm quite familiar with it. Qin Do smiled smugly. He had made a big fool of himself last time, but now he was well versed in it. It's my turn. It's my turn. Guomin Xiaowang picked up a teacup and held out his hand. In Xia Feng's villa, apart from those remarkable entrepreneurs, the rest were all super rich second-generation individuals. And these people behave like novices every day. If Lena were to broadcast this scene live, it would truly astound the world. Xia Feng quickly prepared the meal. Everyone sat around the table and feasted heartily, looking extremely content. Especially Qin Wen, who kept praising Xia Feng. Brother, you don't even have a mobile phone. Tomorrow, I'll buy you one and take you to the mall for a stroll. Xia Lin suddenly remembered that her elder brother didn't have a phone. It was such an era. Yet there was someone who didn't use a mobile phone. If it weren't for the fact that he was her own brother, she would have suspected that Xia Feng had just come out of the mountains. What do I need a phone for? Xia Feng smiled. No, I have to buy you one. What if I can't reach you one day? Xia Lin pouted in protest. All right, then buy me one. Xia Feng nodded in agreement. That's more like it, Xia Lin said, pursing her lips slightly. Xiao Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take us out tomorrow. Xia Feng looked at Xiao Wang. The well-known figure. Brother Xia, you're being too polite. From now on, I'll be your personal driver. Xiao Wang waved his hands repeatedly. And me, and me. Qin Do wasn't willing to be outdone. Haha. Their antics made everyone burst into laughter. The whole villa was filled with a harmonious and joyous atmosphere. After dinner, Pony Ma from Tencent intended to go to a hotel to get a room for the night, but was persuaded by Xia Lin to stay. It would have been impolite to let Pony Ma go out to find a hotel on his first visit to the house. Xia Lin finally asked Ma Yuqin to sleep with her, vacating Ma Yuqin's room for him. Then she replaced the quilt cover with a new one. After the National Little Prince and Qin Do returned to their room, the National Little Prince said to Qin Do, "Brother Xia is going out tomorrow. Do you think we should inform Jiang Xian? Let's inform him. Don't inform him when we set off. We'll inform him when we reach our destination. And ask him to be our driver on the way back." Qin Do nodded after hearing this. Subsequently, Qin Do asked worriedly, "Will this make Brother Xia unhappy? After all this time, haven't you understood Brother Xia's thoughts yet? He isn't the kind of person who cares about such trivial matters because he simply doesn't care. Moreover, Jiang Xian isn't a stranger. It's different since we've met him." The National Little Prince was truly astute, analyzing Xia Feng's state of mind quite accurately. "All right then." Qin Do nodded after hearing this. Then quickly informed that guy. "Don't say that we elder brothers don't take care of him," the National Little Prince said. "Yeah, okay." After Qin Do said that, he picked up the phone beside the bedside table and prepared to inform Jiang Xian. In the group of the 4 young masters in Magic City, Qin Do, Jiang Xian, "Are you asleep?" Jiang Xian, "Young Master Qin, what are your instructions?" Yu Wei, smiling face emoji, Qin Do, "Wait for our notice tomorrow and come to be our driver." Jiang Xian, "Is it for him?" Qin Do, "Yeah, keep in touch. We can only help you to this extent. Seize the opportunity yourself." Jiang Xian, "Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to young Master Qin and young Master Wang." Jiang Xian, picture of bowing. Yu Wei, "To be a driver?" Young Master Jiang, "Have you taken the wrong medicine recently?" Jiang Xian, "Stop blabbering. You don't understand. One day, you'll realize how ignorant you are at this moment, just like I used to be, terrifyingly ignorant." Yu Wei, a smiling emoji. "Have you told him?" The so-called National Little King was playing a mobile game without even raising his head and asked, "Yes, we'll inform him when we arrive tomorrow." Qin Do nodded. "Go to sleep. I've been feeling so sleepy these days." Then Qin Do rolled over and lay on the bed, putting one foot on the National Little King's leg. "Get lost and don't touch me." The National Little King kicked Qin Do's leg away and cursed. "Huh, I just will." Chapter 47. Are these two father and son crazy? The next day, everyone went out after breakfast at home. Pony Ma didn't plan to go along. After all, in his opinion, it was a group of kids going shopping. It would be inconvenient for him to tag along and might cause unnecessary trouble. He was, after all, a corporate celebrity. It would be a hassle if a crowd surrounded him for photos. "Duke Peter, where are you going? Let's stay at home and have tea and chat." Pony Ma shouted at Dura Peter, who was about to go out. "Who wants to have tea with you?" "I'm going out." Dura Peter refused. "Old Peter, stay at home and accompany Uncle Ma. Otherwise, he'll be bored alone." Xia Feng turned back and instructed Dura Peter. "Yes, master." Dura Peter replied and gave Pony Ma a resentful look. "You're so annoying." He came to China just to accompany his master and feel the aura around him all the time. Who would be willing to have tea with you? Dura Peter was extremely speechless. The Shanghai IFC Mall, one of the largest shopping malls in Shanghai. All the white-collar workers in the city love to come here for shopping. Xia Lin is very familiar with this place and has visited it many times before. "Brother Xia, you go in first. Qin Do and I will find a place to park the car and then join you later," the so-called National Little Prince said as he dropped everyone off at the mall entrance. "All right, go ahead." Xia Feng waved his hand at him. Then the group walked towards the mall. True to its reputation as the largest mall in Shanghai, as soon as they entered the IFC Mall, well, known international brands came into view. Wearing a long robe and with long hair, Xia Feng did seem a bit out of place in the mall, attracting quite a few curious glances. However, it's no surprise. In this era of fashion freedom, one can wear whatever they like. "Brother, let's go to buy you a mobile phone first." Xia Lin pulled Xia Feng and rushed directly towards the mobile phone store. After parking the car, the National Little Prince and Qin Do quickly took out their phones and called Jiang Xian. "IFC Mall, come right away." As soon as the call was connected, the National Little Prince got straight to the point without any small talk. "Okay, right away." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xian drove his Rolls-Royce straight to the IFC Mall. Jiang Xian had been out since early morning and had been staying in the city center, waiting on standby to rush over as quickly as possible. Fortunately, It wasn't far from his place to the IFC mall, and he arrived within 10 odd minutes. In the group chat of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, Zhang Xian, I'm here. Where are you guys? Snapped a photo, the national young master Wang. Park the car at the entrance and wait there. I'll create opportunities for you later. Zhang Xian, all right, at your service. Zhang Xian parked the car at the entrance of the IFC mall and got out. He squatted by the roadside, smoking a cigarette, watching the passing crowd. Zhang Xian for the first time felt as if he were truly good, for nothing, idling away all day. It seemed that he had squandered too much time before. Fortunately, he had now found a new direction in life, which was to be a toady. Boss Jiang, isn't that your young master? A man speaking Mandarin with a non-fluent Hong Kong accent said to Jiang Quanshui. This man was Guofu Gui, the owner of the IFC mall in Shanghai and the helmsman of the old Hongji. He had come to Shanghai from Hong Kong for a visit, having nothing to do. He invited his friend Jiang Quanshui. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Zhang Xian squatting on the ground, smoking. Jiang Quanshui saw his son squatting by the roadside, smoking and looking rather lackadaisical. For a moment, he was almost infuriated to the point of fainting. Please forgive my son's rudeness, Brother Gua. I'll go teach that brat a lesson. After saying that, Jiang Quanshui strode towards Zhang Xian. Old Jiang, don't be angry. Kids are just inexperienced. Don't lose your temper. Guofu Gui quickly followed and tried to console him. He really regretted his thoughtless words, which had unwittingly created conflict between the father and son. Zhang Xian, are you really so idle? What on earth do you look like, squatting here in broad daylight? Jiang Quanshui walked over and berated his son mercilessly. You're really disappointing. Look at the national young master Wang and Qin Do. They've firmly attached themselves to powerful patrons, while you're just squatting by the road. Father, why are you here? Zhang Xian stood up and asked curiously. Then he looked at Guofu Gua and shouted, Uncle Gua. Well, Zhang Xian, apologize to your father. You've made him angry. Come up to Uncle Gua's place later. Guofu Gui quickly played the peacemaker. After all, it was his own loose tongue just now. If he hadn't blabbed, this wouldn't have happened. Apologize for what? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He hadn't done anything wrong today. He'd gotten up early in the morning waiting for the call from the so-called national prince and hadn't even had time for lunch. Why did he have to apologize? This left Zhang Xian utterly confused. You brat. See if I don't beat you. Jiang Quanshui said and pretended to rush over and give Zhang Xian a couple of slaps. It's fine if you make a fool of yourself at home, but now you're embarrassing me in public. Jiang Quanshui couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Father, tell me what on earth is going on. Zhang Xian took a step back, dodging Jiang Quanshui. Tell me, what were you doing loitering around on the road in broad daylight? Jiang Quanshui's chest heaved violently. He was truly enraged. I'm here to work as a driver, Zhang Xian replied. Work as a driver? Guofu Gui was stunned upon hearing this. This Zhang Xian really seemed determined to drive Jiang Quanshui to death. You're a super rich second generation, running over here to be someone's driver. Are you ashamed enough? If this were my son, I'd have dealt with him 30 years ago. It's so disgraceful. Hearing this, Jiang Quanshui covered his chest and pointed at Zhang Xian, unable to utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, Guofu Gui quickly supported Jiang Quanshui and shouted at Jiang Xian, hurry up and come back with us. Even Uncle can't stand it anymore. Look at how angry you've made your father. Uncle, I can't go anywhere today. Zhang Xian shook his head and declined. You. Hearing this, Jiang Quanshui raised his hand to slap Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian nimbly dodged and said to his father, Dad, I can't let you hit me today. I'm going to be young Master Xia's driver later. If you hit me, how can I face young Master Xia later? Being young Master Xia's driver? Xiao Feng. Jiang Quanshui, who seemed on the verge of fainting, suddenly became full of vitality. He excitedly pushed aside Guofu Gui and shouted in a shrill voice. Who did you just say? Xiao Feng, young Master Xia, Jiang Xian repeated. Haha. Good son, good. After hearing this, Jiang Quanshui burst into excited laughter, and his expression changed even faster than turning the pages of a book. Guofu Gui beside him was stunned. What's going on? Has Jiang Quanshui gone crazy from anger? Or rather, have these two father-son duo already lost their minds? Damn it, what on earth is going on? Who can tell me? Guofu Gui stood there looking utterly bewildered. Chapter 48. Neil and Lick Jiang Quanshui suddenly burst into excited laughter. In Guofu Gui's eyes, he seemed like a lunatic. Old Jiang, are you okay? What's wrong? Guofu Gui pushed Jiang Quanshui's shoulder and asked, how could a perfectly normal person go crazy all of a sudden? Having a son like Jiang Xin, it's almost impossible not to go crazy. Huh, I'm fine. Why are you pushing me, Brother Gua? Jiang Quanxue turned around and looked at Guofugue with a puzzled expression. You're not crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Weren't you just laughing out of anger? What on earth am I angry about? I was simply laughing out of sheer joy. Brother Gua, what on earth has gotten into you? Why are you being so mysterious today? Jiang Quanxue looked at Guofugue in front of him, and even thought Guofugue seemed like a fool. Well, it's nothing. Guofugue waved his hand, his face full of suspicion. Truly, my good son. I've always said since you were a child that you were bright and intelligent. And I was right. You take after me in this regard, Jiang Quanxue said, patting Jiang Xin on the shoulder encouragingly. Jiang Xin. Guofugue. How utterly shameless. It seems that Jiang Xin's current state is due to genetics, having nothing to do with himself. Dad, why are you two here? Jiang Xin inquired. Your uncle Gua has come to Shanghai. I'm accompanying him to inspect the shopping malls, Jiang Quanxue explained. All right, then go ahead and attend to your business. Don't worry about me. I need to wait here, Jiang Xin nodded in response. It's okay. Dad will wait with you. Jiang Quanxue didn't find waiting for Xia Feng the least bit of a torment. Instead, he seemed quite enthusiastic. Lao Jiang, what on earth is going on? Guofugue sensed something unusual and was brimming with curiosity. Let me tell you, but don't blab it around. Jiang Quanxue glanced around and whispered to Guofugue. Rest assured. I won't say a word. Guofugue nodded emphatically. Just as Jiang Quanxue was about to speak, Jiang Xin's phone rang. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Xin. Dad. Young Master Xia is about to come out. I won't talk to you anymore, Jiang Xin said and dashed towards the entrance of the shopping mall. Wait for me. Jiang Quanxue shouted and followed closely. Guofugue was stunned for a moment and then chased after them. Xia Feng and the others didn't wander around the mall for long before coming out. Xia Lin bought a domestic mobile phone for Xia Feng and also got a phone card in the mall. Brother Xia, we'll go get the car. You guys wait a bit, said the young man called Guamin. Sure, Xia Feng nodded. Hey, aren't those Jiang Xin and his father? Qin Do happened to see Jiang Quanxue and Jiang Xin approaching. Hello, young Master Xia. Fancy meeting you here. Jiang Quanxue came over with a beaming smile. What a coincidence. Mr. Jiang, Xia Feng replied with a faint smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Where are you going, young Master Xia? I'll give you a ride. I've just finished my business. And my car is right over there. Jiang Quanxue pointed at the Rolls Royce and said to Xia Feng. Jiang Xin was utterly confused. What on earth was going on? Was his father trying to poach his business? Brother Xia, it's okay to let Uncle Jiang give you a ride first. It's so hot now, and waiting for too long will make everyone sweat. Guamin helped to persuade. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Jiang, Xia Feng said with a smile. Oh, young Master Xia, you're being too polite. It's no trouble at all. Young Master Xia. Liner, come with me, Jiang Quanxue said, and led Xia Feng towards the luxury car driven by Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin and Guofugue stared blankly at Jiang Quanxue. This was just too shameless. Guofugue cursed Jiang Quanxue for his shamelessness because as a well-known successful entrepreneur on the rich list, Jiang Quanxue was so disgraceful as to fawn on a young man in front of so many people. Guofugue really couldn't stand it. It was just too despicable. Jiang Xin was on the verge of tears. The opportunity he had painstakingly awaited was snatched away by his father. Where could he go to seek justice? Was there such a father who would deceive his own son? What were you still standing there for? Come with us and drive. You're such a good for-nothing. The so-called national prince scolded Jiang Xin, who was in a daze. Oh, okay. Jiang Xin nodded stupidly. Even after everyone had left, Guofugue remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Had the times changed? Or was he simply getting old? Mr. Xia. Is this temperature of the air conditioner okay? Jiang Quanxue adjusted the in-car air conditioner and said to Xia Feng. It's fine, Xia Feng replied. Okay. Liner. There's water in the fridge in the back seat. If you're thirsty, help yourself. Jiang Quanxue glanced at the rear view mirror and said to Xia Lin. Thank you. Uncle Jiang. You're welcome. You're welcome. Jiang Quanxue was as attentive as a limousine driver. He hadn't driven a car himself for many years. Yet he still drove the vehicle smoothly. Perhaps it was because the car was excellent, or maybe it was due to Jiang Quanxue's state of mind. Brother, I've saved my phone number for you. Is there any other phone number you need me to save? I'll save them all for you. Xia Lin stored her number in the phone. Leave it. I remember them all. No need to save, Xia Feng said. He didn't know many people. But those whose phone numbers he remembered were no ordinary folks. After the car reached the villa's entrance, as soon as Jiang Quanxue parked the car steadily, he rushed out to open the car door for Xiaofeng. At that moment, Dula Peter and Penguin Ma walked out of the villa. Mr. Ma, the so-called Penguin Ma, happened to see Jiang Quanxue opening the door respectfully and snickered to himself. You old fellow is also doing this kind of thing? He thought. Young Master Xia, Liner, you're back so soon? Mr. Ma walked over and asked. Yes, we just bought a phone, Xiao Lin replied with a smile. Mr. Ma? Jiang Quanxue then noticed Mr. Ma and asked in confusion. Mr. Jiang, long time no see, Mr. Ma greeted him. One of these two men was engaged in the real estate business and the other in the internet industry. They had even exchanged a few barbs at a financial forum before. Jiang Quanxue saw Mr. Ma coming out of the villa, and judging from his manner, he seemed to have a good relationship with Xiaofeng. What was going on? It was already bad enough that his son was slower than the national prince and Jiang Xin. How could he himself be outpaced by this Mr. Ma? Was there any hope for him? He had shown plenty of sincerity and was not being insincere at all. Chapter 49. The father who sets his son up. After Xiaofeng entered the villa, Dula Peter quickly followed him. Jiang Quanxue walked up to Mr. Ma and whispered, Mr. Ma, we've been friends for years. Give me the real story. How come you're in young Master Xiao's villa? Upon hearing this, Pony Ma of Tencent expressed his disdain, questioning their supposed friendship and recalling Jiang Quanxue's impassioned speeches at financial forums, where he advocated for the revitalization of the nation through substantive industry, urged the restraint of youth from excessive gaming and in-app purchases to prevent generational detriment, and cautioned against the allure of live streaming, dismissing it as mere deception. He felt these statements, though not explicitly naming names, were clearly alluding to Tencent, especially since these were the very activities his company engaged in. I reside here, Pony Ma stated, adjusting his spectacles with a flourish. Here? Jiang Quanxue asked, pointing to the villa in astonishment, marveling at Pony Ma's success. A sense of unease washed over Jiang Quanxue as he realized the complications this would bring. Indeed, Pony Ma replied with a subtle smile. I hope you'll look after me in the future, Mr. Ma, Jiang Quanxue said, rubbing his hands together, seemingly unfazed. That depends on your performance, old Jiang, Pony Ma responded, his voice deliberately grave, conveying a sense of reluctance. Jiang Quanxue understood the unspoken implications. Before he could act, Xiao Lin emerged from the villa, beckoning from the doorway. Uncle Jiang, please come in for tea. Coming. Jiang Quanxue chirped, hurrying inside. Inside the villa, Della Pieta was preparing tea, while Xiaofeng reclined on the sofa, his eyes closed in repose. After Della Pieta had brewed the tea, she poured a cup for each of them. Pony Ma and Della Pieta exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring each other, as they anticipated Jiang Quanxue's impending embarrassment. Why are you two staring at me? Jiang Quanxue asked, perplexed, wondering if there was something amiss with his appearance. Pray, partake without delay, Penguin Ma urged. The tea's bouquet diminishes as it cools. Uncle Jiang, Xiao Lin interjected. This libation is best savored with deliberate slowness. Implicitly trusting Xiao Lin's counsel, Jiang Quanxue delicately sipped from the cup. An unexpected surge welled within him. Good heavens, he muttered, relieved he had imbibed sparingly. He surmised that Penguin Ma and Dura Peter had been anticipating his discomfiture, their gazes fixed in expectation. Despicable, he inwardly fumed. Only Lin possesses genuine integrity. Penguin Ma and Dura Peter, sensing their hopes dashed, betrayed their disappointment. Peter, Xiaofeng beckoned, having finished his tea, accompany me upstairs. As you command, master, Dura Peter responded, hastily gulping down his tea, and followed Xiaofeng. Once Xiaofeng had ascended, Jiang Quanxue whispered to Penguin Ma, Ma, one must not be so unscrupulous. Penguin Ma merely chuckled, feigning deafness, inwardly resolving to withhold any explanation. Presently, National Little Wang and the others returned. Ma Yuqin, upon entering, addressed Penguin Ma, Father, when do you intend to depart? Your occupation of my chamber has disrupted my and Lin's nocturnal repose. Indeed, tomorrow it shall be. Penguin Ma replied, his laughter tinged with awkwardness. Jiang Quanxue, in a moment of revelation, cast a glance at Penguin Ma, his understanding dawning. You were merely posturing before me. He realized. Truly, a purveyor of deception, preying on the young and naive. Your words are devoid of veracity. Father, Jiang Xin uttered, his countenance clouded with vexation. Come, partake in a cup of tea to quench your thirst. As there are no spare vessels, please accept mine. Consume it in a single draught. It is quite palatable. Jiang Quanxue proactively offered his son a cup of tea, intending to compensate him for having usurped his opportunity earlier in the day. In truth, he merely wished to observe his son's reaction to imbibing the entire cup at once. Pony Ma of Tencent. Wang Sikong. The assembly was rendered speechless. Such was the extent of this father's lack of compunction in exploiting his own offspring. Jiang Xian, unsuspecting, accepted the proffered tea from Jiang Quanshui and drained it in one gulp. Ah, the tea's effects were immediate and overwhelming. Jiang Xian exclaimed aloud, punctuated by a series of involuntary hiccups. Jiang Quanshui was taken aback, his suspicions confirmed. Jiang Xian, noticing the gazes of the assembled company, stammered in explanation. I assure you, it was unintentional. Jiang Xian was near tears, having merely taken a cup of tea, never anticipating such an embarrassing spectacle. Young Jiang. Pony Ma remarked with pity, if the option presents itself, consider acquiring a new father. Indeed, the others concurred, expressing their heartfelt agreement. Huh? What is transpiring? Jiang Xian questioned. Perplexed, he felt as though he were being made a spectacle of. Pay no heed to Ma's jesting, Jiang Quanshui interjected. Did you not find the tea agreeable? Your father is, as always, solicitous of your well-being. Indeed, it was quite delicious, Jiang Xian affirmed, nodding in earnest agreement with his father's words. My father truly looks after me, reserving the finest for my benefit. The father and son remained ensconced within the villa for the duration of the afternoon, unabashedly overstaying their welcome. Having ensconced themselves here with brazen audacity, both Penguin Ma and Jiang Quanshui would eagerly prolong their stay, circumstances permitting. Just then, Jiang Xuanshui's phone emitted a resonant ring. It was a call from Guofugue, who had journeyed from Port City and had only just encountered Jiang Quanshui before the latter mysteriously vanished. Old Jiang, Guofugue's voice boomed through the receiver. Does escorting someone truly necessitate such an extended absence? I've been awaiting your arrival for what feels like an eternity. Ahem, my dear Gua. Jiang Quanshui responded with a touch of embarrassment. I find myself entangled in a matter of some import. Regrettably, I shall be unable to join you today. Allow me to extend an invitation to dine at a later date. The truth was, having been granted his inaugural opportunity to visit Xia Feng's abode, no matter of consequence could compel him to depart, at least not until he had sufficiently ingratiated himself. Very well, Guofugue replied, his voice tinged with vexation before terminating the call. Old Jiang, should you have pressing matters to attend to, please feel at liberty to do so, Penguin Ma suggested. I am at leisure, unlike you, Mr. Ma, with your ceaseless engagements. You ought to hasten back to Yuqing, Jiang Quanshui retorted with equal measure. He now realized that Penguin Ma, like himself, was unabashedly clinging to the villa, and thus, neither party held any grounds for reproach. Initially, he had been incensed, presuming that Penguin Ma had successfully curried favor. Turning to Ma Yuqing, Penguin Ma remarked, Yuqing, my dear, your father may need to impose upon your hospitality for a few more days, owing to certain individuals' lack of tact. Father, Uncle Jiang, please refrain from squabbling, Ma Yuqing implored. Utterly exasperated. Gentlemen, let us cease this discourse and resume our tea, the esteemed young Wang interjected, acting as a mediator. If word spreads and the masses flock here, we risk being displaced. This is simply unacceptable. Chapter 50. The triumphant old Wang Kyoto, National Sanatorium Director Liu, a man in military attire, inquired. How is Elder Lin's ailment truly cured? I implore you, as a favor, to offer me some insight. Director Liu responded with genuine helplessness. Old Li, it is not that I withhold information from you, but I am genuinely unaware. Have we not been brothers for years? Would I not share what I know? Would I heartlessly watch Elder Li's condition deteriorate? Indeed, Director Liu was in the dark. Elder Lin's condition had been more dire than Elder Li's. Yet a visit from his son-in-law had rejuvenated him, his vitals now within normal parameters. Li Hu sighed, striking the wall with such force that the paint chipped. Director Liu, taken aback, remarked, does your hand not ache? Then, a thought struck him. However, I can offer a suggestion. It may involve old Wang. When Elder Lin's health took a sudden turn for the better, it must have been related to old Wang. When pressed, he mentioned acquiring some miraculous medicine. I dismissed it as an excuse, but now I suspect it may be the truth. Speak, Li Hu urged, his eyes gleaming with hope. Seek out old Wang. Director Liu advised. Your elucidation is akin to uttering nothing at all, Li Hu remarked. He contemplated consulting either the venerable Wang directly or seeking guidance from Elder Lin. Yet, given your esteemed position as Elder Lin's attending physician, it seemed more expedient to approach you. However, your discourse, Dr. Liu, appears to have led us back to square one. My expressions, it seems, were expended in vain. I, too, considered a direct inquiry to Wang, assuming your awareness of such. Li Hu voiced his vexation. Li, old friend, delay no further, Dr. Lu urged, his tone laced with concern. Your father's condition has taken a sudden turn for the worse, and he may be in grave danger. A sigh escaped his lips as he concluded. How long does my father have? Li Hu's anxiety surged at Dr. Lu's words. At most, a fortnight. I have exerted my utmost efforts, Dr. Lu replied, a hint of apology in his gaze. Understood. I entrust you with his care while I seek out Wang. Li Hu declared, before departing the sanatorium with haste. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto branch of the Ida Group, Wang basked in the radiance of recent triumphs. The acquisition of Ida Group's holdings in Great Britain by the Peter family, coupled with his own 14 billion acquisition of a parcel of land in Yang City from the Hung Tai Group, had fueled his elation. Yet, his greatest solace lay in the amicable rapport between his son and Xiao Feng. With his father-in-law's recovery, his group's financial resurgence, and his son's successful alliance with Xiao Feng, Wang felt as though the vicissitudes of decades had culminated in an era of unparalleled splendor. Hello, who is this? Wang inquired, his reverie interrupted by the ringing of his telephone. Wang, it is I, Li Hu. Are you currently in Kyoto? Li Hu asked urgently. Indeed, I am. What is the matter? Wang responded. I shall seek you out in Kyoto. Let us convene in person, for I have matters of considerable import to discuss. Which are ill-suited for conveyance over the telephone, proposed Li Hu. He felt it would be more prudent to articulate his request in person. As a military man, Li Hu favored directness, a trait shared by Lao Wang, also of military pedigree. They both believed in forthright communication, eschewing circumlocution. However, despite his military background, Li Hu felt a degree of awkwardness, as this was his inaugural supplication for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Wang responded, then, by all means, come directly to my company. Very well, replied Li Hu, concluding the call. Lao Wang reclined in his executive chair, pondering the purpose of Li Hu's visit. Their acquaintance was merely superficial, lacking any genuine camaraderie. He surmised that Li Hu's visit was prompted by a specific request. After approximately an hour's wait, Lao Wang's secretary entered, announcing, Mr. Wang, a gentleman named Li Hu is here, claiming to have an appointment. Ah, yes, send him in, Lao Wang instructed, glancing at his secretary. Shortly thereafter, Li Hu was ushered in by the secretary. Lao Wang, it has been a while, Li Hu greeted as he entered. Come, have a seat. Xiaoyao, fetch the Dahong Pao for tea, Lao Wang warmly welcomed, rising to his feet. Lao Wang, I hear you have been thriving of late, Li Hu remarked, settling into his seat. The resurgence of the Wanda Group had been widely observed nationwide. After repaying hundreds of billions in loans, when many had anticipated its descent from its prominent position, it had gradually recovered. Lao Wang had demonstrated his acumen by adeptly managing every potential risk. In recent days, in particular, Everbright Group divested its assets in Great Britain at a premium, only to acquire Evergrande Group's land in Guangzhou at a bargain. Their actions are either unremarkable or profoundly astonishing. Haha, it suffices, old Wang chuckled, his face betraying his triumph. At that moment, the secretary, who had excused herself, returned with Dahong Pao tea. She adjusted her skirt and began to brew the tea. Old Wang and Li Hu engaged in desultory conversation, with Li Hu hesitant to broach the purpose of his visit, which only deepened old Wang's nonchalance. Li Hu was, in fact, consumed with anxiety, yet he struggled to find the right words. Consequently, they remained in a deadlock, exchanging platitudes. Come, savor this Dahong Pao. Its flavor is exceptional, old Wang said, gesturing to the cup filled with tea. Li Hu took a sip and remarked, the taste is indeed pleasant. Old Wang, I shall dispense with circumlocution. I have come today to seek your assistance. I was at a loss as to how to broach the subject, as I am not one to solicit help. But I find myself in dire straits, Li Hu confessed after fortifying himself with a cup of tea. Old Wang sipped his tea, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Li Hu and inquired, It concerns your father's affairs, does it not? Li Hu, taken aback, retorted, How did you discern that? Old Wang smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation. Is it not self-evident? We are not intimately acquainted. The only matter for which you would seek my aid is your father's ailment. Who is unaware of the camaraderie between Dr. Lu and yourself? It was inevitable that you would inquire about your father-in-law's sudden recovery at the sanatorium. Sensing old Wang's reticence, Li Hu grew anxious and implored, Old Wang, I beseech you, consider it an immense favor I owe you. Old Li, it's not that I'm unwilling to assist, but rather that I'm powerless, Old Wang lamented. How can you be powerless? Was it not due to you that Elder Lin's condition took a turn for the better? Li Hu pressed urgently. Old Wang maintained an air of nonchalance and gestured towards his secretary. Xiao Liao, you may leave us. I'll handle things from here. Understood, Director Wang. The secretary poured tea for both men and then excused herself. At this juncture, Old Wang adopted a mysterious demeanor and said to Li Hu, as the Buddha proclaimed, some things are beyond articulation. Li Hu was rendered speechless, his face contorted in a constipated expression that appeared comical on his imposing frame. He had anticipated that Old Wang's dismissal of the secretary would lead to the revelation of some profound secret, only to be met with this. It was as if he were being led on a wild goose chase. Old Wang, you jest, Li Hu retorted, his countenance displaying displeasure. Old Li, considering that you and my wife both hail from the same compound, and I am obliged to address your father as Uncle Li, I would be honor-bound to assist you if it were within my means. However, certain matters are simply beyond the realm of disclosure. Since you have sought me out, you are undoubtedly aware of the amelioration in your father-in-law's health. I concede that it was indeed due to a miraculous panacea I administered to him. Old Wang chuckled, displaying a semblance of helplessness. We all necessitate a modicum of secrets in this earthly existence. Besides, one does not approach another with empty hands. Does such a thing as a divine elixir genuinely exist? Li Hu inquired, his gaze intensifying with incredulity. The world is far more intricate and profound than we conceive. I, too, was once as naive as a child. Now that my perspective has broadened, I have come to realize that certain phenomena defy our imagination. Old Wang's voice, tinged with profundity, served as a subtle reminder of Li Hu's ignorance. Li Hu, feeling somewhat abashed by Old Wang's veiled mockery, earnestly entreated, Old Wang, I implore you to illuminate the path forward. I, Li Hu, shall forever be indebted to you for this kindness. Observing Old Wang's silence, Li Hu rose to his feet and bowed deeply, adding, Old Wang, I beseech you, for the sake of my father. Li Hu, a devoted son, was heart-stricken by the sight of his father enduring the torment of illness. Having been raised in affluence, he had never before been compelled to beseech another, nor was he adept at uttering words of supplication. This marked his inaugural plea for assistance. Though his expression may have been somewhat exaggerated, his sincerity was undeniable. Alas, I shall guide you along a certain path. However, should it ultimately prove unsuccessful, I shall be rendered helpless. Old Wang sighed, seemingly moved by Li Hu's fervor. Pray, speak. Regardless of the outcome, I, Li Hu, shall forever remember this act of grace. Li Hu's countenance was imbued with fervent excitement. Your father once served under Elder Li. Should Elder Li be amenable to intercede on your behalf, a glimmer of hope may yet remain. Old Wang had illuminated a path forward for him. This matter necessitates Elder Li's advocacy. My own entreaties would lack the requisite gravitas. Even with Xiao Wang's amicable rapport with Xiaofeng, it would be imprudent to expend such a valuable connection. Preserving it for future exigencies is far more judicious, is it not? Elder Li's involvement is merely to implore leniency? Li Hu's eyes dilated in astonishment, his expression one of profound shock. Elder Li is a figure of immense stature, among the foremost in China. That Elder Li's personal intervention would be confined to a mere plea? Li Hu was taken aback. As Old Wang had intimated, the world is replete with inexplicable phenomena. What? Do you harbor disbelief? Old Wang chuckled derisively. It is not disbelief, but rather a sense of incredulity. Li Hu demurred, shaking his head. The matter rests with you. I do not possess such influence. My acquisition of the divine elixir was purely fortuitous. Old Wang's attainment of the divine elixir was indeed serendipitous. No one had anticipated that Xiao Wang's mere purchase of a villa as a gift for Xia Lin would elicit such a munificent recompense from Xiaofeng. The value of such a gift transcends monetary quantification. It speaks to Xiaofeng's emphasis on camaraderie and his indifference to material wealth. I comprehend. I am grateful for your counsel. I shall seek Elder Li's assistance. With these words, Li Hu bid farewell to Old Wang and departed. Old Wang, observing Li Hu's departure, mused aloud, I earnestly hope for your success. Subsequently, Old Wang poured himself a cup of tea, reclined with his legs crossed, and savored the leisurely pace of life. Emerging from his discourse with Old Wang, Li Hu proceeded directly to Li Jiaming, the scion of Old Li, to whom he elucidated the situation, entrusting Li Jiaming with the task of relaying the message to Old Li. Despite Li Hu's tenure in the armed forces and his family's enduring presence within the establishment, he was not yet of sufficient stature to directly engage with Old Li. With these affairs concluded, Li Hu returned to the sanatorium, awaiting further communication with equanimity. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Old Li contacted him. Young Li, Old Li's sonorous voice resonated through the telephone. I am informed by Jiaming that you sought my attention. Li Hu, his hand gripping the receiver with fervor, replied with a tinge of melancholy, Greetings, Old Li. My father is failing rapidly. Do not hesitate to apprise me of any needs you may have. Your father served alongside me for decades, and it is lamentable that he is now afflicted with ailments in his twilight years, deprived of tranquility. Old Li's tone was imbued with regret, as if transported back to an era when they collectively contributed to the nation's cause. The vicissitudes of life and death are inevitable, and the ranks of my old comrades are dwindling. Old Li, I beseech you to intercede on my father's behalf and implore for a divine remedy. Li Hu, eschewing circumlocution in Old Li's presence, directly appealed to him. Old Li paused in contemplation before responding. I shall endeavor to do so. It was not difficult to surmise that Li Hu had gleaned this information from Old Wang, and having been approached, Old Li was amenable to lending his assistance. Old Li, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my father, Li Hu expressed with heartfelt sincerity. Await my call, Old Li stated before terminating the conversation. A clandestine location within Kyoto. Having concluded the call, Old Li watched as Li Jiaming retrieved the phone, gently placing it on the table. He inquired in a subdued tone, Father, does such a prodigious individual truly exist in this world? Do not delve into matters that do not concern you. How have I cautioned you? Old Li rebuked with a glare, causing Li Jiaming to recoil and fall silent. Despite being a man in his 40s, Li Jiaming dared not exhibit any insolence before Old Li. Seeing Li Jiaming's silence, Old Li ceased his reprimand and pondered how to broach the matter with Xiaofeng, the father of Li, who was also a former subordinate of his, and he felt compelled to offer assistance. The older generation placed great emphasis on camaraderie and would not hesitate to help when possible. Observing his father's contemplative demeanor, Li Jiaming remained silent, refraining from uttering a word. After a moment of deliberation, Old Li picked up the phone on the table, located the number Xia Lin had previously called from, and dialed it. Hello. Xia Lin answered the phone. Liner, my dear, it is I, Old Li, an old friend of your brother's. Old Li's demeanor underwent an immediate transformation, becoming amiable and affectionate, his tone imbued with benevolence. Li Jiaming, who was standing nearby, watched with wide eyes, a hint of envy in his expression. The disparity was simply too great. It was utterly unfair. Li Jiaming had not witnessed his father speak in such a manner in a long time and was filled with admiration. Ah, hello. Grandpa Li, please hold on. I will go and fetch my brother. Xia Lin exclaimed in surprise and quickly responded. Very well. Take your time. I will wait. Old Li reassured her. After a brief pause, Xia Feng's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Old Li, what can I do for you? Chapter 52. Is the sweeper a penguin or a horse? Upon recognizing Xia Feng's voice emanating from the telephone, Mr. Li straightened his posture. Xia Feng, I trust this elderly fellow isn't imposing upon your time? Mr. Li greeted him with a genial countenance, adopting a demeanor of affability, devoid of any sense of self-importance. He engaged with Xia Feng as an equal. Li Jiaming, observing from the periphery, was utterly bewildered. Who, pray tell, was this divine being on the other end of the line, capable of eliciting such reverence from the elder statesman? Li Jiaming had once had the privilege of meeting Mr. Huang, and even during his father's conversations with Mr. Huang, he had never witnessed such a deferential attitude. Underestimating human curiosity would be a grave error, as Li Jiaming was currently experiencing. He inched forward, straining his ears to catch a glimpse of Xia Feng's words. Such an enigmatic figure. Li Jiaming yearned to press his ear against the phone, but refrained, lest his father deliver a resounding slap. If I claimed you were disturbing me, would you cease your intrusion? Xia Feng jested. Haha, hardly. Mr. Li chuckled heartily. Li Jiaming gasped inwardly. To dare just with his own father? Most individuals, upon receiving a call from his father, would cling to the phone as if their very lives depended on it. Yet, the voice emanating from the receiver unmistakably belonged to a young man. A young man engaging in such egalitarian discourse with his father was truly a spectacle to behold. What is it? Speak freely, Xia Feng prompted. An old subordinate of mine is teetering on the brink of demise. I implore you to extend your assistance, Mr. Li stated directly, eschewing any circuitousness. Xia Feng paused in contemplation before responding. Bring him forth. Very well, I shall arrange it in the next few days. I appreciate your assistance, and please allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my former subordinate. Old Li expressed his thanks. Please, Old Li, there's no need for such formality. Once you've called me, how could I possibly refuse? Xiao Feng responded with a smile. Haha, you truly are becoming more eloquent. Old Li's spirits lifted upon hearing this. I too, now possess a telephone. Should the occasion arise, feel free to contact me. I shall forward my number to you momentarily. It was at this juncture that Xiao Feng recalled his acquisition of a mobile phone. Oh, very well, please do send it to me presently. Old Li paused, taken aback upon hearing this. The fact that Xiao Feng had begun using a telephone indicated a considerable transformation during his time in the world. He remembered Xiao Feng from several years prior, possessing an unapproachable demeanor, exuding an aura of aloofness that was somewhat intimidating. Witnessing such a significant change in Xiao Feng filled Old Li with a sense of gratification. All things considered, Xiao Feng was still young. And now that he had entered the world and was living among everyone else, it was indeed necessary for him to adapt accordingly. When Xiao Feng initially entered the world, they feared he would struggle to adjust and cause a disturbance. However, it now seemed that their concerns were unfounded. Very well, farewell, Xiao Feng concluded before terminating the call. Observing that Xiao Feng had already ended the conversation, Old Li held his telephone and chuckled to himself. Ding. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng transmitted his number. Old Li accessed the message and saved Xiao Feng's number, his laughter reminiscent of a child's, filled with delight. Li Jiaming remained silent throughout, observing his father's foolish laughter. His worldview shattered. This was utterly astounding. Why are you approaching so closely? What is there to eavesdrop on? Old Li's countenance suddenly shifted, displaying a stern and unsmiling expression as he glared at Li Jiaming. Li Jiaming was momentarily disoriented by the abrupt shift in demeanor of Elder Li I. He stammered. Elder Li, turning to Li Jiaming, instructed, contact Li Hu and inform him that I have facilitated the matter on his behalf. He should bring his father to see Xiao Feng in Shanghai. Understood, father, Li Jiaming replied, nodding in acquiescence, wary of saying anything that might displease the elder. I will forward the address to your phone shortly. You may leave now. I wish to rest, Elder Li said, gesturing dismissively. Very well, father. Rest early. Li Jiaming responded before withdrawing from the room. That evening, Li Jiaming relayed the information to Li Hu, who was overjoyed and spent a sleepless night in anticipation. He departed for Shanghai early the following morning. Given the deterioration of Elder Li's condition, Dr. Liu personally led a team of medical personnel on the journey. Dr. Liu, upon arrival, exercise caution in your words and actions. Remember this above all else, Li Hu cautioned, relaying the instructions he had received from Li Jiaming the previous night. Li Jiaming had emphatically warned him against any behavior that might offend Xiao Feng, even a mere glance. He had then divulged a few details of the conversation between Elder Li and Xiao Feng from the previous night, which had greatly alarmed Li Hu. I am aware. Concern yourself with your own conduct, Dr. Liu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Li Hu. With your volatile temper, controlling your tongue is paramount. Li Hu nodded in agreement. Falling silent and pondering the identity of this Xiao Feng who commanded such respect from Elder Li. Scene: Evergrande Group Villa District. When Li Hu arrived here, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. He followed the address given by Li Jiaming and found the villa. Hello, excuse me, does Mr. Xiao live here? At the villa gate, a middle-aged man was wiping the floor in front of the door with his buttocks sticking out. Li Hu thought this person might be a domestic worker or something, so he still greeted politely. At this time, the man with his buttocks sticking out stood up, turned around and looked at Li Hu. Huh? Jiang Quanxue? A domestic worker? Li Hu was stunned. Jiang Quanxue was one of the well-known entrepreneurs in the country. Li Hu naturally knew him and sometimes even followed Jiang Quanxue's movements. This was extremely embarrassing. Who are you? Jiang Quanxue didn't know Li Hu and asked curiously. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm from the capital. I'm here to see Mr. Xia. Li Hu stepped forward 2 steps and shook hands with Jiang Quanxue. Did young Master Xia send you here? Jiang Quanxue looked at Li Hu in front of him in a puzzled way and asked. Yes, Mr. Xia knows about it. Li Hu nodded. Okay, then come in with me. Jiang Quanxue threw the towel into the bucket, picked up the bucket, and led Li Hu into the villa. As soon as Li Hu entered the villa, he found that the villa was being cleaned, and most of the cleaners were young people. Wait, isn't that the so-called Penguin Ma sweeping the floor? The one cleaning the range hood in the kitchen seems to be the well-known young Master Wang. And the one mopping the floor behind Penguin Ma is Qin Do, the nephew of Qin Gumin. As for the foreigner squatting in the toilet cleaning the toilet, he didn't recognize him. There were also several girls wiping the tables, chairs, and sofas. Li Hu stood there, stunned. What kind of place had he come to? Dr. Liu, who entered with him, was also stunned. He didn't recognize the others, but he knew Penguin Ma. Dr. Lu gasped in shock. No wonder Li Hu repeatedly warned him to watch his words. It wasn't just about being cautious. It was a matter of not daring to speak at all. Chapter 53. Astonishing everyone before Li Hu could recover from his shock, he saw Peter coming down from the second floor with a mop in his hand. Peter was a duke from the United Kingdom. Naturally, Li Hu, who knew of this legendary figure, was taken aback. Even Peter was doing such menial work? Li Hu felt a mixture of fear and excitement. The fact that these people were doing physical labor in Xiaofeng's house only served to highlight Xiaofeng's extraordinary status. Liner, this guy says he's here to see your brother, Zhang Quashui said, pointing at Li Hu, who was still in a daze. Who are you? Xiaolin walked over and asked curiously. Hello. Mr. Li talked to your brother on the phone last night. Your brother asked us to come today, Li Hu explained. Seeing that Xiaolin was Xiaofeng's sister, Li Hu's attitude became extremely respectful. Coupled with his tall and imposing figure, he looked a bit comical. Brother, someone's here to see you. Xiaolin nodded and shouted upstairs. Got it. Xiaofeng's voice came from above. Take your time, Li Hu said with a smile, waving his hand. Dr. Lu felt a twinge of soreness in his feet, especially when he witnessed Penguin Ma with his head down, sweeping the floor everywhere. This sight was rather unacceptable to him. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Moments later, Xiaofeng descended the stairs and approached Li Hu. Looking at him, Xiaofeng inquired, Where's the patient? Mr. Xia, please wait a moment. I'll go out and bring my father in right away, Li Hu replied respectfully and then trotted out with Dr. Lu. Subsequently, Li Hu directed several medical staff to carry a stretcher into the room. Mr. Li was in a comatose state and unable to walk on his own. Only then did everyone understand that Li Hu had come to seek Xiaofeng's help for medical treatment. Penguin Ma's eyes sharpened as he stared intently at Xiaofeng. It was precisely because of Xiaofeng's miraculous medicine that Penguin Ma had intended to curry favor with him. Eventually, he discovered that Xiaofeng not only possessed miraculous medicine but also had an awe-inspiring background. Meanwhile, Zhang Quashui wore a look of confusion on his face. Could such a big shot also practice medicine? Mr. Xia, I'm sorry to trouble you, Li Hu bowed deeply to Xiaofeng. Hearing this, Xiaofeng stepped forward and felt Mr. Li's pulse for a while. He formed a general understanding in his mind. This was due to the recurrence of old injuries, which had led to the failure of various organs. It was likely that Mr. Li had suffered a great deal in the past, and now in his old age, he was paying the price. However, the problem was not serious, and a single pill could solve it. The reason why Xiaofeng had asked Li Laolu to bring the patient over was mainly out of respect for Li Laolu. He wanted to take a look in person to be more at ease. Mr. Xia, how is my father? Li Hu asked anxiously as soon as he saw Xiaofeng withdraw his hand. Xiaofeng was his last hope. If Xiaofeng couldn't do anything, then there really was no solution. It's not a serious problem. Xiaofeng said a few words, then took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Li Hu, saying, Dissolve the medicine in water and administer it to your father. Li Hu respectfully received it with both hands. This might be the miraculous medicine that old Wang had mentioned. After giving his instructions, Xiaofeng went upstairs. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the miraculous medicine in Li Hu's hand, eager to witness it with their own eyes. Li Hu didn't dare to delay. He poured a glass of water, dissolved the medicine in it, and fed it to Elderly. Everyone present, except Peter, held their breaths, waiting for the miracle to unfold. After about a minute, Elderly suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Li Hu stepped forward to support his father and said, choked with joy, Dad, do you feel any discomfort? Xiaohu, where is this? Elderly looked at Li Hu and asked, We're at a noble person's home. How do you feel, Dad? Li Hu asked again. Elderly pushed Li Hu aside, stood up on his own, moved his arms, and said, Am I completely cured? Great. Li Hu exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. They had witnessed Elderly's condition just now. How could he be completely well within just 1 minute? Ma of Tencent was even more astounded. He had only heard about such things from old Wang before, but witnessing it with his own eyes was far more shocking. Divine skills. Everyone sighed inwardly. Then they turned their gazes to the second floor, their eyes filled with respect. Elderly was still confused about the situation and said to Li Hu, Did you express your gratitude to the person properly? Don't worry, Dad. I will. After Li Hu finished speaking, he walked to the stairs leading to the second floor, bowed deeply towards the second floor, and said, Thank you, Mr. Xia, for saving my life. I, Li Hu, will always remember this kindness and will surely repay it in this lifetime. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Liner. We'll take our leave now. After saying that, Li Hu walked up to Xiaolin and said another sentence. Okay. Xiaolin nodded. After Li Hu took old Master Li back to the car, Dr. Lu quickly conducted a full body examination on old Master Li. All of the old man's physical indicators were at the normal level for a person. It's truly miraculous. There is such a divine medicine in the world. Dr. Lu sighed while holding the test report. This time, Dr. Lu witnessed it with his own eyes and was completely convinced. It also refreshed his understanding of medical skills. There are indeed some things that science cannot explain, yet they truly exist. Xiaofeng was full of mysteries. But the people in the villa quickly came to terms with it, and it didn't affect their moods. Hurry up and finish cleaning. I'll cook lunch today. Penguin Ma shouted at the few people who were still standing still. Chindo, I'm talking to you. You're the slowest one. After saying that, the so-called National Little King ran towards the range that he was in charge of. This thing is really difficult to clean. I should have taken the job of cleaning the toilet instead. Chindo complained while glancing at the National Little King, and then pointed the finger at Jiang Xian, saying, "What are you standing there for? Have you cleaned the glass yet?" The eldest scolds the second, and the second scolds the third. These three young men are truly a perfect match. Penguin Ma cooked lunch himself. Except for Ma Yuqin, no one expected that Penguin Ma was actually quite good at cooking. After lunch, Xiaolin started a live stream. Xiaolin's live streaming room. Zhatian Gang, Guardian Divine Beast, the Zhatian Gang is gathered here. Once again, I declare that we refuse to watch Liner play games live. Zhatian Gang, free, spirited, colorful Lord coming. Zhatian Gang, aid guy, assembled. Lino is the most beautiful. You're the most embarrassing one. Wine factory, wine. What on earth is this Zhatian Gang? Why is it everywhere? Zhatian Gang, Suke, watch your mouth, buddy upstairs. My 40-meter broadsword isn't easy to put away. Considering we're all Linder's fans, I'll spare you today. Wine factory, wine. Damn it. Night Emperor, Linder, we send you so many gifts every day. Won't you give something back to the fans? Yilling Patriarch, weighing. We want to see you change clothes. Netizen 5261. Disgusting. Is Linder that kind of person? Although I also want to see. Nameless Starry Moon. Linder, I was away a few days ago. It's been so long since I last saw your brother. How about giving us some perks? Night Emperor, what perks? Give something back to the fans. Give something back to the fans. Otherwise, I won't even send the rockets with long-haired emblems. As soon as Xiaolin entered the live streaming room, she saw a netizen named Night Emperor constantly urging her to give something back to the fans. What kind of return gifts do you want? Xiaolin asked with a smile. Night Emperor, just a random painting from your home will do. Wine factory, wine. Damn it, have some decency, okay? Mr. Huang. Actually, I also want one. Cute expression, Xianshen. One Night Emperor sent 10 rockets with a note. Liner, we want return gifts. We want return gifts. I've even polished up the rockets with long-haired emblems for you. Well, all right. How about I hold a lottery for you later? The prize is tea, and I guarantee it's delicious. After Xiaolin said that, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Chapter 54. A tea giveaway by lottery? A tea giveaway? The fans in the live streaming room were utterly bewildered. Immediately, they started scolding Liner for being stingy. Especially that netizen named Yi Huang was the loudest in his criticism. Yi Huang. Liner, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is giving away tea worthy of the villa you live in? Is it worthy of our support for you? Won't your conscience ache? Zaishenbang. Suke. Yeah. Who are you looking down on here? Is it the kind of tea that costs 3 yuan a bag in restaurants? The kind that might even have little bugs in it? Mr. Huang. Well, it's the thought that counts. Zaishenbang. Suke. Get lost. You up, there guy. Do you believe I'll stab your buttocks with my 40-meter sword? Zaishenbang Langley. Seconded. Netizen 3201. Liner, I can't stand it anymore. Although I never usually speak up, isn't giving away tea a bit too perfunctory? Winery. Wine. Liner, give it to me. I want it. It'd be best if you use that unwashed thing you've worn as the packaging. Yi Huang. I'm gonna puke. You're so disgusting. Judging from your username, you run a winery? Can the wine from your winery even be drunk? Netizen 6621. Stop talking. Actually, Liner is a tea seller. Netizen 62210. Oh, what have you made it sound like? The tea I'm giving to you, you've never even seen it before. It can't be bought on the market. Moreover, this tea is so delicious that it'll make you scream. Back then, President Wang and young Master Qin fought tooth and nail over just a few tea leaves. You have to trust me. I guarantee I'm not lying to you. Lena noticed that the fans in the live streaming room were getting more and more outrageous. Especially that guy called Yi Huang was the worst at causing trouble, completely ruining the atmosphere. Netizen 66521. Liner, I believe in you. Besides, not everyone can have it. It must be a lottery. You should draw the lottery first. It's impossible to give it to everyone among these hundreds of thousands of people. Netizen 8541. Makes sense. Winning the lottery would bring good luck. Zhangxiu, who loves loofah pancakes, whether to drink it or not doesn't matter. I mainly want the tea that Liner is giving away. Yo, Chan, I want it. I want it. Wait a moment, everyone. This tea belongs to my elder brother. I'll go up and ask my brother for it. Xiaolin said into the microphone. Netizen 85841. What? The tea belongs to the Immortal? Oh my god. Nobody should compete with me. Yi Huang. Liner, I was wrong. I take back what I just said. I also want it. Yi Huang sent 100 rockets. Yo, Chan sent 50 rockets. Zhangxiu, who loves loofah pancakes, sent 20 rockets. As soon as they heard that the tea belonged to her elder brother Xiaofeng, the entire live streaming room erupted. Everyone was shouting to get it. Jia Tian bang. Suke. Nobody should compete with me, or I'll use my 40-meter sword and spare none of you. Sun Baozhai. Well, actually, I also want it. Netizen 666. Sun Baozhai. Did you come to the wrong place? What are you doing here as an antique appraiser? Sun Baozhai. Yi Huang. Damn it. Those who said they didn't want it just now, get out of the live streaming room quickly. Don't spoil the fun. Netizen 8521. Netizen 6652. Xiaolin's elder brother is like a celestial being. How could his tea be of poor quality? No wonder Xiaolin has always guaranteed that the tea tastes wonderful. One should even enshrine it without drinking. Just inhaling its celestial aura would suffice. Yi Huang. Where is Liner? Why does it take so long to fetch the tea? Winery. Wine. Get out of here. You're so talkative. Don't ask for any later. The live stream chat room was in an uproar, almost flooding the entire bullet screen. Xiaolin finally appeared in the camera with the tea in hand. Behind Xiaolin followed the National Little King and Qin Do. The two stood behind Xiaolin like models, each holding a small packet of tea for display. Whoever wins the tea in the draw, I'll buy each packet for 500,000. I'll take them all, the National Little King shouted, stretching his head towards the camera. Me too. I'll offer 600,000 per packet. I'll buy them too, Qin Do said, not willing to be outdone. It's so enviable that such wonderful tea is being given to these netizens. I've been in the villa for so long but haven't even gotten a small packet, someone thought. Xiaolin divided each packet of tea into 4 smaller ones, making a total of 20 packets. Get lost. Are you trying to compete with me? The National Little King scolded Qin Do. Damn it. Is it wrong to let the highest bidder win? Qin Do retorted. Before the tea draw even started, the National Little King and Qin Do started arguing in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens. Their performance really shocked the netizens. Is this truly a tea giveaway? One can't help but believe it. Who are the Prince Wang and young Master Qin? They would never deceive the netizens over such a matter. Hundreds of thousands or even millions are just trifles to them. Night Emperor. Oh my goodness. I'm scared out of my wits. Explosive Sky Gang. Suke. Liner. No need for words. Hurry up and start the lottery. Winning this is like getting 600,000. I could go to a fancy club with young models and try all sorts of poses. Netizen 9621. I'm so excited that I'm at a loss for words. Mid, autumn lover of loofah pancakes. I'm clutching my phone and not daring to take my eyes off it. I'm worried the internet might go out later. The netizens in the live stream room were eagerly anticipating when Liner would start. The tea smelled incredibly fragrant. Are you all ready? We're about to start. Type 666 on the public chat, and I'll take screenshots. The first person in the first row of each screenshot wins. After Xiaolin got everything set up, she was ready to commence. Netizen 8551. Ready. Night Emperor. Ready. Mid, autumn lover of loofah pancakes. Ready. The Damaku was filled with rows of ready. Okay. Now start typing 666, Xiaolin said to the camera. In an instant, the Damaku was flooded with 660 SIXS. Xiaolin closed her eyes and took a screenshot. The first lucky netizen emerged. Congratulations to the first winning netizen, 6521. Send me a private message now, Liner announced the first winner. The netizen whose name was called by Liner was so excited that they almost threw their phone away, their hands trembling. They clicked on Liner's profile picture and sent a private message. Hey, what are you all doing? I've received tens of thousands of private messages. How can I continue like this? Liner typed a private message and almost spat blood, receiving tens of thousands of private messages in an instant. It was impossible to find a winning netizen. Night Emperor. Egad, the audacity of this individual is simply astounding. Wine industry, wine, they're undoubtedly attempting to muddy the waters. Are these 10,000 individuals not ashamed? They should promptly depart. Netizen 88521. Indeed, it's quite contemptible. Flooding the chat with so many messages makes it nearly impossible to locate the actual winner. There's no dearth of individuals attempting to exploit the situation. If they can't win, they'll ensure no one else does. A trifling matter. I shall resolve it, the national young tycoon declared to the camera. Young Master Wang, how will you proceed? Xiaolin inquired with curiosity. With Uncle Ma here, locating anyone on the shark platform is a mere trifle, the national young tycoon whispered into Xiaolin's ear. Xiaolin's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Indeed, since a screenshot had already been taken, the back-end administrators could directly contact the winner. Everyone, please remain calm. I've asked young Master Wang to directly contact the back-end administrators. All winners will be contacted directly by them, Xiaolin reassured the audience. Night Emperor? Netizen 8511? Is it truly that remarkable? Hail to Principal Wang. Chapter 55. Chen Dajie faces scorn once more. The national young tycoon set down his tea and hastened to the living room to seek out Penguin Ma. Penguin Ma's intervention was necessary, as Chen Dajie would not heed his own influence. He likely wouldn't even deign to acknowledge such a trivial matter. Uncle Ma. Lina requires a favor, the national young tycoon announced as he approached Penguin Ma in the living room. Penguin Ma had been enjoying tea and exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Quanchue and the others. He had already extended his stay beyond the promised 2 days, altering his plans upon Jiang Quanchue's arrival. Last night, General Manager Shang from the Penguin Group made several phone calls to urge. Penguin Ma simply said, I'm not short of money. Do as you please. General Manager Shang of Penguin. So capricious. The moment Penguin Ma heard that the so-called National Prince Charming said that Lino had something to trouble him with, he immediately stood up. This was by no means trouble. It was a good thing. As he got up, he couldn't help but cast a smug glance at Jiang Quanchue, as if saying, You're good for nothing here. All you can do is do some cleaning. What good things? Oh, I said the wrong thing. What does Lina need help with? Penguin Ma was so delighted that he almost revealed his true thoughts and quickly changed his words. Lina is doing a live stream and has organized a fan lottery. She wants Uncle Ma to contact General Manager Chun and use the identity of the background administrator to send a private message to the winner. The National Prince Charming relayed Xiaolin's request. It's a small matter. I'll make a phone call right away. After saying that, Penguin Ma picked up the phone on the tea table and walked aside to make the call. Good for nothing. Look at what use you are. Jiang Quanchue looked at Jiang Xian gloomily and scolded. Jiang Xian, Dad, what did I do wrong again? Jiang Xian felt extremely aggrieved. He hadn't even said a word. Why was he being scolded out of the blue? When I find you annoying, even your breathing beside me makes me want to scold you. Get out of here and go help Lina out. Jiang Quanchue pointed in Xiaolin's direction. Look at how sensible the National Prince Charming and Qin Do are. You still have the nerve to sit here drinking tea. Qin 1. Ma Yu Qin. Jiang Xian was scolded by his father so severely that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He hung his head and went to find the so-called National Little King. Mr. Chun, your call. Chen Dajie's secretary quietly entered the meeting room and said to Chen Dajie, Didn't I tell you several times? I won't answer any calls during meetings. Chen Dajie frowned, looking rather displeased. He hated the interruption during meetings the most. The 7th anniversary feast of the Shark platform was about to commence, and the entire company was bustling with preparations. It's Mr. Ma's call, the secretary whispered after being rebuked by Chen Dajie. Upon hearing that it was Mr. Ma's call, Chen Dajie felt a twinge of headache and fear. Is Mr. Ma going to scold me again this time? I really haven't done anything wrong to him recently. After seeing Mr. Ma from Tencent act like an admirer during Lina's live broadcast last time, he didn't dare to treat Lina negligently at all. Suspend the meeting for a while. Chen Dajie took the secretary's phone and walked out of the meeting room. Mr. Ma, what are your instructions? Chen Dajie answered the phone in a soft voice. What on earth are you doing? It takes half a year to answer a call. Mr. Ma from Tencent was getting impatient. If Chen Dajie took too long to answer his call, wouldn't it delay Lina's matter? Chen Dajie. Mr. Ma, I'm sorry. I was in a meeting just now. Chen Dajie was on the verge of tears. Stop talking nonsense. Now I'm assigning you an important task. Mr. Ma from Tencent didn't want to listen to Chen Dajie's explanations. Please tell me, Mr. Ma. Chen Dajie inquired. Liner is holding a lottery event in the live streaming room. Due to the large number of participants, it's difficult to keep statistics. You should directly contact the winning users later in your capacity as the back-end administrator. I'll send you the list of winning users via WeChat. Penguin Ma commanded without any room for argument. Yes, Mr. Ma. Chen Dajie quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Answer the phone more promptly in the future. Don't delay my important matters, Penguin Ma said, and then hung up the phone. Shindajia held the phone and stood there in a daze for 3 minutes. Just this thing? If it hadn't been for Penguin Ma's personal phone call, he would have suspected that he had misheard. What a pathetic sycophant. A sycophant will end up with nothing in the end. Although Shindajia was annoyed, he had to handle the task assigned by Penguin Ma properly. He temporarily suspended the meeting and ordered the back-end technicians to be on high alert. After making the phone call, Penguin Ma waved to the well-known young Master Wang. The young Master Wang understood and walked up to Xiaolin, saying, "It's done." Xiaolin nodded and announced in the live streaming room, "The lottery issue has been resolved. The back-end administrator will directly contact the winning users later. Don't worry about the first winner. A screenshot has been taken. After the event ends, the back-end will contact you all uniformly." Yi Huang, wow. As expected, when the princeling steps in, it makes a huge difference. Well done. Winery, wine, 36 thumbs up. White, bearded Edward Newgate, great. Liner, let's continue. Netizen 9521, Liner surely has powerful support. A simple lottery can make the back-end of Shark Live cooperate. Please accept my admiration. Mountain Immortal Shao, haha. I've logged into 8 accounts to participate in the lottery. I hope I can win once. Ba. Netizen 8612, awesome. Suke of the Sky, Exploding Gang, fellow Taoist, this is a brilliant move. It's so impressive. Then, Xiaolin said, let's resume the lottery. When I say start, everyone keep typing 666. As soon as Xiaolin finished speaking, rows of subtitles appeared in the live streaming room. Ready. Start. Right after Xiaolin uttered those words, a flurry of 666 cascaded across the bullet screen like snowflakes. Xiaolin randomly took screenshots and promptly announced the lucky netizens. All the winning netizens were so excited that they kept exclaiming that they were in love with the lottery. I'm a little cutie sent 50 rockets and attached a message. Dear Liner, I'm so grateful to you. I can't believe I won. I'm over the moon. Haha. I even kicked my husband out of bed. Yi Huang, damn it. With so many people, it's nearly impossible to win. Wine Factory, wine, tell me about it. So frustrating. Is it over already? Suke of the Sky, Exploding Gang, Liner, the number of prizes you're giving away this time is too meager. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, you should at least add 20,000 more spots. Netizen 69685, I second the above. Yi Huang, I second the above. Netizen 521, I second the above. Xiaolin said, this time, the preparation was inadequate. How about I hold another lottery 3 days later at 8 p.m. I'll offer a painting as a prize then. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Xiaolin felt a bit embarrassed as the 20 prizes she'd prepared were truly not enough. Yi Huang, wow. This move is so cool. Netizen 99651, that's more like it. Sun Baozhai, a painting as a prize? Oh dear, I'm going to cheat. I'll prepare tens of thousands of accounts. That painting will surely be mine. Netizen 6621, who has a strong stream of urine? Wake up Sun Baozhai. Netizen 22587, I can't. I have diabetes. I'm afraid he'll get a taste for it later. Zhongqiu who loves loofah pancakes. Holy crap. The internet really went out. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Netizen 8861. Chapter 56. Have you grown more capable recently? Well, that's it for today's live stream. To the lucky winners, when the administrator contacts you later, remember to leave your shipping addresses. Xiaolin said to everyone with the microphone in her hand. Yi Huang, sigh. I didn't win again. What the hell was I getting so excited about? Suke of the Explosive Gang, tell me about it. My hands are sore from typing. Wine from the winery. I'll just have to wait for 3 days later. I'll make a comeback in 3 days. One step away from God. Damn it. 3 days later is my wedding day. To hell with the wedding night. Isn't it more fun to grab the gifts? Your lovely dad. Haha. You're absolutely right, buddy. Edward Newgate with the white beard. I'm convinced, dude. If you can't make it, I can step in for you. Haha. One step away from God. Get lost. Angry emoji. A god fell to earth. Just watching a live stream and someone wins 800,000. Jealousy is distorting my face. Crying emoji. Well, I'm ending the live stream now. Bye, everyone. Xiaolin waved to the camera. Lina, wait. Let me say a few words. The nation's young master quickly shouted. After hearing this, Xiaolin stepped aside. The national prince walked up to the camera and said, Dear netizens, good day. The words I previously uttered still hold true. I'm willing to offer 800,000 yuan to purchase your prizes. If you have no desire for the prizes, simply inform the back-end administrator and leave your contact information. I shall reach out to you. The national prince directly raised the price from 500,000 to 800,000 yuan. This move delighted the 20 netizens who had won the prizes, who wouldn't be willing to exchange the tea for 800,000 yuan. This was ample proof that Liner hadn't lied. The tea must be of exceptional quality, otherwise, the national prince wouldn't offer 800,000 yuan for just a small packet. After hearing this, Xiaolin remained silent. Anyway, young Master Wang was wealthy, and it was fine to give something back to his fans. These were all her lovely family members. Me too. Me too. Qin Do pushed his way to the camera and shouted loudly. All right, if you're willing to sell the tea to these two young masters later, just tell the administrator. The live stream is ending. Bye. Xiaolin waved again and turned off the live stream. Big brother, you can't hog it all. No matter how much there is, let's share it between the two of us. Qin Do said to the national prince with a pained expression after Xiaolin turned off the live stream. I'll give you 30. Take it or leave it. The national prince replied. Fine. Qin Do gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Xiaolin smiled and said nothing. She had no idea how much tea her elder brother had. Anyway, there was always some whenever she wanted to get it. She'd ask next time to find out the exact amount and then give some to everyone. Two young masters, may I have a share? Jiang Xin witnessed the two individuals conclude their quarrel and approached, whispering a query. Get lost. What business is it of yours? The two retorted in unison, rebuking Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin. In Hangzhou, at the headquarters of the Alibaba Group. Mr. Ma, our business affairs in India remain unresolved. The representatives dispatched by the group have engaged in several rounds of negotiations, yet no tangible outcomes have been achieved. The vice president of the Alibaba Group, General Manager Shang, was presenting a work report to Jack Ma. Evidently, India is deliberately creating obstacles for Chinese enterprises. Products under the Tencent Group, Xiaomi Group, and ByteDance have all been removed from the shelves there. Jack Ma was well aware of India's tactics. In recent years, their business in India had witnessed remarkable growth. India, being a populous country with extensive information resource demands, had finally opened up business opportunities. Now, India was pulling such a stunt. Moreover, they had spawned numerous knock-off products. India was gearing up to promote its own counterfeit goods, so naturally, they aimed to oust all foreign products. Mr. Ma, I'm fully cognizant of these circumstances. However, there's one aspect that piques my curiosity, General Manager Zhang remarked after a moment of hesitation. What's there to be curious about? Jack Ma furrowed his brows and inquired. Our long-standing rival, the Tencent Group, was lifted from the ban on the very same day, and their business operations in India have resumed normalcy. This was something General Manager Zhang had only learned of the previous day. The team sent by the Alibaba Group to India had reported back the day before that the Tencent Group had regained normal access on the same day. Is that so? Jack Ma asked, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. Indeed, they can still use the software of Penguin Group normally there. Moreover, they specifically inquired about this matter. And the response from their side was that there was no problem with Penguin Group, and it could be used normally, General Manager Zhang stated truthfully. After hearing this, Jack Ma felt rather puzzled. Why was it said that theirs was okay while ours was also fine? What underhanded tricks was Penguin Ma playing secretly? Jack Ma somewhat looked down upon Penguin Ma. Jack Ma himself only swindled money from women, while Penguin Ma was even more ruthless, specifically preying on children. There was also a popular saying on the internet. One Ma specifically cheats my wife out of money, and the other Ma specifically cheats my son out of money. I'm so exhausted living, struggling for these two Ma's. This was strange. Had the cause been investigated? Jack Ma couldn't figure it out. Jack Ma never studied his opponents. He only allowed his opponents to study him. This incident forced him to think highly of Penguin Ma. In a place like India where reason was often ignored, he managed to handle the matter so promptly. Jack Ma couldn't help but feel admiration. It has been investigated, but both sides are reluctant to disclose the specific reason. General Manager Zhang replied truthfully. All right, you can leave first. I'll think of a way, Jack Ma said as he looked at General Manager Zhang. After General Manager Zhang left, Jack Ma habitually propped his chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. What on earth could be the reason that enabled Penguin Group's business to continue normal operation in India? This matter left Jack Ma completely bewildered. Just then, Jack Ma's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Lei Ming from Rice Group calling. General Manager Lei, what brings you to call me? Jack Ma asked with a smile. How have you been recently, Teacher Ma? Thunderous Roar inquired. In their elite circle, they privately like to call Jack Ma Teacher Ma. Haha. It's quite nice. Jack Ma let out a hearty laugh. Teacher Ma, I won't beat around the bush. What tricks did your old rival play in India? Thunderous Roar was also troubled by this matter. He had just learned the news not long ago and specifically called Jack Ma to inquire about the situation. General Manager Lay. To be honest, I can't figure this out either. Logically speaking, we're all the same. Why is it that only Tencent Group remains unscathed? Jack Ma also yearned to know exactly what was going on. Haha, it seems we're on the same wavelength. How about analyzing any news we get together? After all, when we're abroad, we're all like family, Thunderous Roar said with a smile after listening. Definitely, definitely. If you get any useful information, please let me know. Jack Ma assured repeatedly. Okay, then I won't disturb you, Teacher Ma. Thunderous Roar said and hung up the phone. After answering Thunderous Roar's call, Jack Ma fell into deep thought once again. Has Pony Ma gained new abilities recently? Chapter 57. Jack Ma's Puzzlement. Xiao Chui, come in for a moment. Jack Ma called out through the company's internal phone. Before long, Secretary Chui walked in from outside and asked respectfully, General Manager Ma, what are your instructions? Go and check Pony Ma's recent itinerary. It'd be best to find out what he's been up to recently. Jack Ma looked at Secretary Chui and ordered. Yes, General Manager Ma. Secretary Chui replied and retreated. Jack Ma was determined to figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he'd feel extremely uncomfortable. Originally, Jack Ma looked down upon Pony Ma as a rival, but suddenly the latter overtook him and was on the verge of getting the upper hand. This situation made Jack Ma extremely uncomfortable. Every time the Alibaba Group announced giving benefits to users, when Jack Ma planned to offer 2 billion, Pony Ma would immediately offer 4 billion. Moreover, when the Alibaba Group intended to enter a new market and attract new users, planning to invest 10 billion in market development, Pony Ma would surely invest 15 billion the next day. In short, Pony Ma always did things to irritate Jack Ma. Pony Ma's famous saying was, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. If the enemy moves, I double my efforts. We're not the developers of products, but every new product bears my mark. So, Jack Ma was always extremely annoyed but helpless, feeling extremely pent up. An hour later, Secretary Chui returned. Any news? Jack Ma asked first. Mr. Ma, the Mr. Ma from Tencent Group hasn't been to the company for 3 days recently. According to relevant information, he went to Shanghai, and then there's been no news about him. Secretary Chui promptly informed Jack Ma of the information he had obtained. All right, I got it. You can leave first, Jack Ma waved to Secretary Chui. What on earth was Pony Ma doing in Shanghai, leaving the company's affairs behind? This question constantly lingered in Jack Ma's mind. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he thought of a possibility. It is said that the Duke Peter of the Great Britain visited the magical city of Shanghai a few days ago. The Duke Peter wields significant influence across the globe. If Jack Ma Mowadang could persuade the Duke Peter to offer his assistance, it might indeed resolve the issues of their group in India. Having contemplated all this, Jack Ma Mayan smiled. Jack Ma immediately retrieved Jiang Xuanshui's phone number and placed a call. He knew that Jiang Quanshui had business dealings with the family of Duke Peter. If he wanted to obtain the Duke's phone number, he had to approach Jiang Quanshui first. Jack Ma and Jiang Quanshui were on relatively good terms. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. General Manager Jiang, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Jack Ma initiated the greeting as soon as the call was connected. What's the matter? Hang up if it's nothing. I'm washing the vegetables. Jiang Quanshui on the other end of the line wedged the phone between his neck and shoulder while washing the vegetables. Washing vegetables? Jack Ma was taken aback. Does the great boss Jiang need to wash the vegetables himself? General Manager Jiang put the vegetable washing on hold for a moment. Let's have a little chat, Jack Ma said with a smile. No time. Jiang Quanshui rejected without a second thought. What the hell to talk about? Isn't it important that I'm washing the vegetables? Jack Ma. Then I'll cut to the chase. I'd like you to do me a favor. Send me the phone number of the Duke Peter. I have some things to consult him about. Jack Ma felt rather hurt as Jiang Quanshui was too preoccupied with washing vegetables to chat with him, so he got straight to the point. Come and ask him yourself if you have questions. He's gone out to take out the trash. I'll send you the address when I'm free. With that, Jiang Quanshui hung up the phone. Jiang Quanshui is washing vegetables? And the Duke Peter has gone to take out the trash? Are they participating in a program about experiencing life? It doesn't make sense. How could these entrepreneurs participate in such a show off-program to court popularity? Jack Ma was once again utterly confused. A sense of curiosity welled up in his heart, and he secretly anticipated that Jiang Quanshui would send over the location. In the villa, Jiang Quanshui hung up the phone and tossed it aside, muttering, "What's the use of a phone number of a lousy foreigner? What on earth are you dawdling about? Who told you to answer the phone while washing the vegetables?" Do you have any idea that you're delaying my cooking? As soon as Pony Ma came over, he saw Jiang Quanshui not concentrating on washing the vegetables, but answering a phone call. All right, I was wrong. Jiang Quanshui gritted his teeth. He endured it. So what if he could cook? Hurry up. Stop being so dilatory. You can't bear the consequences if you delay young Master Xia's meal. After saying that, Pony Ma swaggered away. Jiang Quanshui watched the arrogant Pony Ma and cursed under his breath. Just because you can cook a bit, look at how cocky you are. Didn't Jack Ma want to ask for Dula Peter's phone number? It would be perfect to get him to join his team and fight against Pony Ma. Jack Ma was an excellent cook. When Jack Ma was starting his business, a dozen people gathered in the company, and Jack Ma cooked all 3 meals a day. This guy was definitely a talent. After Jiang Quanshui finished washing the vegetables, he meekly handed them to Pony Ma and walked away. Useless wretch. All you know is sitting here watching the show. Can't you see the work isn't done and come to help me wash the vegetables? Get out of my sight. You can't even cook. You're such an eyesore. Having just been vented upon, Jiang Quanshui lashed out at Jiang Xian, who was sipping tea. Jiang Xian walked out of the villa, full of grievances, and planned to pour out his troubles to the national prince and Qin Do. Brother, this matter is now spreading on the internet. It has an impact on your reputation, Qin Do said to the national prince while scrolling through Weibo. Do I still have a good reputation? You know this matter best. That woman deliberately lured me into the trap. When we were having a great time at the nightclub, she told everyone that I was her boyfriend. I didn't even get what I wanted, and she played such a trick on me. The more the national prince talked, the angrier he got. If you had let me have my way, I wouldn't have mentioned it. This happened more than 2 months ago, and she's still bringing it up. Isn't it because I ignored her in the past 2 months and she wants to ride on my coattails to gain some popularity? If you can't play fair, then don't play at all. She's really a hypocrite. Qin Do also felt indignant as he was well aware of the whole thing. Everyone is in this circle. If you can fit in, then do so. If you can't, don't force it. It doesn't matter. I've already posted a Weibo to clarify. Let everyone judge for themselves, said the national prince indifferently. How many times have these internet celebrities tried to ride on his coattails? They want to gain popularity but are so stingy. It really fits Qin Do's description of being a hypocrite. What are you two big brothers talking about? Jiang Xian walked out with his head down and asked, Get out. I'm not in the mood to deal with you. Jiang Xian. Damn it. Oh. Men claim to love me but won't even give me a free gift. Chapter 58. Jiang Xian's confidant Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered. Why was he disliked wherever he went? He had just been berated by his father and driven out of the villa. Now, the nation's young tycoon and Qin Do were constantly telling him to get out. He suddenly felt so insignificant, so aggrieved, and on the verge of tears. It could only be said that Jiang Xian was oblivious to people's expressions. The nation's young tycoon was in a foul mood over a matter involving an internet celebrity, and Jiang Xian had unwittingly stepped into the line of fire. Feeling out of place, Jiang Xian was about to leave when he noticed English Peter sitting alone on a stone bench beside the villa. His back looked so forlorn and pitiful, just like his own. A surge of kindness welled up in Jiang Xian, and he decided to go over and have a conversation with English Peter. They were both in a similar plight and should look out for each other. Little Peter, are you sitting here daydreaming all by yourself? Jiang Xian walked over, patted English Peter on the shoulder, and called out, Mr. Jiang. English Peter greeted him with a smile. Then he continued to ask, Mr. Jiang, why did you come out? To get some fresh air? Yes. I finished my work and came out for a breath of fresh air. Seeing you sitting here alone, I thought I'd come over and have a chat with you. Jiang Xian nodded in reply. English Peter was somewhat touched. Finally, someone was paying attention to him. He was no longer alone. Mr. Jiang, come and sit. English Peter said warmly as he shifted his position, indicating for Jiang Xian to sit beside him. Although English Peter was the third son of the Peter family, he held a vast amount of resources and also served as the president of several companies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to talk to Ma of Tencent on an equal footing before. Since he came to China with his grandfather, Dura Peter, he felt as if he were invisible. Apart from scrubbing the toilet every day, he couldn't find a shred of sense of existence. Now that Jiang Xian regarded him as a human being, he was extremely touched. Little Peter, what do you think of China? After Jiang Xian sat down, he turned to look at Peter from England and asked, China is a mysterious country brimming with countless mysteries. I'm deeply fond of this place. Ever since I arrived in China, I felt that even the air here is more refreshing. It's a place that one can't help but be infatuated with. It's simply wonderful. Especially a young master like you, young Master Jiang, who is so kind-hearted. I can't help but hold you in high esteem. I really regret not getting to know you earlier. How wonderful it would have been if we had become friends sooner. Seeing Jiang Xin coming to talk to him, Peter from England first showered him with flattery, fearing that Jiang Xin wouldn't like him. Jiang Xin was almost carried away by Peter's flattery. Was he really that good? Then why was he always scolded like a stray dog? Little Peter, you're overpraising me. We're friends now, Jiang Xin said, slightly moved. Although he knew Peter was exaggerating, nice words always had a soothing effect on the heart. This foreigner might not seem much, but he knew how to speak nicely. The two of them felt like kindred spirits and regretted not having met earlier. They almost swore an oath of brotherhood right there. Come in and have dinner. Peter appeared at the door and shouted, which brought the two back to reality. The two of them stood up and scurried back to the villa. Penguin Ma is truly skilled at cooking. He combines Chinese and Western cuisines, creating fresh and innovative dishes with every ingredient. Holding a spatula in his hand and wearing an apron for cooking around his chest, Penguin Ma looked at Xia Feng with a beaming smile and inquired, Young Master Xia, how do you find today's dish? Indeed, it's quite excellent. Come and sit down to have a meal with us. Xia Feng nodded and complimented. It was the truth. And there was no need for Xia Feng to deceive him. Upon hearing this, Penguin Ma's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. He never expected that his cooking skills would ever come in handy. Truly, as long as one is diligent, there are always opportunities. It is essential for people to learn more and master multiple skills, for sooner or later, they will prove useful. This was the sincere thought in Penguin Ma's heart. Dad, come and sit down for dinner quickly. Ma Yuqin stood up, helped Penguin Ma take off the apron, and pulled him to sit down together. Xiao Wang, are you in a bad mood today? At the dinner table, Xia Feng looked at National Xiao Wang and asked, Brother Xia, it's okay. It was just a minor matter and has already been resolved. National Xiao Wang waved his hand hastily and replied with a surprised look on his face. He was overjoyed that Xia Feng actually cared about him. National Xiao Wang reached out and pinched Qindo, trying to prove that he wasn't dreaming. Qindo gasped in pain and quickly pushed National Xiao Wang's hand away. Looking at Qindo's aggrieved expression, National Xiao Wang laughed happily. To hell with all the troubles. Let them all vanish into thin air. That's good. In the future, if any of you encounter difficulties, you can tell me. I'm a very reasonable person. It's great for everyone to be happy every day. Xia Feng put down his chopsticks and said to everyone, Don't worry, master. I'll definitely trouble you more often. Dula Peter was the first to express his approval. Amidst peals of laughter, the atmosphere was convivial. The following day, with the break of dawn, Jack Ma directed his chauffeur to convey him to Shanghai. The journey from Hangzhou to Shanghai spanned 2 hours. Having received the address from Jiang Quanshui the previous evening, he promptly attended to his corporate affairs and hastened to Shanghai. This endeavor was necessitated by his professional obligations, as he was tasked with a mission to seek out Dula Peter in Shanghai. Lei, I am en route to Shanghai. Would you care to join me? Jack Ma inquired, dialing Lei Ming's number to dispel the tedium of the highway journey. What takes you to Shanghai, Ma? Lei Ming queried, piqued with curiosity. I believe I have discerned the rationale behind Penguin Group's unhindered operations in India, Jack Ma responded. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's interest was piqued. Your trip to Shanghai is related to this matter, is it not? Lei Ming astutely surmised the purpose of Jack Ma's journey. Indeed. The Duke Peter of Great Britain is currently in Shanghai, in the company of Jiang Quanshui. It is likely that Penguin Ma has reached a consensus with Dula Peter, who has intervened to resolve the situation in India. Jack Ma divulged his conjecture to Lei Ming. If that is the case, it is highly probable. Investigate the situation. And if it proves to be true, I shall fly to Shanghai this afternoon, Lei Ming affirmed after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I shall keep you informed. Jack Ma replied. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call, and Jack Ma reclined to rest his eyes. Mr. Ma, we've reached the location you mentioned. The driver softly called out to Jack Ma, who was in a deep sleep. Already here? Jack Ma groggily opened his eyes. After getting off the car, Jack Ma glanced at the villa. Not sure if it was the right place, he took out his phone and called Jiang Quanshui. Mr. Jiang, I've arrived at the location you sent. Where are you? Jack Ma inquired as soon as the call connected. Arrived? I'll come out right away. After saying that, Jiang Quanshui rushed out of the villa. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Jack Ma standing not far from the villa. Finally, my teammate has arrived. From now on, I don't have to count out a pony ma anymore. As for the possibility of Jack Ma leaving, well, it was out of the question. Over here. Jiang Quanshui waved at Jack Ma and shouted. Chapter 59. The arrival of Jack Ma hearing Jiang Quanshui calling him at the villa's entrance. Jack Ma hung up the phone and strutted over with an air of affluence. Jack Ma was dressed in casual attire, sporting a short crew cut. Looking full of vigor. Coupled with his quirky smile, he seemed rather comical. "Mr. Jiang, are you shooting a program here?" Jack Ma asked with a smile as he approached. "Don't talk nonsense. What program? We're at an elder's place. I've already informed them yesterday. Come in with me and don't blabber later." Jiang Quanxue gave Jack Ma a brief warning and then led him into the villa. As soon as Jack Ma stepped into the villa, he was struck by its cleanliness. Every corner was spotlessly cleaned. There were quite a few people in the villa, chatting and laughing merrily. How could it not be clean? Everyone exerted themselves to the utmost, cleaning the place thoroughly every day, leaving not a speck of dust behind. "Liner, my friend, is here. You should know him," Jiang Quanxue said to Liner after approaching the villa. Xiaolin turned around and was stunned for a moment when she saw who it was. "Mr. Ma? He's a big shot." Xiaolin had spent quite a bit of money on Mr. Ma's products. "Ah, hello, Mr. Ma," Xiaolin exclaimed in surprise. Jack Ma smiled and nodded in response. After all, this was someone introduced by Jiang Quanxue, so he had to show due respect. Then Jack Ma said with a smile, "Liner, I'm delighted to make your acquaintance." Before Xiaolin could say a word, Jack Ma seemed to spot someone he'd recognize even if reduced to ashes. Pony Ma. "Huh? Has this guy been here all along?" As soon as Jack Ma entered, Pony Ma saw him but pretended not to. "Mr. Ma, come over and have some tea with us," Xiaolin invited Jack Ma. At this time, Pony Ma also noticed the national little king, Qin Do, Jiang Xin, and others. Is this really not a program? It doesn't seem so either, as there are no cameramen in sight. Jack Ma was quite confused. Why had Pony Ma been staying with these kids for the past 3 days instead of going to the company? Jack Ma had a million questions in his mind as he sat down, right across from Pony Ma. The two glanced at each other and gave polite smiles. It was the typical situation of smiling on the surface but cursing inwardly. "Uncle Ma, Uncle Ma." Several people greeted Jack Ma, and he nodded to each of them in acknowledgement. Even Ma Yuqin was no exception. She greeted Jack Ma with a smile. Although the two horses didn't see eye to eye with each other, as a junior, she still remained courteous in front of Jack Ma. "Yuqin is becoming more and more beautiful," Jack Ma complimented. Ma Yuqin blushed slightly upon hearing that. "Uncle Ma, have a cup of tea." The national little king brewed a cup of tea and served it to Jack Ma. "Uncle Ma, this tea should be sipped slowly, little by little. Drinking it too fast may cause discomfort, but it's definitely delicious," Qin Wen kindly reminded, which earned her a disdainful look from Pony Ma. "You talk too much." "Yes, Uncle Ma, remember to drink it slowly. Even my father hasn't tasted this tea." The national little king nodded and echoed Qin Wen. "Teacher Ma, listen to us. It won't do you any harm. Just drink it slowly." Jiang Quanxue patted Jack Ma on the shoulder. Pony Ma seemed to have been dealt a devastating blow. "When I was having tea, you all kept silent. Why didn't anyone come to remind me? Am I not worthy? Then shall I leave? Is he the horse father while I'm not?" Pony Ma was on the verge of tears. One should not be prejudiced. Jack Ma was left stunned. Is there so much etiquette in drinking tea? Jack Ma couldn't guarantee that he had tasted all the world's fine teas, but he had tried most of them. It was the first time he had encountered such requirements for drinking tea. Driven by curiosity, Jack Ma took a small sip. As the tea slid down his throat, Jack Ma almost exclaimed, "It's incredibly delicious." Jack Ma instantly understood everyone's intentions. If he had gulped down the whole cup, he might not have been able to suppress the rising gas. What lovely children they are. Otherwise, he would make a fool of himself in front of Pony Ma, which would be extremely embarrassing. Little did he know that Pony Ma had already lost face before. "Ah, what a fine tea," Jack Ma exclaimed sincerely. Jack Ma was a bit curious. What were they all doing here? Did they just sit around drinking tea every day? Both Jiang Quanxue and Pony Ma were extremely busy people. Were they really spending all their time here accompanying the younger generation? "Mr. Jiang, didn't you say that Duke Peter was here? Could you please introduce me to him?" Jack Ma put down his teacup and said to Jiang Quanxue, while casually stealing a glance at Pony Ma. He wanted to see how Pony Ma would react, but unfortunately, Pony Ma remained as calm as a lake, showing no expression at all on his face. "There's no need for an introduction. You'll naturally get to know him when he comes down later," Jiang Quanxue said with a smile. "Is Duke Peter upstairs?" Jack Ma inquired. "Uncle Ma, Duke Peter is upstairs. I'll introduce him to you when he comes down," the so-called prince of the nation interjected. Then he pointed at Peter of England sitting in the corner and said, "Look, this guy is Duke Peter's grandson." Jack Ma was taken aback and only then noticed Peter of England in the corner. Has he fallen to such a state? There must be something unknown to him. This villa gave Jack Ma a sense of mystery, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on where exactly the mystery lay. At this moment, Xiaofeng came downstairs. Behind Xiaofeng, Doula Peter looked extremely grateful, walking hunched over and not daring to overstep the mark. Seeing Xiaofeng come downstairs, everyone stood up. Pony Ma was the quickest, quickly giving up his seat. Jack Ma couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness." At this time, Jack Ma shifted his gaze to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was dressed in a long robe and had long hair. He looked very appealing, without any sense of disharmony, giving an impression of being bathed in the gentle spring breeze. As for Dura Peter behind Xiaofeng, he resembled a servant rather than a person of note. Jack Ma widened his eyes in disbelief. Although Jack Ma had no contact with Dura Peter, they were aware of each other. Who was this person? Jack Ma looked at Xiaofeng, his mind filled with questions. "Master Xia, sit here." "I'm about to cook," said Penguin Ma obsequiously. "Master Xia, here's the freshly brewed tea. Have a sip to moisten your throat," Jiang Quashui said, not willing to be outdone. "Don't just stand there. Take a seat." "Old Peter, go and pour me a glass of warm water." "I don't want to drink tea today," Xiaofeng instructed Dura Peter after sitting down. "Sure, master." Dura Peter replied and promptly rushed off to pour the warm water. "Old Peter? Master?" And the obsequious expressions of Penguin Ma and Jiang Quashui. Jack Ma's worldview was completely shattered. He stood there, stunned. Even someone who had weathered many storms like him was at a loss for the moment. What on earth was going on? Chapter 60. Among those present, bragging is utterly futile. This wasn't a program recording. Jack Ma reminded himself in a daze. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, who could believe it? Could one ever imagine seeing Penguin Ma, who was usually aloof and poker-faced, greet someone with a smiling face? And what's more, he even volunteered to cook. Jack Ma now understood that when Jiang Quanshui mentioned washing vegetables yesterday, he was actually assisting Penguin Ma. Looking at the other three bigwigs, Jack Ma had an epiphany. It must be the young man in front of him. He must have a background or strength that could make others look up to him. After all, everyone had reached this stage in life and lacked nothing. Why would they flatter a young man? "Young Master Xia, let me introduce you to my friend, Teacher Ma. Liner also knows him," Jiang Quanshui said. Worried that Xiaofeng might be unhappy about his casual introduction and thus specially bringing Xia Lin into the picture, Xiaofeng glanced at Jack Ma and said, "Since we are all friends, let's be at ease. I'm quite amiable." At Xiaofeng's state of mind, he had already seen through the worldly affairs. Whether a person was good or bad and whether they came to the villa with ill intentions, Xiaofeng could tell at a glance. If there were no ill intentions, Xiaofeng didn't care. The more people came, the more fun it would be. Anyway, he liked a bustling atmosphere, and Xia Lin would also be happy. Why not? Just like that district party secretary he met at the mountain resort last time. Xiaofeng could tell at a glance that the man was not a good official, oppressing the common people and engaging in corruption and illegal activities. When Xiaofeng encountered such a person, he wouldn't mind taking action. Very well, very well. Jack Ma nodded in a state of bewilderment. He was now rather confused about Xiaofeng's identity. In short, Xiaofeng seemed extremely mysterious and powerful. The muddled Jack Ma just wanted to find an opportunity to ask Jiang Quanshui about the specific situation. Otherwise, he would be like a fool kept in the dark while everyone else in the villa seemed to know something. And how could he enjoy himself then? Jack Ma sat on the sofa like a nervous child. Finally, when Jiang Quanshui went to the toilet, he quickly got up and chased after him. "Old Jiang, come here for a moment." Jack Ma grabbed Jiang Quanshui and said, "Stop this tug of war. It's unbecoming. I'll go to the restroom first." After Jiang Quanshui said that, he tried to break free from Jack Ma's grip. "Just answer a couple of questions. You can't leave until you clarify things," Jack Ma said and pulled Jiang Quanshui towards the basement of the villa. Currently, the basement of the villa had been transformed into a tatami area with floor, beds. It could easily accommodate a dozen people. It was really foresight of the young tycoon to buy a truckload of bedding. It truly came in handy. For some reason, everyone didn't want to leave after they came. Although they lived an ordinary life every day, there was a special allure when staying by Xiaofeng's side, making people reluctant to depart. It was as if they could bask in the sunshine beside him, which was so enchanting. Previously, there were the young tycoon, Qin Do, the grandfather, grandson pair of Dura Peter, then Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin, and finally, Jack Ma and Jiang Quanshui and his son. They didn't know why Xiaofeng was so mysterious, but there were always unexpected benefits in following him. For example, maybe one day he would toss them a miraculous pill. The wealthier one was, the more afraid of death they became. Having enjoyed a life of luxury, who didn't want to follow Xiaofeng for a peaceful life? Most importantly, Xiaofeng could communicate directly with the divine. Even Dura Peter, a foreigner, had brazenly stayed here. If they still couldn't figure it out, they really were dull. witted. Having spent a lifetime in entrepreneurship, couldn't they enjoy themselves for a while? Who on earth is this young Master Xia? Jack Ma asked in a low voice. Can't you tell who he is? Have you ever seen old Peter willing to be a servant? You know who old Peter is, don't you? Jiang Quanshui. Upon hearing Jack Ma pose such a foolish question, retorted with 3 consecutive questions. I'm also aware, but I'd like to know more to have a better idea. Otherwise, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to look like a fool in this villa? Jack Ma continued to inquire in a hushed tone. Well, I'll tell you everything I know. Young Master Xia possesses mysterious and unfathomable skills. He can bring the dead back to life. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Moreover, he can communicate directly with the heavens, and his words carry great weight. After saying that, Jiang Quanshui pointed upwards. Jack Ma stood still, taking a sharp intake of breath. Bring the dead back to life? Communicate directly with the heavens? It sounded like a mythological tale, since these words came from Jiang Quanshui himself. He had no choice but to believe. It was clearly impossible for so many people to stage a play for him. Why would they do that? I brought him to you. You'll be grateful to me in the future. Remember, you owe me a huge favor. Jiang Quanshui patted Jack Ma on the shoulder as he walked away, seeing Jack Ma lost in thought. After Jiang Quanshui's explanation, Jack Ma's state of mind changed completely. When he returned to the living room, his gaze towards Xia Feng was filled with profound respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Penguin Ma was cooking with great effort, almost flipping the wok. All these things convinced him that it was real. Mr. Ma, were you a teacher? Xia Feng asked Jack Ma, who seemed a bit constrained. I worked as a teacher for a while when I was young. Then I changed careers and started my own business. Jack Ma replied truthfully. Although Jack Ma was curious as to why Xia Feng didn't recognize him, he didn't dare to ask. Xia Feng had always remained aloof from the worldly affairs. He didn't recognize well-known entrepreneurs like Pony Ma and Jack Ma. What a pity. Educating the young is truly a noble deed. Xia Feng sighed after hearing about it. Now that his company had achieved a certain level of success, he was engaging in charitable work in the field of education. Children are the future flowers of the motherland. It's good for me to do my humble bit. Jack Ma had been involved in educational charity for many years, sponsoring numerous rural schools. Well, it's quite commendable. Keep it up. Xia Feng nodded after listening. Then he cast a profound look at Jack Ma and continued. Those who come to seek help from Lord Peter, go ahead and mention my name. Jack Ma was greatly startled. He hadn't said anything about this. How did Xia Feng know just by looking at him? Jack Ma dared not dwell on it or think deeper. He stood up and said to Xia Feng, Thank you. Young Master Xia. Xia Feng waved his hand, smiled, and fell silent. When Jack Ma walked towards Dura Peter, his legs were somewhat weak. That young man seemed to be able to pierce through his soul. All his thoughts were laid bare in front of him. Duke Peter, good day. Jack Ma called out as he approached Dura Peter. Hey, Mr. Ma, is this our first meeting? Dura Peter greeted him warmly. Although they knew of each other, it was indeed their first face-to-face encounter. Yes, it's really embarrassing to trouble you right at our first meeting. In fact, Jack Ma didn't feel embarrassed at all. Since Xia Feng had told him to come, what was there to be ashamed of? In terms of boasting and being shameless, Jack Ma considers himself number one, and everyone else present is insignificant. Chapter 61. Two Foes. If face were a valuable thing, he would have long become the world's richest man. Jack Ma doesn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Mr. Ma, saying such things makes you seem like an outsider. We're all insiders here, Dula Peter said with a smile towards Jack Ma. After coming to China, Dula Peter didn't learn much else, but he could easily utter the phrase insiders. Anyone who could come to the villa was considered an insider. Anyway, Dula Peter was well aware that those who could come to the villa were no ordinary people. Ordinary people couldn't get in. Since we're all insiders, I won't beat around the bush. Our company has encountered some issues in India. I'd like to ask for your help. Duke Peter, Jack Ma said with a smile. After hearing this, Dula Peter roughly understood the situation and asked, Is it the same problem as Tencent groups? Yes, exactly the same, Jack Ma nodded. Okay. It's a minor issue. I'll make a call later and sort it out for you. Dula Peter made an okay gesture towards Jack Ma and said confidently. At the same time, he silently cursed Modi in his heart for being such a nuisance, constantly pestering Chinese companies. What a stupid fool he was. His own country couldn't even build enough toilets, yet he kept claiming that he wanted to make his country a developed one and surpass China. Thinking about this, Dula Peter wished he could fly to Modi's side right away and Peter let him see what he really was. Thank you, Duke Peter. Jack Ma sincerely expressed his gratitude. It was just a single request from him, and Dula Peter was willing to offer help. He now also understands why Penguin Ma has been lingering here. Making good friends with Xiaofeng can truly simplify everything. This is probably the butterfly effect of clinging to a powerful backer. Xiaofeng didn't do anything throughout. Just a look or a gesture could convey everything. It's truly terrifying. No need, no need. Dula Peter waved his hand. After Jack Ma settled the matters of his own company, he felt a bit excited. Looking at Penguin Ma, who was cooking, Jack Ma intended to find an opportunity to show his skills too. He couldn't just be a freeloader here. Who would have thought that one day he would be vying to show off? How the tides have turned. However, he was willing to do so, and it was simply exhilarating. In the group of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, Yu Wei, 3 young masters, it's my birthday tomorrow. There'll be a party on my private yacht on the Huangpu River. I've invited a dozen or so beautiful live streamers. Remember to come early. The National Little Wang, not going. Qin Do, busy. Jiang Xian, not going. The 3 of them rejected Yu Wei's invitation at the fastest speed. Yu Wei was stunned. Were they being so direct and blunt? Not giving him any face? Yu Wei, what do you mean? Have you 3 colluded to give me a surprise? The 4 of them had been hanging out together for over a decade, and their brotherly bond was self-evident. It didn't make sense that they wouldn't support him on his birthday. The National Little Wang, are you still dreaming? Who wants to give you a surprise? If you hadn't mentioned it, who would have remembered your birthday? Do you think you're a girl? Jiang Xian, exactly. You only know how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. Can't you do something worthwhile to show your parents? Jiang Xian, don't drag me into eating, drinking, and having fun stuff in the future. I've quit. Qin Do, don't say so. We're all brothers. I'll send you a red envelope in advance to liven things up. Qin Do sends a red envelope. Note, happy birthday. Yu Wei, damn it. You even send a WeChat red envelope? The maximum amount is only 200 yuan. Shit. Yu Wei curses and clicks on the red envelope. Ding, 88 yuan. Yu Wei, do you think 88 yuan isn't a waste of electricity? I really thought highly of you. Qin Do, then why the hell did you click it? You obviously wanted it. Yu Wei, stop chatting nonsense with you guys. Remember to come tomorrow. National Prince, I won't go. Jiang Xian, I won't go. Qin Do, I won't go. Yu Wei, are you serious? Not joking? National Prince, to tell you the truth, the 3 of us are together and really can't get away. We'll make it up to you next time. Yu Wei, are you at Linna's place? Jiang Xian, yes. Yu Wei, are you being a love-struck fool? Qin Do, you're not even qualified to be a love-struck fool. Yu Wei, you guys are awesome. I'm convinced. Farewell. Sends a picture of saying farewell. Is it really that bastard's birthday tomorrow? Wouldn't it be inappropriate not to go? Jiang Xian felt a bit uneasy and looked at National Prince and Qin Do, asking, then you can go. It doesn't make a difference whether you're here or not. National Prince replied, well, forget it then. Jiang Xian quickly dispelled the thought in his mind. What a coward. How can you be distracted when being a love-struck fool? Jack Ma had spent a day in the villa and got familiar with the place. He was a talkative person and quickly blended in with everyone. In the evening, Xiaolin looked at Jack Ma and asked Uncle Ma, there are no rooms left in the villa. How about asking young Master Wang to take you out to get a room? No need, no need. It'd be too much trouble. We can just sleep together casually. I'm not that fussy. Just be informal. Linner, don't worry about me. Back when I started my business, a dozen of us squeezed into one room and still managed to sleep. Those were tough times. Back then. Hearing this, Jack Ma immediately started boasting. Everyone wanted to stay in the villa instead of going out. Wasn't it just to get familiar with each other? He had just arrived that day. And he'd even sleep standing up. Anyway, he wasn't going to leave. All right, then I'll make arrangements for you. Xiaolin responded. Thank you for the trouble. Jack Ma smiled. Thanks to Xiaolin's casual arrangements, Jack Ma was assigned to the same room as Pony Ma, and they would share the same bed. At first, neither of them knew. It was only after Jack Ma entered the room that he noticed Pony Ma and asked, why are you here? This was the first time Jack Ma had spoken to Pony Ma throughout the day. I've always slept in this room. And you're asking me? What are you doing coming in here? Pony Ma sat up after turning over and looked at Jack Ma, asking, Linner arranged for me to come and sleep here. Hurry up and make some space. Jack Ma didn't care about anything else and threw the quilt in his hand onto the bed. Pony Ma tugged at his own quilt and made half of the bed available, saying, don't cross the line when you sleep at night. As if I'm interested in you. If you're not happy, I'll have the driver come and take you out to book a big suite for you to sleep in. How about that? Jack Ma proposed to Pony Ma after sitting down. Are you already daydreaming before even going to sleep? Pony Ma gave him a disdainful look. Do you think I can't afford a hotel room? Then stop blabbering. I have half of this bed. Humph, how shameless. You follow me everywhere. Do you really think you're someone special? Friend of primary school students, friend of women, get out. Chapter 62. The game situation of 4 protecting 1 Jack Ma and Pony Ma. These 2 friends across the century finally slept in the same bed. Both of them suffered from insomnia at night. Having one's competitor sleeping beside anyone would feel uncomfortable. Early the next morning, the 2 reached an agreement. That was to put aside all their previous identities here with Xia Feng, get along in harmony, and not cause any unpleasantness here. To show their friendly agreement, they shook hands with each other. Brother Ma, elder brother Ma, their hands clasped firmly together, symbolizing that the 2 MAs temporarily put aside their differences. During the day when they were free, Xia Lin made an appointment with the National Little King to go to his esports headquarters. Xia Lin was originally a game streamer, mainly playing League of Legends, LOL. The National Little King had established an esports company and even won a championship. There were many LOL experts under his command, and he himself was also a game enthusiast. He had even participated in competitions as a professional player before. The headquarters of the esports company is located in an office building beside the Huangpu River. When Xia Lin and her group arrived, the employees of the esports company greeted the National Little King one after another. Liner, I'll call 3 people to play with you. The National Little King said to Xia Lin. Sure, they're all professional players. Won't they think I'm too bad? Xia Lin said somewhat bashfully. Although she was a somewhat well-known streamer, she was always playing Teemo as a top laner, having been stuck in silver for 3 years. She didn't respect anyone but gold rank players because she couldn't reach that rank. Just call 2. Take me along, too. I'm quite good, Jiang Xian interjected. Forget it. I can't even carry you with my skills. The National Little King directly rejected Jiang Xian's proposal. I've already brought Liner. What are you trying to join in for? Do you think your skills can compete with professional players? Have you no self-awareness? Lina, you sit here for a while. I'll call someone to make tea for you. I'll go and call the players. The National Little King arranged for them and then left. The National Little King called several League of Legends professional players to his office. Looking at the people in front of him, he said, later, I'm going to take someone to play a game. I'll play AD carry. She mainly plays Teemo in the top lane. Leave the top lane and AD carry positions. You 3 will play with us. The jungler, you guard the top lane firmly and keep ganking for her. You must give up any kills. We'll play a 4, protect, 1 strategy. We must make her have a good time. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Do you all understand? The National Little King looked at the players of his club and said, Understood, boss. The players replied in unison. Okay, let's go now. After making arrangements, the so-called National Young Master Wang took Nakano Suk to find Xia Lin. Young Master Wang, the decoration here is quite charming. Xia Lin remarked after taking a cursory look around. Hee, just for fun. Let's play a game. National Young Master Wang declared to Xia Lin with full confidence, intent on having a great time with her that day. Although Xia Lin often played games, she seldom watched competitions. She knew the 3 men before her were professional players, yet she couldn't tell who they were. After the 5 of them sat down, National Young Master Wang provided a game account for Xia Lin to use. After all, Xia Lin's game rank was too low. If they used her own account, they couldn't play ranked games together. Xia Lin only played ranked games and never bothered with unranked matches, believing that unranked matches lacked challenge. Truly, she was not very skilled but still eager to play. Sister Wen, I'm so excited for my first high-level game. Xia Lin turned to Qin Wen behind her and complained. Don't be afraid. They'll surely take care of you. Anyway, no matter how things go, it'll be their fault. Qin Wen whispered consolingly into Xia Lin's ear. I'll try hard. Xia Lin nodded after hearing that. As the game was about to start, Xia Lin, as always, chose Teemo, while National Young Master Wang played as the AD carry, Jin. The other 3 players took on the roles of mid, lane Twisted Fate, jungle Graves, and Shin as the support. Both the mid, laner and the support had ultimates that could protect the top laner. What was truly comical was that the support even took teleport. Also for the purpose of protecting the top laner. Once the game began, Xia Lin immediately scurried into the bushes on the top lane and hid invisibly. The other 4, including National Young Master Wang, set up wards in the river and near their red buff. Despite not being very proficient at the game, Xia Lin was extremely good at being evasive, perhaps influenced by the high-level nature of the game. She dared not venture out to last, hit minions, and only soaked up experience. Across the lane, there was a Darius top laner. When facing off against this champion, one simply dared not step forward to farm minions. Beep, beep. The jungler signaled Xiaolin when reaching level 3 and immediately came to the top lane to help Xiaolin gank. However, Xiaolin was extremely cautious, and the gank attempt failed. The jungler came again at level 4, then at level 5, and even at level 6. In the all chat, Darius typed, "Is the jungler your daddy?" Xiaolin blushed slightly upon seeing this message. The jungler had come 4 times, yet she hadn't managed to take down the opponent even once. At this time, the team's overall score was 2-0, due to the jungler's frequent presence in the top lane. The other 2 lanes lacked assistance and were ganked twice by the enemy jungler. It couldn't really be blamed on the ally jungler. It was Xiaolin who didn't cooperate. Every time the Graves, the jungler, went, it felt like he was fighting alone. By the time Xiaolin stepped in, the enemy had already retreated back under the tower. Just as Graves appeared in the bot lane river, the enemy Darius flashed and activated his ultimate to kill the Teemo, Xiaolin. Instantly, Shin used his ultimate and Twisted Fate also used his ultimate to support. Finally, they managed to save Xiaolin. During the enemy Darius's retreat, he stepped on the mushroom Xiaolin had placed, and Xiaolin even took down the enemy Anubarak. "Wow, I got a kill," Xiaolin exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, Xiaolin, you're amazing." The so-called National Prince laughed heartily. Graves, Twisted Fate, Shin, in the all chat. Darius typed again, "What the hell? Did I stir up a hornet's nest or something? Is this ever going to end?" After Darius said this, whenever Twisted Fate had his ultimate available and in coordination with the jungler, they would directly go for a hard kill on Darius. Darius was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The river was filled with mushrooms, and the opposing jungler found it rather difficult to offer assistance. Eventually, the game ended. Xiaolin's team lost. Although they lost the game, Xiaolin had a great time playing, and the National Little King was also happy because of her. This was the outcome he desired. Winning or losing no longer mattered. The 3 under the National Little King were truly astonished. Who would have thought the boss could be so ingratiating? It was really eye-opening. However, they gave full marks for this act of flattery. Xiaolin spent the whole morning playing games at the esports club. They had lunch at the club. In the afternoon, they went to the supermarket, bought a carload of groceries, and then returned to the villa. "Linner, how was my gameplay?" On the way back, the National Little King asked Xiaolin, seeking praise. "You're much better than me. I'm so bad. I didn't win a single game today." Hiki. Xiaolin let out a hearty laugh. Clearly, she was elated. "You're already excellent. Which top laner hasn't been crushed by you?" The National Little King complimented her. Jiang Xin, who was driving, almost lost control of the steering wheel. This sycophant was really good at his game. He really knew how to amuse others. Jiang Xin was in awe of his audacity. He thought he still needed to learn from the young Master Wang. His flattery was not smooth enough. Chapter 63. Jack Ma wants to shine at the villa. Penguin Ma and others were chatting with Xia Feng. A group of magnates chatting with Xia Feng about daily life presented a rather discordant scene. At this moment, Jack Ma's phone rang. Jack Ma stood up, nodded, then turned around and ran outside the villa to answer the call. "Hello, what's the matter?" Jack Ma asked after answering the call. "Mr. Ma, the business in Country A has been fully launched. How did you manage to do that?" Came the excited voice of Mr. Zhang from the other end of the phone. Last night, Peter called Modi, and Modi got scolded again. Early this morning, he issued an order to fully lift the ban on the business of Alibaba Group. As the leader of Country A, Modi was scolded twice by Peter in a few days. He was indeed quite depressed, yet there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, no one knew about it. Otherwise, he would have lost a great deal of face. "It's just such a trifle. I thought something really significant had got you so excited." "Well, I got it. I'm tied up in Shanghai these days and can't come back. You'll take care of the company's affairs." Jack Ma remained calm. How could one handle important matters if they got excited about such a trivial thing? Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone was a bit puzzled. Just the day before yesterday, Mr. Ma was so worried about this matter that he looked as gloomy as death. How could he act so nonchalant after just 2 days? If he were really that calm, there was no need to worry the other day. It seemed that Mr. Ma had sought help from an expert. "Mr. Ma, rest assured, I'll arrange the company's affairs properly these days." Although Mr. Zhang was somewhat skeptical about Jack Ma's words, he couldn't voice his doubts. After all, everyone knew that Jack Ma liked to put on airs and talk big. Recall an interview with Jack Ma on a certain program. The host asked him what he thought of Alibaba's current achievements. Jack Ma began to boast seriously, saying, "I have no interest in money at all. I only miss the time when I was a teacher. It was the monthly salary I received back then that brought me true joy. One shouldn't abandon dreams for the sake of money. One must fulfill their dreams before discussing money." Look, what an outlandish boast. Well, call me Les when there's nothing important. I have crucial matters to attend to. After saying that, Jack Ma hung up the phone. What a gratifying feeling. No wonder Pony Ma is so enthusiastic about cooking every day that he almost flips the wok over. After receiving this call, Jack Ma still felt somewhat elated. After all, he had resolved a major concern weighing on his mind. He walked with a much lighter step and even cast a smug glance at Pony Ma upon returning. The meaning was obvious. What you can do, I can do too. Young Master Xia, what kind of dishes do you generally prefer? Jack Ma sat down and was ready to curry favor. Hearing this, Jiang Chuanshui's eyes lit up. He quickly put down his teacup and said, Young Master Xia, Teacher Ma's cooking is absolutely delicious. How about having a taste today? He had invited Jack Ma here to curb Pony Ma's arrogance. Now that Jack Ma had taken the initiative to ask about the dishes, Jiang Quanxue didn't hesitate to offer his support. I'm not very picky in this regard, but I do miss the home-cooked meals my grandma used to make when I was a kid, especially the home-style tofu and scrambled eggs with scallions. It's especially delicious when the tofu is fried until both sides are golden brown, and then some lean meat and scallions are added. Xia Feng was reminded of his childhood by what Jack Ma said. Back then, he was still young and hadn't started cultivating immortality. He was raised by his grandparents. Upon hearing this, Jack Ma immediately understood. These two dishes were indeed quite common home-cooked meals in the 1990s. Some restaurants still serve them today. Yet the original flavor has vanished. Young Master Xia, I'll cook these two dishes for you tonight. They're my forte. I used to cook them for my colleagues every day during the early days of my entrepreneurship, Jack Ma promised hastily after the thought. Upon hearing this, Pony Ma grew a bit anxious. They had just agreed to get along harmoniously that morning, and now Jack Ma was trying to steal his thunder. If Jack Ma cooked the dishes, what would he do? Young Master Xia, I'm also capable of this, Pony Ma said in a hurry. Come on. You've never endured such hardships. Do you even know what a scallion bulb looks like? Jiang Quanxue promptly retorted, undermining Pony Ma. Pony Ma came from a well-off family, so it was uncertain whether he had truly tasted these two dishes. Who doesn't know what a scallion bulb is? Pony Ma retorted repeatedly. The remarks were highly sarcastic. Is there anyone in this era who doesn't know what a scallion bulb is? Who do you think you're looking down on? All right. Let Teacher Ma do it. I'll have a taste of Teacher Ma's home-style tofu and scrambled eggs with scallion bulbs today to see how they taste, Xia Feng said, smiling and waving his hand as he saw the two on the verge of an argument. Sure. I guarantee young Master Xia will be satisfied, Jack Ma exclaimed with delight. There's no tofu or scallion bulbs at home, and they haven't returned yet. I'll call them to buy the ingredients, Jiang Quanxue said. Seeing that Jack Ma had taken on the task of cooking that night, he was also pleased. Then he got up and went outside to make the call. When Jiang Xian was driving close to the villa, his father's call came in. Why is my dad calling me? Jiang Xian asked, looking at the incoming call on his phone. Answer it, the national little prince said. At this moment, Jiang Xian pressed a connection button on the steering wheel. And Jiang Chuanshui's voice came through. Have you come back? We're almost home, Jiang Xian replied. Don't rush back. There's something for you to do. Young Master Xia wants to have the home-cooked bean curd and scallion omelette made by Teacher Ma tonight. Go and buy the ingredients right now. Jiang Quanxue instructed his son. Dad, there might be no bean curd for sale at this time, Jiang Xian said. They had just come out of the supermarket and seemed to have seen no bean curd there. No bean curd? You'd better go and buy soybeans and grind them into bean curd for me. I'm telling you to buy, not to tell me whether you can or not. Jiang Quanxue scolded angrily after hearing that. You're so stupid. Can't you buy bean curd in such a big city like Shanghai? Even if there's none in the market and the supermarket, you can go to restaurants one by one and surely find some. One should learn to be flexible. No wonder you're always a step behind Wang and Qin in everything you do. Jiang Xian, got it. Jiang Xian responded and held back the question that was about to blurt out. Actually, he still wanted to ask what scallions were, but he didn't dare to ask it this time. If he did, he would surely get another scolding. All right, go and get busy. Take good care of Linner, Jiang Quanxue added before hanging up the phone. He really didn't miss any chance to curry favor. He was quite an expert at it. Compared with his father, Jiang Xian was far from being as good. Ding! The phones of Wang and Jiang Xian rang simultaneously. The national young master, known as the national little king, opened WeChat and took a glance. It was Yue who had sent a message in the group chat of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. Yue, guys, a day has passed. Not only didn't you send red envelopes, but you didn't even say happy birthday. Huh. The chubby you told us yesterday that it's his birthday today. I completely forgot about it. The national little king laughed heartily upon seeing the message. Same here, same here. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Aren't you all going to use birthday? Qin Wen sat in the back seat, leaning forward and asking. After some thought, the national little king turned to Xia Lin in the back seat and inquired, Liner, how about I take you to a yacht for a friend's birthday party tonight? Sure, Xia Lin responded. Chapter 64. Zhang Xian's predicament. Xia Lin initially didn't want to go. However, after some internal deliberation, she deemed it better to attend. The main reason was that Qin Wen had just mentioned it was a friend's birthday of the national little king and his companions. If she declined, they probably wouldn't go either, which would surely harm the friendship. Moreover, one should not be overly self-centered. The national little king had accompanied her in playing games and made her happy today, so she should respect their arrangements in the evening. All right. I'll inform my friend right away, the national little king nodded. In the group chat of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, the national little king. Is the chubby you angry with what he said? Yu Wei, stop calling me the chubby you. I loathe that nickname. Yu Wei, where are the other 2 sycophants? Why haven't they shown up today? The national little king. They're both driving and it's not convenient for them to chat. They'll come to celebrate your birthday after dinner tonight. Yu Wei, are you serious? Yu Wei, with an incredulous look, national prince. When have you ever known me to tell lies? I never lie. The word lie doesn't even exist in my dictionary. Yu Wei, with an embarrassed look. You've successfully made me laugh, darling. National prince, go to hell. Yu Wei, with a murderous look, national prince. With a spitting blood look, national prince. You're not letting us go, right? You were so desperate yesterday. But now that it's time to talk about serious business, you're pretending to be deaf and dumb? Yu Wei, how dare I? Come early tonight. I'll wait for you at port number 8. Once you arrive, we'll leave the port. National prince, okay. All right, it's settled. Let's go buy tofu and scallions first. After saying that, the national prince put down his phone. Zhang Xian, where should we go to buy them? Call young Master Qin and tell him to turn around with me. After saying that, Zhang Xian started to turn on the left, turn signal to prepare for AU, turn. National prince, do you still need to ask me where to buy them? If you can't buy tofu, buy soybeans and grind them into tofu. You can do the grinding. The national prince gave Zhang Xian a disdainful look. Zhang Xian, national prince. Hey, turn around with our car. The national prince dialed Qin Dou's phone. Qin Dou, why turn around? Qin Dou asked curiously. Qin Dou, the dishes are all bought and the sun is almost setting. Shouldn't we go home and cook? Hurry up. Why do you have so many questions? The national prince urged. Zhang Xian, all right. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, the national prince hung up the phone. As Zhang Xian made AU turn in front, Qin Dou also followed suit. Xia Lin, young master Zhang, look, there's a farmhouse up ahead. They should have tofu and scallions in their shop. Let's go and ask. Xia Lin pointed at the farmhouse by the roadside and said, generally speaking, tofu is usually available in every store, but it's hard to say about scallions. One can buy tofu, and scallions can be purchased either at the supermarket or the vegetable market. Excellent, said the national heartthrob, turning to Xia Lin and giving her an approving thumbs up. Brilliant, Zhang Xian also wanted to flatter. However, as soon as he uttered those words, the national heartthrob and Qin Wen gave him a surprised look. Can't you be more civilized when you try to flatter? Is it appropriate to use such vulgar words in front of a lovely young lady like Xia Lin? Although Zhang Xian was driving, he could feel the intense gazes of the 2 on him. He suddenly regretted his words and felt that he had spoken out of turn. Alas, in this era, even flattering someone requires some culture. It's so difficult. Zhang Xian dared not say a word and drove the car towards the farmhouse. I'll go down and ask. Liner, you 2 stay in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. It's hot outside. Zhang Xian said, and quickly opened the car door and got out, since he had just said something wrong. Going down to the farmhouse to inquire was a good chance to redeem himself, and he couldn't miss it this time. Zhang Xian, what's going on? Are we having dinner here tonight? As soon as Zhang Xian got out of the car, Qin Dou and the others also got out and looked at Zhang Xian, asking, No, I'm here to buy something. You guys wait for me in the car, Zhang Xian replied over his shoulder and ran towards the farmhouse. You Qin, little Peter. You 2 wait in the car. I'll go over and have a look, too, Qin Dou said, turning back and chased after Zhang Xian. What's going on? Why are we at the farmhouse? Are we going to buy some dishes to take home? Qin Dou trotted all the way to catch up with Zhang Xian. He walked over and hurriedly inquired, Young Master Xiao wants to have home-style tofu and stir-fried eggs with scallions. Come and see if there are these 2 ingredients. Zhang Xian explained. How astute. There must be these 2 items in this farmstead. Qin Dou complimented Zhang Xian after speaking. It's almost the rush hour now. If we go back to buy ingredients, we'll be stuck in traffic for a long time on the way back. Coming to the farmstead to buy is the wisest choice. Well, don't praise me. This idea was suggested by Linner, Jiang Xin stated. Did I praise you? What I praised was Linner, Qin Do retorted brazenly. Jiang Xin. They are all so remarkable. We all hang out together. Why are they so outstanding? Jiang Xin was utterly perplexed. Gentlemen, are you here for a meal? How many of you are there? As soon as the two entered the restaurant, the waitress stepped forward and asked, Do you have tofu and scallions in your restaurant? Instead of answering the waitress, Jiang Xin looked at her and inquired, Yes. Do you want to have these two dishes? The tofu and scallions in our restaurant are all bought from the countryside. They're guaranteed to suit your taste, the waitress promoted. Can you sell some to us? Jiang Xin asked. Well, I need to ask the boss. It was the first time she had seen someone come to a restaurant to buy ingredients. How much is each serving of these two dishes? Qin Do asked the waitress who was about to leave. Tofu and scallions can be used to make many kinds of dishes. It depends on which ones you choose. The most expensive one costs 228, the waitress explained. Then bring 10 servings of the most expensive ones each. How about giving you 4,500? There's no need to cook the dishes. Just give us these two ingredients directly. Jiang Xin didn't want to waste any more time. A few thousand yuan meant so little to them that they wouldn't even bother to bend down to pick it up if it dropped on the ground. How willful. Well, if that's the case, then it's no problem. The waitress was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded. The rich are so willful. I'm so envious. It was the first time she had ever heard such a strange request. After the two of them made their purchase, they walked out of the farm carrying 2 bags of ingredients. Qin Do remarked, It's really exhausting to work with you. You spent so much time talking about such a simple matter. Jiang Xin. You're the second one. Whatever you say goes. After Jiang Xin got back into the car, he also tried to imitate Qin Do's tone and, looking at Lin Er, complimented, Lin Er, you're so clever. There were indeed tofu and scallions in the farm. Xia Lin. Qinwen. The national little prince. This blatant flattery. Can't you be a bit more subtle? It's so fake. Chapter 65. Going to the birthday party when everyone got home. It was almost 5:30. As soon as they arrived at the villa gate, Jiang Quanshui ran out. Looking at Jiang Xin, he asked, Did you buy the tofu and scallions? Yes. They're in Qin Do's car. Jiang Xin nodded in reply. That's good. Let's carry the ingredients in together. After saying that, Jiang Quanshui started to help carry the dishes. There were a lot of people in the villa, and they had filled 2 entire car trunks. Driving 2 Rolls-Royces out to buy groceries was really something. They might as well have put a label saying for grocery shopping on the back. Xiaoma, come over and wash the vegetables. What are you sitting there for? You don't need to cook today. Jiang Quanshui shouted at Penguin Ma as soon as he carried the vegetables into the villa. Penguin Ma. Ever since Jack Ma came, Jiang Quanshui has been extremely arrogant, seemingly disliking him in every way. Isn't it just that when he was washing the vegetables and made a phone call and I retorted a couple of words? He's still holding a grudge. At this time, Jack Ma rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. He picked up the bought tofu and sniffed it, saying, This tofu is well bought. It's quite tender. When it comes to eating tofu, of course, one should choose the tender ones. What dishes are we going to cook today? I'll do the washing. Penguin Ma walked up to Jack Ma and asked, Apart from the tofu and scallions, you can handle the rest as you like. I'm good at all kinds of dishes. Do I still need to teach you? Jack Ma commanded complacently. All right. After saying that, Penguin Ma gave a cold snort and went aside to pick the scallions. Jack Ma cooked 12 dishes that evening. With his meticulous preparation, these 12 dishes all tasted like they were cooked by a master chef, especially the home-style tofu. With both sides fried to a golden brown. Add some lean meat and scallions, and it was incredibly tender. And the scrambled eggs with scallions. The fragrance of the scallions wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Teacher Ma, your dishes are really well cooked. I like these 2 dishes. Xiaofeng pointed at the home-style tofu and the scrambled eggs with scallions on the table and praised. After hearing that, Jack Ma was as pleased as if he had been praised by a teacher. Jack Ma has a passion for cooking and often whips up dishes at home in his leisure time. Every time he serves up a meal, others lavish praise on his culinary skills to the extent that he's grown weary of it. Whether the dishes are truly delicious or not no longer matters to him. Now, when Xiaofeng showered him with compliments, he was taken aback and overjoyed. It seemed that it wasn't that he disliked being praised. It simply depended on who was doing the praising. Just as when a primary school student compliments your academic prowess, it might not stir much emotion. But if a top-notch professor were to do so, Wouldn't it feel incredibly gratifying? Thank you for your kind words, young Master Xia. I'll strive to cook even better dishes in the future, Jack Ma replied with a beaming smile. Oh, it's absolutely scrumptious. Teacher Ma, your cooking skills are outstanding. Jiang Quanshui complimented, albeit seemingly nonchalantly. It was unclear whether he meant it for Jack Ma or was just saying it for the sake of it. In any case, he was having a good time. After dinner, the group led by the so-called National Young Master left the villa. Jack Ma and others stayed behind to chat with Xia Feng at the villa. Usually, it's the young people who accompany and chat with the elders, but here, the situation was completely reversed. If Xia Lin were to broadcast this, it would surely cause quite a stir. Brother Yu, we're on our way out. The National Young Master phoned Yue on the way to Pujiang. Hurry up. It's getting late, and everyone's getting impatient. There are lots of pretty streamers here. Yue urged on the other end of the line. All right, there are 7 of us, and we'll be there soon, the National Young Master replied with a smile. 7? Did you bring your own girls? Yue asked in surprise after hearing this. I'll explain when I get there. I'll hang up now. After the so-called National Prince finished speaking, he hung up the phone, fearing that Yue, that imbecile, might blurt out something inappropriate later. In the group of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, National Prince, I've brought Liner along. Watch your tongues. There are also Qin 1, Ma Yuqin, and a foreigner. Yue, oh my goodness. The ones who made the 3 of you act like love-struck fools are here? Yue, damn it. Do you think I'm that important? National Prince, stop flattering yourself. Don't spout nonsense when we arrive. Yue, all right. There's a big shot here getting impatient. Hurry up. National Prince, okay. At the Tangshan Bayview on the Bund in Shanghai, Yue was hosting a party on his private yacht. These wealthy young playboys really know how to have fun. 2 years ago, on the National Prince's birthday, he even rented an island in Asia for his birthday party, spending millions in one night. What's going on? We've been waiting for so long. How much longer will it take? Just after Yue hung up the phone, a young playboy complained. He was the scion of a prominent family in the Beijing social circle. Yue had invited him over as he happened to be in Shanghai today. Some of the scions from the Beijing circle looked down on the 4 young masters of Shanghai, thinking they're always causing trouble and only making a big name for themselves. But with little substance. Masterly, please wait a bit longer. They're coming from quite a distance, Yue said with an apologetic smile. Fine. I've waited this long anyway. It won't hurt to wait a bit more. I'll go get something to eat, Masterly said and went off in search of food. Master Yu, when are you going to sail the yacht onto the river? We're waiting to take pictures. 2 internet celebrity girls came over and spoke to Yue in a coquettish voice. What's the rush? There are still some other young masters on the way. Amuse yourselves for a while. Yue casually said, all right. After hearing this, the 2 responded and ran away. Finally, when everyone was eagerly anticipating, Prince Charming and the others arrived late. You gentlemen are finally here. You're really slow, Yue said as he greeted Prince Charming and the others who were walking over. Happy birthday, Fatty Yu. I'll owe you the gift and give it to you next year, Prince Charming said with a beaming smile. This sounds so familiar. Haven't you been saying this for years? Yue felt rather annoyed. I sent you a red envelope. I'm the loyal one. Qin Do walked over and patted Yue on the shoulder. Get out. Yue cursed and slapped Qin Do's hand away. Fatty Yu, let me introduce you. This is Xia Lin. She's a professional game streamer. Support her when you have time. And this is an overseas friend, Peter from England. Prince Charming introduced them to Yue. Only then did Yue take a look at Xia Lin. She was truly extremely beautiful. No wonder the 3 young masters were willing to fawn on her. This was also something that Yue could never understand. Even if she was very beautiful, it shouldn't make the 3 young masters fawn on her simultaneously. Or, as they said, was he too inexperienced to understand their pleasures? He had a narrow perspective. Hello. Beautiful Miss Xia. Welcome to our birthday party. Have a great time later. Yue was still quite polite since she was brought by Prince Charming and the others. Young Master Yu, just call me Liner. I'm not a beauty, Xia Lin smiled. Fatty Yu, you've become more capable. You don't even greet me when you see me. Qin Wen stood beside Xia Lin and said with a snort, how would I dare not? It's an honor that the beautiful Miss Qin graces my birthday. I'm overjoyed. Hearing this, Yue quickly forced a smile. This fiery, tempered girl was not to be provoked. Oh, young Master Wang, you've set your sights on a new target. This one is quite good. Won't you introduce her to me? Young Master Li walked over and said to the so-called National Young Master Wang. At these words, the faces of young Master Wang and his companions changed drastically. Chapter 66. Believe it or not, I can make him come and apologize with a single phone call. A new target? Young Master Wang was furious upon hearing this. If these words weren't directed at Xiaolin, it would have been just a harmless joke. Young Master Wang was fond of hanging out with internet celebrities and often got involved in well-known scandals. It was no wonder that young Master Li would make such a joke. Moreover, as one of the top young masters in the Beijing social circle, he already looked down upon the so-called 4 young masters of Shanghai, including young Master Wang. Additionally, having waited for young Master Wang and his group for hours without any reason, he was even more annoyed. Young Master Li, please watch your words. Some jokes can be made, while others cannot be casually tossed around. Otherwise, you might not be able to bear the consequences, young Master Wang said with a gloomy face, trying to give young Master Li a warning. Unfortunately, young Master Li mistakenly thought that young Master Wang was threatening him. You think you can threaten me? Wang, you've really grown bold lately. Now you even dare to threaten me, young Master Li said, his face showing irritation. Young Master Li, let it go. We're all friends. Just give me face today and say less. Yue stepped forward to console them when he sensed that things were getting out of hand. Young Master Li was invited by him, and he was in an extremely awkward position at the moment. Moreover, he is one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City. If it really comes to taking sides, he naturally doesn't hesitate to stand by the side of the National Prince Charming. Usually, they might exchange a few jibes. It's all in good fun. But when it comes to taking sides, he can clearly tell where to stand. They are all young people prone to acting on impulse. But they won't do the despicable thing of betraying others behind their backs. Brother, you, stop trying to persuade. Doesn't he always look down on us? Why invite him here? Qingdou spoke up. Exactly. Since he looks down on us, why does he still hang out with us? Good riddance, Jiang Xian interjected sarcastically. A grown man being so coy. If it were me, I'd have left long ago. Qin Wen glanced at young Master Li and thought him good for nothing. Aren't you just relying on your family's wealth, acting as if you're superior to others? With your family background, even if you put a pig there, it could soar. Although the National Prince Charming and his friends love to have fun, they are all engaged in their own business and never bully others by relying on their power. Young Master Li was completely bewildered by the criticism. Although he was a bit annoyed just now, he didn't seem to have done anything excessive, right? Why was it like he had stirred up a hornet's nest? When did these people become so united? Liner, let's go to the yacht. Ignore this guy, Ma Yuqin said, and pulled Xiaolin towards the yacht, not even glancing at young Master Li throughout. Yue, it seems I'm not welcome here. Farewell, young Master Li said, then walked away without looking back, with a cold expression on his face. What the hell? What did I say? A bunch of idiots. Young Master Li this. Don't mind him. He's an arrogant guy. Who gave him the audacity? Just as Yue was about to call out to young Master Li, the National Prince Charming interrupted. Young Master Wang. He's at least a top-notch playboy in the Beijing social circle. Besides, he didn't say anything too outrageous. Is it really necessary to offend him so severely? Yue was rather helpless. Today, this was his event, and young Master Li was his guest. The party hadn't even started yet. But they'd managed to drive the guest away. It wasn't the first time such joking remarks had been made. They were just idle banter. Why take it so seriously? What kind of spell had Xiaolin cast on these 3 men before him? Why were they so steadfast in defending her? Just now, young Master Li had only been a bit rude, which was indeed annoying. But these 3 men had reacted as if they'd been stung, just like the typical behavior of sycophants. Yue now believed it. These 3 had truly become Xiaolin's most devoted sycophants, ready to bite at anyone who crossed her. It's lucky he ran fast. Otherwise, we'd have beaten him up, spat Jiang Xian. You finally said something sensible. I'm with you. Qingdou gave Jiang Xian a thumbs up in approval. Young Master Jiang, it seems your boasting skills have improved after a few days' absence. Yue looked at Jiang Xian and chuckled. I'm not boasting. That young man was quite well behaved just now and didn't say anything offensive. If he dared to speak ill of Liner, I'd definitely beat him up, Jiang Xian declared. Impressive, Yue replied with a face full of disbelief. He really had nothing more to say about these sycophants. He just couldn't see what was so special about Xiaolin. There were plenty of beautiful women out there. How could a man stoop to being a woman's sycophant? In his view, it should be women who fawned over him, and he'd never be a sycophant himself. All right, let's go. Let's have fun on the yacht, the so-called national young master said, and led the way towards the yacht. The little incident just now was merely an interlude, hardly worth mentioning. Having offended someone is just that. After all, we've never seen eye to eye. Wait a bit before going up. Could you clear up my doubts? What kind of spell has this Liner cast on you that makes you so debased as to play the sycophant? Yue stopped several people who were about to board the yacht. This was a question that had long intrigued him. What did these three grown men hope to gain by fawning over a beautiful woman? And why were Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin also in Xiaolin's company? This sight today piqued Yu Wei's curiosity even more. Really want to know? The so-called national prince stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask. Isn't that a stupid question? Yu Wei retorted. Once we tell you, we're afraid you'll also try every means to join in the fawning. Jiang Xian burst into laughter. Rest assured, I'm not as crazy as you three. If I were to be a sycophant like you, I'd jump into the Huangpu River right away and drown myself. I'm just simply curious. After saying that, Yu Wei specifically pointed at the Huangpu River in front of him. Do you believe I can make that young man come back right away and apologize with just one phone call? The national prince questioned. Yu Wei shook his head upon hearing this. He didn't believe it. Li Xiao is so arrogant. Do you think he'll come to apologize just because of your phone call? Isn't that just making a fool of a simpleton? Then let's clear up your doubts today. After saying that, the national prince took out his phone. Yu Wei folded his arms across his chest, watching the national prince as if watching a performance. Dad, Li Changhe spoke recklessly today and offended Liner. The national prince didn't mince words and directly told his father, the so-called King Wang. All right, got it. After hearing this, Lao Wang simply said, understood, and then hung up the phone. The father-son conversation lasted less than 10 seconds before it abruptly ended. Yu Wei stared wide-eyed. Just this? Is this really okay? Young Master Wang, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Yu Wei was brimming with disbelief. It's useless to tell your father about this. Would anyone really disrespect your father? Just wait. You'll soon realize how ignorant you are today, said the so-called national young Master Wang with a somewhat profound air as he patted Yu Wei on the shoulder. Yu Wei was stunned for a moment. Once again, he calls me ignorant. Where on earth am I ignorant? Chapter 67. I'm going to be humiliated. Yu Wei watched as several people boarded the yacht and found that he had been left behind. Previously, Jiang Xian had said in the group chat that he used to be extremely ignorant, but then realized his mistakes. Yu Wei had thought Jiang Xian was just being sarcastic and boasting. Now, seeing the situation, he realized it wasn't the case at all. Yu Wei shook his head and followed them. After all, it was his birthday today. Why worry about this? He didn't believe that young Master Li would really come to apologize. Jumping into the river was out of the question. After leaving the riverside, Li Changhe went straight back to the hotel. He planned to invite a couple of friends for a drink and see if he could have some romantic encounters tonight. He was absolutely furious, especially with the national young Master Wang and his group. All he had said was that Wang had a new target. Had he said anything wrong? He was just stating the truth and hadn't said anything excessive. They were all well-known figures in China, yet being retorted like that really irked him. What intrigued him more was that national young Master Wang and his friends were as enraged as if someone had insulted their mothers. The brotherhood among the elites in the Beijing circle. This is a group chat established by some young masters in Beijing like Li Changhe. Li Changhe, I was confronted by Xiao Wang and the others today. Damn it, these guys are getting more and more audacious. Li Changhe, everyone. Li Changhe, where the hell are you guys? More than 10 minutes had passed since he sent the messages, yet no one in the group replied to him. Li Changhe felt dejected. What kind of so-called brotherhood is this? Usually, when there are girls around, they all pop up at once, half a lifetime apart. Just going round and round, using up a few strands of hair to gain a few strands of sorrow. In a vain dream, your appearance fades away. At this moment, Li Changhe's phone rang. He had set a recently popular song as his ringtone. He saw that it was a call from his father. Dad, what's up? Li Changhe answered the phone and asked obediently. Where the hell are you? Li Jiaming's enraged voice came through the phone, even without turning on the speaker. It could be clearly heard 3 meters away. Li Changhe looked puzzled. What on earth had gotten into him? I'm in Shanghai, Li Changhe replied. Don't you think I know you're in Shanghai? Is that what I'm asking about? Li Jiaming continued to roar. Li Changhe, is that not what you're asking about? Just now, your grandfather called me personally and said that you've offended Xiaolan. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you want to die, do it on your own. Don't drag me into this. Your grandfather just said that he'll come tomorrow morning and hang me up to beat me. The angrier Li Jiaming got as he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. He was already in his 40s, yet he was going to be hung up and beaten the next morning. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely annoyed. Oh. Li Changhe was taken aback. Hanged up and beaten? Suddenly, a scene of his own father being hanged up and beaten flashed across his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. It is the father's fault if the son is not well reared. Old Mr. Li is really open-minded. However, Li Changhe was a bit confused. Had he offended Xiaolin? Who on earth was Xiaolin? Can't you understand what I'm saying? What gives you the nerve to offend Xiaolin? Li Jiaming demanded. Thinking about the tone in which the old man had called Xia Lin's brother on the phone, Li Jiaming felt a chill running down to his feet. Father, let's talk it over. Who is this Xia Lin? Li Changhe voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. Didn't you see young Master Wang today? There was a beautiful girl beside him. That's Xia Lin. Hurry up and go apologize to this young lady. If I get beaten tomorrow morning, you won't get away with it either. I'll fly to Shanghai tomorrow and have you hanged up and beaten for 2 days. Don't think I'm joking. I'm not in the mood for that. Once your grandfather calls you himself, you're done for. Fearing that Li Changhe still didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, Li Jiaming issued a warning. At this moment, Li Changhe was utterly bewildered. There indeed was a beautiful girl beside young Master Wang. He thought that it was because his words had carried a hint of mockery towards that girl that they had gotten angry. The reason must lie here. However, who on earth was Xia Lin? She wasn't from either the Huang family or the Zhou family. He knew all the younger generations of these two families. Father, even if I'm going to die, you should let me die with clarity. Who exactly is this Xia Lin? Li Changhe was almost in tears. One should at least know who the other party is before going to apologize. This whole thing was so bewildering. Who is she? One should refrain from inquiring about matters beyond one's ken. All you need to know is that Xia Lin's brother is the one who conversed with Elder Huang. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for you, would I have been beaten up like that? Li Jiaming roared furiously, having spoken so much. Yet you remain unmoved. Now Li Changhe understood and stood there, stunned. The one who conversed with Elder Huang? Li Changhe knew well that his status was far inferior. No wonder his father had been scolding him like a dog. Dad, then what should I do? Li Changhe was truly panicked now. Didn't I make it clear enough? Whether you're in the wrong or not, go and apologize to this young lady. If you don't gain her forgiveness, don't ever come back home. After Li Jiaming finished speaking, he angrily hung up the phone and immediately dialed another number. Hello, Director Hu. Come to my place early tomorrow morning with some painkillers. Ah, no. I wasn't injured in a fall. I got beaten by the old man. What the hell are you laughing at? You clearly laughed just now. After hanging up the phone, Li Changhe rushed out of the room towards the riverside. What the hell is going on? I even checked the almanac before going out today, and it said I'd have good luck in love. Young Master Yu, where are you guys? Li Changhe gasped for breath as he ran downstairs and called Yue. Young Master Li, what's the matter? After Yue answered the phone, a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He glanced at Xia Lin, who was chatting with the so-called national prince and others. Xia Lin was surrounded by several people like a princess. Even though there were a dozen or so internet celebrities present, they lost all interest and simply stayed by Xia Lin's side chatting. I've come to apologize to Xia Lin. Where are you? Li Changhe said anxiously. Our yacht has already sailed out of the port. Sure enough, he really came to apologize. Yue's heart skipped a beat. His gaze towards Xia Lin was filled with awe. Because of Xia Lin, with just a phone call from the so-called national prince, this arrogant young Master Li really came to apologize. To what extent must things have reached to make young Master Li so terrified? Turn the yacht back quickly. I'm begging you. Li Changhe's voice was laced with supplication and panic. Today, I was criticized by several people who said that a story written by a woman must be a female-oriented novel, and the male protagonist hasn't even appeared yet. And there will be more such comments in the future. I'd like to say that this is a daily life-themed novel. It focuses more on daily life. There are no scenes of pretending to be a nobody and then humiliating the arrogant or the disgusting side of the male protagonist. It's just for pure entertainment and to bring joy. If you don't like it, just pick another one. Please don't scold me. Thank you. Meanwhile, I'm extremely grateful for your continuous support. I'll strive to write the following content well. Thanks to Yongyu for the God level certification gift. And thanks to every friend who has sent gifts. I love you all. I rambled on a bit today because I was criticized. But I won't be so verbose in the future. I'll focus on writing my own story. After all, different people have different preferences. Chapter 68. This statement makes sense. Not only did Li Changhe's voice carry supplication and trepidation, even Yue was completely dumbfounded. Could it really be true? Yue composed himself and inquired curiously. Young Master Li, please tell me the truth. What on earth is going on? Alas, we can't afford to offend Xia Lin's elder brother. My father was even hung up and beaten by my grandfather. I'm afraid I won't fare any better. Li Changhe heaved a sigh, feeling rather wronged. After all, he really hadn't done anything excessive. However, such is human nature. When facing someone of a more exalted status, an inadvertent gesture or a fleeting glance can arouse the other's dissatisfaction. And then, you're in big trouble. It's the same between lovers. When your girlfriend is annoyed with you, even your breathing beside her is a mistake. Yu Wei, Xiaolin's elder brother, is someone who can converse on equal terms with Elder Huang. Do you think I can't be panicked? My father is now itching to hang me up and beat me. Seeing that Yu Wei remained silent, Li Changhe continued, hiss. How terrifying. No wonder the so-called National Prince Charming and others are willing to be sycophants. They're not fawning on Xiaolin, but her elder brother. What brutes. They didn't even call me when there was such a good thing, and just fawning on their own. What a waste of our years of brotherhood. Your level is too low, so it's normal that you can't understand. Once, I was as ignorant as you. Now, I've recognized my mistake. You don't even have the qualification to be a sycophant. The words once spoken by the National Prince Charming and others seemed to flash through his mind like a movie. He suddenly felt that he had been such a fool and simply didn't understand what they meant at that time. Hello? Mr. Yu, are you listening? Li Changhe grew anxious when Yu Wei remained silent for a long time and continued to shout. Yes, go ahead. Yu Wei jolted slightly and replied. Li Changhe, what else is there to say? All that needs to be said has been said. Didn't I ask you to sail the yacht back? Mr. Yu, do me a favor and sail the yacht back so that I can go and apologize to Xiaolin. I'll remember this favor. Li Changhe patiently addressed Yu Wei. Mr. Li, I can't agree to this. Yu Wei shook his head without hesitation, refusing. Why? Li Changhe was utterly stunned upon hearing this. If you don't sail the yacht back, how can I go and apologize? If I don't apologize today, once my grandfather finds out tomorrow, I'm truly doomed. Had it been before, I'm sure I would have sailed the yacht back. Now that you've let me know Xiaolin's background, do you think I'd still do something like sailing the yacht back without her consent? Put yourself in my shoes. Would you dare to do so? Wouldn't I be courting trouble for no reason? Currently, although Xiaolin doesn't have a favorable impression of me, she doesn't have a bad one either. If you ask me to do this, you're cutting off my future prospects. Yu Wei wasn't stupid. Now that he knew Xiaolin's background, he wouldn't do anything to displease her. It was best to just treat this young lady with deference. Li Changhe made it sound so easy. But Yu Wei was too lazy to care about him. It wasn't him who would be in trouble. Li Changhe remained silent for a long while after hearing this. Yu Wei was indeed right. Sailing the yacht back without Xiaolin's consent and then going up to apologize might really displease Xiaolin. After all, it was difficult to fathom the thoughts of such an influential person. Young Master Yu, do me a favor. Please think of a way or mention it to young Master Wang and ask him to plead for me. Realizing that it was unrealistic to ask Yu Wei to directly bring the yacht back, Li Changhe changed his strategy. Anyway, he decided to wait here until they landed on the shore today, even if he had to wait until death. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you wait for us to land. I'll still dock at the original place. Seeing that Li Changhe had said so, Yu Wei could only try to help him. As for directly docking, it was out of the question. Thank you, young Master Yu, Li Changhe said politely. If only one could foresee the consequences. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. People often don't know to regret until something has happened. Therefore, in this life, it's best for a family to live in peace. One should never act impulsively, or it will bring endless remorse. After hanging up the phone, Yu Wei was thinking about how to ask for Li Changhe. In the group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai, Yu Wei, young Master Wang, come over to me for a moment. National Little Wang, what's the matter? You even sent a message for such a short distance. Are you out of your mind? Yu Wei, come on, it's really something. National Little Wang put away his phone and got up, walking towards Yu Wei. What's so mysterious? National Little Wang asked as he walked over. Just now, young Master Li called me. Yu Wei looked up at National Little Wang and said, so what if he called? Is he scared? National Little Wang didn't even need to guess what it was about. He's not just scared, he's almost in tears. He asked me to tell you to plead for him. He'll come over to apologize to Xiaolin. Yu Wei repeated what Li Changhe had said to National Little Wang. Very well, tell him to come over. When he makes his apology, you should also get ready to jump into the river. After the so-called Prince of the Nation said this, he strode towards Xiaolin. Yu Wei, Liner, that young Master Li we met on our way here wants to apologize to you. I'd like to ask for your opinion. The Prince of the Nation walked up to Xiaolin and inquired, why should he apologize to me? Xiaolin looked utterly bewildered. That man hadn't offended her. What was there to apologize for? He had just mistaken her for a new internet celebrity the Prince of the Nation had found. It was hardly a big deal. Xiaolin wasn't the type to haggle over such trifles. Mainly, he's afraid of upsetting Brother Xia. He's the grandson of Old Li. And Old Li is friends with your brother. He's feeling uneasy about what he did, so he's coming over specially to say sorry. The Prince of the Nation put it rather vaguely and subtly steered the conversation towards Xia Feng and Old Li. After all, everyone knew that Li Changhe was coming to apologize solely because of Xia Feng's influence. And since Xiao Lin was Xia Feng's beloved sister, things got rather complicated. All right, then let him come. Xiao Lin nodded after hearing this. Since the other party was feeling guilty, she might as well let him apologize. Fine. I'll tell Yue to dock the boat first. The prince of the nation nodded in response. Haha. Is that fool scared out of his wits? Jiang Xin, following behind the prince of the nation, burst out laughing. Isn't that obvious? The prince of the nation retorted. How about it? Yue asked anxiously as soon as he saw the prince of the nation approaching. Dock the yacht. Lino has agreed. The prince of the nation said. Is she really that easygoing? Yue was stunned. Don't such big shots always act high and mighty and overly pretentious? What on earth are you thinking? Liner is 1,000 times better than you can imagine. Regarding this, the national little king didn't exaggerate. Xiao Lin is truly kind, hearted, not fussy, and gentle and easy to get along with. Hearing this, Jiang Xin nodded emphatically beside. What was said made perfect sense. Chapter 69. Li Chang's apology stopped dawdling. Hurry up and have the yacht dock. Remember to do a river jumping show for us later. The national little king urged. Yue. All right. Yue nodded and walked towards the control cabin. Under Yue's arrangement, the yacht directly made a U-turn on the Puzhong River and returned to the shore. Li Chang'e had been waiting on the shore for a long time. Seeing the yacht approaching the shore, he nimbly stood up and walked over. As the yacht came to a steady stop at the shore, Li Chang'e looked at the people on the yacht with a nervous heart. Not long ago, he had left in a huff. And now he had come back looking so dejected. If this was considered a slap in the face, it was his own face that was being slapped. Prince Wang. Li Chang'e greeted the national little king with a smile, knowing that he was in an inferior position. Although his smile looked even worse than crying, he had no choice but to manage it. After all, one should not strike a person who offers a smile. Oh, Prince Li, why are you back? Jiang Xin mocked. Where's that air of smugness you had before? Now you realize how tough the situation is, right? As a sycophant of Liner, Jiang Xin believed he had to defend Liner at all times. A sycophant should have the awareness of a sycophant. Hee, Prince Jiang, you're joking. Li Chang'e replied with an awkward smile. There was a time when I looked down on these people, but now it's their turn to sneer at me one by one. How infuriating. All they did was latch onto someone powerful, but he doesn't even think about himself. If it weren't for the powerful figure like old Li and his family, would he dare to be so arrogant? Otherwise, even the village widow could defeat someone like him. Come here. I'll take you to apologize to Liner. One should be more humble, just like me. Don't be so arrogant. You don't even realize you're still trapped in the well. The so-called national young master gave Li Chang'e a little lecture and felt quite satisfied with his pretentious act. You're absolutely right, young Master Wang. Li Chang'e held back the urge to curse and let the national young master act pretentiously at will. The national young master nodded, then turned around and led Li Chang'e to find Xiao Lin. Liner, let me formally introduce you. This is Li Chang'e, the grandson of old Li. There was a bit of a misunderstanding just now, and he came all the way here specially to apologize to you. The national young master brought Li Chang'e to Xiao Lin's side and introduced him. Despite the national young master's constant pretentiousness and empty bravado in front of Li Chang'e, he was quite helpful when it came to lending a hand. He wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Hearing this, Li Chang'e gave the national young master a grateful look and unconsciously thought more highly of him. Then, he sincerely looked at Xiao Lin and said, Xiao Lin, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you just now and spoke out of impulse. I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you won't be angry with me. After saying that, Li Chang'e even bowed deeply. It's okay. Xiao Lin shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. Moreover, she truly didn't take this matter to heart. All in all, it was Li Chang'e who was insistent on coming to apologize. Xiao Lin could only reluctantly accept it. How difficult it was, even when there was no fault. An apology still had to be made. Thank you, beautiful Miss Xiao, for not holding a grudge. Then I won't disturb you. Have a great time. Li Chang'e thanked Xiao Lin once again, and then nodded to the group before leaving. Watching Li Chang'e depart, Yue was filled with a multitude of complex emotions. Feeling rather disheartened, he really envied those so-called national young masters who flaunted their power. Just now, the national young master had scolded Li Chang'e like a subordinate, and Yue was so envious that he almost cried. How wonderful it would be if he could also show off like that. Everyone, quiet down. Today, our birthday boy is going to perform a backflip into the river. Let's give him a round of applause. The national young master suddenly shouted. After saying that, he took the lead in clapping. Yue was stunned. He thought, I only said I'd jump into the river, not do a backflip. Besides, I don't have such a skill. There's such a performance. Xiaolin also clapped her hands after hearing this, thinking it was a special entertainment program arranged by Yue himself. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Put on the life jacket. Zhang Xin threw a life jacket at Yue. Stop being so hesitant. Look, Liner is clapping for you. Qin Do urged on the side. Fine. Yue gritted his teeth, picked up the life jacket in his hand, and put it on. Well, I'll just jump into the river. It'll be cool. Remember to do a backflip. The national young master reminded Yue again when he saw that Yue was ready. Yue was somewhat overweight. How could he perform a backflip? At this moment, looking at Xiaolin who was applauding, he thought he could still give it a try. After Yue made full preparations, he leaned back forcefully, intending to perform a backflip into the water for Xiaolin. However, his obese body made it impossible for him to turn over. He fell straight into the river with his back down, creating countless splashes the moment he hit the water, and splashing a lot of water droplets onto the yacht. Cough, cough, cough. A moment later, Yue floundered in the water, did a clumsy turn, and floated on the surface, coughing desperately. As his back hit the water first, a lot of water got into his nose, and he was nearly choked to death. Haha, the fat duck has plunged into the water, plop, plop, raising a spray of flowers. The so-called national little king burst into laughter when he saw Yue's sorry state. Everyone, there was a burst of merry laughter. This program is well arranged. The next day, Xiaolin spent the whole day preparing gifts for tonight's live stream. She was going to give out a large number of gifts during the live stream tonight, including tea and a calligraphy and painting from her home, to offer some perks to her lovely fans. Xiaolin also prepared many brand name bags and cosmetics as consolation prizes. There were 10,000 consolation prizes in total, including 3,000 world-famous brand bags and 7,000 sets of well-known cosmetics, which would cost more than 100 million renminbi. However, all these gifts were sponsored by Jack Ma. The winners would receive the prizes directly from Alibaba. In the end, Jack Ma even asked Xiaolin if it was enough and said he could increase the quantity at any time if needed. Truly, being wealthy allows one to be so capricious. Upon seeing this situation, Pony Ma felt it inappropriate not to offer something. He directly stated, for all the winners, provide their QQ numbers, and they will enjoy a 30% discount when recharging in any game of the Tencent Group. Xiaolin, the national little king. Ma Yuqin. As soon as Pony Ma announced this reward, Jack Ma retorted, are you trying to ride on this wave? After being criticized by Jack Ma, Pony Ma seemed to realize he had said something wrong. He forced a smile and didn't dare to retort. Then, Pony Ma stepped outside, took out his phone, and dialed Chun Dajia's number. Mr. Ma, Chun Dajia called out nervously. Liner will be live, streaming tonight, and it's bound to attract a huge audience. You are responsible for maintaining order in Liner's live streaming room. Make sure the room doesn't crash due to the overwhelming popularity. Utilize several backup main lines. Don't make any mistakes in this regard, Pony Ma instructed. Pony Ma actually did something sensible this time. The news of the big gifts in Liner's live streaming room had been spreading like wildfire in the past 3 days. The popularity that night was sure to be off the charts, and there was indeed a possibility of the room crashing. Mr. Ma, rest assured. I'll be on duty personally tonight. I guarantee the live streaming room won't crash, Chun Dajia quickly promised. Having finally received a call from Mr. Ma without getting scolded, he resolved not to let anything go wrong that night. Chapter 70. The live stream lottery begins. Hearing Chun Dajia's guarantee, Penguin Ma felt a bit better. That's more like it. Always getting scolded won't get you anywhere. He continued to instruct. Also, Liner will have a live stream lottery tonight. You guys are in charge of following up then and contacting the winners. Understood, Mr. Ma. Everyone in the company will stay and work overtime tonight. Chun Dajia responded. Right after they hung up the phone, Chun Dajia called an urgent meeting. All employees were required to work overtime that night, putting aside all their current tasks to support Liner's live stream. Some employees who were in the dark were totally confused. Is Liner a new anchor promoted by the platform? Why does General Manager Chen attach so much importance to her? I haven't heard from the signing department that they've signed an anchor named Liner. Chun Dajia's actions shocked everyone. They really couldn't figure out the reason. It even seemed that the Sharp platform was serving Liner exclusively. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a grand live stream was about to start. Before 8 o'clock, there were already hundreds of thousands of people waiting in Liner's live stream room. One couldn't help wondering if the person getting married that night would even forego the wedding night to watch the live stream. Promptly at 8 o'clock, Xiaolin opened the live stream room and began the broadcast. Yi Huang, first. Guang Zizi of Wuyu, in the front row. Winery, wine, here I am. My phone is fully charged. I've been waiting for this moment. Mu se feng yi. The whole family is waiting. Old fish. Haha. I'm even afraid to eat. In case I throw up from excitement later. A se feng gua. Go ahead and throw up. I haven't eaten yet. I'll catch it. Chin Lon. I've really vomited. Vomiting emoji. Do see I. What a weirdo. You're such a show-off. The entire bullet screen area seems to have turned into a supermarket discount event, with everyone vying to create a wave of rhythm. Someone, while there are fewer people now, I'll kneel down and recognize you all as dads. Please, dads. Let me win just once. Can you stop spamming? Another, dads, please. Do see I. We've all gone through 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding? Hui pa shu de zhu ha. Awesome. Tu fa wang ning kai chen. Quick, call me dad. I'll let you in later. Good evening, everyone. The live broadcast is about to start. Xiaolin greeted the live stream room with a microphone in hand. Xihuan feng song yu bing. Good evening, Liner. Xihuan hei tan de lu gao. Good evening, Liner. You're getting prettier every day. Hinan yu. Through mountains and seas, love is always true. Can you let me win? Jia Tian bang. Suke, Liner is the most beautiful. Good evening, Liner. How much tea is there tonight? As soon as Xia Lin started speaking, rows of good evening and Lino is the most beautiful appeared on the bullet screen. They're so good at talking. They're so cute. I can't guarantee that everyone will win a gift in tonight's gift package, but the winning probability is much higher than last time. Xia Lin said to everyone with a smile. Just one step away from the divine. Liner, I held a banquet during the day today. The whole family is waiting for you in the live stream room. Sun Baozha, hee. Although I didn't manage to gather 10,000 accounts, I still have a few hundred. I hope I can win that painting. Qin Lan, damn it. Sun Baozha is cheating. Kick him out. He's ruining the fairness of the game. Dusi, I agree. Seconding the above. Yi Huang, I support, wholeheartedly. Sun Baozhai, just kidding. How could I operate hundreds of accounts alone? Sun Baozha quickly backed down. He didn't want to be kicked out of the live stream room, or he'd be heartbroken at home. Today, 3,000 bags from the world, renowned brand Gucci, and 7,000 sets of high-end cosmetics are prepared as consolation prizes for everyone. There are also 500 packs of tea as the first prize, and a calligraphy and painting from the host's home as the grand prize for tonight. As soon as Xia Lin finished speaking, the entire live stream room erupted. What? Brand? Name Gucci bags and high-end cosmetics are just consolation prizes? Goodness. In this era, there are such consolation prizes? Well, just getting a consolation prize would be great. But most people were eyeing the first prize, 500 packs of tea worth 800,000 yuan. That's equivalent to buying so many consolation prizes. As for the grand prize, there's only one, and they didn't even dare to dream about it. There were already hundreds of thousands of people in the live stream room. Winning a consolation prize would be a huge stroke of luck, let alone the grand prize. The only one with hopes for the grand prize might be Sun Baozhai. He was only interested in the calligraphy and painting. Other prizes didn't appeal to him since he wasn't short of money. Sun Baozhai sent a rocket, 1,000. Sun Baozhai sent another rocket, 1,000, accompanied by a message. Please, Liner, give a little shake and let me win the grand prize. Yi Huang, shake your ass. It'd be better to shake you out. Yi Huang sent a rocket, 100. Dusi sent a rocket, 200. The light son of Wu Yu sent a rocket, 200. Yang Yu sent 2 rockets, 300. The fans in the live streaming room started to send rockets one after another. The light from the ascending rockets dominated the screen. Brother Ma sent a rocket, 1,000. Brother Ma sent a rocket, 1,000. Brother Ma sent a rocket, 1,000. Brother Ma kept sending rockets, sending tens of thousands of them in total. Winery, wine, here comes the awesome Brother Ma. Everyone step aside. Leakage point Pat, Brother Ma. Do you still remember what I told you last time? Does your family still need a pet? Brother Ma, Penguin Ma, was sitting in the living room, frantically sending rockets to Xiaolin. His speed made Jack Ma gape in astonishment. Jack Ma, what on earth are you up to? Jack Ma leaned over and asked. Get out of the way. Don't disturb me from sending rockets to Liner. Penguin Ma shifted his position, not wanting to be bothered by Jack Ma. Although Jack Ma was also a titan in the internet industry, he had never watched a live stream and sent gifts. Curiously, he leaned over and asked, Yuqin, tell Uncle, which platform is Liner live streaming on? Isn't it just sending gifts during a live stream? You can do it, and so can I. Liner is live streaming on the Shark platform. Ma Yuqin replied obediently. Fine. I'll register an account too. Jack Ma nodded, took out his phone, and began to register an account on his own. Pony Ma glanced at Jack Ma, then exited the live streaming room. Right in front of Jack Ma. He dialed Chundajia's phone number. Mr. Ma, what are your instructions? Chundajia asked in a low voice. Later, Jack Ma will register an account and prepare to top up. Freeze his account for a day and don't let him top up. Pony Ma instructed Chundajia. Will doing this arouse his dissatisfaction? Chundajia was puzzled. After all, weren't they competitors? The more money Jack Ma spent on their platform, the better. What dissatisfaction? He's sitting right beside me now. He wants to send gifts to Linner. No way. Do as I say. After saying that, Pony Ma hung up the phone and glanced at Jack Ma as if to say, what can you do? Jack Ma. Truly despicable. This is indeed Pony Ma's style. It's simply frustrating. On the other side, Chundajia was stunned. Was Jack Ma also with Mr. Ma? And he was also going to top up to send gifts to Lina? What on earth was going on? He didn't understand the rest. But he only knew that Linner had one more big shot admirer. Goodness, it's so terrifying. Chapter 71. The union of two mags. Jack Ma looked at the smug Pony Ma, his face full of exasperation. This is truly shameless. He's really the one who specializes in taking advantage of kids. His ways are indeed extraordinary. Brother Ma, this is going too far. Jack Ma said with an expression of utter disgust. What's too far? Are you angry? Being angry is just right, haha. Pony Ma burst into laughter at Jack Ma's irritated expression. It'll piss you off. Jack Ma knew exactly what kind of person Penguin Ma was and didn't want to waste any more words. He turned to Ma Yuqin and said, Shuqin. Do you have an account on the Shark platform? Lended to uncle for a while. Sure, Ma Yuqin nodded without hesitation. She couldn't stand her father's behavior. It was somewhat despicable. Penguin Ma glared at Ma Yuqin upon hearing this. What kind of cotton-padded jacket was she? She was letting in the cold air. In Xiaolin's live streaming room. Dao Ting Qilin. Linner, when will it start? I've been waiting so long that I didn't even dare to blink. And my eyes are all red. Power, less fairy, huh? Same here. My boyfriend said I've been wasting time on these boring live streams every day. Now he's kneeling on the floor as punishment. I really hope to win a consolation prize. I've fancied that bag for ages. I'll really rub it in his face then. By Qianxing, what? You still can blink? I had my eyelids surgically removed the other day. Yongyu, are you the genius here? Tree, climbing pig, it's okay. If you win the grand prize, you can even get a new pair of eyes. Muse, colored maple leaf. Linner, if you don't let me win, I'll unfollow you. Threatening expression, King Tianqing. Just unfollow right away. Do it now, please. Muse, colored maple leaf. All right, it's time to start. Since there are quite a lot of rewards today, everyone shown in each screenshot will be considered a winner. Are you all ready? Xiaolin said into the microphone in the live streaming room. Night Emperor, I've been ready for ages. Light, son of Wu Yu, I got ready yesterday. Winery, wine ready. Dao Ting Qilin, waiting for it to start. Muse, colored maple leaf, waiting. Yongyu, waiting. Now let's commence. Just as last time. All of you send 666 in the comments. I'll take random screenshots to start the lucky draw. Xiaolin announced that the lucky draw was about to begin. All the fans in the live streaming room kept sending 666 non-stop. As soon as one message was sent, another 666 followed. Everyone whose screenshot was selected as a winner was reported by Xiaolin to the National Prince. The National Prince and Qin Do were in charge of logistics, while Jiang Xin assisted Xiaolin. As the lucky draw in the live streaming room started, the popularity soared. The number of online viewers once reached 1 million, and they were all real people who could type 666, not any bots. Meanwhile, Mr. Penguin Ma and Mr. Jack Ma were engaged in a fierce competition of sending gifts. They kept sending a flurry of virtual rockets. Hey, bro, you're not going to take a cut of this money, are you? Jack Ma suddenly realized and asked Penguin Ma, looking at him. Well, I'll take half. Penguin Ma, holding his phone in both hands and with his head down, continued to send rockets. Damn it. I've got to tell Lin about this. You're such a miser, making money off her. Jack Ma said and was about to stand up to tattle. No. How dare I take Lin's share? You're just so fussy. Penguin Ma rolled his eyes. Really? Jack Ma was skeptical. Really? Penguin Ma nodded affirmatively. Seeing Jack Ma's skeptical look, Penguin Ma went on. Do you think I'd take a cut from Lin? If you don't believe me, ask Yuqin. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Jack Ma said before sitting back down. Jiang Quanshui, listening to the conversation between the two Ma's, was having second thoughts. He realized that he was the only one in the villa who hadn't taken any practical action. This couldn't go on like this. Buy a car for Lino? Buying a car won't do either. This kind of thing is too cheap, costing at most tens of millions. It's simply not presentable. How about giving her a villa instead? Giving her a larger villa seems like a good idea. However, how should I put it? I can't just say Linner. There are too many people in your family and you can't accommodate them all. So, I'll give you a big one. That would be extremely embarrassing. It's as if I'm suggesting that everyone is mooching off your family. Jiang Quanshui was extremely troubled. Anyway, he mustn't be a good for nothing here. Unexpectedly, one day he would be distressed about how to give away things. I'm looking up at the moon above. How many dreams are flying freely? Jack Ma's old-fashioned mobile phone ringtone rang, interrupting Jiang Quanshui's train of thought. When Ma Yuqin heard this ringtone, her eyes showed a momentary look of surprise. How tacky. Jack Ma didn't notice Ma Yuqin's surprised expression. He answered the call and walked outside the villa. The call was from Lei Ming. If Lei Ming hadn't called, Jack Ma would have almost forgotten about him. Mr. Lei, Jack Ma knew he was in the wrong and gave a sheepish smile. Mr. Ma, you're being rather unkind. I heard that your company's business has been carried out normally in the A country. Didn't you say that we're all in this together once we go abroad? You promised to give me a heads up. You've been in Shanghai for several days and there's not a single bit of news. There was nothing but blame in Lei Ming's voice on the phone. Jack Ma had spoken so nicely before, but then he just forgot about him. There were some issues, so I didn't inform you. Jack Ma gave a sheepish smile and started to tell a lie. There were no issues at all. He just forgot. In fact, it's not entirely Jack Ma's fault. How could he have known what the villa was like? It was only when he got there himself that he was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. How could he still remember Lei Ming's matter? Lei Ming asked. Then how did your company solve the business problem? Well, Lao Lei, it's not convenient to say. You really can't blame me. Anyway, some things are beyond your imagination. Jack Ma began to play the role of the profound one. It wasn't that he didn't want to say, but it was truly hard to say. He himself had managed to sneak into the villa brazen, faced and cooked for 2 days. How could he have called Lei Ming over? He didn't have the nerve even if he had the intention. Lao Ma, you're being unkind. How is what you're doing different from Pony Ma? Lei Ming compared Jack Ma with Pony Ma. Don't compare me with him. It makes me angry just thinking about it. He just set me up. Jack Ma retorted. What happened between you two? Aren't you in Shanghai? Lei Ming asked. In Shanghai. I've been together with him, eating, sleeping, and doing everything together. Jack Ma didn't hide this from Lei Ming. There was nothing to hide anyway, and Lei Ming would know sooner or later. On the other end of the phone, Lei Ming was stunned. Eating, sleeping, and doing everything together? What's going on? Did they reach some kind of agreement and make up? This is like the two horses combining forces to become invincible in the world. Chapter 72. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on winning the grand prize. Lei Ming couldn't understand this. It was like a fantasy. These two horses were like enemies. Even when attending important meetings, they never spoke to each other when sitting together. Lei Ming had a good relationship with Jack Ma. He also knew that Jack Ma looked down upon Pony Ma. The two had been in a covert and overt struggle for more than a decade, and the products their companies operated were also direct competitors. How could they possibly make peace? What's the situation with you two? Have you made peace? Lei Ming couldn't help but voice the question in his heart. Yes, Jack Ma sighed. Really? You're not joking with me, are you? Lei Ming exclaimed in surprise. Alas, it seems I didn't make it clear. We've only temporarily made peace here. We're not discussing any business matters. It just means we won't have conflicts privately here. That's what I mean by making peace. Jack Ma explained, especially when he saw Lei Ming had misunderstood. How could the two possibly make peace in business? It was impossible in this lifetime. I see. Lei Ming nodded after hearing this. That made more sense. Meanwhile, Lei Ming's curiosity was piqued. What kind of situation could make the two MAs under the same roof? Old Ma, you're hiding something from me, Lei Ming asked, acting like a coy young wife. What could I be hiding? It's just that the current situation is rather special. All I can do for you is mention it to Dura Peter and see if I can put in a good word again, Jack Ma said, somewhat regretting not having proposed both companies together back then. It was just a matter of a single phone call from Dura Peter anyway. It seems you've got on well with Duke Peter. Congratulations, Lei Ming congratulated. Bullshit about getting on well. We're just together, and he eats the meals I cook every day. Can you do me a small favor? Jack Ma scoffed. In the past, he might have tried to get on better terms with Dura Peter. But now, they were on equal footing. Lei Ming, huh? Cooking every day? Jack Ma has such a hobby. The more you talk, the more curious I get. Lei Ming was itching with curiosity and eager to know the reason. Curiosity killed the cat. Stop acting like a woman. All right. I'll bring it up for you when I get a chance. Don't call me to pester me if there's nothing important. I'm going to watch the live stream and send gifts. I don't want to be outdone by Pony Ma. Bye. After saying that, Jack Ma hung up the phone. Lei Ming, After hanging up, Jack Ma directly entered Linner's live stream room and continued to send gifts. He found it quite amusing as the virtual rockets soared continuously. It was really exhilarating. In Linner's live stream room, Tao Rinsuan, Tao Ing, haha, I won. I got a consolation prize. The back, and just sent me a message. I'm so damn happy. It's a pity it's just a set of cosmetics. I've been single since birth, so I don't have any use for them. Powerless fairy. Woo. I didn't win anything. If you don't need the cosmetics, give them to me. I'll dump my boyfriend and wait for you. Doubting Qilin. You can give them to me too. I'm an invincible cutie. A heart-shaped emoji, Tarinsuan, Towing. I'd better give them to my mom. With no women in my heart. Drawing my sword is a breeze. Women only slow me down when drawing my sword. Yi Huang. Climbing pig. I'm actually at a loss for words. Qin Lan. I want a pack of tea. It's so amazing. Haha. Darling friends. Now comes the last grand prize, a pair of calligraphy and paintings at home. Later, type Linner is the most beautiful in the bullet comments. The first person in the third row of the screenshot will be the winner. Since it's the last grand prize, Xiao Lin started to play a prank. She even asked others to type Linner is the most beautiful. How shameless. Now, let's get started. Right after Xiao Lin finished speaking, she closed her eyes and prepared to take a random screenshot. Jun Guiyuan. Linner is the most beautiful. Xiao Zuyu. Linner is the most beautiful. Little Rogue. Linner is the most beautiful. After Xiao Lin finished taking the screenshot, she opened her eyes, smiled at the first fan in the third row, and said, today's grand prize winner is out. Congratulations to this netizen named Yongyu. You've won the grand prize of this lucky draw. The back-end administrator will contact you later. Yi Huang. Alas. Another day without winning. How dull. Winery. Wine. Who isn't in the same boat? Guangzizi of Wuyu. One step away from God. I even skipped my wedding chamber and meals to stay here. But got nothing. What a big loss. Yongyu. Haha. I won the grand prize. So happy. Sun Baozhai. Brother Yongyu. Can I add you as a friend? I'd like to buy this calligraphy and painting from you. The price is negotiable. Yi Huang. Sun Baozhai. You have hundreds of accounts. How come you didn't win the grand prize? Sun Baozhai. Hehe. I won 2 consolation prizes and 1 first prize. Yi Huang. Damn it. Xiao Ziyu. Sun Baozhai should be kicked out of the live stream room. Floating world star. He's really annoying here. Dear Lilizi. Yongyu, don't sell it to him. Sun Baozhai. Alright. Next time, I'll find an opportunity to hold another grand lottery for you all. Today's live streaming ends here. Those who didn't win the prize, don't be disheartened. You'll win a better one next time. It's time to end the live stream. Goodbye. After saying that, Xiao Lin waved to the live stream room and turned off the live stream. Oh, I'm so exhausted. Organizing this lottery is truly laborious. Xiao Lin sighed after turning off the live stream. Go to bed early. Jiang Xian, clean up this place. The national little king shouted at Jiang Xian. Little Peter, come and lend a hand. Let's clean up together, Jiang Xian said to the absent-minded British Peter sitting alone there, trying to give him a sense of involvement. Sure thing, British Peter replied and then ran over cheerfully, looking extremely excited. In Kyoto, a certain mysterious place. Outyan will come here soon. He already knows that Xia Feng has entered the mortal world. Elder Huang, sitting in the upper seat position, told several old friends. The Outyan in Elder Huang's words is Long Outyan, the leader of the most mysterious department in China, the Sky Group. He reports directly to Elder Huang, and no one else can give him orders. This crazy guy will surely come to inquire once he knows Xia Feng has entered the mortal world. He would have been dead long ago without Xia Feng. It's a pity that although Xia Feng gave him some guidance, he didn't take him as an apprentice. Otherwise, Outyan's strength would have advanced further, Elder Zhou said with a smile. It's just that this old fellow is old and has lost his talent. It was quite tough for a man in his 40s to kneel outside the door for 3 days and 3 nights, Elderly remarked. Recalling the past events, Elderly couldn't help but feel a sense of vicissitude. Elder Huang, have you settled the matters in the United States? Elder Feng asked. More or less. Some things are just not done overtly. Nowadays, those Americans are becoming more and more arrogant. Elder Huang spoke in an ambiguous manner. Just then, the guard outside the door walked in and said respectfully, Gentlemen, Long Outyan has arrived. Let him in. Elder Huang waved to the guard and said. Before long, a burly man walked in from outside. His face was stern. The military green uniform on him made him look extremely imposing. A chill that made people shy away emanated from his whole body. Only after entering the room did Long Outyan retract his imposing manner. Chapter 73. An awkward chat from elderly elders Huang, Zhou, Li, and Feng. Long Aotian saluted the four of them and greeted them one by one. Aotian, you've had a hard time. Have a seat. Elder Huang pointed to the sofa beside and said, Thank you, Elder Huang. Long Aotian walked over with a stern expression and sat upright. Regarding the matter you mentioned on the phone last time, I can tell you for sure that he has entered the mortal world. He is now living an ordinary life. I advise you not to disturb him. Elder Huang took the lead to bring up the matter of Xiaofeng. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Long Aotian stood up and said, Elder Huang, I want to visit my benefactor. Long Aotian didn't say much, but this sentence already represented his determination. After being saved by Xiaofeng back then, Long Aotian insisted on worshipping Xiaofeng as his master and knelt outside the door for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiaofeng simply told him, Your aptitude is not good enough. Go back. For the sake of your sincerity, I'll give you some guidance. From then on, Long Aotian's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In Long Aotian's heart, Xiaofeng was like his reborn parent. You old chaps still have such a temper. You're already in your 40s and still so stubborn. Old Li looked at Long Aotian and joked. Long Aotian fell silent upon being teased. Since you're so eager to go, then go. It's also good to relax for a few days. Old Huang nodded in agreement. Thank you, Old Huang. Long Aotian expressed his gratitude. Aotian, since you're going, I'll give you a piece of advice. Your personality isn't suitable for staying there. It's best to go after you've changed. Duke Peter of the United Kingdom is now by Xiaofeng's side. Don't end up being outshone by that old fellow. Old Li spoke the truth. With Long Aotian's personality, going there would only be a nuisance. He couldn't even hold a proper conversation. Everyone there were young people who could get along well. Would Long Aotian just stand there like a wooden statue or a bodyguard? Long Aotian's face flushed red after hearing this. He understood what Old Li meant, but his personality was just like this. How could he change it? Old Li, I just want to go and have a look. I won't cause any trouble. Long Aotian replied with a blushing face. If you're just going to have a look, then why bother going there? If you go, you should have the nerve to stay by his side and learn something useful. It's harder for you to put aside your pride than to take your life. Old Li continued. Right now, besides Old Peter, there are also Pony Ma, Jack Ma, Jiang Quanxue, and several juniors in his villa. If you can swallow your pride, then go. Old Li told Long Aotian the real situation at Xiaofeng's place. In terms of being thick-skinned, you're no match for the two Ma's. Old Li said. Old Li was right. Think it over before going. Elder Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you're not thick-skinned, don't go, Elder Feng said. Long Aotian, it's up to you. Don't look at me, Elder Huang said to Long Aotian when he noticed Long Aotian's gaze on him. Then Elder Huang added, however, I share the same opinion as them. Wait until you change your personality. Long Aotian, understood. Long Aotian nodded and then stepped back, watching Long Aotian leave. Elder Li smiled and said, It's more difficult than ascending to heaven to make him change his personality. It's simply unrealistic. When a person reaches the extreme in something, things will turn in the opposite direction. Who can say for sure? Elder Zhou laughed after hearing that. Oh, my old bones are aching from sitting. I'm going to call Xiaofeng to catch up, Elder Li said as he stood up and waved to the secretary outside the door. Elder Huang, Elder Zhou, Elder Feng, Elder Li, what do you want from me? Xiaofeng's voice came through the phone. The three of them were stunned. They didn't expect him to really make the call. Can't I just have a chat with you for no particular reason? Have you had your meal? Elder Li asked with a smile. The three of them. This question, have you had your meal, really shocked them. Isn't this how straight men greet each other these days? Not yet. Teacher Ma is cooking. Xiaofeng's voice came from the other end of the phone. The four of them thought to themselves, sure enough, being thick-skinned pays off. Even Jack Ma has gone to cook. What's he cooking? Elder Li asked with a beaming smile. The three of them. Mr. Li, what on earth do you want to say? Just come straight to the point. Xiaofeng was almost at a loss for words. Could this be considered an awkward conversation? It was extremely awkward. Never mind. Seeing that you've got some free time on the phone, I just wanted to have a little chat with you. When will you come to visit us old fellows? Mr. Li didn't feel the awkwardness at all. I don't know. I'll go when I feel like it, Xiaofeng replied. All right, come earlier. We've been looking forward to your visit for a long time. Well, that's it then. Keep in touch, Mr. Li said with a smile. Xiaofeng. After Mr. Li hung up the phone, Mr. Zhou couldn't hold back anymore and said, Mr. Li, is this what you call building rapport? I feel like you're pushing Xiaofeng further and further away. What do you know? This is what we call the concern from elders, Mr. Li said indifferently. Have you had your meal? Have you worn your long underwear? The concern from elders always catches people off guard. At this moment, Jack Ma in the villa was cooking with great enthusiasm. Ever since Xia Feng tasted the home, cooked tofu and scrambled eggs with scallions made by Jack Ma. Jack Ma had taken over the cooking task and wouldn't let Penguin Ma near the kitchen. Old Ma, the taros are washed. I'll leave them here first. Dula Peter walked over with a plate of washed taros. Old Peter, there's a small matter that I have to trouble you with again, Jack Ma said, concentrating on cooking without even turning his head. Is it about the matter in Country A again? Dula Peter asked. Yes, it's about a rice group. It's similar to the issue with my company, Jack Ma replied. Okay, got it. I'll make a phone call right away, Dula Peter nodded after hearing that. This Modi is completely crazy. He really targets China on every issue. This time, Duke Dura Peter plans to let Modi lift all restrictions on Chinese businesses once and for all, so as not to cause further troubles. Duke Peter, greetings. Modi answered the phone somewhat nervously. This was already the third call. You son of a bitch. Dura Peter started with an expletive. This was a phrase he learned recently. He saw the so-called national little king say it every day and thought it was quite powerful. He used it on Modi for the first time and felt that it was quite satisfying. Duke Peter, what on earth did I do wrong? Although Modi didn't understand the meaning of this phrase, he could tell from Dura Peter's tone that he was being insulted. Who told you to keep opposing China all the time? Are you out of your mind? Chinese companies going to your India is actually a form of poverty alleviation. If I hear about such things again, I won't hesitate to break your neck myself. After saying that, Dura Peter hung up the phone without giving Modi a chance to defend himself. What a person. Chapter 74. Invitation to the grand ceremony. Modi stood there, holding the disconnected phone, utterly stunned. After all, he was a top figure in a country, yet Dura Peter didn't treat him like a human at all. It was impossible for him not to be angry. With a loud bang, Modi angrily smashed the phone onto the floor, and the phone broke into pieces. Immediately, a group of guards rushed in. Modi waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Leave." Then, thinking of Dura Peter's terrifying martial skills, he shivered. He bent down to pick up the broken phone from the ground and took out the phone card. Afterwards, he picked up a red telephone on the table and made a call, saying, "Immediately revoke all the bans on all enterprises in Huaxia. By the way, ask Titania to come in." After making the call, Modi said this and hung up. Soon, a middle-aged man in a military, yellow uniform walked in. "Sir," the man said as he entered, and saluted Modi with a somewhat inaccurate salute in our eyes. "Titania, how is your team's training going?" Modi asked directly. Reporting to the sir, "It's excellent," Titania stood upright and replied in a deep voice. "If you were tasked to guard against someone like Duke Peter, could you handle it?" Modi inquired. Reporting to the sir, "No problem," Titania dared not tell a lie. "Very well, you may leave," Modi waved his hand at Titania. After getting a positive response from Titania, Modi heaved a sigh of relief. Decades ago, he was so intimidated by the United Kingdom that he still harbored some fear in his heart. Although he now had the strength to guard against Dura Peter, he still felt extremely uneasy. As the saying goes, one needn't worry about thieves stealing, but should beware of their constant coveting. A person like Duke Peter could strike secretly at any time, which was hard to guard against. After Dura Peter finished his call, he walked up to Jack Ma and said, "Ma, it's settled. From now on, all businesses in Huaxia will resume normal operations." Hearing this, Jack Ma silently gave Dura Peter a mental thumbs up. He originally intended to ask Dura Peter to solve the problem of the rice group, but unexpectedly, Dura Peter solved all the issues at once. This was quite satisfactory. When people go abroad, they are like one big family. The competition and rivalry among us back in the country are just like squabbles among siblings. But when abroad, we must unite. Those people in the so-called sand country are truly despicable. They're nothing but bullies who pick on the weak and cower before the strong. Duke Peter, I'm sorry to trouble you again this time, Jack Ma said with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "It's nothing. We're all in the same boat." Dura Peter waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just a phone call. When a dog misbehaves, a scolding will do the trick. Little Peter, look, your grandpa is boasting to Mr. Ma again," Jiang Xian said, looking at Dura Peter, who was gesturing animatedly beside Jack Ma. Hiki. England Peter just smiled and didn't dare to comment. England Peter couldn't be as rebellious as others, going against the words of his elders or even having occasional outbursts. It was different for him. Due to the bloodline constraint, he didn't even have the slightest thought of resistance. "Little Peter, I see you're quite afraid of your grandpa. Were you beaten up a lot when you were young?" National King Shao Wan's curiosity was piqued when he saw England Peter's furtive smile. "Grandpa is very kind. We respect him deeply," England Peter replied honestly. "Well, that's good. Very nice," National King Shao Wang nodded. "Young Master Wang, Come here for a moment, Xiaolin. Standing at the villa door, called out to National King Xiao Wang. Hearing this, National King Xiao Wang scurried out of the villa. Liner, what do you need? He asked after coming out. Look, the Shark platform has sent me an invitation to their 7th-year anniversary gala, Xiaolin said, handing her phone to National King Xiao Wang. You can go and have some fun. They always hold a lively gala every year. You're a top-notch anchor on their platform now, so of course they'll invite you. After hearing this, the so-called national prince laughed and said, actually, the invitation list was finalized long ago, and there was no place for Xiaolin on it. It's just that Xiaolin has recently risen to fame, so they added her at the last minute. They had to. Chendajia wouldn't dare not to. If the Penguin Ma found out that Xiaolin wasn't invited to the 7th anniversary gala of the Shark platform held in Seoul, Chendajia would surely be sacked. It's in Seoul. I've never been to Seoul. I'll ask my elder brother later if he wants to go. Xiaolin said happily. Everyone yearns for recognition. And Xiaolin is no exception. Every year during the Shark platform gala, it had nothing to do with her, and she could only watch others live broadcasts. Ask about it when we have dinner later, the national prince said. Okay. Xiaolin nodded and then continued. Call us when it's time for dinner. I'll go play badminton with Sister One and the others. All right. The national prince nodded and walked into the villa. In the group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai. Yue, what are the 3 young masters up to? National Prince, Jiang Xian, Qindo. Qindo, why did you mention me last? Yue, big brother. I didn't do it on purpose. I just clicked randomly. Jiang Xian, haha. Fatty Yu is hinting that I'm the second in command. Qindo, get lost. Are you getting cocky now? Jiang Xian, a pleading expression. Yue, you are all my big brothers. May I ask if you could take this little brother along to have some fun? Qindo, what do you want to play? Yue, it doesn't matter what we play, as long as I can stay by your sides every day. Carry your bags or be your driver. I'll be ready to serve you whenever you need me. National King, get out. Don't make a fool of me here. Who said what before? Qindo, a screenshot of Yue's previous chat. How could I be a toady? A toady is unworthy of being one. Yue, we're all brothers. Don't be like this. National King, it's time for dinner. I'm too lazy to bicker with you. By the way, let me show you who's cooking. National King, a photo of Jack Ma cooking. Yue, a shocked expression. Jiang Xian, a photo of Pony Ma setting the table. And let me show you who this is. Yue, great masters, please take me along. Yue, where are they? Yue, 3 people. Yue, Jack Ma's cooking skills are indeed a notch higher than Pony Ma's. He cooks 10 different dishes every day without repetition. These dishes today are quite good. Xiaofeng pointed at several home-cooked dishes and praised. Thank you for your kind words, young Master Xia. Jack Ma beamed with delight after hearing that. Brother, could you accompany me to Seoul in a few days? At the dinner table, Xiaolin looked at Xiaofeng and asked. What for? Xiaofeng turned to ask. Hee. Since I'm a streamer, the Shark platform has invited me to its 7th anniversary celebration. Besides, I've never been to Seoul. I want to go there and have some fun. Come with me, please. Xiaolin put down the tableware and gave Xiaofeng a playful smile. Pony Ma perked up after hearing this. He knew about the Shark platform's 7th anniversary celebration but hadn't considered sending Xiaolin there. Now that Xiaolin mentioned it, he got excited. If she went to Seoul for the Shark platform celebration, it would be his territory. Finally, he could assert himself and no longer have to defer to Jack Ma. Instantly, Pony Ma fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng. He was more eager than Xiaolin for Xiaofeng to accept the invitation. Chapter 75, Heading to Seoul. Oh, please say yes. Pony Ma almost blurted it out. If they were to attend the grand event hosted by Shark platform in Seoul, it would be a sin not to seize the opportunity to give Jack Ma a piece of his mind. Xiaofeng glanced at Xiaolin's pleading eyes and smiled, saying, All right, let's go. It'll be nice to take a trip. Yay. After getting Xiaofeng's affirmative answer, Xiaolin jumped up in excitement. Yeah. Pony Ma clenched his fist tightly and secretly gave a thumbs up under the table. Then he cast a hostile look at Jack Ma. You've been monopolizing all the good connections. There's nothing left for me. Mr. Xia, come aboard my private jet. I'll take care of the itinerary. Jiang Quanshui seized the opportunity without hesitation. Okay, then you can handle it, Xiaofeng replied. Overjoyed upon hearing this, Jiang Quanshui promised with a beaming smile, Mr. Xia, rest assured, I'll arrange every aspect of the journey meticulously. Jack Ma and Pony Ma looked regretful. They had underestimated the situation. Jiang Quanshui had snatched this excellent chance to impress Xiaofeng. The 7th anniversary celebration of Shark platform was scheduled to take place in 3 days. They decided to leave the next day to have 2 days of leisure in Seoul. Early the next morning, 5 luxury cars drove out of Xia Feng's villa and headed straight for the airport. Jiang Quanxue had reported the civil aviation route the previous night, so they could depart at any time. Jiang Quanshue's private jet was a small passenger plane. Apart from the office area, it could accommodate over 30 people, and the interior was exquisitely decorated. Among the group, it was Xia Lin who was boarding a private jet for the first time. She was full of curiosity everywhere. Although Xia Lin's life had changed greatly suddenly, she still remained that pure young girl. Linner, let's play Dodiju. It'll take 2 hours to reach Seoul. Qinwen sat beside a desk and called out to Xia Lin. Sure. Xia Lin ran over after hearing that. There were 5 stewardesses on the plane dedicated to service. Everything for food, drink, and entertainment was available. There was also a small KTV for killing time when bored. For some unknown reason, there were no stewards. Perhaps because the father-son duo of Jiang Quanxue didn't like them. Xia Lin, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin started playing Dodiju, while Guomin Xiao Wang and several others gathered around to watch. Call landlord. Xia Lin directly declared herself the landlord when dealing the initial cards. The bottom cards were a little king, a 4, and a K. Coincidentally, Xia Lin had a big king and 3 Ks in her hand, which was a perfect match. Originally without any bombs in her hand, by calling herself the landlord, she ended up with 2 bombs. Xia Lin first played a single card. Ma Yuqin followed suit and played 1. Then Qinwen directly used a 2 to overpower it. After Xia Lin passed a turn, Qinwen played a plane with 2 side cards. Xia Lin was stunned and couldn't hold back, but used her 4 Ks as a bomb. In the end, Xia Lin had the big and little kings, a 4 and a J in her hand. Qinwen's cards were in a good sequence. She directly took over from Ma Yuqin's play, and Xia Lin lost. Oh, I've lost. I'm so annoyed, Xia Lin said dejectedly, looking at Qinwen who had finished playing all her cards. Haha, you're so bad at it. You shouldn't have used the 4K bomb earlier. Qinwen wouldn't have been able to finish playing all her cards. Guomin Xiao Wang laughed heartily. Xia Lin was so startled by Qinwen's fierce outburst that she almost lost her composure. During the 2-hour flight, the lively bickering among them passed in the blink of an eye. When the plane landed at Hanha International Airport, there was a special car waiting. Jiang Quanxue had arranged all the services meticulously. Uncle Jiang, let's go to our family's hotel, the so-called National Young Master proposed right after getting off the plane. The National Young Master's family owned a hotel in Seoul, the Yida Ruihua Hotel. No need. I've already booked a suite at the Ramada Plaza Hotel, Jiang Quanxue grinned. Naturally, when it came to service, he strived for perfection. Xiaofeng had come to Seoul personally. If he couldn't arrange these trivial matters well, how could he be a qualified sycophant? The duty of a sycophant was to arrange everything flawlessly, leaving no room for complaint. In this regard, Jiang Quanxue was indeed meticulous. All right, then let's go, the National Young Master nodded in agreement. After Jiang Quanxue bustled around to ensure everyone got into the car, Jiang Zhongwen, the person in charge of the Seoul branch, walked over with a look of utter astonishment on his face. He simply couldn't understand. Jiang Quanxue was one of the bigwigs in the country, though he wasn't well known online. However, his business was even larger than that of Yida at present. In this major central city of Seoul, he naturally had a branch. And yet, such a powerful boss was acting like an attendant, serving a young man. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes behind his 800-degree glasses, he would never have believed it was true. General Manager Jiang Zhongwen walked over and whispered. Although Jiang Zhongwen also had the surname Jiang, he had no kinship with Jiang Quanxue. What's the matter? Jiang Quanxue turned back and glanced at Jiang Zhongwen, asking, I have something to report to you. Jiang Zhongwen said, get in the car. You'll ride with me and report on the way. Jiang Quanxue looked up at the car in front and then quickly opened the door and got in. What do you want to report? Asked Jiang Quanxue after getting in the car. Mr. Jiang, I've informed Deputy Provincial Governor Liu about your visit to Seoul. He wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Jiang Zhongwen reported the evening's arrangement to Jiang Quanxue. Deputy Provincial Governor Liu was the 5th-ranked influential figure in Beijing Province. Due to potential censorship, some positions are referred to as influential figures. Jiang Quanxue was stunned upon hearing this. Who the hell told you to blabber like that? I'm not available. Jiang Quanxue scolded Jiang Zhongwen. What kind of dinner? Can't you see I'm here to serve someone else? Jiang Zhongwen was scolded bewilderedly. Quickly call and decline. I'm not free. Jiang Quanxue continued. Jiang Quanxue didn't care who was inviting him to dinner. At this moment, he wouldn't go anywhere as long as he could stay by Xiaofeng's side. All right, Jiang Zhongwen, too intimidated to say a word after being scolded, nodded. Then Jiang Zhongwen dialed the phone number of Deputy Provincial Governor Lu's secretary. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Zhongwen said, "Secretary Wang, cancel the evening banquet. Mr. Jiang is not available today." "What's wrong with Mr. Jiang? What's the inconvenience?" "Deputy Provincial Governor Lu has postponed all his affairs tonight just to host Mr. Jiang," came Secretary Wang's puzzled voice from the phone. Jiang Quanxue had made significant investments in Seoul, and it was Deputy Provincial Governor Lu who had personally attracted this investment. So, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu attached great importance to Jiang Quanxue. After all, a figure like Jiang Quanxue, at his level, still wielded considerable influence. At least, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu must give Jiang Quanxue face. In this era, those who can make their businesses big and strong all have powerful backers, especially those engaged in real estate business like them. After hearing this, Jiang Quanxue waved to Jiang Zhongwen, indicating him to hand over the phone. After taking the phone, Jiang Quanxue smiled and said, "Secretary Wang, I'm not available today. Let's reschedule the appointment with Deputy Provincial Governor Lu next time." Without waiting for Secretary Wang to say anything, Jiang Quanxue directly hung up the phone. Jiang Zhongwen was utterly shocked, with a look of stupefaction on his face. How audacious could he be? Chapter 76. The benefits of doing more charitable deeds. Jiang Quanxue's sudden behavior startled Jiang Zhongwen. That was the secretary of Deputy Provincial Governor Lu. Disrespecting Secretary Wang was tantamount to disrespecting Deputy Provincial Governor Lu. No matter how powerful General Manager Jiang was, he was still a businessman after all. Jiang Zhongwen was secretly aghast in his heart. Had General Manager Jiang suffered an epilepsy attack? Otherwise, how could he do something so ill-judged? First, he opened the car door for a young lad. Now, he was so impolite to Secretary Wang. It would be understandable if he opened the door for Pony Ma of Tencent or Jack Ma. After all, they were all tycoons, and it didn't matter. Looking at Jiang Zhongwen, who was wearing a surprised expression, Jiang Quanxue asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything inappropriate about my actions?" "Yes," Jiang Zhongwen nodded solemnly. "There's nothing inappropriate. I'm not available, and that's that. Does he think I must go to his dinner invitation just because he asks?" Jiang Quanxue laughed, not feeling that he had done anything wrong at all. Once he had found a powerful patron, he became so overconfident. Surprised as he was, Jiang Zhongwen couldn't stop Jiang Quanxue from doing anything, for after all, Jiang Quanxue was his boss. Secretary Wang stood there, utterly bewildered, holding the disconnected phone in his hand. A tinge of annoyance welling up within him. One should show some respect at least for the sake of others. After all, he was representing Deputy Provincial Governor Lu. For Jiang Quanxue to show him no respect was tantamount to disrespecting Deputy Provincial Governor Lu. Although Secretary Wang couldn't do anything to Jiang Quanxue, spreading a few words of disparagement was a piece of cake. Secretary Wang stuffed the phone into his pocket and made his way towards Deputy Provincial Governor Lu's office with a gloomy visage. He gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving the Deputy Governor's approval, he pushed the door open. The previously glum-faced Secretary Wang suddenly donned a beaming smile. He approached Deputy Provincial Governor Lu and reported, "Sir, General Manager Jiang just called to cancel tonight's dinner gathering." "Oh? Why?" Deputy Provincial Governor Lu finally looked up and inquired. General Manager Jiang said he was unavailable. Secretary Wang replied truthfully. "Unavailable? Did he mention the reason?" Deputy Provincial Governor Lu looked taken aback. "No. When he was on the phone with me, he simply said he was occupied tonight and would reschedule." Then he hung up directly. Although Secretary Wang didn't embellish the story, his countenance betrayed his discontent. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu was no fool. How could he fail to notice Secretary Wang's dissatisfaction? If he's unavailable, then so be it. General Manager Jiang must have his reasons. "You may leave now." Deputy Provincial Governor Lu waved his hand at Secretary Wang. After Secretary Wang stepped out, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu cast a profound look at him. It was evident that Secretary Wang had shown his displeasure, attempting to prompt him to take revenge on his behalf. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu was well aware of this ploy. Although he hadn't interacted with Jiang Quanxue extensively, he could tell that Jiang Quanxue was not the kind of person who was arrogant and disrespectful. After Secretary Wang walked out, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu took out his private phone and dialed a number. "Old comrade in arms, cancel the dinner tonight. Don't leave today. Stay and have a couple more drinks with me," Deputy Provincial Governor Lu said into the phone. "Okay." The person on the other end of the phone replied briefly and then hung up. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu shook his head and smiled. With such a temper, he still managed to marry a beautiful wife. Isn't that annoying? At the Ramada Hotel, when Xia Feng and his group arrived, it was almost 12 noon. Mr. Ma of Tencent and Mr. Ma of Alibaba wore masks and hats, covering themselves up tightly. Their high public exposure had reached a point where everyone recognized them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better for them to disguise themselves. Mr. Xia, let's have lunch at the Ramada Hotel. The food here is excellent. You can give it a try. Jiang Quanxue walked over and said to Xia Feng. Sure, I'm not picky. You can arrange it. Xia Feng nodded. After Jiang Quanxue led everyone to finish the meal, he planned to arrange an outing for everyone in the afternoon. However, Xia Feng wasn't very interested and declined. Since Xia Feng didn't go, Mr. Ma and the others naturally didn't go out either. Eventually, young Master Wang took Xia Lin and a few others shopping. Uncle Ma, I've known you for so many days, but I still don't know what you do, Xia Feng, who was having tea with a few others in the suite, suddenly asked Mr. Ma of Tencent. This address of Uncle Ma made Mr. Ma extremely delighted. He glanced at the other person complacently and then respectfully said to Xia Feng, our company mainly engages in software development and chat software. For example, WeChat, which everyone uses nowadays, is one of our company's products. Jack Ma and Jiang Quanxue couldn't help but let out a cold sneer simultaneously. They thought it sounded so highfalutin that they almost cursed. Penguin Ma felt a bit awkward and then continued, our group's business is quite extensive. It also covers fields such as finance, gaming, and film and television. This time, Liner is participating in the 7th anniversary gala of the Shark platform, which has been acquired by our group. Since Xia Feng was present, Penguin Ma dared not boast too much. In fact, he wanted to say that there was a trace of their group in any internet-related product. Their principle was, for any emerging internet business, first negotiate for acquisition. If the acquisition fails, then take a stake. If taking a stake fails, then copy it until it either becomes part of their group or goes bankrupt. Uncle Ma, your business has quite a wide scope. Xia Feng didn't understand the internet. He hadn't even used a mobile phone before. Hee, just so. Penguin Ma gave a shy laugh. You're just making money from kids, Jack Ma spat. Exposing Penguin Ma's true nature. Making money from kids? What does that mean? Xia Feng was quite puzzled after hearing this. Master Xia, don't listen to his nonsense. He's also in the internet business and is my sworn enemy. He just loves to slander me, Penguin Ma quickly explained. Fearing that Xia Feng might have some misunderstandings about him. Competition is a good thing. It promotes common progress. However, it's beneficial to do more charity work when you earn a lot of money. Xia Feng didn't know the situation between them and was too lazy to inquire further. He was just making small talk. Definitely. Our group donates tens of billions every year for charity. Like a modest primary school student, Pony Ma quickly nodded in agreement. Hey. Here it came again. Jiang Quanxue and Jack Ma mocked in unison. Old Ma, I'm not kidding. In terms of philanthropy, you can't compare with me and Teacher Ma, Jiang Quanxue remarked derisively. I'll surely follow in the footsteps of the two of you in the future. Pony Ma dared not retort. Indeed, Tencent Group had been allocating a substantial sum for charity each year. However, when compared with Jiang Quanxue and Jack Ma, the group still lagged behind to some extent. Jack Ma had been investing a great deal of money in education annually. He had also made significant contributions to environmental improvement, establishing something called the ant forest to advocate tree planting among the citizens. Particularly in 2014, Jack Ma shattered the philanthropy record in China, emerging as the new paragon of generosity in the realm of charity. Undoubtedly, Jack Ma had outperformed Pony Ma in this regard. Chapter 77. A chance encounter. Pony Ma felt a twinge of unease under the criticism from Jiang Quanxue and Jack Ma. He believed that he had not amassed wealth through unscrupulous means. Nevertheless, he had indeed profited from children in the gaming industry, which was hardly something to be proud of. He was extremely worried that Xia Feng might be displeased. Pony Ma subtly signaled to the two men, imploring them not to expose his past misdeeds and suggesting that there was no need to keep harping on his flaws. Engaging in more philanthropy and education is truly commendable. Teacher Ma, you've done an excellent job, Xia Feng said appreciatively, casting an approving glance at Jack Ma. Upon hearing this, Jack Ma perked up and replied modestly, I'll pay more attention to this aspect of charity in the future. Presently, the education of children represents a substantial financial burden for every family. The wealthy may find it relatively easy, but those with limited financial means simply cannot afford it. Although there are no longer tuition fees for enrollment, the overall cost has actually become higher than before. In the past, there were mainly small shops and restaurants outside the school. Now, There are mostly tutorial classes and interest classes. These not only deprive children of the joy of childhood, but also put a strain on the parents' wallets. Mr. Ma, I'll donate 1 billion euros to you. Please also put it into educational charity, said Dula Peter. All right, I sincerely thank you on behalf of the children. Jack Ma expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This foreigner is more honest in doing things than Pony Ma. I'll also donate 5 billion. You've done a rather comprehensive job in educational charity, Jiang Quanshui chimed in. Seeing that the two had made donations, Pony Ma felt obliged to set an example. Looking at Jack Ma, he said, I'll donate 8 billion to you. This money will also be used for educational charity. Although Pony Ma was somewhat annoyed at putting this money into Jack Ma's charity organization, he had to make the donation at this moment, lest Xiaofeng develop an aversion to him. Great. Jack Ma was immensely delighted to see Pony Ma wearing a constipated-like expression. He wasn't worried about Pony Ma going back on his word. Having said it in front of Xiaofeng, how could he possibly renege? In the time it took to have a cup of tea, Jack Ma suddenly had over 20 billion more in charity funds, which made him quite happy. At the same time, he marveled at Xiaofeng's charisma. Without saying a word, everyone was vying to make donations. It was approaching dinner time when Xia Lin and the others returned from their shopping spree. Brother, we ate a lot outside today. We won't go out for dinner tonight. Xia Lin ran up to Xiaofeng and said with a smile. Fine, Xiaofeng nodded. When it came to having a meal, Jiang Quanshui said, Mr. Xia, how about arranging for everyone to have fish by the riverside tonight? Let's just dine at the hotel. I had a rather good meal here at noon, and I'm too lazy to go elsewhere. Xiaofeng declined Jiang Quanshui's suggestion. All right then. I'll go downstairs to order dishes first. You can come down later when it's ready. Jiang Quanshui nodded. Sure, go ahead. Xiaofeng responded. After getting Xiaofeng's approval, Jiang Quanshui went downstairs to order dishes. Sir, the private room has been reserved. As soon as Vice Governor Lu's official car came to a halt, Secretary Wang rushed over, opened the door, and greeted him with a beaming smile. Good. Vice Governor Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Vice Governor Lu turned to Secretary Wang and inquired, the private room was reserved in my personal capacity, right? Yes, as you instructed. It was reserved in your personal name. Secretary Wang quickly replied. Vice Governor Lu was treating his old comrades in arms to a meal, so naturally, he couldn't use public funds for this. He had to foot the bill himself. Very well. Vice Governor Lu nodded and made his way towards the Ramada Hotel. As soon as the two of them reached the private rooms on the third floor, they bumped into Jiang Quanshui. Mr. Jiang. Vice Governor Lu was the first to greet him. Why did you come here, Vice Governor Lu? Jiang Quanshui frowned, thinking that Vice Governor Lu had come specifically to see him. Vice Governor Lu didn't get angry, but Secretary Wang beside him couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a soft snort, a sound that, though not loud, was extremely grating. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang. Vice Governor Lu is just treating his friends to a meal here. He didn't come specifically to see you. Jiang Quanshui didn't even spare him a glance. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu, I really don't have time today. I'll treat you next time. Jiang Quanshui said to Deputy Provincial Governor Lu with a tinge of apology. Ha. It's okay. Since General Manager Jiang is unavailable today, it just so happens that I can invite an old comrade in arms of mine for a drink. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu laughed heartily and didn't mind at all. To express my apology, I'll cover the expenses at Ramada for you today, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu. Jiang Quanshui felt a bit embarrassed and put forward the request to foot the bill. Well, then I'd better accept it. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu didn't decline either. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to Jiang Quanshui. The two shook hands and then went their separate ways. Secretary Wang, what's wrong with you today? Deputy Provincial Governor Lu asked with a stern face as soon as Jiang Quanshui left. Sir, I just saw that General Manager Jiang didn't give you any face at all. I just couldn't hold back my anger. Secretary Wang felt aggrieved for Deputy Provincial Governor Lu. I'm giving you a reminder today. Do your own job well. After saying that, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu turned around and walked towards the private room. Secretary Wang could tell that Deputy Provincial Governor Lu was a bit angry and followed behind in silence. After Deputy Provincial Governor Lu entered the private room, he ordered several side dishes for drinking and 2 bottles of wine. Although it was Jiang Quanshui who was paying, he didn't order randomly. After sitting for a short while, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, a smile curled up on his lips. He answered the call and asked, "Have you arrived?" "At the entrance." "Then I'll come down to pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu quickly walked outside. "Sir, please sit down. I'll go to pick him up for you." Secretary Wang quickly stood up and shouted, "This comrade in arms of mine has an extraordinary status. You can't handle it. I have to go and pick him up in person." After saying that, Deputy Provincial Governor Lu went downstairs without looking back. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang gasped in shock. In their line of work, there were nuances in speech. Deputy Governor Lu was telling Secretary Wang that the person he had invited today was of a higher status than him, and he must go to pick the guest up in person. "Hey, you blockhead, can't you give me a smile?" Deputy Governor Lu said, patting his comrade in arms on the shoulder after coming downstairs. The man covered his mouth while smiling. The forced smile looked rather rigid. Deputy Governor Lu was instantly at a loss for words. "Stop smiling. You look worse when you smile than when you cry. Let's go and have a great drink today." Secretary Wang stole a furtive glance at the man who came up with Deputy Governor Lu. That single glance made his heart skip a beat. Just then, Xiao Feng and the others stepped out of the elevator and headed straight for the private room. Deputy Governor Lu saw Jiang Quanshui following a young man, with Pony Ma and Jack Ma beside him. He didn't pay attention to the foreigner behind them. This sight really stunned Deputy Governor Lu. It seemed that Jiang Quanshui's refusal of his dinner invitation today was related to that young man. It was one thing about Jiang Quanshui, but even Pony Ma and Jack Ma were following him. This completely shattered his perception of the world. Deputy Governor Lu stood there, stunned, and stared at them until they entered the private room. The man beside Deputy Governor Lu looked excited, clenching his fists tightly. "What's wrong?" Deputy Governor Lu asked curiously. The man didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his legs and walked towards Xiaofeng's private room. Chapter 78. Trying to forge connections again. Deputy Governor Lu was utterly confused. He knew his comrade in arms well. This guy hardly had any friends. Could it be that there was someone he knew among that group of people? It seemed highly unlikely. They are all business tycoons. There should be no connection between them, right? At this moment, Long Outyin was extremely excited. His eyes welled up with tears unconsciously, and he couldn't help being on the verge of crying. After he returned from the United States, he planned to find some time to go to Shanghai to see Xiao Feng. However, he was belittled by Mr. Li and the others. Eventually, he gave up the idea. But what they said was also reasonable. With his personality, going there would indeed be rather off-putting. Since that day, Long Outyin had tried to make himself more amiable and smile more often. That was why when Deputy Provincial Governor Lu asked him to smile just now, he really did. Although his smile was uglier than a cry, he had taken the first step. Long Outyin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Deputy Provincial Governor Lu, asking, "What exactly does it mean to have a thick skin?" Deputy Provincial Governor Lu almost bumped into Long Outyin, who stopped suddenly. Before he could say a word, he was stunned by Long Outyin's profound question. "What does it mean to have a thick skin?" "You're asking me. Who should I ask then? Just be shameless." "Old comrade, are you okay? Why are you asking this?" Deputy Provincial Governor Lu looked utterly bewildered. "I'm fine. Hurry up and tell me. What kind of person is considered to have a thick skin?" Long Outyin wanted to change himself before going to see Xiao Feng. Secretary Wang, you answer. You have the thickest skin." Deputy Provincial Governor Lu was at a loss for an answer to Long Outyin's question and turned to ask Secretary Wang. "Secretary Wang, when did having a thick skin become a complimentary term?" "Good day, sir." Secretary Wang first greeted Long Outyin. Then he said, "To have a thick skin simply means to be shameless. This is just like courting a girl. The three essential elements for courting a girl are as follows. Firstly, perseverance. Secondly, shamelessness. Thirdly, persevering in being shameless. Once a person discards all sense of shame, naturally, he will have a thick skin. Sir, do you think what I've said makes sense?" After saying that, Secretary Wang cast a furtive glance at Long Outyin. Isn't having a thick skin just being shameless? One just needs to be willing to set aside one's face, he thought. But how should one do it? Long Outyin inquired, looking half convinced. Well, Secretary Wang stammered, not knowing how to put it. "Stop stammering and speak quickly," Deputy Provincial Governor Lu urged. "Sir, let me give you an example. Look, there's a head waitress sitting over there. All you need to do is walk up to her and invite her to dinner." Secretary Wang, not knowing how else to explain, resorted to an analogy to clarify things for Long Outyin. If one can't even muster the courage to invite a girl to dinner, how can one talk about being shameless? Fine. Without further ado, Long Outyin strode towards the head waitress. Deputy Provincial Governor Lu and Secretary Wang stared at each other in disbelief as they watched Long Outyin leave. "He's really going." Secretary Wang had only given an example. "Hello, young lady," Long Outyin said, trying his best to put on a faint smile as he approached. "Sir, how can I assist you?" The head waitress quickly stood up and inquired. "I'd like to invite you to dinner tomorrow noon," Long Outyin stated. His face is expressionless as a robot's. Deputy Provincial Governor Liu. Secretary Wang. "Sir, I'm sorry. I have a boyfriend, and I'm at work. I don't discuss personal matters during work hours," the head waitress replied with a smile. If she weren't at work, she would have started scolding long ago. "You're like an old cow-coveting young grass." After saying this, Long Outyin turned around and left, leaving the head waiter looking utterly stunned. "Is that so?" Long Outyin walked over and asked Secretary Wang. More or less. "In short, just do what you want and keep being brazen," Secretary Wang replied. On the verge of tears, it was the first time she had ever encountered such a leader. "All right." After saying this, Long Outyin started walking towards Xia Feng's private room. Seeing this, Deputy Provincial Governor Liu hurriedly followed. "Master Xia, these are all your favorite dishes today," Jiang Quashui said, pointing to several home-cooked dishes on the table. "Well, they look good," Xia Feng nodded. Xia Feng was sitting in the main seat, with Jiang Quashui and Mauve Penguin on either side of him. Just as everyone was about to start eating, there was a knock on the door of the private room. "Come in," Jiang Quashui called out. After getting the affirmative response, Long Outyin gently pushed open the door and walked in, his face flushed with excitement. The moment Long Outyin suddenly entered the private room, Dula Peter's eyes sharpened, and he looked at Long Outyin with a vigilant gaze. Long Outyin was the leader of the Tian group in Huaxia. At Dula Peter's level, of course, he knew him. "Long Outyin, what are you doing here?" Dula Peter stood up first and demanded. "Old Peter, sit down." Xia Feng waved to Dula Peter. "Thud, master." Long Outyin suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud and called out. A voice in his heart kept telling him, "Persist, be brazen, keep being brazen. First, kneel down and call out master. One must have a thick skin and be brazen." Deputy Provincial Governor Liu was utterly bewildered. So was Secretary Wang. The others looked at Long Outyin with curiosity. Only Dula Peter seemed lost in thought. Could Long Outyin really be the disciple of the master? "I'm not your master. Get up," Xia Feng said. After hearing this, Dula Peter was stunned for a moment. So this guy also wanted to make groundless connections like himself. When did this blockhead learn such a trick? How shameless. Once a teacher, always a father. "Master, you once gave guidance to Outyin. In Outyin's heart, you'll always be the master." Long Outyin began his shameless act. Dula Peter gritted his teeth in annoyance. These words sounded so familiar. Only then did Jiang Quashui notice Vice Governor Liu. Looking at his shocked expression, he guessed that the person kneeling on the ground must be extraordinary. The person Vice Governor Liu invited to dinner must have a special identity. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Quashui quietly took out his phone and took a photo. "Don't panic when something happens. Take a photo with your phone first. I told you to get up and talk," Xia Feng said in a deep voice. "Yes, master." Long Outyin took the opportunity and quickly got up. "Dula Peter, since you're here, stay for dinner," Xia Feng said to Long Outyin. Long Outyin was once saved by Xia Feng and had knelt outside the door for 3 days and 3 nights, hoping to become his disciple. Xia Feng didn't agree as he thought Long Outyin was too old and had missed the best time for cultivation. He only gave Long Outyin some guidance. Who would have thought that Long Outyin took it so seriously? "Okay." Long Outyin quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, as if afraid that Xia Feng would go back on his word. At this moment, Vice Governor Liu was still in shock. He knew Long Outyin's identity better than anyone else. Just who was that young man? Not to mention having these big shots by his side. Even Long Outyin shamelessly called him master. It was truly astonishing. Did Long Outyin just learn that shameless behavior outside on the spur of the moment in preparation for this? Damn it. My worldview is completely shattered. Chapter 79. Who on earth is he? Deputy Governor Liu was extremely embarrassed at the moment. Truly so. It was the first time in many years that he felt such intense embarrassment. He was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to leave or stay. He fidgeted with his hands at his trouser cuffs, hoping to relieve his awkwardness. Long Outyin was so disloyal. He had invited Long Outyin to have a drink. Yet Long Outyin had abandoned him in an instant. Couldn't he just take a glance behind? Just one glance. Didn't he notice there was someone standing behind? "Master Xia. Let me introduce. The gentleman at the door is Deputy Governor Liu from Han Province. He's also an old acquaintance of mine," Jiang Quashui said, looking at the fidgety Deputy Governor Liu at the door. Only after Jiang Quashui's introduction did Long Outyin come to his senses. He had been so excited just now that he'd forgotten his comrade in arms. Master, he's an old comrade, in arms of mine. He's working here in Han Province now, Long Outyin quickly added. Deputy, Governor Liu was deeply grateful that he'd finally been remembered. Come and sit down for dinner together. Xiaofeng waved and invited. Thank you, Master Xia, Deputy, Governor Liu said. Not understanding Xiaofeng's identity, he could only address Xiaofeng as others did. A person whom even Long Outyin knelt down to call master must be an extremely powerful and remarkable figure. Go and wait at the door. Deputy, Governor Liu turned to Secretary Wang and ordered. Secretary Wang was not qualified to enter such a dinner. Secretary Wang nodded upon hearing this, then slowly backed out and gently closed the door. Duke Peter, long time no see. Long Outyin greeted Dura Peter. Duke Peter? Vice, Governor Liu was taken aback. The Duke Peter of the United Kingdom? No wonder he looked somewhat familiar. So this foreigner is also a big shot. Remembering the way Duke Peter had poured tea for Xiaofeng just now, Vice, Governor Liu was in a daze again. What kind of extraordinary figures are these? He suddenly felt like a mere junior here, too timid to even speak. Captain Long, how have you been? Dura Peter smiled. Jack Ma and the other two looked at Long Outyin in confusion. Judging from the way Dura Peter greeted him, Captain Long in front of them must be one of the top figures in a certain field in China. Young Master Xia is truly amazing. This is so cool. Even such a big shot is eager to curry favor with him. This move is truly outstanding. Jiang Quanshui felt secretly proud. Fortunately, he had quietly taken a photo just now, recording such an amazing moment. Master, what is this old fellow doing in our China? Long Outyin asked Xiaofeng respectfully. Ask him yourself. Xiaofeng smiled. Don't claim Master so casually. Master hasn't recognized you yet. Dura Peter looked at Long Outyin smugly. The implication of his words was that Xiaofeng was his master, and Long Outyin shouldn't try to forge a relationship. Master, when did you take in a junior brother for me? Long Outyin began to show his audacious side. So, there is no such thing as a cold-faced handsome man or a high, cold goddess. Aren't they just pretending to be aloof and mysterious? She appears to be a goddess in front of you, but who knows what sordid deeds she might be up to behind your back. Once we cast aside our pride, we're all the same. All it takes is a thick skin. The current Long Outyin is just like that. Just moments ago, he was as silent as a clam. But now he can talk the hind legs off a donkey. Vice, Governor Liu looked at Long Outyin in utter disbelief. Could one really switch personalities at will? Who the hell is your junior brother? You're the junior brother. Dula Peter shouted in retort. Stop bickering. If you want to quarrel, go outside. It's time to eat. Xiaofeng rebuked the two of them. Immediately, they hung their heads like naughty children who had been caught in the act. They still secretly glared at each other, neither willing to yield. Vice, Governor Liu felt as if he was sweating buckets during the meal. Everyone at the table was currying favor with Xiaofeng, and he felt like an outsider. He didn't dare to ask anything or say a word. Finally, after the meal, he wanted to pull Long Outyin aside to ask about the situation, but he saw Long Outyin acting like an eager young lad, vying to press the elevator button. Now, he somewhat admired Long Outyin. He could pick up the art of being shameless so quickly. How wonderful. How enviable. After Xiaofeng reached the room, Long Outyin also booked a room there. Vice, Governor Liu saw that he finally had a chance. He followed Long Outyin into the room and hurriedly closed the door. The two of them were acting furtively, like newly smitten lovers, impatient and eager. Long Outyin, tell me what on earth is going on. Vice, Governor Liu blurted out his name in his desperation. At this moment, Long Outyin resumed his cold-faced demeanor. Looking at Vice, Governor Liu, he asked, what do you want to know? Who on earth is young Master Xia? Vice, Governor Liu inquired. Humph, don't ask questions you shouldn't. With these words, Long Outyin turned around and strode towards the sofa. Stop pretending to be so high and mighty. Where's that smiling face you had just now? And that sycophantic look? Deputy, Governor Liu quickly chased after him and inquired. Humph. Long Outyin let out another disdainful snort and started to brew tea on his own. Come on, tell me. I swear I won't tell anyone. Deputy, Governor Liu still brimmed with curiosity, having endured too many shocks today. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. Long Outyin cast a glance at his old comrade, in arms, and said seriously, you mustn't let it out. Sure, I guarantee I won't. Deputy, Governor Liu nodded immediately. Besides, even if he told others, no one would believe him. He is a man like a god. Long Outyin tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling with an air of longing, his eyes filled with admiration. Deputy, Governor Liu, this is no different from saying nothing. Be serious. Deputy, Governor Liu reminded him. Even Elder Huang shows him respect when they meet. Long Outyin leaned close to Deputy, Governor Liu, and whispered. Hiss. Deputy Governor Liu stood there, as still as a statue. Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Jiang Quanshui gathered in a room, all speculating about who Long Outyin was. General Manager Jiang. You have wide connections. Don't you know either? Pony Ma asked. How would I know? However, judging from his appearance and demeanor, he must be someone extremely remarkable. Jiang Quanshui was quite satisfied with his own analysis. It's not idle talk. Anyone can tell just from the way he speaks to Duke Peter. Not to mention that Deputy Provincial Governor Liu is accompanying him. Jack Ma, who is adept at analyzing issues, voiced his opinion. The three of them, acting like gossiping rural women, huddled together, speculating in turn. Do you really want to know? Suddenly, Jiang Quanshui grinned, with a mysterious look on his face. Nonsense. If you know something, just tell us quickly. Penguin Ma scolded and urged. Come here and have a look. Jiang Quanshui took out his phone with a beaming smile. Jack Ma and Penguin Ma quickly leaned their heads over, looking eager to see. Damn it. Isn't this the photo of him kneeling when he came in? Jack Ma and Penguin Ma exclaimed in unison, also swearing. Is this some kind of joke? Don't be impatient. I'll let you know right away. Jiang Quanshui seemed to have everything under control and began his revelation. Chapter 80. Don't drag me into trouble. Jack Ma and Penguin Ma stared intently at Jiang Quanshui, waiting for what he would say next. Speak up. Stop just boasting. Jack Ma urged. After these people got together, they didn't know where they learned these vulgar catch phrases. They were so catchy that they themselves were unaware. Presumably, they learned them from the so-called National Young Master Wang. What's the rush, Mr. Ma? Don't you know that one can't eat hot tofu in a hurry? Jiang Quanshui gave Jack Ma a disdainful look. Then he switched the phone screen to the contacts list, found someone named Zhao Zhuren and dialed the number. You're just going to call someone to find out. Jack Ma cursed. Hush. This is a secretary from a high-ranking official. Keep it down. Jiang Quanshui gestured for silence. Hello. Director Jiang, Minister Su is in a meeting. Is there something I can assist you with? Zhao Zhuren's voice came through the phone. Minister Su is a paragon of virtue, still convening meetings at this late hour. I'm not seeking Minister Su today. I have an inquiry for you. Jiang Quanshui first lauded Minister Su before presenting his query to Zhao Zhuren. Minister Su was a close ally of Jiang Quanshui, the two having been university classmates. Serving the populace is our duty. What can I assist Director Jiang with? Zhao Zhuren chuckled. I'll send you a photograph. I need you to identify someone. Jiang Quanshui stated. Very well, Director Jiang. Send it to me via WeChat. Zhao Zhuren responded. Excellent. I'll send it to you now. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Quanshui hung up the phone, opened WeChat, located Zhao Zhuren, and sent the photograph of Long Outyin kneeling on the ground. Jiang Quanshui, photograph of Long Outyin kneeling on the ground. Just you wait. Even if Secretary Zhao doesn't recognize him, he'll find someone who does. Jiang Quanshui, after sending the photograph, looked at the two Mas with a smug expression. All right, let's wait then. Little Ma, brew us some tea. Jack Ma, reclining on the sofa, looked at Pony Ma. Make it yourself if you want some. Pony Ma was too lazy to pay Jack Ma any attention. This fellow's getting more and more presumptuous. Now he's starting to order me around. Ding. Jiang Quanshui's phone chimed. Jiang Quanshui hastily picked up his phone to check. Jiang Xian, Dad, we're a bit hungry. We're going out for a late-night snack. Is there anything you'd like to eat? As the trio observed the WeChat message dispatched by Jiang Xian, they exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly speechless, Jiang Quanshui retorted, Get lost, cease sending messages to me. At the other end of the line, Jiang Xian was perplexed by the scolding, feeling unjustly treated. Their anticipation was in vain, as it seemed unlikely that Director Zhao would recognize the individual. Otherwise, why would it take so long to identify someone? Jack Ma silently cursed Tencent's policy of limiting message recall, lamenting the inopportune timing of Jiang Xian's message. Perhaps one of them speculated, let's just wait. Jiang Quanshui himself was uncertain. Instead of a WeChat reply, Zhao Zhuren's call arrived. Jiang Quanshui promptly answered, inquiring, Secretary Zhao, did you recognize him? President Jiang. Where did you obtain those photographs? Zhao Zhuren responded anxiously, remove them immediately, lest you bring about my ruin. What does this signify? Jiang Quanshui questioned, perplexed. I implore you, brother, retract them at once, and I shall explain afterward, Zhao Zhuren urged before abruptly ending the call. With the phone on speaker, all three clearly heard the conversation. Discerning the palpable panic in Zhao Zhuren's tone. Retract them. Why are you staring at us? Jack Ma exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. All right, Jiang Quanshui acquiesced, frantically attempting to recall the photos on WeChat. Damn it, I can't retract them. It's been over 2 minutes. Old Ma, what were you thinking, implementing a 2-minute recall limit? Jiang Quanshui cursed, as the message indicated that it was beyond the recall time frame. Jack Ma responded, provide me with the WeChat account. I'll have someone retract it immediately. Upon concluding his statement, Ma Huading promptly initiated a phone call. After navigating a series of complications, he successfully retracted the photograph. Furthermore, he instructed the technical division to expunge the recently disseminated image entirely. Jiang Quanshui, regarding Ma Huading with a countenance of vexation, remarked, Huading, with all due respect, this software of yours is rather deficient. Am I not entitled to retract what I myself have dispatched? Jack Ma concurred, stating, indeed, I abstain from utilizing this subpar software. We invariably employ baby pay for communication. Jack Ma has consistently eschewed WeChat. All personnel within his corporation utilize baby pay for correspondence and Ding Ding for workplace discourse, which proves to be exceedingly convenient. Ma Huateng, desiring to circumvent further discussion on the matter, interjected, let us dispense with this topic and attend to the matter at hand. Ah, yes, Jiang Quanshui responded, belatedly recollecting. He immediately placed a call to Zhao Zhuren, earnestly inquiring upon connection. Zhao Zhuren, might you now enlighten me? Zhao Zhuren countered with a question, from whence did you procure this photograph? I captured it myself, Jiang Quanshui replied, taken aback. Zhao Zhuren, his tone tinged with trepidation, responded. President Jiang, pray, do not jest. You managed to photograph him? Are you cognizant of his identity? He was utterly incredulous that Jiang Quanshui could have obtained such a photograph. The trio collectively expressed their incredulity. If we were privy to his identity, would we be soliciting information from you? Furthermore, the photograph was indeed captured by Jiang Quanshui, a fact to which both Jack Ma and Ma Huading can attest. Has it come to pass that veracity is met with disbelief? What has become of the trust between individuals? Jiang Quanshui, weary of elucidating the provenance of the photograph, stated, Secretary Zhao, simply divulge his identity. After all, perspectives diverge. They have transcended the confines of the well, whereas Secretary Zhao remains within. His identity is one I cannot divulge. I merely impart that he answers directly to Elder Huang. His desire to eliminate you requires no justification. Do you now grasp my meaning? Therefore, forwarding his photograph to me places me in jeopardy, Zhao Zhuren declared, his voice still trembling. The trio on the other end of the line were dumbfounded, not by Long Outyan's purported prowess, but by yet another revelation of Xia Fang's eminence. The individual Zhao Zhuren portrayed as supremely powerful was, in fact, subservient to Xia Feng. Are you still listening, Director Jiang? Do not be alarmed. Your secret is safe with me. Under no circumstances should you disseminate those photographs further, lest none can deliver you from the consequences, Zhao Zhuren cautioned. Presuming Jiang Quanshui to be paralyzed by fear. Yes, I am listening. What did you say? Fear? Nonsense. All is well. Farewell, Jiang Quanshui retorted before abruptly terminating the call. Fear? Preposterous. The three exchanged knowing grins. Mr. Ma, you owe me a debt of gratitude, Jiang Quanshui drawled, directing his gaze toward Jack Ma, who had been summoned by Jiang Quanshui. Now that a powerful patron had been secured, Jack Ma would undoubtedly benefit. Indeed, Jack Ma affirmed with a solemn nod. Zhao Zhuren stood transfixed, phone in hand. Jiang Quanshui's audacious demeanor sent a chill down his spine. He was not jesting about the formidable nature of Long Outyan. Fearing Jiang Quanshui might act rashly, Zhao Zhuren dispatched a message via WeChat, reiterating his admonitions. The WeChat message sent out vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. And Jiang Quanshui showed no sign of replying. Not until Minister Su finished the meeting did Zhao Zhuren hurry to find Minister Su and say, Sir, I have something of great importance to report to you. What's the matter? Minister Su inquired. It concerns General Manager Jiang. He sent me a picture of Team Leader Long kneeling on the ground. I told him that such an act would bring trouble upon himself, but he wouldn't listen. After Zhao Zhuren finished speaking, he also showed Minister Su their chat history. Frowning after taking a look, Minister Su said, You can leave. I'll call him myself. Zhao Zhuren thought that he had done all that he should. If Jiang Quanshui was bent on seeking his own doom, there was nothing he could do. After seeing Zhao Zhuren leave, Minister Su directly dialed Jiang Quanshui's number. Hey, old classmate, are you done with your work? Jiang Quanshui greeted with a chuckle after answering the call. Stop joking around. What on earth is going on? Where did you get that photo? Minister Su asked. I took it myself. If you want, I'll take more for you tomorrow. I can even take close-up shots from all angles. I can also have him pose if you need. There was a teasing tone in Jiang Quanshui's words, which made Minister Su extremely frightened. Are you not lying to me? Minister Su asked in a low voice. Of course. Don't worry about this. I won't do anything stupid. Put your mind at ease. Jiang Quanxue knew it was his old classmate's concern, so he put away his joking attitude. Okay, let's get in touch later. After saying that, Minister Su hung up the phone. Minister Su was somewhat puzzled in his heart. What kind of stroke of luck had Jiang Quanxue had recently that allowed him to get acquainted with Long Outyin? The next day, at Xiaolin's suggestion, everyone went to East Lake in Seoul for an outing. The group set off from the Ramada Hotel. Jiang Quanxue came down in advance to arrange the motorcade. General Manager Jiang, do I need to accompany you and assist you today? Jiang Zhongwen walked up to Jiang Quanxue and asked. Huh, assist in what? Can't you see that I'm the one running errands myself? Jiang Quanxue frowned, secretly scolding Jiang Zhongwen for being so oblivious. He himself was vying to do the leg work, yet this guy still wanted to butt in. Which of those running errands wasn't a big shot? Did he think he was qualified to join in? All right, General Manager Jiang, please call me if you have any instructions. Jiang Zhongwen was left speechless by the retort. It seemed there was nothing wrong with what Jiang Quanxue said. All right, stop pestering me when there's nothing to do. Jiang Quanxue waved his hand and got into the car. The motorcade drove towards East Lake. Seoul's East Lake has been a famous scenic spot since ancient times. Chu Yuan chanted poems by the lakeside of East Lake. King Zhuang of Chu beat the drums to urge his troops into battle here. During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei set up an altar on Mozan Hill by East Lake to offer sacrifices to heaven. The southern song poet Yuan Shuayo praised East Lake with the line, people only talk about the West Lake in the imperial city. But now they also speak highly of East Lake in Wuchang. Li Bai inscribed a poem at the Eagle, releasing platform by the lakeside of East Lake. Moreover, the Huaxia country often receives foreign guests here. One could say that East Lake is synonymous with the scenic beauty of Seoul. Master, we're here. As soon as Long Outyin parked the car steadily, he immediately got out and opened the car door for Xiaofeng. Originally, there was a chauffeur, but Long Outyin sent him away. Didn't driving the car himself make more sense? Dula Peter was in the rear car. Seeing Long Outyin, that hopeless admirer, getting ahead of him, he immediately rushed to the other side and opened the car door for Xiaolin. Auntie, please get out of the car, Dula Peter said, acting like a true gentleman as he performed a standard European courtesy. Xiaolin blushed slightly when suddenly being called auntie by an old man. Duke Peter, just call me Linner. Calling me auntie makes me feel so old, Xiaolin suggested. All right, auntie. Xiaolin was left speechless. Jiang Quanxue had already made arrangements with the scenic area and specially rented a two-story cruise ship. Wow, it's so beautiful here. And this cruise ship is also amazing. I'm going to do a live stream on the cruise ship, Xiaolin exclaimed excitedly after boarding the ship. Linner, come up to the top of the ship to do the live stream. The view up there is great. The national little prince shouted from the top of the ship. Okay, Xiaolin replied and followed him up. Young Master Xia, let them have fun. Let's go inside the cruise ship to have some tea, Jiang Quanxue said. Let's go, Xiaofeng nodded. In Xiaolin's live stream room. Hi, everyone. Guess where I am? Xiaolin said and then turned the camera around. Like Country Godfather, where is this? What a beautiful place. Fairy herself. It looks like a lake. Dao Ting Qilin. Sister upstairs, isn't that a redundant statement? Even a fool can tell it's a lake. Fairy herself was left speechless. Sword generation, awesome. Do girls nowadays talk so boldly? Muse Maple Leaf. I timidly ask, how can one use the anus so skillfully? Night Emperor. This seems to be the East Lake in Han City. Winery. Wine. Be confident and remove seemingly. This is Donghu. Light son of Wuyu and Donghu. Linner. Are you going to attend the 7th anniversary gala of Shark Platform? Old Fish. Tomorrow is the 7th anniversary gala of Shark Platform. A pig that can climb trees. Linner. I'm also in Seoul. I'm going to Donghu right now. I'm hoping to bump into you. You guessed right. It's at Donghu in Seoul. Remember to watch the official live broadcast tomorrow evening. Xiaolin had a beaming face. At the thought of the live broadcast tomorrow night, she was quite excited as it was her first time to participate in such a large-scale evening party. Qin Lan, you should have said so earlier. Otherwise, I would have tried to get a ticket. Wawa the Great, Linner will be the most dazzling star tomorrow night. Jiaqian Gang, Su Ke, Linner, we're waiting for you at the official live broadcast tomorrow night. Jiaqian Gang, Su Ke sent 10 rockets and added a message. Come on, Linner. Do you think the cruise ship that just passed by belongs to Linner? Several men on another cruise ship said. They were also anchors of Shark Platform, invited to attend the 7th anniversary gala of the platform. Every internet celebrity who came to Seoul would definitely come to this holy place to take pictures. Let's just go into her live broadcast room and find out. One of them said, "It really is her. Who would have thought that a small internet celebrity could be supported by two young masters in just a few days? Such is the power of capital," said a rather handsome man with an earring and a tattoo on his neck. He was a dong, a first-tier game anchor on Shark platform. When he was doing game live broadcasts, he often criticized those female anchors who relied on their looks rather than skills and just knew how to show off. For game streamers like Linner, naturally, she falls within the scope of what he was talking about. Now that Linner has suddenly become extremely popular, he feels somewhat unbalanced. No matter how well one plays the game, it's really not as good as just lying down and getting popular. Chapter 82. A celebrity checks in. This Adong is a typical person who can't stand others living a better life than him. Xiaolin was originally an 18th-tier streamer, while he was a first-tier streamer. They were both streaming the same game simultaneously. Now, Xiaolin has suddenly been promoted to the top streamer of Shark and has firmly overpowered him, which makes him extremely unbalanced. He also heard that during one of Xiaolin's live streams, two young masters each spent tens of millions of yuan. He might not earn that much money even if he worked for 10 years, but Xiaolin achieved this in just one day. He felt that his hard work was not as effective as Xiaolin's effortless rise. "Adong, don't talk nonsense. Remember the white rabbit?" said the game streamer Cuttlefish, who was on good terms with him. After Cuttlefish said this, the others finally came to their senses. Not long ago, that white rabbit seemed to have exposed Xiaolin's so-called scandal, claiming that she was kept by the young Master Wang. Then, the white rabbit's live stream room was permanently banned. As for where the white rabbit is now, no one knows. Anyway, there has been no news about the white rabbit for a long time. I didn't say anything. Could they possibly ban me? The Shark platform, backed by Penguin, is a large-scale platform. It won't do such absurd things. As for the ban on White Rabbit, it must be because White Rabbit posted some inappropriate remarks, said Adong with a smile. They were just having a discussion among themselves. He wasn't as foolish as White Rabbit to talk nonsense in the live stream room. Well, let's not talk about this. I heard that for the 7th anniversary celebration of the Shark platform, more than a dozen popular celebrities have been invited to lend their support. It's really a grand move, Adong sighed. The bigger the Shark platform grows, the happier these popular streamers are. After all, when their employer prospers, they can also share in the benefits. Yes, and my goddess, Antila Baby. One of the streamers exclaimed excitedly. Isn't Antila Baby an actress? What can she do here? Asked Wuzai curiously. You don't understand. Nowadays, it's an era dominated by popularity. She has a large fan base. When she stands on the stage then, she can just sing casually. It doesn't really matter if she can't sing well. After all, lip syncing is quite prevalent these days. She can just record the song in advance, the previous streamer said. The National Prince once exposed the scandals in concerts. Price, gouging, and lip syncing among celebrities were everywhere. Indeed, as long as it can attract fans, this celebration will surely boost the popularity of the Shark platform. Wuzai nodded and smiled. As they chatted, they actually forgot about Xiaolin. After all, that's what internet celebrities are like. Once they start talking about popular celebrities, they just can't stop. In Xiaolin's live stream room. Guys, see you at the official live stream of the Shark platform tomorrow night. I'm ending the live stream now, Xiaolin said to her viewers. Su K of the Heavenly Explosion Gang. Where is the Heavenly Explosion Gang? Gather. Guardian Divine Beast of the Heavenly Explosion Gang. Here. Dao Sheng Wu of the Heavenly Explosion Gang. We must support Linner tomorrow. My true love, what on earth is this Heavenly Explosion Gang? Is it really that awesome? Su K's lackey of the Heavenly Explosion Gang. Absolutely. We'll flood the screen for Linner tomorrow. Wine from the winery. Amazing. I bow to you. I wonder if I can join your gang? Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Explosion Gang. We don't accept noobs. Wine from the winery. After Xiaolin finished speaking, she turned off the live stream. She had been so engrossed in the live stream that she hadn't had a good look at the scenery of Eastlake. Xiaofeng and the others spent a whole day touring Eastlake. There were all kinds of delicious food and drinks on the boat. They didn't leave Eastlake until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and headed towards Ramada Hotel. When the motorcade just arrived at Ramada Hotel, there were many reporters and some security personnel maintaining order. What's going on? Jiang Quanxue got out of the car and asked. Sir, hello. Are you staying at our hotel? A security guard of the hotel quickly ran up. Looking at the luxury car motorcade, he felt a bit nervous. We've been staying here since yesterday. What's going on at the entrance? Jiang Quanxue asked again. Several big stars will be staying at our hotel tonight. These are the fans and media waiting here. We're afraid that too many people might cause unnecessary trouble, so vehicles are not allowed to pass through the hotel entrance temporarily. Guests staying at the hotel can drive their cars into the underground garage, the security guard whispered. Let us in immediately and disperse the crowd. It's a mess having them all crowded at the entrance, Jiang Quanshui said. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The security guard nodded and ran over to tell others what had been said. Jiang Quanshui's motorcade consists entirely of Rolls-Royces. They had seen it in the morning and didn't dare to delay at all. After a brief discussion, they quickly let the motorcade pass. Ramada Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in Seoul. When some celebrities come to Seoul, they basically stay at the Ramada. Shortly after Jiang Quanshui's motorcade entered the hotel, a commercial vehicle drove up. After the commercial vehicle arrived at the hotel entrance, it deliberately stopped and the window was rolled down. A man sitting inside waved to the outside as if afraid that others couldn't see him. This man was the popular young actor Lu Bin, also a well-known traffic star. Binbin, we love you. Binbin, we love you. Binbin, come on. The fans who had been waiting here were shouting hoarsely. Many of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them on Moments. In fact, there were fewer real fans and more people just looking for excitement, taking pictures to show off in their moments. After the photos were taken, people's interest waned significantly. In this era, the majority of people pursue stars rationally. One can adore and pursue stars, but should not be blind. Thank you all for coming to pick me up. Lock in the Shark Live streaming room tomorrow night. See you then. After Lu Bin said this, he waved to everyone, and then the car drove into the hotel. Just now, Lu Bin rolled down the window and deliberately greeted everyone. All he wanted was to get on the hot list and promote his popularity. No matter how small it is, popularity is a must. If a traffic star loses popularity, his career is over. This is their common practice. The business car pulled up outside the hotel lobby. Lu Bin, fully armed, stepped out, looking completely different from when he had greeted someone earlier. After getting out of the car, he kept his head down and walked straight into the hotel, looking as if he was too ashamed to show his face. Group of the 4 young masters in Shanghai. Yue, gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Yue, 3 people. Yue, what's going on, guys? Don't forget your little brother. As soon as the so-called National Little King and the others returned to their rooms, they saw the several messages Yue had sent in the group. Jiang Xin, call if it's an urgent matter. If you don't call, it's not urgent. Skip the dinner. I'm not available. Yue, finally, someone responded to me. Crying emoji. Qin Do, fatty, what's up? Yue, as I mentioned above, I'm inviting you to dinner tonight. Bring Miss Xiao along, will you? National Little King, do you want to be a toady? Yue, yes. Yue, extremely. I've been yearning for it day and night. National Little King, what were you doing earlier? We're not in Shanghai. Yue, stop joking, gentlemen. Have mercy on your little brother. Qin Do, get lost. Yue, Chapter 83. A dispute arises at Ramada Hotel. Around 5:30 p.m. 2 more business cars arrived. As soon as the cars stopped, a large crowd surrounded them, shouting, Kaiwana, I love you. After the people in the business cars got out, they cordially took a group photo with the fans and symbolically signed a few autographs. All right, dears, I'm going to the hotel to rest. Kai Wunner said with a beaming smile, warmly greeting her supportive fans. Kai Wunner was a popular actress, a newly emerged rising star, and the queen of popularity. Wunner, I love you, Wunner. We support you. As Kai Wunner began to leave, the shouts grew louder and louder. As soon as Kai Wunner stepped into the hotel lobby, she said to the assistant beside her, those annoying fans didn't follow, did they? There was still a hint of impatience and disdain on her face. Sister Wunner, they've all been blocked outside by the security guards and didn't follow, the assistant said, glancing behind. Let's go. Go upstairs and rest. Did the merchant book the presidential suite? I won't stay if it's not the presidential suite, Kai Wunner said as she took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on. Yes, it's the presidential suite. The merchant told me before. We'll go directly to the front desk to get the room card when we arrive at the hotel. Sister Wunner, please wait a moment, the assistant said and trotted towards the front desk. Kai Wunner lowered her head and, wearing a cap, walked straight towards the elevator for the upper floors. Her assistant soon ran back with the room card, out of breath, and said, Sister Wunner, I've got the room card. Be quicker next time. I've been waiting until I'm almost sweating, Kai Wunner said impatiently after waiting for several minutes. Got it, Sister Wunner, the assistant replied. Then the assistant quickly pressed the elevator button. After the elevator came down, the assistant stepped halfway into the elevator to hold the door open. and Kai Wunner walked into the elevator with a haughty gait. Just as the elevator door was about to close, someone outside shouted, "Wait." Xia Lin and Qin Wen happened to run over and block the elevator door. They just caught up in time. "Are you done? Do you have to chase us here?" Kai Wunner was somewhat annoyed because she had waited a bit longer than usual. Now, seeing two people enter the elevator without pressing the four buttons, she simply lost her temper. In Kai Wunner's mind, she completely regarded the two as extreme fans. Qin Wen turned around, glanced at Kai Wunner, and pointed at herself, saying, "Are you talking about us? Otherwise, is there anyone else here? I've never seen such uncultured people as you." Kai Wunner let out a disdainful snort. "Damn it. You're like a shrew. Who are you talking about?" Qin Wen couldn't help but blurt out a swear word. Qin Wen was a well-known fiery temper in Shanghai. How could she allow others to bully her? Such bad manners. "Shaoli, call the hotel manager later when we go up." "They let anyone in," Kai Wunner said, looking at her assistant beside her. "Sister Wen, forget it. Why bother with her? We'll go back to the room, take a shower, and then go downstairs for dinner." Xia Lin tugged at Qin Wen and said. Actually, Xia Lin was also a bit annoyed, being scolded for having no manners out of the blue. "Oh, you're bragging. Can you really stay in the presidential suite?" Kai Wunner sneered after hearing that. She saw that Xia Lin and Qin Wen were dressed plainly, and their clothes didn't even have a logo. One might think they were bought from a bargain website at 3 pieces for 100. "Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are?" Qin Wen scolded. "Don't you know who I am? Aren't you eager to take pictures? I'll let you." After saying that, Kai Wunner took off her sunglasses. "I wondered who it was. So you're just an actress. Don't be so self-conceited. You're not even worth my notice." Qin Wen let out a disdainful snort. What a so-called popular star. In her eyes, it was nothing. She is, after all, a top-tier second-generation wealthy, and her father is the vice mayor of Shanghai. "Who are you calling an actress?" Kai Wunner flared up. She loathed being called an actress the most. She was a popular star, for goodness sake. Saying you're an actress is already a compliment. All you can do is show off. Qin Wen showed no mercy to Kai Wunner. She might not seek trouble, but she certainly wasn't afraid of it. Even the so-called national playboy dared not talk back when scolded by her. What about this woman? Not only did she scold herself, but she also dragged Xia Lin into it. She wondered who was truly lacking in manners. "Fine, let's see if you can still hold your ground later," Kai Wunner said with a straight face. When the elevator reached the top floor, Xia Lin and Qin Wen walked out of the elevator without a backward glance. Kai Wunner quickly followed and shouted, "Trying to run away? So, what do you propose?" Qin Wen stopped, pulling Xia Lin with her, then turned around and asked. At this time, Kai Wunner's secretary called the hotel manager and said right away, "What's going on with your hotel? How can just anyone come to the top floor to harass Miss Kai? If you don't give us an explanation right away, we'll post a Weibo to denounce your hotel." Hotel manager, "Miss Lee, please wait a moment. We'll handle it right away. Please convey my apologies to Miss Kai. Hurry up." The assistant hung up the phone after speaking. For a hotel, a negative Weibo post from a popular star like Kai Wunner could have a devastating impact on its reputation. So, the hotel manager had to take it seriously and rushed up immediately with a few staff. "Hello, Miss Kai. We're very sorry for our inadequate service." The hotel manager stepped forward and repeatedly apologized to Kai Wunner. "What a shame for such a fine hotel that someone could follow us here. It's truly ruining my mood." Kai Wunner persisted unrelentingly. Qin Wen wore an air of relishing the drama, thinking, if she wants to play, I'll accompany her for a while. Let her realize how pitiable she is. At this moment, the hotel manager turned to Xia Lin and Qin Wen and said, "My apologies, ladies. May I ask if you are staying at the hotel?" Without clarifying the situation, the hotel manager was still very polite to Xia Lin and Qin Wen. Those in the service industry, especially the manager of a 5-star hotel, were expected to maintain high-quality service. Otherwise, as Qin Wen retorted, "Your hotel is really going downhill. Allowing such ill-mannered people to stay here can only lower the hotel standard." The hotel manager gave an awkward smile and said, "Is there perhaps a misunderstanding between you two parties? How about I offer you a discount and we let it go?" "No way." Qin Wen and Kai Wunner replied in unison. "You're participating in the 7th anniversary celebration of Shark Platform, aren't you?" Qin Wen asked Kai Wunner. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not? What's it to you?" Kai Wunner retorted with a cold look on her face. "That's enough. Don't even enter your room. You have no place at tomorrow's celebration. Just go back where you came from." With that, Qin Wen grabbed Xia Lin and headed towards their room. "Humph. How arrogant," Kai Wunner sneered, nearly bursting into laughter. Chapter 84. Teach her a lesson. Kai Wunner was so angry that she almost laughed. You think I'll leave just because you tell me to? This is a joke, isn't it? She thinks highly of herself. Her current status is largely due to the company's strong support. The company has incredibly powerful back-up. She doesn't worry about these trifles at all. No matter what happens to her, the company will handle the public relations for her. Unless a huge scandal breaks out and the company can't suppress the negative public opinion, then it's a different story. Moreover, she's not stupid enough to create negative public opinion on her own. Sister Wonder, those two are so arrogant. The assistant said indignantly. Go back to the room. Why bother with such ignorant people? Kai Wonder said, then tossed her head and walked towards her room. The hotel manager gave an awkward smile and led his people away. As long as the two sides didn't quarrel, that was fine. He didn't care what they did afterwards. After Kai Wonder returned to her room, she called her boss. In a sweet and gentle voice, she said, Mr. Hu, Wonder was bullied today. Bullied? What do you mean? Mr. Hu asked. Oh. When I just arrived at the hotel today, I met two shrews. They scolded me and called me an actress who only knows how to show off. I was so heartbroken. Kai Wonder's voice was soft, looking extremely aggrieved. Don't they recognize you? Tell me who they are, Mr. Hu said angrily. Since his employee was wronged outside, he was obligated to stand up for her. I don't know, but they were very arrogant. They even told me to go back and not to attend the 7th anniversary gala of the Shark platform. Isn't it infuriating? Kai Wonder described the situation. Don't worry, no one can make you leave. It was General Manager Chun who personally called me to let you participate in the grand ceremony on the Shark platform. Come back after the performance tomorrow. I'll protect you. No one can do anything to you. Just be yourself. General Manager Hu reassured Kai Wonder. Kai Wonder was the cash cow of their company. General Manager Hu had lusted after Kai Wonder's body for a long time. Every time Kai Wonder appeared to be reluctant, but also hesitant to refuse, which really tortured General Manager Hu. Well, I got it. Wonder nodded obediently. I'm disgusted. After getting the affirmation from General Manager Hu, Kai Wonder became happy again. General Manager Hu did have some influence in the country. At least he was a man of great authority in the entertainment industry. The only drawback was that he was somewhat lecherous. He always hinted that she should offer herself to him, which annoyed Kai Wonder greatly. However, she couldn't directly refuse him and occasionally had to give him some small favors. Kai Wonder was extremely skilled at teasing men. She could always take the initiative no matter who it was. Whether rich or poor, men couldn't resist the allure of beauty. Oh, men. Shelly. Draw water for me to take a bath. I want to smell nice. I sweated a little outside just now, and I'm feeling uncomfortable all over. Kai Wonder looked at her assistant and ordered. Okay, Sister Wonder. I'll go right away. The assistant responded and rushed to draw the bath water. After Qin Wen returned to her room, she directly sent a WeChat message to Qin Do and told him what had happened to them in the elevator just now. After seeing the message, Qin Do said to the National Little Prince and Jiang Xin, Guys, there's something to do. Come and have a look. Damn it, take her down. Jiang Xin cursed. I once posted a Weibo exposing this Kai Wonder. I said back then that she's no good. She acts like a diva and insults fans. It's a pity that some thoughtless fans just flock to her. The National Young Master smiled upon hearing this. Isn't she here for the Shark platform's grand ceremony? First, tell Uncle Ma and get her kicked out. Then, we can have some fun slowly. Qin Do laughed. Well, send me a screenshot. I'll forward it to Ma Yuqin. The National Young Master nodded. Two big brothers, I have a suggestion. I think we should create a group and add everyone to it. It'll be easier to discuss things in the future, Jiang Xin proposed. Let's talk about this after we get back to Shanghai. It's not urgent. First, take down this Kai Wonder, the National Young Master said. Then, the National Young Master directly forwarded the screenshot sent by Qin Do to Ma Yuqin. After receiving the WeChat message, Ma Yuqin immediately informed Pony Ma. Pony Ma jumped up on the spot. This was his chance to prove himself. What are you doing? Making such a fuss? Jiang Quanshui looked at Pony Ma and asked. It's his old problem, hyperactivity, Jack Ma chimed in. Let me show you. Hee. Pony Ma opened the screenshot and showed it to the two of them. Who is this Kai person? So arrogant? Jiang Quanshui didn't know Kai Wonder and asked. I don't care who she is. This good opportunity has fallen into my lap. Pony Ma smiled and then immediately dialed Chun Dajia's phone number. Mr. Ma, Chun Dajia said softly. Did you invite Kai Wonder to the 7th anniversary grand ceremony? Pony Ma asked. Yes, I personally told their general manager Hu. Upon hearing this, Chun Dajia was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Mr. Ma was planning to switch his flattery to someone else? Kai Wonder was indeed good looking. Considering Mr. Ma's recent style of fawning, it was quite possible. Immediately dismiss her. Cancel all collaborations related to her. I'll inform the headquarters to comprehensively blacklist her, Mr. Mauve Penguin wasted no time and was ready to directly blacklist Kai Wunner. Mr. Ma's company was also involved in the entertainment industry. More importantly, he held powerful influence over the flow of online traffic. Blacklisting Kai Wunner was as easy as child's play. Although they couldn't completely bury her career, she would never be able to piggyback on the Penguin Group's traffic in the future. If Mr. Who doesn't know his place, we'll deal with him too. What? Mr. Ma, why is this? Kai Wunner is a popular traffic star, and we've signed a contract with her. If we breach the contract, we'll have to pay a large sum of compensation. Besides, shut up if you keep talking like this. Am I not in charge here? Mr. Mauve Penguin directly interrupted Chun Dajia's explanation. Hearing this, Chun Dajia immediately fell silent. Well, he got scolded again. He really had a loose tongue. It didn't matter if they had to pay compensation. Since the big boss didn't care, why was he still blabbering on? Mr. Ma, I understand. I'll immediately cancel the cooperation with her, Chun Dajia quickly responded. Do it quickly, Mr. Ma said, and then hung up the phone. Right after Mr. Mauve Penguin hung up, Jack Ma said, I just checked. Kai Wunner is from Kelly Entertainment Company. Their boss is Hu Li. This guy holds some status in the entertainment industry. Take him down. Mr. Mauve Penguin deals with the small fry, and will go after the big shot. Jiang Quanxue egged them on. Take him down. It's a must. Jack Ma nodded. To others, Kelly Entertainment Company was an impressive entity. Yet in the eyes of Jack Ma and Jiang Quanxue, it was nothing. It's going to be taken down. Count me in and let's take it on together. Mauve Tencent said anxiously. Whoever it is, if they've offended Xiaolin, we'll take them down. Chapter 85. I'll stand up for you at the headquarters of Shark Platform. In Chun Dajia's office, he directly summoned his secretary. Immediately instruct the public relations department to cancel all cooperation with Kai Wunner. Also, have her return the presidential suite at Ramada Hotel, Chun Dajia commanded. Certainly, Mr. Chen, the secretary replied. Although curious, she didn't dare to inquire. Doing more and speaking less was the creed of a competent secretary. Shark Platform acted with high efficiency. It promptly informed Kai Wunner's assistant and ordered them to return the room within an hour. The assistant was dumbfounded upon receiving this news. What on earth is going on? This is so despicable, the assistant exclaimed. Sister Wunner, something's wrong. The assistant rushed to the bathroom door and knocked. What's the matter? You scared me with your outburst. Kai Wunner said irritably. Shark Platform has canceled all our cooperation and asked us to return the room, the assistant hurriedly reported. Kai Wunner was stunned for a moment upon hearing this and exclaimed, how could this possibly happen? Sister Wunner, it's true. Please come out quickly. The assistant's anxious voice came from outside the bathroom. Kai Wunner wrapped a bath towel around herself and dashed out. After reading the termination of cooperation statement sent by Shark Platform, she was so enraged that her bosom heaved. It must be related to those two sluts. Kai Wunner cursed. Sister Wunner, what shall we do now? The assistant was at a loss, not knowing what to do. What's the rush? They'll have to pay a hefty compensation for breaching the contract. Just because they know someone at Shark Platform, do you think no one else has a backer? After saying that, Kai Wunner was about to call Mr. Hu to pour out her grievances. How could she not feel aggrieved? Usually, everyone always indulged her willfulness. But this time, it was different. Being suddenly rebuked, she felt extremely annoyed. She considered herself a little princess, so why wasn't she being indulged? How aggrieved. Mr. Hu. Wunner has been bullied. As soon as Hu Li answered the phone, Kai Wunner started to act coquettishly. Who has bullied you again? Mr. Hu inquired. It's those two wretched people again. Shark Platform has canceled the cooperation with me and asked me to leave the room immediately. I'm so angry, Mr. Hu. You have to stand up for Wunner. Kai Wunner's tone was filled with grievance. Why haven't I received any news? Let me make a call to inquire. Don't be in a hurry. I'll handle it. Just wait in the room for a while. Hu Li was also extremely furious upon hearing this. It was simply absurd to unilaterally terminate the contract with an artist under his company. They were all engaged in major businesses, yet they were acting so capriciously. Okay. I'm looking forward to the good news from you. Kai Wunner responded obediently. After hanging up the phone, Hu Li was quite angry. Regardless of whether the protagonist was Kai Wunner or not, this incident had damaged his reputation. Subsequently, he directly called Chun Dajia. Chun Dajia's tone was very firm, and he straightforwardly said, an inferior artist like hers from your company doesn't deserve to cooperate with us. Goodness. This really infuriated Hu Li. Hu Li restrained the impulse to smash his phone. Chun Dajia was being so disrespectful to him, only because he had the backing of Mr. Ma from Tencent. In this world, those who thrive usually have powerful backers. Before Hu Li could get angry, his phone rang. It was a call from the company's deputy general manager. Mr. Who, something terrible has happened. The deputy general manager exclaimed anxiously. What's wrong again? Huli asked, feeling annoyed. Just received the news that Penguin Group and Alibaba Group have announced the cancellation of all business cooperation with our company. Meanwhile, Yida Group has also issued a statement saying that Yida Cinemas will refuse to screen any movies related to our company from now on. The deputy general manager reported in a hurry. Huli was stunned upon hearing this. He couldn't afford to offend any of these groups, be it Penguin Group, Alibaba Group, or Yida Group. Offending just one of them would be enough to cause serious trouble, and now all three were taking action simultaneously. It was obvious that this was a targeted move against him. Everyone knew that Penguin Group and Alibaba Group were arch enemies. Usually, whenever Alibaba Group wanted to suppress something, Penguin Group would step in to help. But in this case, it was as if he had been cursed. And the two groups were working together. Suddenly, Huli realized that he was the target, and Kai Wonner was just an innocent victim. Mr. Hu, are you still there? What should we do next? The deputy general manager asked in a low voice. Don't be hasty. Let me make some inquiries. Huli said and then hung up the phone irritably. After hanging up, Huli lit a cigarette and smoked alone. He was certain that he had never done anything to harm these three groups. After taking a few hard puffs on the cigarette, Huli found the phone number of his powerful backer in his phone contacts and dialed it. Director Shang, hello. There's a small matter that might trouble you. Huli said obsequiously. Oh, Xiao Hu. What is it? Director Shang was asked. Director Shang, here's the situation. Our company has just been jointly suppressed by Penguin Group, ABA Group, and Yida Group. This is completely an unfair business competition act. Please help us seek justice. Huli tried his best to sound aggrieved. Just like a child who had been wronged outside and came home to complain to parents. Director Zhang was stunned after hearing this. These three companies are jointly suppressing you? Did you do something that affected them? Logically, this shouldn't happen, Director Zhang said suspiciously. These three companies were leading enterprises in the country. Why did they simultaneously take action to suppress an entertainment company? Director Zhang, I assure you that I didn't do anything to affect them. They are maliciously suppressing us. Huli quickly said, according to what you said, these three companies are indeed going too far. As long as you conduct yourself uprightly, I'll support you. I'll talk to them, Director Zhang reassured Huli. Thank you, Director Zhang. Huli quickly expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Just do your duty well. And no one can bully you. After saying that, Director Zhang hung up the phone. Huli finally relaxed a bit. He lit another cigarette and waited for good news patiently. Chapter 86. Powerless Kelly Entertainment Company had been established for decades and once made many first-tier stars famous. When the film industry was just emerging, they seized the opportunity and invested in shooting several comedies and youth idol films, which once reaped a lot of box office revenue. As is well known, comedies and youth idol dramas require the least investment but yield substantial returns. This is because such films can even dispense with low-quality special effects, in particular for youth idol dramas. Apart from the relatively high cost of hiring two popular stars, other expenses are quite minimal. A few years ago, two rather well-known youth idol dramas produced by their company featured actors from their own agency. With an investment of less than 10 million, they raked in a box office revenue of 7 or 800 million, truly a highly profitable venture. Huli was reclining on the sofa in his own home, patiently awaiting a response. He was brimming with confidence, believing that with Zhang Ting's intervention, nothing could go wrong. When Zhang Ting stepped in, even the two Ma's would have to accompany him for tea. On the other end, Zhang Ting didn't procrastinate on the matter entrusted by Huli. After all, they were old friends, and it was only reasonable to do a small favor and put in a good word. Zhang Ting's first call was to Lao Wang. After all, the film industry under Yida Group was quite large, and they often interacted with each other. Hello, Zhang Ting. What good news do you bring today? Lao Wang inquired with a beaming smile. When Lao Wang saw Zhang Ting's call, he knew exactly what it was about. It was nothing more than interceding on Huli's behalf. However, this time, he wouldn't give anyone face. Those who were dissatisfied could go reason with the elderly themselves. Lao Wang, it's been a while since we last had a meal together. Come and have a meal with me when you're free, Zhang Ting said with a smile. It has indeed been a long time. It's nearly a year since I last dined with you, Zhang Ting. I'll bring 2 bottles of good wine to have a chat with you when I'm available, Lao Wang replied perfunctorily. Whether he was actually free or not, he knew best in his heart. Being in the same city of Kyoto, who didn't have time for a meal? Haha. Well, then, I'm just afraid you, the big boss, are too busy. Zhang Ting laughed heartily after hearing that. No matter how swamped I am, I can't be busier than you, Director Zhang, Lao Wang replied. If Zhang Ting didn't mention the purpose of today's call, Lao Wang would never bring it up. Anyway, he was in no hurry. Recently, Lao Wang had been getting a bit conceited. Lao Wang, when I called you today, you should have guessed what I'm here for. We're all in the business circle. There's no need to push others to a dead end. Why don't we all sit down over a meal and have a good talk? I'll foot the bill. How about that? Zhang Ting stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Director Zhang, I'm a bit confused about what you're saying. Lao Wang pretended to be oblivious. Look, you know what I mean. It must be Hu Li who offended you, or you wouldn't talk like this. Zhang Ting said with a hint of annoyance. Lao Wang was clearly evading his words on purpose. He had made it so explicit. Did he really have to say that they should put aside their differences with Hu Li and make peace, just to give him face? Figuring out the leader's intentions was always your forte, wasn't it? Don't I deserve any respect? Although Zhang Ting was a bit miffed, he didn't show it, as he was seeking a favor from Lao Wang after all. So you're talking about that. I didn't catch on just now. Lao Wang quickly blamed himself. So, what do you think? Let me host, and we can sit down and have a chat, Zhang Ting asked patiently again. No, Lao Wang declined bluntly. Lao Wang, do you really have to be so uncompromising? Zhang Ting suddenly raised his voice. Director Zhang, there are some things beyond your control. If you really insist on inviting me to dinner, then I'll also invite Mr. Li. Let's all have a good chat together. Old Wang began to show off. He even invoked the name of Elder Li. What relation did he have with Elder Li? If it weren't for Xiaofeng, he wouldn't even be qualified to talk to Elder Li. However, things are different now. One should know how to create and utilize momentum. And Old Wang was extremely adept at this. He could smoothly bring up Elder Li to boost his own prestige. In terms of showing off, even the two Ma brothers couldn't compare with Old Wang. Which Elder Li? Zhang Ting didn't notice the tone in Old Wang's words. Instead, he asked who Elder Li was. One couldn't really blame him. Who could have expected that Elder Li was that particular Elder Li? The Elder Li among those living in the quadrangle courtyard. Old Wang replied in a somewhat subdued voice. You mean Elder Li? Zhang Ting exclaimed in surprise and gasped. Of course, Old Wang chuckled. After hearing this, Zhang Ting was silent for a long time. He held the phone in his hand, not knowing what to do. Had Old Wang established a connection with Elder Li? It was impossible. Old Wang didn't have the means. Besides, did Elder Li have the time to concern himself with such trivial matters? Are you sure? Zhang Ting took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the turmoil in his heart. Zhang Ting, do you think I'd joke about something like this? Could I afford to make such a joke? Old Wang retorted. All right, I got it. You're busy. How about I invite you to dinner tomorrow? Zhang Ting changed his tone and started to invite Old Wang. We'll see. I'll contact you if I'm available, Old Wang replied vaguely, neither rejecting nor accepting. At this moment, he needed to appear profound to keep Zhang Ting in the dark. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Director Zhang let out a sigh. At this moment, he was completely out of temper. Even after hanging up the phone, Director Zhang was still in a daze. Just thinking about the promise he had just made to Hu Li made him feel ashamed. No wonder even Pony Ma and Jack Ma had joined forces. If it was that person, then it all made sense. However, how could Hu Li have offended that person? The two were in completely different worlds, and this didn't seem realistic. Director Zhang pondered over it, but couldn't figure it out. However, he knew one thing. There was nothing he could do about today's matter. Not only was he powerless, but he also had to immediately sever ties with Hu Li to avoid getting himself implicated. Hu Li, who had been lying leisurely on the sofa, sipping red wine, suddenly saw Director Zhang calling. He perked up and sat upright to answer the call. Director Zhang. Hu Li called out obsequiously. I can't help you with this. Just live your life as usual and don't contact me again in the future. Director Zhang said, and then hung up the phone. Hu Li stared blankly at his phone. The words Director Zhang had just said kept echoing in his mind. What did just live your life as usual mean? Was he going to die? Chapter 87. Who is Xiaolong? After receiving this call, Hu Li was in a state of shock. Was he really finished? He hadn't done anything. It must be that bitch Kai Wanner who had offended someone extremely powerful. Ever since she had called him, these things had occurred one after another. Hu Li dialed Kai Wanner's number in a frenzy. Mr. Hu, how's it going? I'm waiting for good news from you. Kai Wanner's seductive voice came through the phone. Previously, whenever Hu Li heard Kai Wanner's voice, his whole body would flush with heat. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of nausea, even on the verge of vomiting. Who the hell have you offended? You're finished. You've ruined the company. I'll never let you get away with this. Hu Li roared into the phone with all his might. Only in this way could he relieve the uneasiness deep in his heart. Mr. Hu, what's going on? Kai Wanner was at a loss after hearing this. and a pang of fear welled up within her. Get your ass back here right now. I'm waiting for you at home. If you don't come, it's up to you whether you live or die. Huli hung up the phone right after speaking. His heart was ablaze with fury, and he was eager to vent it all on Kai Wunner. Before this, Kai Wunner had always been playing hard to get with him, giving him a little hope but never taking real action. If it weren't for the fact that she could still bring in some profits for the company, Huli would have turned against her long ago. Now that things had come to this, he decided to stop pretending. Kai Wunner stared at the already hung-up phone, listening to the beeping sound, which seemed to echo the turmoil in her heart. At this moment, tears of anxiety, uneasiness, and panic gushed out. Cry, just cry. You'll have more tears to shed later. Xia Lin was completely oblivious to what had just happened. After dinner, she dragged Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin back to the room to play landlord. Meanwhile, Jack Ma, Penguin Ma, and Jiang Quanshui huddled in a room, deliberating on their next move. They were determined to bring Huli down, thanks to the combined pressure from our three companies. Cooley Entertainment stocks will surely hit the daily limit down tomorrow and for several consecutive days. I'm planning to acquire Cooley Entertainment and present it to Liner. Kelly Entertainment was valued at tens of billions. After your intense suppression, its market value will be at most 3 billion in a few days. Keep up the good work. Jiang Quanshui has been worrying about what good gift to give Liner. Now he can directly give her a company. What a grand gesture. Being able to do this makes him truly a paragon among toadies. Don't monopolize this good thing all by yourself. We'll contribute, and you'll reap the benefits. You really know how to play the game, scolded Jack Ma after hearing this. We've been working hard to suppress it, and in the end, you'll pick the fruit and give it to Liner. You'll gain both face and actual benefits, and get even closer to her. Who the hell is short of these 3 billion? Exactly. Let us get in on this too. Don't hog all the good things to yourself, echoed Pony Ma. All right. Then don't tell Lao Wang about this. We'll help him save some money. Jiang Quanshui nodded and then showed concern for Lao Wang. Right. Isn't Lao Wang short of money? Don't involve him in this, said Jack Ma. Pony Ma was a bit speechless after hearing this. Lao Wang is far from short of money. He swindled me twice. Sold his British assets to Dura Peter at a high price, and also cheated Su Jiaying. He's really despicable and getting better at swindling. However, Pony Ma definitely wouldn't bring up such a disgraceful matter on his own. Yes, we're all friends. Let's not let him spend money. Pony Ma quickly nodded. Jack Ma turned to glance at Pony Ma, with a look in his eyes as if to say, who the hell is your friend? Then it's settled. Let's jointly acquire Kelly Entertainment. But Huli has a good relationship with Zhang Ting. We need to ask Xiaolong to have a word with him and take some tough measures. Jiang Quanshui made a decisive decision and said they should act right away. Who is Xiaolong? Jack Ma and Penguin Ma asked simultaneously. Long Outyin. Who else could Xiaolong be? Jiang Quanshui showed a puzzled look. Is there any other Xiaolong? Jack Ma. Penguin Ma. Then you go and tell him, Penguin Ma said. Why should I go and tell him in person? It's so beneath my dignity. I'll just get his phone number. After saying that, Jiang Quanshui got Long Outyin's phone number from Vice Governor Liu and dialed it directly. Who? A cold voice of Long Outyin came from the phone. Xiaolong, it's me, Jiang Quanshui. Jiang Quanshui called out quite naturally. Do you want to die? Long Outyin asked angrily, trying to hold back his urge to explode. Xiaolong, don't be in a hurry. Listen to me. It's about Liner. If you don't want to listen, forget it. Jiang Quanshui was not the least bit flustered. Sure enough, upon hearing about Liner, Long Outyin's tone suddenly softened, and he said, Oh, I see. Then tell me quickly. The boss of Kelly Entertainment offended Liner. He has a good relationship with Director Zhang. You go and give him a reminder. If you handle this well, I'll put in a good word for you with Liner. Jiang Quanshui didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Okay. Long Outyin replied and then hung up the phone. This Xiaolong is so impolite. Jiang Quanshui shook his head and murmured to himself as he looked at the disconnected phone. Jack Ma and Penguin Ma were completely stunned. What a remarkable person. Long Outyin didn't waste any time. Immediately after hanging up the phone, he found Director Zhang's phone number and dialed it. Regarding the matter of his martial aunt, he had to handle it personally and ensure it was done flawlessly. On the other end, Chief Zhang had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by a private call. He had an urge to curse. Looking at the unfamiliar incoming call, he simply pressed the reject button. Subsequently, the phone rang again, as relentless as a death knell. Chief Shang answered the phone impatiently and said, Who is it? It's me. Long Outyin. With just these 4 short words, Chief Zhang instantly lost all drowsiness. A sense of panic welled up from the bottom of his heart. This man's call was like a death warrant. Captain Long, what are your instructions? Chief Zhang quickly got up, his attitude extremely respectful. Huli has offended my elder. I'm just giving you a heads up. That's all, Long Outyin said, and then hung up the phone without any hesitation, looking extremely dashing. While Long Outyin was being cool, Chief Shang was on the verge of a breakdown. He wished he could fly to Huli's side immediately and give him a good slap, since even this death, bringing Ghost had called. One could imagine how serious the situation was. That night, Chief Shang kept waking up from his dreams, and Long Outyin haunted his dreams. Similarly, Huli and Kai Winner also stayed awake the whole night. What they specifically did remained unknown. The next day, the 7th anniversary gala of the Shark platform was held as scheduled. Xia Feng and the others arrived at the headquarters early. Penguin Ma walked with his head held high, looking very proud. Finally, he was on his own turf. Chapter 88. I can do nothing. The headquarters of the Shark platform in Seoul. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Penguin Ma led everyone to the headquarters in advance. Without further ado, Penguin Ma simply wanted to show off. The evening grand ceremony was held at the Seoul Stadium. This stadium could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. On the second floor to the upper, right of the stage were some private rooms, similar to the luxurious private boxes in a restaurant. The celebration of the Shark platform this time cost a fortune. Not only did they invite numerous well-known domestic stars, but they also chose the Seoul Stadium as the venue. Chun Dajia knew that Penguin Ma would come in the afternoon, so he waited downstairs at the headquarters early. When he saw a convoy of Rolls-Royces approaching, he didn't even need to think to know that it was Penguin Ma. Mr. Ma was really impressive. He made such a grand occasion for the 7th anniversary celebration of the Shark platform. It seemed that Mr. Ma had recently shifted his focus to the live streaming industry, which was also an acknowledgement of his own abilities. Chun Dajia trotted towards the leading car. As soon as the car stopped steadily, he rushed over to open the door for Penguin Ma. According to the normal protocol, Penguin Ma would definitely be sitting in the leading car. However, before Chun Dajia's outstretched hand could touch the door handle, he was suddenly pushed away by a powerful force. He almost stumbled. When he looked up, he saw a big man glaring at him angrily. Yet, this big man's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Just a moment ago, he was scowling, but at the instant of opening the door, he suddenly became amiable and wore a beaming smile. What a remarkable person! Chun Dajia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Before Chun Dajia could react, he felt a gust of wind behind him. The door on the other side was opened by a gentle-looking man wearing glasses. Chun Dajia fixed his eyes and realized, wasn't this Mr. Ma? Inwardly, Chun Dajia let out a startled gasp, barely stifling the exclamation. Right behind him, a foreigner, seeing QQ Ma getting the jump on him, murmured under his breath, sycophant. Chun Dajia stood there, his worldview shattered. Gazing at QQ Ma's obsequious smile, he was left in a state of stupefaction. First to alight from the vehicle was Xia Feng. Clad in a long robe and sporting long hair, he appeared utterly graceful and elegant. Chun Dajia, taking in the sight, mused inwardly that achieving such a lustrous mane would require at least half a bottle of Rejoice shampoo. On the other side of the car, there was someone Chun Dajia knew all too well, Linner, a streamer from their platform and the very object of QQ Ma's fawning. Master Xia, this way please. Come upstairs and have a look at my humble abode, QQ Ma said respectfully as he bypassed the car and approached Xia Feng. This place seems quite decent. Let's go. Xia Feng replied, then led Xia Lin inside. The group of bigwigs trailed after them. Jack Ma, Zhang Quanxue, and even the national Little Wang? Chun Dajia was once again stunned. The others were understandable, but why on earth did Jack Ma come along? Was he up to no good? What are you standing there for? Have you lost your mind recently? QQ Ma turned around, saw Chun Dajia standing still, then walked back and pointed at him scolding. Oh. Scolded by QQ Ma, Chun Dajia quickly caught up. He didn't dare to question or say much. Like a meek fool, he simply followed the group obediently, as if from that moment on, he had no part to play in this affair. Mr. Ma, Penguin Ma, led everyone directly to the reception area on the 3rd floor, where tea and refreshments had long been prepared. Liner, do you do that kind of live streaming on this platform? Xia Feng sat on the sofa and asked Xia Lin. Yes, I'm also an employee of Uncle Ma. I've been doing live streaming on their platform for 2 years. Xia Lin nodded in reply. Liner, don't talk about being an employee. Such words are an insult to your Uncle Ma. This is like a home to you. You can do as you please. Mr. Ma waved his hands repeatedly. He wouldn't dare to say that Xia Lin was his employee. In the future, the sole purpose of the Shark platform was to make Xia Lin happy. Liner, would you like to take a tour of other parts of the company? I'll personally show you around, Mr. Ma then continued. Sure. Xia Lin showed some interest. After all, having been doing live streaming on the Shark platform for 2 years. She always had an idealized image of the company. Come this way. Mind the steps. Mr. Ma led Xiaolin towards the office area. Qin, following beside them, was somewhat speechless. The flattery was over the top. He still couldn't figure out why Mr. Ma flattered Xiaolin so much. Was there some unknown secret? Liner. Are you tired from walking? Have a drink of water, Mr. Ma. Jack Ma somehow got a bottle of water and offered it to Xiaolin. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Xiaolin took the water and expressed her gratitude. Huh. Is Mr. Ma also flattering her? Qin widened his eyes in disbelief. He had thought that Mr. Ma was invited by Mr. Ma, Penguin Ma. It seemed that was not the case. Old Ma, this is going too far. What are you doing poaching my job on my turf? The penguin horse pulled Jack Ma aside and whispered, What do you mean by grabbing? Can't you see that Liner hasn't had a drink for a long time? Don't you have any sense of discernment? Jack Ma paid no heed and strode forward to catch up with Xiaolin. Good for nothing. Can't you read the situation? The penguin horse was left speechless by the retort. He turned to Qin and uttered an expletive. Qin, what programs are scheduled for tonight? What's in store for Liner? The penguin horse softened his heart when he saw Qin looking rather helpless and pitiful. There's no arrangement yet. I'm not sure what talents Liner possesses. Xiaolin was invited at the last minute, so no preparations had been made. They planned to discuss it with her once she arrived. But it turned out they couldn't even get close. A group of bigwigs surrounded Xiaolin, leaving Qin with no chance to speak. All right. I'll go have a talk with Liner. The penguin horse nodded in agreement. As for what talents Xiaolin had, the penguin horse had no idea. All he knew was that she was a game streamer. Surely she couldn't just play a game at this celebration gala. Besides, she wasn't even good at it. He wondered how other game streamers were being arranged. Liner, what performance are you going to present at tonight's celebration gala? The penguin horse quickened his pace and asked. Huh? Do I have to perform? Xiaolin was taken aback. She had no special talents. Apart from playing games and chatting in the live stream room, she had nothing to offer. No wonder she was confused when the penguin horse asked her about her performance. Xiaolin usually only chatted in the live stream room. This was her first time on such a formal stage, and she felt a twinge of trepidation. Indeed, Liner, what are you most proficient in? Don't fret. I'll make all the arrangements for you. Penguin Ma remarked reassuringly upon noticing Xiaolin's somewhat nervous demeanor. It was quite understandable. Someone who used to get nervous just standing on the school podium would surely feel jittery when facing such a large stage. What can she do? That's a good question. The truth was, she was good at nothing. Did it count that she won the third place in the school-wide dance competition in primary school? Chapter 89. I'll do the backup singing. Seeing Xiaolin stammering and unable to give a proper answer, Penguin Ma inquired solicitously, for example, singing or dancing. You can just put on a simple performance to get through. I'll arrange some supporting performers for you later. Singing? That was out of the question. Xiaolin once sang a song in the live streaming room, and after that, she lost tens of thousands of fans. Since then, she never dared to sing again. However, dancing was a viable option as she did have a bit of a foundation. Uncle Ma, do you think dancing would work? Xiaolin determined the direction of her performance. Dancing is great. You can just dance freely on the stage. I'll have people cooperate with you then. Penguin Ma nodded after hearing this, and then looked at Qin and continued. Which celebrities have been invited to this event? There are over a dozen A-list celebrities, such as Angela Baby, Guan Xiaoxiao, Dilly Iba, Ouyang Lala, Jin Xiaochen, Yang Yang, Wang Xiaokai, and so on. Qin listed a dozen or so popular male and female celebrities in one breath. Penguin Ma had heard these names several times, but had no idea about their talents. Pick two of them to dance as her backup. Pony Ma didn't understand these things and could only leave this matter to Qin. Uncle Ma, won't this be inappropriate? When Pony Ma said so, Xiaolin felt even more stressed. These people were all her idols, coming to be her backup dancers? It's okay. You just dance your part. And they'll dance theirs. Any flaws will be their problems. Pony Ma quickly comforted her. Xiaolin, for the backup dancers, let Angela Baby and Jin Xiaochen take on the task. We can also have Ouyang Lala play the piano on the side. In this way, the stage effect will be enhanced. Qin voiced his thoughts. All right, I'll leave this matter to you to arrange. When we go to the stadium later, I'll go and talk to them in person. Pony Ma nodded. After Pony Ma finalized this matter, he decided to go to the stadium earlier and have someone specially choreograph a dance for Xiaolin and the others. By then, Xiaolin would be the finale. During this period, she could have more rehearsals backstage. Is there anything I can help with? I can also cooperate with Liner's performance. I'll sing. Jack Ma had been listening on the side for a long time and felt that he had no role to play, so he volunteered. You'll sing? Pony Ma deliberately put on an exaggerated expression, lengthened his voice, and asked in surprise. Yes. Haven't you seen that I'm always the lead singer at our company's parties? Jack Ma looked confident. Come on. If you want to ruin the whole party, just say so. Pony Ma directly rejected Jack Ma's proposal. I can sense from your words that you look down on my singing. Jack Ma grabbed Pony Ma, who was about to leave, and asked, Could you be more confident and get rid of the feeling? I simply look down on your singing. You want to take the stage? No way, said Pony Ma. Damn it. You actually look down on me? I remember when your group held the annual meeting, you had a deadpan face while dancing that awkward dance. I almost threw up. If you're so great, have the guts to go and support Lena tonight. I'll personally cheer you on. Jack Ma retorted with a look of disdain after hearing that. Just picturing Pony Ma's dance at the annual meeting in his mind, with a completely expressionless face. Hands on the hip with the right hand swaying, Jack Ma felt nauseous. Pony Ma was left speechless as Jack Ma exposed his embarrassing moment. It was indeed an awkward performance. Dancing was not his forte anyway, and even if he danced well, no one would top up money because of it. Well, what do you think of my proposal just now? How about you go for the dance accompaniment, and I'll do the vocal accompaniment? Jack Ma, seeing Pony Ma silent, suddenly had an idea and tried to persuade Pony Ma to take the stage and make a fool of himself. Get out of here. Pony Ma shook off Jack Ma and scurried away. There was no way he would go and dance. He'd rather die than do it. Pony, think about it. Jack Ma quickly chased after him and shouted. Since Xia Lin needed to rehearse the dance, everyone had an early dinner and headed to the stadium. By the time they arrived at the stadium, most of the stars performing that night had already shown up. Since it was a live, broadcast event, rehearsal was necessary to avoid making mistakes easily. Upon arriving at the stadium, Penguin Ma instructed Chen Dajie to summon Antiola Baby, Jin Xiaochen, and Ouyang Lala. He intended to discuss the evening's dance accompaniment with them. Whether they would consent or not didn't matter to Penguin Ma. It wasn't an unreasonable request. Mr. Chen, what is it that you've called us for? Jin Xiaochen, being of an outgoing nature, inquired as they walked. I'm planning to have you three support someone tonight. Antiola Baby and Jin Xiaochen will do the dance accompaniment, and Ouyang Lala, you'll play the piano, replied Mr. Chen, seeing no need to conceal the matter. Who is it? And how should we cooperate? Antiola Baby's curiosity was piqued. The person for whom you'll be the dance accompaniment is definitely a veteran artist. You'll find out later. Chen Dajie didn't mention it was Xia Lin, as she had no idea about Xia Lin's true identity. It was evident that the anchor identity was just a guise, which Chen Dajie could discern. Chen Dajie led the three girls to a room on the second floor. Inside, there were a dozen people sitting. As they entered, the three girls were taken aback, fearing Chen Dajie might have ill intentions. However, when they saw Penguin Ma, Jack Ma, and the National Little King, their expression shifted from surprise to shock. Mr. Ma, they're here. Chen Dajie approached and whispered. Hearing this, Penguin Ma stood up and walked towards the three girls. Good day. Mr. Ma, they chorused. Penguin Ma nodded. Noticing their nervousness, he smiled and said, Don't be tense. I'll need you to do the dance accompaniment tonight. Sure, no problem. The trio acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Having received the directive directly from Ma Huading, they harbored no reservations regarding their assigned dance partners. Celebrities, particularly those thriving on popularity, recognized their relative insignificance in the presence of influential capitalists. Ma Huading beckoned Xia Lin forward. Xia Lin, she greeted, addressing him with familial respect. This is Xia Lin, the central figure of tonight's performance. Your role is to synchronize with her choreography. The dance troupe will arrange a routine for you shortly, Ma Huading announced, introducing Xia Lin. The three greeted Xia Lin with smiles, acknowledging their acquaintance. Following a brief period of familiarization, Ma Huading excused them. As they exited the room, a sense of awe lingered among them. Uncle Ma, Xia Feng remarked, approaching Ma Huading with a smile. Mr. Ma mentioned that you would be joining Liner on stage for the dance. I never imagined you possessed such Terpsichorean talents. Ma Huading wore a bewildered expression. Huh, what's going on? Chapter 90, Jack Ma's dazzling debut. When had he ever suggested dancing alongside Xia Lin? Ma Huading, observing the encouraging look on Xia Feng's face, was rendered speechless. What was he to do? To decline would appear disingenuous. Little Ma, give it your all. I shall grace the stage with a song in your honor. Young Master Xia is exceedingly pleased with our collaboration. Just as Ma Huading hesitated, he was met with another blow from Jack Ma. That's not the plan. Dancing is not my forte. Mr. Ma of Tencent eyed Mr. Ma of Alibaba with his smug expression, wishing he could kick him out this instant. How could there be such a brazen person? He hadn't even been invited, yet he had the nerve to tag along. Never had Mr. Mauve Tencent seen such an audacious and shameless man, spouting nothing but nonsense. Not a single punctuation mark of his words was trustworthy. After Mr. Mauve Alibaba's persuasion, it seemed he couldn't decline. Hiki, since young Master Xia is interested, I'll go up and give it a shot, Mr. Mauve Tencent said, casting a glance at Mr. Mauve Alibaba. On the surface, he was smiling, but inside, he was seething with anger. Good. With the two uncles here, I won't be so scared, Xia Lin decided firmly. There was no backing out now. All right, then let's choose a love song. It'll go well with Linner's dance, Mr. Mauve Tencent took the initiative. Since they were going to dance, he also wanted to give Mr. Mauve Alibaba a hard time. He knew Mr. Mauve Alibaba loved singing, especially those high-energy songs like rock music. Now he was going to pick a love song for Mr. Mauve Alibaba to sing. If he was going to suffer, he wouldn't let Mr. Mauve Alibaba have an easy time either. Mr. Mauve Alibaba listened with a smile on his face, seemingly unfazed. Mr. Mauve Tencent was puzzled. Was he really that confident? Or was he just pretending? Then let's go for rehearsal, Mr. Mauve Alibaba said with a smile. Okay, Xia Lin nodded. Go for it. Linner, the young tycoon, and others cheered Xia Lin on. The group headed straight to the backstage rehearsal area. At that moment, there were many people rehearsing on the stage, and some celebrities and internet influencers were taking a break backstage. Suddenly, a group of people entered, including Mr. Mauve Tencent. Everyone was stunned. Chendajia, come here for a moment. Mr. Ma, the penguin, waved to Chendajia not far away. Mr. Ma, what are your instructions? Chendajia trotted over. How's the arrangement for the dance routine going? Mr. Ma, the penguin, inquired. Everything is set. We're just waiting for Linner to arrive, Chendajia reported honestly. After hearing this, Mr. Ma, the penguin, gave a soft cough and whispered, add me to it too. Chendajia was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you going to dance on stage too, Mr. Ma? Chendajia's voice suddenly rose, hardly able to believe it. This is going to ruin the atmosphere. What do you mean? Mr. Ma, the penguin, demanded. It's okay for Jack Ma to question me, but you too? Haha. Xiao Chen, just follow your Mr. Ma's instructions. He's going to dance on stage as Linner's partner. Also, help me choose a song to go with the dance. I'll sing, Jack Ma, who had walked over at some unknown moment, laughed heartily. Chendajia held back his inner amusement and nodded woodenly. He really couldn't understand the actions of these bigwigs. Okay. I'll go right away, Chendajia said and scurried off as if fleeing. Xiao Ma, don't keep a straight face. Smile. How can you go on stage looking like that later? Jack Ma said with a beaming smile, looking at Mr. Ma, the penguin. Don't talk to me. I feel nauseous just looking at you now, Mr. Ma, the penguin, said and walked away. Jack Ma touched his nose indifferently. Subsequently, Jack Ma walked to a corner and dialed the phone number of General Manager Zhang of the group. Mr. Ma, when will you come back? General Manager Zhang's tone carried a hint of longing. Take your time. I trust you with the company's affairs. Now, I'm assigning you a task, Jack Ma stated. Mr. Ma, what do you have to say? Mr. Zhang's tone turned serious. I wonder what grand move Mr. Ma is about to make this time. Later, have someone pay attention to the live broadcast on the Sharp platform, especially the part when I and Penguin Ma take the stage. Capture the footage of Penguin Ma dancing. Jack Ma planned to directly capture Penguin Ma's shots first, in case this guy edited them later. Then, play it in the company for everyone to enjoy. After hearing this, Mr. Zhang was utterly confused and exclaimed, Mr. Ma, why are you going to support him? Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. Jack Ma didn't want to explain further. Besides, there was no way to explain his act of being a sycophant. How could they understand Xiaofeng's awesomeness? All right, Mr. Ma. Mr. Zhang didn't suspect anything. He always followed Mr. Ma's orders. After hanging up the phone, Jack Ma walked towards the rehearsal area contentedly. Ah, Mr. Ma is also going to take the stage? Angela Bebe opened her small mouth wide, looking at Chendajia in great surprise. Didn't we agree that you were just going to be the backup dancer for Xia Lin? Now that Mr. Ma is on stage, we're under so much pressure. Well, I don't know either. Maybe Mr. Ma wants to have a freehand performance. Chendajia himself was also in the dark. It's so stressful, Jean Xiaochen sighed. Don't be overly stressed. You're a professionally trained person. And Jack Ma is also going to take the stage to help with the singing. Chendajia dropped another bombshell. And Jula Bei, Jean Xiaochen. Ouyang Lala was fine. Anyway, no matter who it was, she just needed to quietly play the piano. Don't be stressed. Just perform as usual. Although it's indeed a bit uncoordinated for you to have a newbie with you, it's not your fault. Jack Ma stepped forward and offered words of comfort. Mr. Ma. Several people greeted Jack Ma one after another. Have you chosen the song for me? Jack Ma nodded to the group and then looked at Chin-Dajie and inquired. Yes. An old song, A Quiet Summer, Chin-Dajie replied. Well, not bad. I'll go to the recording studio to try out the song. After saying that, Jack Ma headed towards the recording studio. Watching Jack Ma walking away, Jean Xiaochen whispered in Ouyang Lala's ear, Father Ma is so adorable. Yeah, I think so too. Ouyang Lala nodded. Just as Jack Ma reached the recording studio, he looked at the music scoring teacher who was composing and said, change the song. Make it the bursting life. This song will have more impact when paired with the dance. The music scoring teacher turned to glance at Jack Ma and murmured softly. Mr. Ma, this. Mr. Chen said he'd arranged the song A Quiet Summer. Why should I listen to him? I just came from him. Do I look like someone who'd sing such a fresh and gentle song? Don't tell the dance teacher about the song change for now. Jack Ma glared, exuding a commanding presence. The music scoring teacher quickly nodded, not daring to say a word. You're the boss. You call the shots. Teacher Ma is a rock singer who's been held back by his business. Teacher Ma, once I completely step down from Alibaba Group, it'll be the day I dominate the music industry. 2. In 1 chapter, the grand event on the Shark platform is being prepared in full swing. And everyone is busy with their own affairs. Almost no one knows that the two Ma's are participating in the grand event, although some people have seen them backstage. They don't know that they will also perform on stage. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the grand event is about to start. In the official Shark Live streaming room, Warder Emperor. Finally, the moment has arrived. I'll guard Liner. Jatian Gang. Suke. I always keep my word. Jatian Gang. Assemble. Let's dominate the screen for Liner. Jatian Gang Lord. Zhang Yuming. I'm here to report. Today, the entire screen will be filled with Jatian Gang. Jatian Gang. Thief Saint Wu. Let's dominate the screen for Liner. Jatian Gang. Wild God. Let's dominate the screen for Liner. Jatian Gang. Heichi. Let's go and guard her. Doubting Qilin. Although I'm not from Jatian Gang, I've always been guarding Liner. Cider. What's going on? Isn't this an official live stream? Why are there all Linus fans? Isa Finjeb. Exactly. I came here for my goddess, Angela baby. What's so interesting about this Liner? Just a web celebrity. I'm an ultra, super cutie. Exactly. In front of the celebrities. Web celebrities are good for nothing and can't make it to the big stage. It's already a great honor for them to be on the same stage. Yi Huang, whose dog ran out? If you don't want it, I'll beat it to death. Winery, wine. Sorry, it's my dog. I'll beat it to death right away and serve it as a side dish for everyone. Like coffee, you're not Erlangshan. Why don't you hold the leash when walking the dog? Winery, wine, big brother. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Dao Ting Qilin. That so-called ultra, super cutie, other little girls would huddle in their boyfriend's arms and whimper, saying, honey, the typhoon is so strong. It's so scary. You were lying on the window, shouting, damn it. This typhoon is so strong. Chu Jianfeng said, you're so amazing. As soon as the official live broadcast of Shark Platform started, Xiao Lin's fans stirred up a wave of resentment for her. Male host, good evening, esteemed guests. Lovely ladies, charming young girls, and all the dear little friends present. I'm Feng Xinjie, the host of this event. Female host, welcome to the 7th anniversary gala of Shark Live broadcast platform. Tonight, the stars are shining brightly and the atmosphere is full of passion. I'm here to greet the audience in the live stream room. I'm Lu Shi, the host. Both hosts, good evening, everyone. Lu Shi, there'll be an exciting surprise for you at 10 o'clock tonight. Don't go away, dear friends in the live stream room. Feng Xinjie now. Let's enjoy the dance performance by Dilly Iba. I changed it as you said. You have the final say. I've come up with a nice name for my Iba. Dilly Iba was the first to appear on the stage, which was quite a grand start. Both the on-site audience and those watching on their phones cheered in unison. Lu Shi, the host, actually had no idea what the so-called exciting surprise was. She was just following the director's instructions before going on stage. She had checked the performance list for the dinner party long ago and didn't find anything particularly exciting. It was probably just a gimmick to make everyone wait patiently until the end. With Dilly Iba's appearance, the audience cheered unanimously, and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented high. Meanwhile, Penguin Ma was struggling to dance backstage. No matter how he danced, his movements looked extremely stiff. Penguin Ma felt like he was on the verge of giving up. Hold back, baby. Suppress the urge to laugh until one's teeth ache. It's truly unbearable to watch. It's so out of the scene. Xiao Ma, how's your practice going? Jack Ma finished his practice after 2 tries and came over. He needed to come and supervise Penguin Ma's progress, and also prevent them from playing music while practicing the dance. He has sung the song The Flourishing Life hundreds of times. He knows it like the back of his hand. Hold back, baby, upon seeing Penguin Ma's constipated expression. Couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Xiaochen, why are you tickling me? Hold back. Baby quickly found a good excuse for herself. It's just to help you relax. Come on, let me tickle you again. These two are truly good at acting. Jean Xiaochen also cooperated and tickled her a few more times. Jean Xiaochen could understand hold back, baby's mood. In fact, she herself was also on the verge of laughing. They are professionally trained individuals and generally don't break into laughter during a performance, unless they really can't help it. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I won't dance. Penguin Ma glared at Jack Ma with a cold face. All right, I'll leave. Jack Ma quickly backed down. He came mainly to check if they were practicing the dance with music. Now that his purpose was achieved, he quickly left. Liner, have a sip of water and take a rest. The national young master, Wang, took a bottle of water and handed it to Xia Lin. Thanks, young master Wang. Xia Lin took the water, unscrewed the bottle, and drank half of it. Young master Wang, long time no see. Hold back. Baby waved at the national young master, Wang. Hee, long time no see. The national young master, Wang, nodded with a smile and then took the water that Xia Lin had drunk from and left. Hold back. Baby and Jean Xiaochen were no longer surprised to see the national young master, Wang, come over to offer water. The person even accompanied by the two tycoons has a status beyond imagination. Mr. Ma, shall we start now? The dance teacher rushed over and whispered. Let me ask Liner, said Ma of Tencent with a cold face. Then he walked up to Xia Lin and asked tenderly, Liner, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? I'm not tired. Are you tired, Uncle Ma? Xia Lin shook her head. Not at all. Then let's continue. Ma of Tencent shook his head and then told the dance teacher to go on. Ma of Alibaba hid aside, watching Ma of Tencent's mechanical movements on the stage. His hands were completely out of sync with his writhing body. He suppressed his laughter, nodded in satisfaction, and left. In the official live streaming room of Shark Platform, Zhao Wu, who loves spicy red oil chili. Where is our Liner? Tom, who thinks it's great. Yeah. Where is our Liner? It's almost 10 o'clock and she still hasn't come out. Zaya Schwimian, the host, said earlier that there would be an exciting surprise at 10. Liner is our surprise. I'm in love. A person of high status. Stop joking. Angela Baby hasn't even appeared. If there's a surprise, it should be Angela Baby. Who does Liner think she is? Suke of the Zhatian gang. I've drawn my 40-meter sword to slay the scoundrel. Please drag him away. Zhao Daiju of the Zhatian gang. Dragged away, and I even stepped on him hard twice. Lu Shi, tonight's grand ceremony is nearing its end. Now it's time for the important guests of tonight to appear. Who could they be? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome the special guests of tonight. The entrance music BGM started playing and the stage lights suddenly converged. Taking the stage first was Jack Ma. He was dressed in a Jack-style outfit, with a guitar slung across his chest to look cool. In fact, he couldn't play it at all. He just wanted that kind of air. Jack Ma. Oh. Oh. The audience at the scene let out waves of cheering. The host was stunned. The on-site audience were dumbfounded. The fans in the live stream room were all left speechless. Chapter 91. The World. Renowned gala. Jack Ma's appearance left both the on-site audience and those watching on their phones in a state of shock. How did Jack Ma transform into a musician and come to the Shark Platform's gala? Did the Shark Platform have such clout? Wasn't the Shark Platform under the Penguin Group? If anyone were to come, it should be the Penguin Group's Ma. In the official live stream room of the Shark Platform, ICDC. Holy cow, what's going on? It feels like I'm watching the annual meeting of the Alibaba Group. Back then, Mr. Ma wore this exact Jack-style outfit. It was so cool. Zhao Wu, who loves red oil chili. Didn't they say there'd be some exciting news at 10? Where's Liner? Crying emoji. Su K of the Zhatian gang. Why isn't it Liner? Turns out this surprise was for Mr. Ma. It's great to be rich. Zhao Dezhu of the Zhatian gang. Sigh. In the end, Liner lost out to Mr. Ma. Kwai Gei wa er guren. What the hell is all this talk about Liner? Can she be compared to Mr. Ma? Kwai Sanchuan Deng. Exactly. Seriously. The Shark Live has almost become Liner's exclusive live stream. You people are so annoying. Jiu Chang, Pu Tao Jiu, a bunch of idiots. Take 3 strikes from me. As Jack Ma made his entrance, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The on-site audience all stood up to cheer for him. Jack Ma waved to everyone with his confident smile. Before anyone could react, more people came onto the stage from the backstage. Penguin Ma, Angela Baby, Jean Shaochen, and Ouyang Lala. Oh my god. Even Penguin Ma showed up. But what was that little swan? Like pink and red silk skirt around Penguin Ma's waist. This wasn't a little swan. It was a little dolphin. Give me back my little swan. When comparing the pink and red silk skirts around Angela Baby and Jean Shaochen's waists, Penguin Ma suddenly seemed inexplicably comical. This time, when Penguin Ma and the others made their entrance, there were no shouts. Instead, everyone was stunned, shocked by Penguin Ma's way of appearing. Across the official live streaming room of the Shark platform, the words Pink Fat Penguin kept floating by. Finally, Xiaolin made her entrance. She was dressed in a white dress, with her hair coiled up high. She stepped out gracefully and slowly. The lights focused on her. One could see her curving her slender waist as she took delicate steps and showing her fair wrists from under the light gauze. Her eyes, like spring water, were full of charm. There was a jade hairpin in the shape of a jade dragon and phoenix slanting in her hair. She was as fragrant and tender as a flower, with fingers as slender as scallions and lips as red as cinnabar. Every frown and smile of hers was captivating. To put it simply, she was incredibly beautiful. Xiaolin's entrance really stunned the so-called National Little King and others watching from the second floor. The white dress, combined with the evening lights and her makeup, made her look absolutely gorgeous. Xiaofeng smiled and casually waved his hand. Then, snowflakes began to fall on the stage. Oh my god, was this some kind of divine skill? Everyone except Dula Peter and his grandson, and Long Out Yen, was stunned. Even though they knew Xiaofeng was extremely powerful, they were still so shocked that they gaped in surprise. Well, who was that beautiful woman behind? She's so gorgeous. The floating snowflakes on the stage are so in harmony. Suddenly, I don't find my goddess as appealing anymore. Who on earth is that person? Oh my god. Look, the snowflakes are real. They melt when they fall on the stage. This production crew is really generous with money. Are you out of your mind? Two Mr. Moss are up there. Do you think they're short of money? The audience at the scene was in an uproar, mostly filled with excitement. Witnessing such a grand event on site, they truly felt that their trip was worthwhile. The live streaming room on the Shark platform also went crazy. It was basically dominated by Linner's fans. Zaishenbang, Suke, those who spoke ill of Linner before, come out and face your doom. Yi Huang, Linner is so beautiful. She looks 10,000 times more charming in person than on the live stream. Winery, wine. I'm convinced. Even the two Mr. Ma are here to support. Like coffee. No wonder they said there would be a surprise at 10 o'clock tonight. This surprise is really huge. Winery, wine. I'm stunned. Am I dreaming? Who has a strong stream of urine? Splash me to wake me up. Wawa Dottie, I've never seen someone with such a strange request. But I can still give you a hand. Zaishenbang, Dao Xingwu. Big Brother is awesome. It's on fire. Zaishenbang Yelyang Shun, alas. It's a pity I'm not at the scene. I've missed this world-renowned event. Dao Ting Qilin. As a girl, I'm so envious. I love it so much. Emoji of a heart. Good evening, dear audience at the scene. There's no need to introduce myself, right? Jack Ma picked up the microphone and shouted first. No need. Came a reply from the crowd. Next, I'll perform a song while Mr. Ma provides the dance accompaniment to escort our little angel. Let's give our warmest applause to welcome our little angel. Jack Ma didn't mention Xiaolin by name. After all, this performance would surely go viral across the internet once it was out. So he avoided naming names if possible. It wouldn't matter if someone found out it was Xiaolin later. They could then step in to block all such news. After all, Xiaolin once said that she just wanted to be a quiet streamer. Jack Ma really thought things through on this matter. The applause at the scene roared like the tide. As the music started, the performance began. What? Wasn't this Quiet Summer? Penguin Ma was stunned. Who on earth played the wrong song? How many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? Now I no longer feel lost. I want to surpass this ordinary longing. As Jack Ma started singing, Penguin Ma behind him had to grit his teeth and dance with everyone else. Xiaolin, Ambula Baby, and Jean Shaochen danced gracefully and naturally, needless to say. However, Penguin Ma, whose movements were extremely uncoordinated, became the focus of the whole show. One could see Penguin Ma wriggling his hips. He was like an ugly duckling mixed among a flock of swans, looking extremely awkward, just like a disruptive element. It was clearly off the ordinary. The audience on site and those watching on their phones were dumbfounded and deeply admired Penguin Ma for putting aside his dignity like this. Indeed, as a big shot. His way of doing things was different. This performance once again refreshed everyone's perception of Penguin Ma. Whoever says Penguin Ma can't dance in the future, I'll kneel down and beat them to death. Penguin Ma saw Jack Ma singing and dancing ahead. He wished he could take off his glasses and hurl them at the back of Jack Ma's head. It was so infuriating. He had been repeatedly outwitted by Jack Ma on his own turf. With a stony-faced expression, Penguin Ma contorted his mechanical-like body. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jack Ma. If looks could kill, Jack Ma would have been flogged 800 times by now. Jack Ma's rendition of the blossoming life truly captured his innermost feelings. Coupled with his weather-beaten voice, it actually had a unique charm. Upon closer listening, it was really quite good. The grand event finally concluded with the performances of Jack Ma, Penguin Ma, and others. As soon as they returned backstage, Penguin Ma was the first one who couldn't hold it in anymore. The moment he stepped backstage, Penguin Ma bellowed, "Chendajia." Mr. Ma, Chendajia scurried over immediately. He knew Penguin Ma was about to talk to him about changing the song, but he himself was in the dark. "What kind of song did you pick? Who gave you the permission to choose this song?" Penguin Ma pointed at Chendajia and berated, venting all his anger on him. "Mr. Ma, I was wrong." Chendajia didn't even dare to explain and quickly backed down. "Xiaoma, don't blame Mr. Chen. He didn't know. I changed it at the last minute. Didn't I sing well?" Jack Ma walked over with a smile. "Scoundrel," Penguin Ma directly spat out at Jack Ma. All considerations of face became unimportant. Hadn't one already suffered enough humiliation on the stage? Even on one's own turf, one had been made a fool of by Jack Ma. How infuriated one felt. Jack Ma merely smiled nonchalantly. After all, he had had his fill of amusement. "Mr. Ma, we're leaving first." Umbala Baby and her companions approached Pony Ma and said. They felt out of place here, like invisible people, which was quite a blow to them. "Don't go. Stay. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. I'm really grateful to you all today." Xia Lin noticed that Umbala Baby and the others were about to leave and stepped forward to invite them. "Linner, you danced exquisitely. We were just there as a foil." Umbala Baby could tell that Linner was the real star of the show. After all, both Ma tycoons were revolving around her. Just then, Xia Feng and the others came down from the stage and looked at everyone, smiling. "You were all excellent." Linner performed splendidly. As soon as Xia Feng arrived, Pony Ma instantly put on a different countenance and walked towards Xia Feng obsequiously, smiling. "Young Master Xia, I'm getting old," and I held Linner back. "Uncle Ma, you danced marvelously." "Brother, I had so much fun dancing today." Xia Lin walked up to Xia Feng and said excitedly, "Everyone worked hard. There'll be rewards tonight." "Thank you for your efforts," Xia Feng said with a smile. As soon as Xia Feng mentioned the rewards, everyone perked up. They all eagerly anticipated what the rewards would be. Umbala Baby and her companions looked at Xia Feng, full of curiosity. Was this young man the real power behind the scenes? Although Pony Ma and the others doted on Xia Lin, when facing Xia Feng, they could sense the genuine respect from their hearts. This kind of respect cannot be feigned. They all come from an acting background and can sense it. "Young Master Wang, Linner just invited us to have lunch tomorrow noon, but we all have arrangements tomorrow afternoon. What should we do?" Ambula Bebe pulled the National Little King aside and said. She had known the National Little King for a long time. They had participated in a program together and often interacted privately. They were quite familiar with each other. "Cancel all the arrangements. Staying will bring you unexpected benefits." The National Little King whispered to the three of them. "I'm just afraid the company will have objections." Jean Shaochen interjected. "Don't worry about it. If they have objections, send them Uncle Ma's photo and say you're with him and can't get away." The National Little King came up with a sly idea. "Is that okay?" Ambula Bebe asked. "Of course. As long as you're with Linner. No one can do anything to you. This is a chance for you that ordinary people can never reach." In the eyes of the National Little King, these high-profile stars were just ordinary people. Okay. The several people deeply believed in what the National Little King said. After the event here, Xia Lin specifically added Ambula Bebe and the others on WeChat and made an appointment with them to treat them to lunch tomorrow noon. After returning to the hotel, Xia Feng gathered everyone in a room. "I'm an easy-going person and also a difficult-to-get-along with person. Thank you for accompanying me and Linner for so long and bringing us joy. From today on, you have won my approval. You've all worked hard today. Everyone will get a reward." After Xia Feng finished speaking, 11 boxes of pills instantly appeared on the table, as if by magic. Everyone knew this was a divine means. They held their breaths, and the movement of swallowing saliva in their throats betrayed their excited state at the moment. Especially the young master of the nation knew exactly what these things were. "Everyone, take one share each. These things are of great use to you," Xia Feng said, pointing at the pills on the table. "Thank you, young Master Xia." Each person queued up and took one share. "Well, it's getting late. Go back to your rooms and rest." Xia Feng waved his hand at everyone, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. "Okay, young Master Xia. You should also rest early. Everyone nodded and replied. Just as everyone had left the room, Jack Ma didn't quite understand what these things were. He grabbed Jiang Quanshui and asked, "What is this that young Master Xia gave us?" "It's nothing, just a hangover pill. Give it to me," Jiang Quanshui said and reached out to grab the pill in Jack Ma's hand. "Get lost. Do you think I'm stupid?" Jack Ma slapped Jiang Quanshui's hand away and cursed. "Just now, young Master Xia said these things are of great use to us. How could what young Master Xia gives be a hangover pill? Do you really think I'm drunk?" "Uncle Ma, this is a divine pill that can bring the dead back to life," the young master of the nation said, looking at the pill in Jack Ma's hand. After hearing this, Jack Ma was instantly stunned on the spot and tightly clenched the pill in his hand. In a high-end residential area in Kyoto, Huli sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, drinking in silence. Kai Wonner sat across from him, not daring to say a word. After being tortured continuously for a whole day and night, she felt completely drained. "It is you, this slut, who caused all these troubles. Don't think that just because you've got a bit of fame, you can look down on everyone. See? Can you afford to offend her? Even Jack Ma and Pony Ma are willing to stand up for her. Who do you think you are?" After Huli finished speaking, he threw his phone on the table. As soon as the market opened this morning, the stocks of his company hit the daily limit down instantly. Being suppressed by 3 parties simultaneously, he had no way out. Especially Zhang Ting. For some unknown reason, he couldn't get through to him all day. This made Huli feel increasingly panicked. If things went on like this, he would face bankruptcy. Kai Wonner now regretted it to the core. How could she have known that the person she casually met in the elevator was such a powerful figure? "You're such an incredibly powerful person. Yet you still stay in a hotel. You've really got me into big trouble." Kai Wonner didn't dare to say a word. Only now did she realize that it was all because of her. "Come and serve me." Seeing Kai Wonner with her head down, Huli felt a surge of desire. Kai Wonner had no choice but to drag her heavy body towards Huli. Chapter 92. Arriving in Kyoto after everyone returned to their rooms. They couldn't wait to start showing off, especially the so-called National Little Wong. Before even closing the door and regardless of the time, he directly called Lao Wang. The phone rang for a while before Lao Wang answered. "Dad, I've got another magic pill," the National Little Wong exclaimed in delight. "Oh, really?" There was also a tinge of excitement in Lao Wang's voice. "This is truly a miraculous medicine. As long as one is not dead, it can make them full of vitality. Well, today, young Master Xia said that everyone had worked hard and there would be rewards for each." The honest National Little Wong reported. "For everyone?" Lao Wang was stunned after hearing this. "Does that mean even Pony Ma and the others have them?" "Yes, everyone," National Little Wong replied. "Damn it. Wouldn't Pony Ma and Jiang Quanshui get double rewards? I'm really fed up with these two. Don't they care about the company at all?" Lao Wang felt a twinge of regret after hearing this. He thought that he should have gone with them earlier. "Well, I'm not sure about this." National Little Wong had no idea how their companies handled things. "Son, you've grown up. Why don't you come back to manage the company? It's time for your old man to retire." Lao Wang let out a sigh after thinking about it. "Dad, you're still in the prime of your life and can manage the company for decades more. If not, just take the miraculous medicine and you can keep going. Young Master Xia is calling me. Gotta hang up." With that, National Little Wong ended the call. "Go back to manage the company? That's nonsense. Would there be any good days then?" In another room, Jack Ma kept pestering Jiang Quanshui with questions. "Is this medicine really as effective as you said? Can it really bring the dead back to life?" Jack Ma tightly held the medicine in his hand and pulled Jiang Quanshui as he asked. "Yes. I've said it 100 times. If you don't believe me, ask Pony Ma. We saw it with our own eyes." Jiang Quanshui was extremely annoyed. Wasn't it just that he had tricked Jack Ma once? Why still didn't he believe him? "Don't ask me. I don't know. If you don't want it, name your price." Pony Ma looked at the pill in Jack Ma's hand and said, "One can never have too many of these. They can be eaten like peanuts. Get out. Have you no shame? Eugene still has one. You've got two in effect, yet you still have your eye on my only one?" Jack Ma said angrily. "And you even want to offer a price. Do you think I'm short of money?" He never cared about money. To him, money was just a number. Come on. Come on. Can you two just calm down for a day? You've been bickering non-stop all the time. Just know that this is a miraculous medicine." Jiang Quanshui advised the two of them. Since they met, the quarreling had never ceased. Humph. Both of them uttered a disdainful snort and ignored each other. The next day, Xia Lin intended to invite Anjula Baby, Jin Xiaochen, and Ouyang Lala to dinner. The meal was arranged in a hotel. Inside the private room, everyone was in high spirits. Due to the rewards they got the previous day, everyone was extremely delighted at the moment, especially Jack Ma, who even boasted in front of everyone about how arduous his start up journey had been. He complained that no one was willing to invest in him back then. At this time, Jiang Quanshui looked at Xia Lin and said, "Liner, we're planning to buy Kelly Entertainment Company for you. Please don't decline. This is the heartfelt gift from us. Money is of no consequence, as long as you have fun." Uncle Jiang, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it. Xia Lin shook her head and refused. Although she had no idea how large Kelly Entertainment Company was, she could surely guess it was not cheap. Liner accepted. It's not about the money. As young Master Xia said yesterday, we're all family. Let us do something so that we can feel at ease. Pony Ma also joined in to persuade. Liner, do you like these 3 girls? Jack Ma pointed at Angela Baby and the other 2 women and asked. He intended to change his approach to persuade Xia Lin to accept the offer. Do you like it? Xia Lin nodded. If you own an entertainment company, these 3 ladies can jump ship and follow you. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? They won't have to kowtow to the company anymore. And you can do as you please. It's a perfect scenario. Jack Ma gave an example. As for whether Angela Baby and the others would be willing to come, it was of little consequence. As long as Xia Lin was willing to accept the company, everything would fall into place. Uncle Ma, I really can't take it. Wait for my brother to come, and you can ask him. Xia Lin still shook her head in refusal. She believed in keeping things separate and was reluctant to accept such an expensive gift. Hearing this, the others were at a loss. They didn't dare to broach the subject with Xia Feng. Then, Jiang Quanshui gave Penguin Ma a subtle look, suggesting that he buy the company first and find an opportunity to gift it later. Since Xia Lin couldn't accept it right away, as long as the company was purchased, there would surely be a chance to present it. Jack Ma understood the hint and then said, Liner, since you don't want it, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Although Xia Lin loved money, she still didn't dare to accept a company worth hundreds of millions. If she did, she would feel uneasy. One should never lose their true nature. Angela Baby and the others were utterly bewildered. Not only did Xia Lin reject the company, but there were also people eager to give away money in this day and age. It was truly a rare sight. At the same time, they admired Xia Lin greatly. With so much money right in front of her eyes, she simply refused it without hesitation. They asked themselves in their hearts, if someone offered them such a large company, would they decline? Obviously, the answer was no. Xia Feng and Long Outyin hadn't come downstairs yet. The reason was that Long Outyin had just received a call from Elder Huang, saying that there was another problem with the matter concerning the United States. Elder Huang briefly mentioned the current difficulties to Long Outyin, which was more or less suggesting whether Xia Feng could step in to offer assistance. So Long Outyin immediately reported the matter to Xia Feng. Master, please intervene to save my subordinates. Long Outyin kneeled on the ground and said gravely. Are you certain it's not a mundane matter? I won't get involved in mundane affairs, Xia Feng inquired. Master, I just returned from the United States not long ago. It's not a mundane matter, Long Outyin affirmed. Fine. I'll take this opportunity to visit those old fellows in the capital. They keep saying they miss me all day long, but they never come to see me themselves. Xia Feng nodded in agreement. All right, Master. I'll reply to Elder Huang right away, Long Outyin said, and stood up excitedly. Then he dialed the exclusive line to Elder Huang in front of Xia Feng. Elder Huang, my master said he'll come to see you today. Long Outyin reported to Elder Huang excitedly. Elder Huang and the others knew that Long Outyin clung to Xia Feng persistently, and they silently gave Long Outyin a thumbs up. Only someone like Xia Feng could make a dull, witted person like Long Outyin come to his senses. Where is Xia Feng? I want to have a word with him, Elder Huang asked. Elder Huang, please wait a moment, Long Outyin said. Then he walked to Xia Feng with the phone and said, Master, Elder Huang wants to talk to you. Xia Feng casually took the phone and smiled, saying, Elder Huang, you'll treat me to a drink tonight. Haha, since you've come, how could we not invite you for a drink? We're waiting for you. Old Huang let out a hearty laugh, clearly in high spirits. All right, see you tonight. After Xia Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone and then handed it to Long Outyin. Let's go. Go downstairs for a meal and take Liner to have a stroll in Kyoto, Xia Feng said as he stood up. Yes, master. Long Outyin quickly rushed to the door to open it. 2. Chapter Combination. After lunch, they prepared to take Jiang Chuanshui's private jet directly to Kyoto. Anzalabii and Jin Shaochen also intended to go to Kyoto, so they tagged along. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lala flew to Shanghai. Although Anzalabii was quite wealthy, it was her first time on such a luxurious private jet. Since helping Xia Lin with the dance performance yesterday, Anzalabii and Jin Shaochen realized that the world of the bigwigs was the same. Weren't they all about kowtowing to those in higher positions? Juniors kowtowed to seniors, and seniors kowtowed to the elders. There was no real difference. Old Jiang, your playing is much better than mine. You really know how to enjoy life. Come in with me and sing a couple of songs. Jack Ma dragged Jiang Quanshui towards the small KTV. Do you really think of yourself as a world-class singer? Don't you know your singing is just mediocre? One shouldn't live in a self-deluded world. Those who say your singing is good, aren't they all your employees? Jiang Quanshui shook off Jack Ma and scoffed. Can that croaking voice of old Wang be compared to mine? Are you pulling my leg? Jack Ma looked utterly disbelieving. Well, you guys should give it a try tonight. Jiang Quanshui let out a laugh. Let's just give it a shot. When it comes to singing, Jack Ma doesn't yield to anyone. In Kyoto, Li Jiaming received a call from his own old man. The old man's intention was crystal clear. He wanted Li Changhe to accompany Xiaolin. After all, they were all young people and could have a good time together. Otherwise, since Xia Feng had been called away by them old folks, someone had to show Xiaolin around. In fact, it was obvious that Li Changhe should have more contact with Xiaolin. Li Jiaming was well aware of the significance of this matter and quickly nodded in agreement. After Li Jiaming got home and didn't find Li Changhe, he dialed his phone number and scolded. Where the hell have you been, you little rascal? Dad, I'm out having fun with some buddies. What's up? Li Changhe inquired. Get your ass back home right now. There's an important task for you to handle tonight. Li Jiaming started scolding right away. Li Changhe only knew to eat and drink all day long. When Li Jiaming arranged for him to do an internship in the countryside to build himself up, he refused, claiming he couldn't endure the hardship. This matter had always been weighing on Li Jiaming's mind. Can't you endure the hardship that I couldn't endure back then? I'm stuck in business now just because I couldn't take the hardship and didn't get into the system back then. Dad, I can't do it today. 2 of my friends are back from abroad. We've made an appointment for tonight. I can't go. Li Changhe declined. Li Changhe knew his dad like the back of his hand. His dad could always blow a minor thing out of proportion. He guessed it was the same case this time. I don't care what you've got going on. Come back right now, or I'll let your grandpa call you himself. Li Jiaming roared. What? Is it something grandpa told you to do? Father, just tell me what on earth the matter is, Li Changhe said, quite speechless. You said it was something important. Can't you tell me what it is over the phone? You'll know once you're back. Anyway, it was ordered by your grandpa. Come back or not. It's up to you, Li Jiaming said, and then hung up the phone. Does he really think I'm unable to handle him? Ever since Li Jiaming was severely beaten by the old master last time, he had learned to be low-key and reserved in everything. He even liked to act cool on certain occasions. He felt that he had to act cool even in front of his own son. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would have the chance. Hearing that it was an order from the old master, Li Changhe didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly bid farewell to his friends and headed home. In the Li family, the old master's words were like a death order that had to be obeyed. When Li Changhe returned home at the fastest speed, he found Li Jiaming sipping tea leisurely. Li Changhe asked, Father, you look so relaxed. It doesn't seem like there's anything extremely important. Don't tell me you're scaring me in the name of Grandpa. Do you think I have the nerve to do that? Li Jiaming grumbled. No, Li Changhe replied, shaking his head cooperatively. He acts like a coward in front of Grandpa. At his age, getting beaten every now and then. It's really pitiful. Your grandpa wants you to take Xiaolin out for fun tonight. Her brother is coming to the capital today. Li Jiaming finally revealed today's significant matter. What? Li Changhe was stunned. Take Xiaolin out? She's like an untouchable goddess. I just offended her in Shanghai. And you want me to take her out? Isn't that asking for trouble? He wished he could stay at least 3 kilometers away from Xiaolin. How could he ever dare to take her out for fun? What on earth are you mumbling about? Your grandpa has given the order. And you can't even handle such a trivial matter? Xiaolin has just arrived in Kyoto. With you around, everyone will be at ease. Seeing Li Changhe's timid demeanor, Li Jiaming was truly exasperated. He has learned all the wrong things, and this spinelessness is on par with his own. Has the so-called national young master not come? He's familiar with the situation here, Li Changhe remarked. The national young master is one thing, and you are another. He knows how to curry favor with those in power. Why don't you? Don't you always brag to others that the young masters in Kyoto are more powerful than the 4 young masters of Shanghai? Now, show me your so-called power. That national young master is so shrewd. He managed to attach himself to a powerful patron early on. But you, instead of seeking such connections, you've even offended someone. How could I have such a son? Fine. Li Changhe was thoroughly humiliated and reluctantly agreed through gritted teeth. After all, his task this time was just to show Xiaolin around Kyoto, not to provoke anyone. All right. Be there around 5 p.m. Go to the airport and wait. Li Jiaming said before pouring himself another cup of tea and taking a hearty sip. Around 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Jiang Xuanshui's private jet landed at the international airport in Kyoto. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they saw rows of cars waiting. Private cars are not allowed to pick up passengers at the Kyoto airport. However, because Old Master Li had put in a good word, Lao Wang personally led the motorcade there. It was his first time meeting Xiao Feng, and he was quite excited. Big brother Xiao, this is my father. The national young master introduced his father to Xiao Feng. Young master Xiao, how do you do? Lao Wang greeted Xiao Feng respectfully. Uncle Wang, it's nice to meet you. Xiao Feng responded with a smiling nod. Young master Xiao, Liner, please get in the car quickly. Old Wang was about to personally lead them onto the vehicle. No need. You help me take care of Liner. Elderly will send a car to pick me up, Xiao Feng said. Just as Xiao Feng finished speaking, 2 cars drove up from the front. They were domestic cars, the kind that couldn't be bought even with money. There were 2 small flags inserted in the front, fluttering in the wind as the moving cars advanced, looking quite eye-catching. And Zule Obi and Jin Shaochen were completely stunned and stood there motionless. Chapter 93. Let's see who's acting pretentiously. These were domestic cars not available for public sale, and moreover, they had flags on them. Such cars were usually only seen on TV and rarely encountered in real life. When such a car was on the road, even without a police escort, traffic policemen at intersections would instinctively salute and let it pass. Except for Zule Obi and Jin Shaochen, the others were fine. For things like this happening to Xiao Feng, it was no big deal. It was just a trifle. Master, please get in the car. Long Outyin stepped quickly towards the car and respectfully opened the door. Liner, go and have fun with them. I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Lin and instructed. Okay, go ahead, brother, Xiao Lin nodded. Then Xiao Feng got into the car. After the car had driven far away, everyone began to get on the vehicles one after another. Beauty Xiao, my grandfather asked me to show you around Kyoto. Wherever you want to go next, I can take you there. Li Chang has seized the opportunity to come forward and said obsequiously, we know the way. We don't need your guidance. The so-called national little king stepped forward and said, Master Wang, don't talk like that. After all, I'm more familiar with the place. Just treat me as a bag, carrier, and guide. Li Changhe looked at the national little king and gave an embarrassed smile. Once upon a time, he had been so arrogant in front of the national little king. The more glorious he had been in the past, the more awkward he was now. Young man, those who roam the world will eventually have to pay their dues. If you put it that way, Liner, it's really useful to bring a helper. The national little king looked at Xiao Lin and said, all right, it's up to you to discuss. Xiao Lin nodded. Liner, come here, niece. The old king waved to Xiao Lin, opened the car door, and waited for her to get in. Xiao Lin nodded. And the group began to leave the airport and head towards the urban area. In a certain quadrangle in Kyoto, the car passed through layers of inspections before reaching the innermost part. Long Outyin stepped out briskly and opened the car door for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng gently stepped out with one foot. Just as Xiao Feng got out of the car, Old Li stepped forward with a smile and said, Xiao Feng, if we don't call you, you brat won't come to see us on your own initiative. Is the wine ready? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Of course. Come on. Old Huang and the others are waiting for you inside. After saying that, Old Li led Xiao Feng towards the quadrangle. Haha. Great. Let's go. Xiao Feng laughed heartily and followed beside Old Li. The two walked side by side. After Xiao Feng entered the quadrangle, Old Huang, Old Shou, and Old Feng were all waiting for him. They had specially prepared an authentic Kyoto mutton hot pot. There was charcoal in the middle of the stove, and the surrounding area was used as the pot. There were also 4 bottles of Maotai on the table. At first glance, they were all good wines with a long history. It seemed that Xiao Feng was not in the most mysterious power center, but attending a private family dinner. Xiao Feng, come and sit down quickly. Seeing Xiao Feng enter, Elder Huang was the first to speak up. Elder Huang, Elder Zhou, Elder Feng, long time no see. Xiao Feng greeted with a smile and seated himself composedly. Xiao Feng, you've finally come. We old fellows have long hoped you'd come and have a drink with us. Today's young people are too reserved. It's no fun. Drinking with you is truly enjoyable. Elder Zhou joked after seeing Xiao Feng sit down. Indeed, as Elder Zhou said, they couldn't find 2 sincere people to have a drink with. Only Xiao Feng wouldn't hold back, and it was really exciting to drink with him. Elder Zhou, here I am. Xiao Feng replied. Come, everyone, let's have some dishes first. Drink and chat as we go. It's been a long time since I've had such a feeling. Elder Huang said, pointing at the steaming hot pot on the table. Long Outyin stood aside, pouring wine for everyone. He handled this delicate task quite smoothly. Come, let's clink our glasses. May the elders enjoy good health. Xiao Feng said, holding his wine glass. Good. made China grow stronger and stronger. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. When they were halfway through the meal, Xiaofeng looked at Elder Huang and asked, "Elder Huang, tell me about what's going on in the United States." "Sure." Elder Huang's expression changed upon hearing this. Then he put down his wine glass and said, "We in the United States jointly discovered the black stone gold on the seabed in the Pacific high seas. This black stone gold represents a significant breakthrough in current technological research. Initially, we reached an agreement with the United States to share it. Who would have thought that the United States suddenly changed its stance and wanted to monopolize the black stone gold? The Americans have always shown such a despicable demeanor. In order to monopolize the blackstone gold, they even dispatched special ability individuals. All the members of the Dragon team were detained. The intention of the United States was quite obvious. They demanded that we withdraw in exchange for the release of our people." Elder Huang briefed Xiaofeng on the general course of the incident. Although Xiaofeng rarely concerned himself with mundane affairs, he was, after all, of Chinese descent. If it were a normal competition between the two countries, Xiaofeng would not have intervened, for competition spurs progress. However, the United States' current unreasonable act of dispatching special ability individuals to launch a sneak attack on the members of the Dragon team had violated the principles of the secular world. "Elder Huang, rest assured, those who offend China shall be punished no matter how far away they are," Xiaofeng promised Elder Huang. "Good. Those who offend China shall be punished no matter how far away they are. For this very statement, let's drink up this cup of wine." Elder Huang exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. "Come on, let's drink," Elder Huang said as he stood up first. While Xiaofeng was having hot pot and drinking with the several bigwigs here, Xiaolin's activities also commenced. Xiaolin didn't stay with Lao Wang and the others. The group was divided into two teams, the older ones and the younger ones. Jack Ma was going to have a singing PK with Lao Wang at night. So they chose a restaurant that offered both dining and singing services. Meanwhile, Xiaolin went with the young scion of the nation to have Beijing roast duck. It would be a pity to visit Beijing without tasting the roast duck. Quanjued roast duck is a time-honored Chinese brand. Its old store is located in the center of the Beijing business district. Li Chang'e had reserved a private room well in advance. Usually, there are many customers here, and it's quite difficult to get a private room. However, as a young master from Beijing, it was well within Li Chang'e's capability to secure a private room. Arranging such a minor matter was just a phone call away. "Mr. Li, you've come." The manager at the entrance greeted Li Chang'e with a smile upon seeing him. Li Chang'e was a regular customer here, often coming for meals, and the manager knew him well. Moreover, Li Chang'e was a top-tier scion, and everyone wanted to curry favor with him. The manager quickly rushed to open the door for Li Chang'e, but Li Chang'e pretended not to notice. He trotted to the door and opened the other side, fawningly saying, "Liner, come in quickly. It's hot outside." The manager was utterly bewildered. Then, under the manager's astonished gaze, Xiaolin walked in. Just as the so-called national young master was about to follow them in, Li Chang'e stepped in ahead of him. "This sycophant still wants to compete with us. He doesn't even take a look at himself in the mirror." Among the three, Jiang Xin was the most straightforward. He would scold anyone who annoyed him. When Li Chang'e first offended Xiaolin, Jiang Xin had scolded him behind his back and even planned to beat him up. "He's not on our level. Why bother getting angry with him? At most, he's just the fourth-ranked sycophant." The national young master smiled indifferently. After the group entered the private room, Li Chang'e actively picked up the menu and handed it to Xiaolin, saying, "Liner, see what you'd like to eat and order freely." "Okay, thank you." Xiaolin was no longer the girl who was stingy with money. She was willing to order the food she liked. One should never treat one's taste buds poorly even in poverty. Xiaolin ordered 2 servings of roast duck and also selected several dishes that everyone liked. Then she handed the menu back to Li Chang'e and said, "Mr. Li, you're a regular here. You know the dishes well. Please order the rest." "All right." Li Chang'e took the menu and walked aside with the manager to order food. In the group of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, Yue, a picture of Quanjued. "Yue, gentlemen, I've arrived in Beijing. I'm here with you guys to have Peking duck. Haha, the national little king. I'll give you a chance to curry favor with me." "Jiang Xin, fatty you. Haven't seen you for a few days, and you've made it to Beijing. Chindo, hurry up and curry favor with us." "Yue, gentlemen, how would you like me to curry favor? I'm quite good at this. As long as you give me the chance, I can please you in no time." "The national little king. Why does it sound so nauseating when it comes from your mouth?" "The national little king," vomiting emoji. "Chindo, go and curry favor with Jiang Xin. He usually doesn't wipe it off." "Jiang Xin, how disgusting. Don't drag me into this." Yue, well, come on. When will you guys return to Shanghai? The National Little King, the latest model of LaFerrari, is out. I want one. Can you make it happen? The National Little King. If you can, I'll take Leonard to Beijing today and give you a chance to be a sycophant. Yue, really? The National Little King, really? Damn it. If you scam this guy into getting you a LaFerrari, what can we say? Shindo whispered to the National Little King. Are you out of your mind? I'm not interested in that kind of car anymore. Leonard doesn't have a car. I'll give it to her, even if she doesn't drive it. It's good to take pictures of it at home. The National Little King whispered in explanation. I see. You used to love supercars the most. Why aren't you interested anymore? Shindo asked curiously. After hearing this, the so-called National Prince straightened his back and said seriously, since I got acquainted with Brother Xia, I felt that my life shouldn't be squandered on mere pleasures. There are still numerous meaningful things awaiting me to undertake. Show off. Shindo cast a disdainful glance at the National Prince. We're all familiar with each other here. Why put on such a grand act? Hee. The National Prince gave a faint smile. Yue said, all right, it's a deal then. Brother, don't deceive me. The National Prince replied, I never dupe fools. I'll create an opportunity for you today. Yue then said, fine, I'll await you in the capital city. The National Prince sent a photo of Quanjude. Yue showed a surprised expression. You're there too? The National Prince said, get your car ready. I'll have a word with Leonard. Since we're all acquainted, wait on your knees for me. Yue, sure. And he sent a gif of kneeling. The National Prince put down his phone and looked at Xia Lin, saying, Leonard, that chubby you is also here. I'd like to invite him over so we can gather together. Is it the one who jumped into the river during his birthday performance? Xia Lin still vividly remembered Yue's river jumping incident. He was so overweight yet wanted to perform a backflip. Eventually, he became the laughingstock of everyone. Yes. That chubby guy. So silly, Shindo chimed in. Then quickly invite him over. We're all acquainted, and he's your good buddy. Xia Lin readily agreed without a second thought. Okay, I'll call him right away, the National Prince responded. The National Prince, get over here to box 6. Yue, sure, brother. Lu Xiao. I can't have dinner with you guys. I have some friends here too. I'm going over there. After saying that, Yue stood up and was about to leave. He was going to be a toady, living the life of a toady that he had long yearned for. It was out of the question to be a toady. The harsh words he had spoken before were like the farts let out during the morning subway rush. Once let out, he would never admit to them. Yu Xiao, how many friends do you have over there? Why not bring them along? Our private room is big enough for all of us, Lu Xiao shouted. No, I'm afraid my friends will be unhappy, Yue said, and then opened the door and rushed out. However, an inadvertent remark from Yue really annoyed Lu Xiao. What did he mean by being afraid his friends would be unhappy? In this area of the capital city, there were so many people who would try to curry favor with him. Wang Zhua, go and see which private room Yue has entered. I'm really curious about who has such a grand air, Lu Xiao instructed Wang Zhua, who was sitting by the door. Sure, Lu Xiao. Wang Zhua replied and then followed Yue out. A moment later, Wang Zhua came back in and said, Lu Xiao, Yu Xiao has entered private room number 6. All right. Lu Xiao nodded and then pressed the call button for service. Soon, the manager in charge of the private rooms came in and respectfully asked, Lu Xiao, what do you need? Who has booked private room number 6 in your restaurant today? Lu Xiao asked directly. Lu Xiao, I didn't handle the booking for private room no. 6? I'll go and check for you, the manager explained. Go ahead, Lu Xiao waved his hand at him. Although Lu Xiao was also a top-tier young master in the capital city, he was not a thoughtless person. Who knows if it's a private room booked by some big shot? After all, there are still many big shots coming here to eat roast duck. As the saying goes, in the capital, if you drop a brick, you might hit several section chiefs. This saying precisely shows that the capital is a place full of hidden talents, with big shots as numerous as the hairs on an ox. The manager walked out and came back in a short while. He said respectfully, Young Master Lu. Private room number 6 has been booked by young Master Li Chang'e. All right, got it. Young Master Lu waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. So it was that scoundrel Li Chang'e who booked the private room. He thought it was someone really remarkable. This Yue was also being ridiculous, elevating Li Chang'e so highly. Although Li Chang'e was indeed quite something, they were all top-notch playboys in the capital. Yue didn't need to praise Li Chang'e while belittling him, young Master Lu. For people like them, face was of utmost importance. They would fight for face over the slightest thing. Now Yue said in front of him that he was afraid his friend would be unhappy. Wasn't he just afraid that Li Chang'e would be unhappy? Well, Li Chang'e's unhappiness was precisely what he desired. Come on. Let's go and see who our young Master Li is showing off to. Young Master Lu stood up and led several people towards private room number 6.